Bridge or just dominate the strike zone like he usually does.
The Birds dropped their second straight series Sunday and now sit at 39-46. They'll start a 3-game set with the White Sox tonight. You can hear all your pregame coverage on The Fan with BBT, sponsored by Jerry's Home Services, live from Pickles Pub with Bob Haynie and Steve Molesky starting at 5:30. First pitch from Camden Yards is set for 6:35. From the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with partly cloudy skies. Tomorrow is sunny skies and a high of 89. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
.602 in the AM, Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Rob Long, Jeremy Carr, Ed North will join us in the 7 o'clock hour. Get your feet on the floor. Jumpstart your day with your boys.
Yeah.
On this manic Monday. What's up, man?
Man. Frustrating weekend?
Very.
I mean, like, the one good thing about this weekend was getting healthy. I know there's there's a lot of different things to talk about. It's going to be a crazy week in the NBA.
Yeah.
Orioles get healthy. You have all the stuff that's going on with the World Cup and how, like, it seems like a lot of people are excited. Yeah.
So this is the knockout round, right?
Yeah. And then we get to this point where, and like the overnight guy was talking about, I thought it was an interesting point the last time that the Team USA made a little bit of a run in the knockout round. Mm-hmm. Their game was at 2:30 in the morning because they were playing in Korea, and how different it's been, because it does kind of show you, like, there are your diehard fans that are going to wake up and watch it, right? If we wanted the Super Bowl or whatever, a playoff game happened to be at 2 in the morning and they're playing in Europe, I'm sure we're staying up and watching it.
Oh,
or
man.
Recording it.
Can you imagine the protest behind that?
Oh,
because soccer is a world game.
Yeah.
The NFL, America's game, you're playing out championship at 2 a.m., I think the pushback would be completely different.
Yeah, when it comes to football, we should be hosting. When it comes to soccer, we can be a visitor.
Yeah,
it's
we
okay.
can be. We can be. That's the world's game.
It's fine. This is our game.
Absolutely. Yesterday was one of my favorite days at the yard, though. Yesterday was selfie day.
Of course,
where
it was.
they have
Jesus.
Birdland members, select Birdland members, line up around the warning track from right center field all the way down towards the, maybe not quite to the dugout, but just short.
You just walk out and take a selfie with everyone?
You just walk and shake hands with everybody. They'll take pictures with you. It's one of my favorite days.
Does anybody go, I don't need you. Just go ahead and slide aside.
I'm sure they did. They probably faded in the back. Probably did the Homer Simpson gif.
Right back into you son of a
Nobody's rude about it, but it's fun.
Yeah, that's cool.
Chance. Friday was another Birdland member appreciation thing. We went up to the warehouse, and they had tables, and the broadcasters would spend 6 minutes talking at each table. And one guy did tell me, the way it come across on air, I didn't think you were this personable.
He was right. You got lucky that time.
I said, no, man. This is different, man. This is it's fun. People want to hear you talk. They ask you, really good questions. Mm-hmm. So it's like one of my favorite weekends, because you have time to spend one-on-one with a lot of the Birdland members.
Yeah, a lot of brushback, Pride Night on Friday night, and some of the things that happened. I thought they did a nice job. I know people want to point to attendance being down. It's a Nats Orioles game. But, when I look at what went on that night and all the different things that we saw from the Orioles, it's kind of cool. Like, I want them to put together some sort of little win streak. You know what I mean? Like, I thought Friday night would have been that night, kind of starting it against
It was almost 27,000 people on Friday.
People are trying to report it as lower numbers.
What are you talking about?
Yep.
Let me explain something to you. And I said it before the game on Friday. People, first of all, shut up. Most of the people there on Friday nights are a lot of students. They buy cheap tickets. Not just high school students, college students. Go to Utah Street.
Yeah.
Go to the Centerfield Bar. Go to the warehouse. That's where they are. They're not sitting in their seats. It was a huge crowd on Friday night. I don't know who said that.
Yeah, on Sunday, you guys could have sat next to Bill Steck and caught a home run. That would have been cool.
There we go with shaping narratives. No, the crowd.
They were trying to say it was 17,000 and it was lower than the attendance. And
no, it was not. No, it was. Who counted? Who counted? For those you said 17,000, who counted?
Ben. No,
it was a good crowd every night this weekend. I don't know what they're talking about, man. It was it was 26-9 on Friday night.
Yeah. I mean, look, this whole I love all the things that the Orioles do, and I've said this before. Sometimes things just aren't for you. You don't need to comment on it. I'm not watching that. Great. I didn't care. You didn't need to tell me you weren't watching it.
Yeah.
Go about your business. You need to tell everybody what's going on. And the same thing with all the people that have to sit here and scream about, it doesn't even matter if it's a movie, something on TV, something in real life. Everything has to be about this or that. If it's not for you, like when they had Bravo Night, again, it's not just about the Pride
funny.
Night. When they had Bravo Night, people are like, why are they having this? Because they want to bring in new eyes.
That was pretty funny, the Bravo Night.
Yeah.
If you want to create a narrative about this weekend, say that Friday night was the lowest attendance because it was 26-9 on Friday. It was like 29 on Saturday, like 27.5, 27.6 on Sunday. So, okay, it was the lightest crowd they had all weekend. Still almost 27,000 people.
Yep.
So for the 3,000 people that didn't want to be there because it's Pride Night, okay, all right. But it was, Jeremy, that is not true. If you go on Fridays or if you watch the game on Friday. Ben, were you there Friday? Did it look like 26-9 to you?
Felt pretty crowded to me.
Exactly. Everybody's on Utah Street. You got younger people. It's the youngest audience of the week, Friday nights. Nobody's sitting in their seat.
Well, you wait.
Only young people and me can't sit. You can't sit.
There's a loud, I don't know if I can call it a minority, but there's a bunch of loud people on social media, right? Chirping about this or that and all the things that are going on with them. Those same people that are chirping now about trading Gunnar Henderson. We got to move him. He sucks. That's what you do. When a guy sucks, that's when you decide to trade him, right? When things are going wrong. You're the same people that said trade Adley last year. And you couldn't be more wrong this year about this guy. He's in a slump. You know, like there's just so many people. Like it's vitriol nonstop on social media. I hate Twitter. It's a necessity because of the job. But like the engagement farming that goes on, people posting things they know are wrong so people respond to it.
Yeah.
And then they get paid off of it. People who spoil TV shows and sure enough, season finale this week. Luckily, I got to see it before somebody posted it, but it was like 2 hours after it's out. Oh man, sorry, this person died. R.I.P. You're a jackass.
Speaking of television shows, I felt like Della Reese last night. Had my heart set on watching The Chi, and there was no new episode last night. Hey, I did.
Why did they?
I have no idea. Next week is the July 4th weekend, so we're going 2 weekends without it?
Yeah, I've seen.
Sometimes shows pause for holiday weekends.
I was just getting ready to say that sometimes, like, I know, like, Game of Thrones would have stuff on, it'd be like Mother's Day, and then that episode all of a sudden would be about some woman getting destroyed or something, murdered or whatever. But there are other shows that take off for those holiday weekends. I know, like, the show I'm talking about is From. They just had the finale for season 4, and there's one season left, and people were posting the results of characters that have died, and I'm going, what are you doing? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you invest in something, and then now you got to post it on social media so you get engagements and try to make money off of it.
Yeah, but I'm wondering what they're doing, though. I didn't look it up. Should have looked it up. I was just so pissed off I didn't look it up. Now, if I could understand you having the episode last night and not next week. So are we going 2 weeks hiatus?
You know what the streaming platforms sometimes do is they release the shows a day or two early. So like,
they don't. This is not streaming platform.
It's Showtime, right?
Showtime.
Yeah. But it's got to be on Hulu then, right? Isn't Showtime like paired with Hulu or one of the other ones? I thought it was Hulu.
See, this is weird now. This is weird. This is saying season 8, episode 6, June 28th. I didn't see it.
Did you miss it?
No, I looked on late and I didn't see it. Did I miss it?
Well, swallow it and shut up.
Somebody got to let me know. Did they actually release? Because I'm looking online right now. Google says, there's going to be one on July 15th.
You got my mouth watering for some hash. Ain't no hash in here.
I thought it was orange juice.
She had talking about hash and orange. What was orange juice? That's right. You're supposed to make that. I think did it start with she was supposed to make hash?
Yeah.
I told somebody introduced me the other day after we were doing a handicapper thing, gambling, and there's some guy who'd been on fire, and they're like, this guy has won so many of these, and blah blah blah, and he's off, and I just had an okay week, and I said, how are you going to introduce me after him? I feel like the dude in Harlem Nights with Arsenio Hall, pap, pap. Stop it. Stop.
Will you put that thing away?
Quick.
Mike Green participated in a very interesting event. We'll tell you all about it at 6:45. But on the other side, that's what I was yelling this weekend at Camden Yards. Stop it. Stop kicking the ball. Bad weekend at the Yard on the Fan.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
Sponsored by UBO. We make workflow. UBO streamlines document workflow and maximizes output. Think of us as your business technology experts, where satisfaction isn't just a promise, it's a part of our culture. Get started at ubeo.com today.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Shop now and celebrate Ashley's 250 hours of savings event. Save up to 20% on all furniture or take advantage of 60 months no interest financing. Plus, score incredible $250 doorbusters. You'll find unbeatable value on the styles you love during Ashley's 250 hours of savings event. Happening now.
Hey, it's Rob, here with David, a recent graduate of the JATC apprenticeship program. David, why did you enter the program?
My first daughter was born, and I had to make the decision to get my life together and find a real career.
So how are you doing now?
Honestly, I'm the most stable I've ever been in life.
Would you recommend the JATC to others?
I would recommend the JATC program to literally every person in the workforce. It was the best decision I've ever made.
Awesome, man. Thanks, David. To learn more, go to jatc24.org.
For year-round home comfort and energy savings, you need the best HVAC system and service. That's why you need to go with Petro. Right now, Petro has an offer for a new energy-efficient central AC system from America's most trusted brand, Trane, with $0 down and low monthly payments. For expert AC tune-ups and 24/7 emergency repairs, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Go to petro.com, call 844-HVAC-4YOU or 844-482-2496 today.
Hi, this is Karen Kaiser with Glen Burnie Transmissions and Jim Jennings Transmissions. For over 60 years, we have offered the best transmission repair options in the Baltimore metro area. Save hundreds of repair dollars with the same warranty versus go to your dealership. The average new vehicle costs over $50,000 today, and we want to help you keep yours on the road when the transmission fails. Email or text us for a price quote. Our websites are gbt-online.com or jjt-online.com.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Selling your home is a big decision. Vinny Stio makes it simple with the Your Home Sold guarantee. Your home sold or he'll buy it. That's peace of mind you can count on. Call Vinny today, 410-793-1801. 410-793-1801.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. The Beltway looks good. The inner loop and the outer loop, no problems. 95 southbound, though, in the city, backed up pretty solid from Eastern Avenue through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
I got to check into something, Jeremy. Because Google says it was. My buddy Calvin hit me up and said it was. There was an episode this week. You looked at my Hulu app. What was the last episode?
What was it, 21?
21.
Yeah.
I don't have the episode.
Maybe you should turn it off and turn it back on again. That usually works for me.
Man, what's going on? Why am I blocked from the episode?
I'm a little upset. My check engine light came on. Turned it off, turned it back on again. Light was still on. It didn't work. Some bitch.
Funny you say that. I got to get my car serviced. Maintenance.
I think that's the thing that you don't realize.
By the way, shout out to Robbie. He says Gunner needs to see him.
Yeah.
He's listening to the show. Why? He's not playing well.
Oh. Tell him, Robbie. Well, okay. You know, like, again, with all the stuff that's going on with the Orioles, we saw some of the same defensive woes. Now, mind you, the Nats are supposed to be the worst defensive team in baseball, and the Orioles said, hold my beer. That Mayo play, I know a lot of people are going to look at it and say he should have tagged the guy. But the throw to first, just make the damn throw. You know?
Yeah, you don't tag him on that. Orioles made 4 errors in 3 games.
You know what people are going to say? He's like, so let's go back to the sample size we have here. Basayo, why did you try to tag that guy and not just throw to first? Mayo, why didn't you try to tag the guy instead of throwing to first? You can't win with the argument.
Did you see Craig Albanez's response? Yeah, I don't need the audio because the video was everything. I don't know what reporter asked him that. Would you rather say
Mayo,
Kobe Mayo make the tag? And Craig Albanez had a slow blink. No, you got to make the throw. you don't chase the runner. Too many bad things can happen.
It's the routine play.
I said the same thing Monday, Jeremy. I will remain consistent. Samuel Basayo made the wrong play. Pounce on the ball, fired the first. Then that runner coming home doesn't mean anything. Yeah. It's a forced out. Forced out, it doesn't matter whether you score ahead of the, it doesn't matter. Forced out, forced out. Yesterday, Kobe Mayo, the only thing he did wrong was the throw. Not the decision to make the throw. The throw was bad. Mm-hmm. And if you saw him, he got low, took his crow's hop, and then he stood straight up and spiked it. No, before you say, well, why is Samuel Basayo playing first? I don't know if Pete Alonso gets to that ball. That was a horribly thrown ball. It was right in front of me. It was literally right in front of me.
There were a couple of times, and understanding, it's the same thing that happened with the guys that were playing center field when they were getting their first opportunities. But, like, he did look a little uncomfortable in some spots. You know, even the time where he fielded the baseball, or I'm sorry, I think the pitcher had it. And he's like, am I running? Am I not? He kind of froze for a second. Basayo.
Oh, yeah.
And in the tumble, when, you know, like he did scoop one out of the dirt earlier. It's just like, everybody wants to point. Why isn't Pete Alonso? Did you see how many damn games that cat's played in a row?
That was 501. I don't have a problem with Alonso DH. I have no problem with Basayo. That was not a why is Basayo at first base. There was one thing wrong happened on that play. One thing. And that was the throw. It was a bad throw. It was a horrible throw. And when he released it, Jeremy, I'm like, oh, it looked bad on a release. 4 errors in 3 games. That's bad baseball. It is. We'll talk about that a little bit. But why is it that Zach Littell is bad against everybody except the Baltimore Orioles? Riddle me that, Batman.
Makes no sense. And then you had opportunities. You had opportunities early and then just kept same stuff happening. You get runners on and here we go. We've seen this act before. And it's frustrating, too, because like late in the game when you start to come back, you get the Jackson Holiday home run, you're starting to feel good about yourself. You got the Nats bullpen. Nats have the worst bullpen in baseball. They're the worst defensive team. They just score runs.
Yeah.
Hell, that Garcia cat, I mean, look, he's usually not hitting for power, but he's like an uglier version of Luis Ariz. He doesn't strike out. And it's unbelievable, man.
Uglier version of Luis.
Yeah, that cat's not handsome, and I'm not handsome, and I can say that.
Zach Littell came into put it this way. Yesterday, I should say, 5 innings, 2 earned runs, 3 hits. He lowered his monthly ERA to 6.10. He lowered it, Ben, to 6.10. He gave up 5 runs in 1 2/3 innings against Seattle. 4 runs in 5 innings against KC. He only gave up 2 runs against Philly, but in 4 innings. He gave up 4 home runs against Kansas City in 5 innings. He's given up 7 home runs this month alone. And for 2 consecutive outings, he's looked like one of the best pitchers in the league. In 2 outings, he's pitched 10 innings, given up 2 earned runs on 5 hits.
Did they say he's almost averaging like 3 home runs given up a game?
Yeah.
Like it's
he's bad.
That's a lot. I mean, you get to 2 point something, and it's not like Alonso hit a bomb off him. He's still doing that, but it's like you should have more.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, Ben, does he not lead the National League in home runs given up?
He's tied for the lead in MLB with Jeffrey Springs, 22 home runs given up.
22.
Oh, Jeffrey.
We're not out of June.
Oh, Jeffrey Springs in that small-ass ballpark. Hey, is the wind blowing out? God bless it, I'm a fly ball pitcher. That guy gives up so many damn home runs, it's ridiculous.
He's tied for the league with 22, Jeremy. And we had 1. 2 runs in the first inning against him.
It was a great day for hitting, too. I mean, it just... I mean, you go back to, and then Bradish, what happened? Baseball is so weird. I'm looking at it going, well, he's not striking a lot of guys out. Maybe this is one where he pitches 8 innings and comes away with 2 Ks. And then all of a sudden you have that 1 inning where it's like, you going to keep walking people? What? He lost the strike zone.
Give up 1 hit. 1 hit.
You hear all these
3 earned runs on 1 hit.
All these people are screaming about analytics, especially after Josh Hart's comments in the NBA and some other things. A lot of people talking about analytics today and just crushing it, saying, "Oh, this is stupid. That doesn't make any sense." And when it comes down to it, I don't get why people can't look at this and understand that you're mad at the people. You're mad at the people telling you the way to beat the game.
Yeah.
Be mad at the other people that created the game. Like what?
Someone texted me yesterday about. I think it was pinch hitting late in the game. And their comment was, I guess that's what the computer told them. No, that's not what the computer told them. The computer told them what you said. They went against what the computer told them.
Well,
and the reason why you know those numbers is because that's what the computer told you.
Well, and I saw people posting, oh, you take Sam Basayo out of the game and put Blaze in, and why would you do that? You got your best young hitter. And it's like, hey, guys. And people are posting the numbers for the year. Go post it what they've been doing over the last. Blaze has been one of the hottest hitters, if not the hottest hitter in baseball for a period of time. I have no problem with them doing that. Yeah, I didn't like Basayo coming out of the game at that point. But it is what it is. You're trying to push the right buttons to make it work.
Najee Harris may have changed Jeremy Kahn's mind on Shedeur Sanders. We'll talk about that at 7 o'clock. But on the other side, more bad defense for the Baltimore Orioles. Does it get better, or is it something we have to live with? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
It's springtime in Baltimore, which means baseball is back, and it's time to start thinking about getting your AC system in tip-top shape for summer. Farnan & Dermer, Maryland's oldest HVAC company, has been serving this community for over 100 years. They're the comfort guys, and they're my guys that have been keeping families like mine and yours comfortable with their energy-efficient HVAC systems. Act now and receive $3,000 off select high-efficiency HVAC systems from BGE. And be sure to schedule an AC Precision tune-up with Farnan & Dermer today, because before you know it, the sweltering summer heat and humidity will be here. Preventative maintenance keeps your system running at peak efficiency and ensures your system will operate at its best when the weather changes. And for just $89, Farnan & Dermer will conduct a precision tune-up that would have your AC cranking and ready for the summer heat. If you need a repair, same-day service is available. That's because Farnan & Dermer are your rapid response heating and AC repairs and replacement specialist. So call the Comfort Guys today at 410-367-7777. That's 410-367-7777, or visit them at farnanddermer.com. Farnan & Dermer, Baltimore's most reliable air conditioning, heating, and plumbing service. They've been making your family's comfort their family's business since 1902.
Traffic is brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Just ask Jerry's. Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
Traffic brought to you by Elephant in the Room, a new locally owned restaurant open in Millersville. My new go-to spot is Elephant in the Room on Veterans Highway in Millersville. It's the summertime cuisine that I'm looking forward to. The burnt ends, street corn, southern deviled eggs. You got to go check them out at eatdrinkelephant.com.
Get summer savings all month long at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. Go see Kevin Brammer, the sales director, and get you a great sales experience. Save with 0.99% 60-month financing on 2026 Sonatas or Tucsons. Come see the 26 Elantra Hybrid. It gets over 50 miles per gallon and make no payments till September 26 on every new Hyundai. Banks on site for instant credit approval. Calvin, he's going to give you $500 more than CarMax or Carvana for your trade. Get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, owner assurance. Plus, get you Jones for a lifetime. Free oil changes, free car washes, and an engine guaranteed for a lifetime. With over 2 million likes and reviews, you too, you can and you will be a satisfied customer. Get summer savings now at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction, 1504 Bel Air Road, only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. See that great selection at BelAirHyundai.com and get you a Jones Junction tag frame, just like me, my wife, Vincent, Charlie, and Rachel.
Surfside is a proud partner of the Baltimore Orioles. And there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside to enjoy while you cheer them on during the game. Surfside is only 100 calories and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. So it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Sold in stadium and at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Rolled your ankle playing pickleball? Pulled a muscle on the golf course? Feeling that shoulder after a weekend workout? Skip the long wait at the ER or urgent care and go straight to the orthopedic experts. Ortho Maryland has walk-in care in 5 locations throughout Baltimore and Harford counties. The newest location in Reisterstown now offers convenient day and evening walk-in care, on-site x-rays, DME, and physical therapy. Visit orthomaryland.net for hours and locations.
At Lions Den, the lineup is stacked and the action never ends. From warm-ups to extra innings, they've got what you need to win the night. So visit lionsden.com. That's Lions Den. And if it's a home game, make it real home field advantage.
Vinny Serrato here. Holy crab cakes, famous Box Hill crab cakes, supersized salads, Greek specialties, and more can now be delivered right to your door with DoorDash. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com.
This is the Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. The outer loop of the Beltway on the west side is slow from Security Boulevard to Baltimore National Pike. 895 southbound is backed up pretty solid from Eastern Avenue through the Harbor Tunnel. And 95 southbound, you're on the brakes O'Donnell Street through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
In the month of June, Gunnar Henderson is slashing .224, .333, .367 with just 3 home runs. Many have stood by the expectation that he'll snap out of the slump, but we're past the halfway point of the season and things haven't gotten any better. Henderson spoke on how he's felt at the plate following yesterday's 6-4 loss to the Nationals.
Today felt pretty good, but I mean, it's just been, I don't even know how to describe it. Probably one of the most frustrating things I've ever been through. I mean, it's like come in, work my butt off every day, and like you said, I mean, I know it's not you don't want to think about results, but it's hard not to when crab doesn't show up for so long. So it sucks. It's baseball, but yeah.
The Orioles have lost 4 of their last 6 and sit 7 games under 500. Tonight, they'll start a 3-game series with the White Sox. First pitch from Camden Yards is set for 6:35. In the NBA on Sunday, Charlotte traded Miles Bridges, a 2029 first-round pick, and a 2027 second-round pick to the Suns for Grayson Allen, Royce O'Neal, and a 2033 first-round pick. This is the second big trade we've seen the Hornets make of late as they sent LaMelo Ball to the Timberwolves on Thursday. From the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with partly cloudy skies. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 89. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. So the defense of the Baltimore Orioles has been a problem. We could talk about the errors. Errors are easy to talk about. You know why? Because there's statistical evidence to those. But there's no statistical evidence to the ball out in left field with Taylor Ward dove for. We had no chance to get.
He had 2 plays. Were they back-to-back or same inning? I'm trying to remember 3 games over the weekend, but where you're going, what are you doing?
Yeah, there's no statistical evidence to Jeremiah Jackson not being able to get the ball out of his glove. We can't turn a double play. Those things, you can't assume a double play in baseball, but you should have had a double play. Those and been out of the inning. It's not just the ones that you can track. If you're watching the game, if you're just watching the box score, hey, they made 4 errors in 3 games. That's bad enough. But if you're watching the game, in my opinion, defensively is worse than that.
So how does... I mean, we get to this point of fire this coach, fire that coach. Are they not telling them what these guys are professionals. They're constantly working on it.
Yes.
Baseball is a game of failure. So now that we're past all that and getting that part out of there, how do they fix some of their issues? Because I feel like they've found a way to lose in almost every type of way you can.
They have. They absolutely have.
And like even yesterday, you brought it up. I didn't even think about it. Bradish gave up 1 hit.
Yeah.
He just let dudes walk around the bases because he couldn't throw a strike.
He walked the village.
And it's just, oh man, these games are frustrating because as soon as you start to think, like, what's their longest win streak this year?
3. 3. They're allergic to the number 4.
That's absurd, man.
This season is brought to you by the number 4. We can't get to it.
4? For what?
They can't get to it. Honestly, I mean, it just play after play. You just look at this. What was it? Overthrowing the cutoff man early in the series. Just defense is bad, man.
Throwing to the wrong base. You know, like dropping routine things that are happening. Not like even things that aren't errors where you're looking around like who's going to get it, and they're mental errors that don't show up in the statistics. And like you said, that Jeremiah Jackson play. Going back to it, you're not going to... You go back and look at the ball being dropped or whatever on the transfer. Was that Saturday?
Yeah, I think it was.
And how that can come back to bite you. Like, it's not going to be ruled an error because you got an out, but that should be 2 outs.
The baseball rule, you can't assume a double play. I think there should be an official score in that where you can. That play right there, you could absolutely assume a double play because the runner was 5 steps away from first base when he dropped the ball. We just make crazy plays.
Yeah, man. And again, like you and I were talking about it, and when I'm saying how do you fix it, because I think fixing the...
Meanwhile, Ryan O'Hearn hit another bomb yesterday. I'm watching the highlights. But go ahead.
I think he had a really good day yesterday.
Yeah, he did.
But no, like making a trade, is it... And people keep talking about the starting pitching. Starting pitching has been solid. But are you adding another pitcher? Are you looking to add an outfielder? Is that important to you? Who's actually trading? Is that something that's going to happen? Like, you know, I love the fact that Mike Elias stepped up this weekend and said, hey, we're not trading Adley Rutschman.
We're going all in.
Yeah. But, like, there also has to be something, too, if somebody calls and overwhelms you with something. Like I was saying to you, if somebody calls you and say, hey, we want Adley, here's Joe Ryan, you at least have to look at that, right? Like, you have to look at it and talk about it and see if it makes sense. Ultimately, I don't want to trade Adley, and I'm glad he said what he said.
And I believe him. For those of you who are going to be cynical about that, keep in mind, let me set the whole thing up for you. Mike Elias called the press conference. We didn't pass him. We didn't, pull him up. He called that press conference, and I think he called it to get some things out there that had been discussed. He's like, hey, we're going to put an end to this. It's not what we're doing. We're not selling. We're buying. We're all in on the 2026 season. Keep this in mind, Jeremy. People talk about the pressure on Elias. It's pressure on the ownership group as well.
Mm-hmm.
They want to win.
Well, look at what the Phillies did this year. I think they're the first team in Major League Baseball history that were 10 games under 500 at one point, and then over this past period of time have been 10 games over 500.
Yeah.
Like the way that they've played this year to kind of get themselves back into it. I mean, you could look at that, but you can also look at it and say, hey, meanwhile, while you're sitting here losing to some of these inferior teams or splitting, going 2-1 and 1-2 and playing 500 baseball, Yankees just lost 4 in a row to the Red Sox.
Yep. By the way, the Phillies are only 3 games back of Atlanta.
How crazy is that? How crazy is that with the way that Atlanta started and Philly started? Maybe that's more important to point out.
Yeah, I think that is. Let's go to Antonio in Rosedale. What's up, Antonio?
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Doing well. How are you?
Good. Happy Monday, guys.
Happy Monday, buddy.
Yeah, babe.
Yeah, babe. Can we expect Gunnar Henderson to turn his season around and carry the Orioles the rest of the season? And you guys have a wonderful day.
You too.
He has that type of talent. But again, it's like we thought June would be the month that he got on a roll, and he started strong. And then now some of the things have happened. Power numbers have been there, but he can't look at that batting average. And I know batting average not the end-all, be-all. He can't
OPS either.
Yeah, you can't look at those numbers and feel good about it.
Okay. Antonio asked the word expect. If he asked the word hope, I'd say yes.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if I can expect anything right now. I don't know how to answer that word expect.
I mean, honestly,
it's June 29th.
When it comes down to the playoffs, those last couple spots in the American League, it might be whoever stays the healthiest. You know, I mean, I don't know if people looked at this. The Guardians, after losing Jose Ramirez, Brian Rocchio is batting third for them. Rocchio's their 9-hole hitter. He's their 9-hole hitter. They got him batting third because go look at their lineup. Yeah. It looks like a minor league team.
And they're tied for first place with the team that comes into town today.
You know why? That pitching. Yeah. That pitching is just dynamic.
Let's go to Glenn in Baltimore. What's up, Glenn?
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Doing well. How are you?
Awesome, man. Well, I just got one issue here with all the problems going on. I need some answers about why did they send Jeremiah Jackson down when you had other options.
Who?
Somebody explain that to me.
Who were the other options? No?
How about Muscles? Did he go down?
How about who?
You can't. You'd have to cut him. He's not going down to the minor leagues. Tyler O'Neill.
Oh, yeah, you can't sit him down.
Okay.
Even if you said release him, I'm not arguing with you there. I'm fine with that. I'm just saying he's not getting sent down. And again, he's been swinging as bad as he's been. Go look at Jeremiah. People are relying on, and I like Jeremiah Jackson. Mm-hmm. You're relying on those 2 to 3 weeks where he was unbelievable. Go look at his numbers now. Here, I'm going to pull up what Baseball Savant says about him.
In the month of June, he's batting .281, but he's actually have an OPS of under 7. 1 home run, 6 RBI, 1 double. He only has 32 at bats though.
Yeah, but I would trust his bats more than some other folks that.
And I get it. Neither one of us are arguing, but give me, if not Jeremiah, who? Give me guys with options.
Here's where Jeremiah ranks though. Batting run value 23. That's poor. When you're talking about a grade of 100, he's down near the bottom. Base running value, 15. Fielding run value, 45. And I know some people are going to look at these numbers like he needs to be on one of these teams where he gets a chance to play every day to see if he can be that guy. Because right now, the periodical stuff where he's playing here, now you get a day off, Jackson comes back, Holiday that is. It's just, I mean, he is what we thought he was going to be as a utility guy. But I think they had to make that move. And I'd be totally fine if they kept Jeremiah Jackson and told Tyler O'Neill to go home. Because that ship's
exactly. This is what I'm saying. So I don't, know. But okay, that's how I just want to know.
No, I appreciate it, man. Like, I don't know how you feel about it because you were telling me you were having conversations about Jeremiah Jackson.
People are upset. I mean, let's not ignore the elephant in the room. Presented by Elephant in the Room.
Thank you, man.
You're welcome. But Jeremiah Jackson was the only American-born black player on the roster, unless I'm mistaken. The only American
Major League roster.
On the Major League roster. The only American-born black player. And there are people who have an issue with that. Number one, that he is the only, and on top of that, you send him down when you got Kobe Mayo kicking the ball around.
That's why we should trade for Tariq.
Who's Tariq?
Tariq Skubal. I'm sorry, man.
I thought you was talking about power.
No.
I didn't know he played baseball.
I have a buddy that calls him Tariq all the time. I'm like, it's Tark. And he's like, not to me, it's not.
410-583-1057. Justin in White Marsh. What's up, Justin?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm good. Well, yeah, man. To comment, obviously just a really frustrating weekend, frustrating season, frustrating couple years at this point since June 2024. But, yeah, I mean, I get where you guys are coming from. And on the surface, like with the Elias comments of saying, like, you enjoyed or you liked him saying they're buyers. Let's be real, guys. They ain't buying. They're not.
How do you know? Why? What makes you say they're not?
Because they can't pitch, they can't hit, and they can't field.
So that's why they're buying.
They're not they're going to buy 7 players?
They don't need 7 players.
Are you being
man.
serious right now? Because I mean, it sounds like you're just talking out of your ass, stretching this thing out. Like they can't do anything. They're a game. What were they? Game and a half out of the wild card?
No, I want to know why he said they're not buyers though.
No, Jeremy, let's have a legitimate conversation though, because it's like they don't do any aspect of the game correctly.
But what does that have to do with them not being buyers though? You're saying what we've been saying, but how does that say they're not buyers?
Because he's lied to the fans in the offseason. Let's go back to June 2023 when they won 100 games, and they're talking about buying and all this. And look who he traded for. They did nothing.
Okay, let's go back to this.
This guy.
Let's go back to this ownership group when they said they were going to buy in the offseason and got you Pete Alonso that they wouldn't have done back in 2023.
Got you a closer.
They got you a closer. They also traded for Taylor Ward. That's what happened this year. I mean, if you want to go back to 2023, that's fine. That's a different regime. He had different employers.
So I don't disagree. I was happy with the moves they made this offseason for sure, and I think everybody was. They also made some past Orioles moves like Chris Bassett and Ryan Helsley that didn't work out again.
Helsley's not working out?
Morton and Kimbrel signing.
Helsley's not working out?
I mean, have you watched them?
I have watched them. I watched the man battle back from injury, but I also watched the man battle back from injury.
It was another guy that's getting older that had a down year the previous year. He got hurt, and his first 2 outings, he gave up 4 home runs after injury. That hasn't
You're talking about
worked.
Helsley. Okay, so let's go back to your original comment, Justin. Let's say that Helsley has not worked. Let's say Bassett has not worked. They bought him though, right? So based on the movement now, what's your evidence that they're not buying? Because right now you're just giving me. I'm going back to what Jeremy says right now. Right now you're reaching because because you don't like the moves they made. It doesn't give any evidence to your initial comment of them not buying. They bought Bassett. They bought Helsley. You don't like them, so they're not buyers. They bought Alonso. That worked. They bought Ward. That worked.
So I agree, and I think that what I mean more in regards to not being buyers is
that they shouldn't be.
No, listen, they don't do one aspect of the game correctly. And if you're Mike Elias,
Justin, I appreciate the call, bro. Because come on, man.
You said they're going to trade for 7 players. You tell me where the 7 players are. Come on.
Everything you're saying is factual, but how does that lead you to they're not going to be buyers? That bring that home for me. That's all I'm saying. Shovel the wisdom at 7:45, but on the other side, Mike Green did something very interesting this offseason. I wonder if that helps his football. Was that part of his training? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Canada down South Africa 1-0 in the first game of the round of 32 of the World Cup, and now it's starting to get real. Team USA isn't in action until Wednesday against Bosnia and Herzegovina. The U.S. has had a historic World Cup run so far, but they got to get it done on Wednesday. They're the better team on paper, which is great, but these games aren't played on paper. They're played on grass. We've talked a lot of smack. Go back it up. I'm Denton Day.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Vehicle safety starts underneath. That's why the pros choose Napa for undercar solutions that stop safety issues before they become costly problems. Go further with complete repairs that restore stopping, steering, and stability. Then grow your business through trust and repeat visits. With premium rotors, pads, struts, and wheel hub assemblies, Napa has everything you need to keep undercar under control. That's Napa know-how.
Yo, it's Jay Uso from WWE, and I'm Jimmy Uso. Chumba Casino and WWE are hyped for the biggest event of the summer, SummerSlam. I know, I can't wait. There's nothing better to do while we're waiting than playing Chumba Casino. Sign up today and you could win a VIP experience with Chumba Casino and WWE for SummerSlam. So what are you waiting for? Play Chumba Casino and enter for your chance to win. Let's Chumba. Yeah.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch! You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuy.com.
H&K Group Incorporated.
Attention job seekers. Get to HTI Contractors Division of the H&K Group Incorporated Job Fair happening on Saturday, July 11th, starting at 8 a.m. at 4539 Slexville Road in Finksburg. H&K will be interviewing and hiring on site. Register for your interview at hkgroup.com. H&K Group does not discriminate.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Fresh paint inside, fresh flowers outside. Summer at your house is looking good. During July 4th deals at Lowe's, buy one, get one free. Select interior paint via mail-in rebate. Plus, get 2 1.5-gallon red, white, and blue annual hanging baskets for just $15. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 7/8. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See store at Lowe's.com for details and requirements. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Upper 60s this morning. Today, partly cloudy, high of 86. This weekend, mid-90s.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Vehicle safety starts underneath. That's why the pros choose Napa for undercar solutions that stop safety issues before they become costly problems. Go further with complete repairs that restore stopping, steering, and stability. Then grow your business through trust and repeat visits. With premium rotors, pads, struts, and wheel hub assemblies, Napa has everything you need to keep undercar under control. That's Napa know-how.
Yo, it's Jay Uso from WWE, and I'm Jimmy Uso. Chumba Casino and WWE are hyped for the biggest event of the summer, SummerSlam. I know, I can't wait. There's nothing better to do while we're waiting than playing Chumba Casino. Sign up today and you could win a VIP experience with Chumba Casino and WWE for SummerSlam. So what are you waiting for? Play Chumba Casino and enter for your chance to win. Let's Chumba. Yeah.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
Something big just hit Bel Air. Plaza Ford is now Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air, and the summer sales bash is here. More inventory, aggressive summer savings, and top dollar for your trade are happening right now. Don't miss it. BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. The outer loop of the Beltway on the west side is slow from Security Boulevard to Baltimore National Pike. 895 southbound is backed up pretty solid from Eastern Avenue through the Harbor Tunnel. And 95 southbound, you're on the brakes O'Donnell Street through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
.651 in the AM, Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. So Mike Green took on and beat a sumo wrestler.
Oh, wow.
Not just challenged him, but beat him. Is Ed there? Ben, I want to bring Ed Norris in on this one, joining us from Florida, Sarasota, Florida. Ed.
Yes, sir.
How does this, in your opinion, help Mike Green in football? It's not only taking on a sumo wrestler, but beating him.
I think it helps because it's not unusual. I mean, guys in the NFL have done all kinds of combat sports to help them in this aspect of the game. Well, pass rushers in particular. A lot of guys do MMA. Some guys box to train. And this one, I think, this one, probably more than any, is pretty close to what you do. It's getting around somebody, kind of controlling another person's body. And I thought it was pretty impressive as somebody with no experience because it's all these sumo guys do. They train for this every single day. And I watched the video where he actually picked the guy, he threw him out of the ring, right out of the circle.
I'm no expert of the sumo wrestling, Jeremy, but isn't that the wrestling when you belly,
Yeah. Well, you're using your hands, you're trying to knock the guys out of the ring, whatever. I'd say this. I pinned a sumo wrestler once, but to be fair, it was a Friday night and it was 3 a.m. and I didn't have many other choices. So
We got you.
But that being said, I mean, neither one of us won, to be honest. She couldn't tell her friends and I couldn't tell mine. The point of this, though, is like, I guess with all the other stuff, like it's just showing you his athleticism and how strong he is.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy, I'm wondering what they do with him and see if they just let him. I mean, if we look at a Dafe Owe going out there and it's like, hey, just go get the quarterback, pin your ears back. We're going to set you up and let you do what you do best. If they do that with Mike Green, what do you have on your hands with the Trey Hendrickson and Mike Green?
Man, sumo wrestler. Never did it before. Hey, that tells you also what kind of freak athletes these guys are.
Yeah.
I never did that before, so let me go win.
Yeah, but you got to. If you watch them play softball, then you'd understand what kind of freak athletes they are, too. You're like, damn, you ever swing a bat?
See, that to me is not an athletic sport, so
fair enough.
Per se. But baseball is more of a skill sport, in my opinion. If you're that skilled and athletic, then you can be exceptional. But, again, we were talking about earlier today, Miguel Cabrera. Mm-hmm. Give me another sport he could play.
Beer pong.
Exactly. But he's an exceptional baseball player. Most great basketball players and NFL players could play another sport. Mm-hmm. Not necessarily the case in baseball.
Maybe. I mean, the hand-eye coordination is something that's off the charts good. And you golf.
Great ping pongers. Great pickleballers.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Some of them are great athletes. I mean, Gunnar Henderson had basketball scholarship offers. But I'm just saying, you don't have to be a great athlete to be a great baseball player.
Did you see the thing that came across that Mahershala Ali was he was the one that was supposed to get the scholarship to Santa Clara, and he turned it down, so it went to a guy named Steve Nash.
Oh.
He told the story in an interview the other day. Mahershala Ali, for people that don't know, he's going to be the new Blade. You know who he is. Yeah. Maybe you don't know his name.
So Steve Nash got his scholarship, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's crazy. That's a good story.
I mean, when you look at some of these guys, again, like sometimes you're unassuming when you look at some of these players. Like one of the best athletes on the Ravens, and people wouldn't want to believe this, was Sam Cook.
Sam Cook, yeah.
He could do everything. I mean, like he was good at everything.
They say he was probably one of the biggest competitors on that team, too, because he challenged his teammates to everything.
And J.J. Hardy was one of the best in the Orioles clubhouse.
Gosh, man, J.J. Hardy, Ed, should have been on a ping pong circuit. Table tennis circuit. That guy was good.
I was told he played somebody with a drumstick, a chicken leg, and beat him.
I'm telling you, man. Now he was the first one to tell me about pickleball when he was inducted into the Orioles Hall of Fame. And I said, you still playing ping pong? He said, no, man, I haven't played in a while. I'm doing this game called pickleball. I said, what's that? He says, fastest growing game in America. You'll find out. And this was like before I really heard about it. He was the first person to say it. And sure enough, that fall, boom.
Sure enough.
410-583-1057. That's the number. Jeremiah Jackson option at AAA. Is he a better option than Kobe Mayo? We'll talk about that at 7:30. But on the other side, Najee Harris did something, Jeremy Kahn, that may make you want to change your mind on the whole Shedeur Sanders, Colorado thing. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh, with him in the locker room.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Summertime is here, and I'm telling you, man, your diet changes in the summertime. You eat a little bit different in summer. I've been telling you about my place, Elephant in the Room, for quite some time, and you're thinking about the mac and cheese and all those things. It's not just about that. You can change your diet in the summer. You can have the burnt ends. What about the street corn? I love it. And the southern deviled eggs as well. We eat a little bit lighter, and also some cocktails, some light cocktails for the summer as well. We eat a little bit lighter. We move a little bit different. Head on out to the Elephant in the Room on Veterans Highway in Millersville. Stop by. See my man Jeremy. He got you covered. Great bartenders, great atmosphere, and it's Southern cuisine with a Maryland twist. Go to eatdrinkelephant.com and tell them Rob Long sent you.
We're joined by Dr. Zaid from Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO. Dr. Zaid, as summer sports ramp up, what trends are you seeing in young athletes?
As kids begin club sports in the summer, and also after they return from summer break, we do see a big rise in overuse injuries, especially in the knees and shoulders.
So what do you mean by overuse injuries?
Pain that can develop over time, often without a specific injury. For example, tendonitis in the knee is common. While it's usually something minor, it's important to make sure it's not something more serious like stress fractures or cartilage injuries.
What about shoulder injuries?
Shoulder overuse is just as common as the knee, especially in a lot of summer overhead sports like baseball, volleyball, and swimming. Usually these injuries respond well to rest, physical therapy, and anti-inflammatories, especially if they're treated early.
And how about more serious injuries?
We do also see a lot of acute knee injuries like ACL or meniscus tears. These shouldn't be ignored. Continuing to play through them can lead to long-term damage. Recovery time does vary, but early treatment is key.
If you or anyone in your family needs help with an orthopedic or sports-related injury, please visit mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
Better not to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. 'Cause 30 told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I'll always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like public works supervisor.
Hey, this waterman is under a ton of pressure. Did you ever fix it?
Yeah, 3 layers of duct tape. Wait, should I have added a 4th layer?
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Is foot pain holding you back? Visit the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Inside Access this Wednesday from 2 to 6 as they broadcast live from Watershed, a classic Maryland seafood house in historic Cross Street Market. Come down, watch the game, and meet Ken and Tim.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
After two of his best starts of the season, Kyle Bradish couldn't keep it rolling in a 6-4 loss to the Nationals. He gave up 3 earned runs on 1 hit and 5 walks in 4 innings of work. Craig Alvarez spoke on what went wrong for Bradish.
I just didn't have any feel. Yeah, the 5 walks. Then was the 3rd inning, the 2 2-out walks were big. Yeah, he just didn't have command. I mean, he battled and competed, but he just couldn't get count leverage or just dominate the strike zone like he usually does.
The Birds dropped their 2nd straight series Sunday and now sit at 39-46. They'll start a 3-game set with the White Sox tonight. You can hear all your pregame coverage on The Fan with BBT, sponsored by Jerry's Home Services, live from Pickles Pub with Bob Haynie and Steve Molesky starting at 5:30. First pitch from Camden Yards is set for 6:35. From the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with partly cloudy skies. Tomorrow is sunny skies and a high of 89. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Hey, shout out on X to Baltimore Davis Jr. So what I discovered today is like Showtime comes out on Hulu after the original release. So I may have gotten the shot a day, Ed. Showtime is paired with Paramount Plus. So not only will I get it, I have the release that I want, you get it 2 days early. So thank you very much, Baltimore Davis, for listening and reaching out to me. I just saw it.
So what happens in that episode? Email him back and let him know.
We live in a different time, and you know, Jeremy, you may speak to this a little bit. You're even younger than me. We live in a time where things that used to be important, Ed, are no longer as important today. Like I remember growing up, taking your hat off when you entered a building, opening the door for a woman.
Yeah.
Focusing and standing at attention. I mean, not with your hand up.
Yeah.
But when the national anthem is played, you don't move. You don't. You know what I mean? Those things. Not wearing sneakers with a suit. I had to get that in. Those things aren't. Do you agree? Those things to today's generation aren't as important as they used to be.
Go in any bar in this country, most of the men are wearing baseball caps.
Yeah.
Some of the idiots are wearing them backwards.
Yeah. That was a no-no.
It's impolite. It's always been taught that was impolite inside.
And you're old school or old man, you know, when you still treat those things as important, then you're made fun of nowadays. You know, you're old-fashioned.
Oh,
old
absolutely.
Man.
Yeah, go yell at the clouds. Yeah.
Yeah. I told you I had this conversation, seriously. I went somewhere, I had a suit on. Dude looked at me, his face frowned. Why you have a suit on? Like, dude, you have holes in your jeans. But yet me wearing a suit, you asking me why you're wearing holes in your jeans.
My favorite comedian has this bit where he goes to a Waffle House after a night of, working, doing some stand-up comedy, and he's sitting there and he's reading a book. And the Waffle House waitress comes over and goes, "What you reading for?" And he goes, "Mainly so I don't become a Waffle House waitress." Not that there's anything wrong with that, But
one thing you won't find me wearing is holes in my jeans. That's just for me.
So where are we going with this with Shador? Why don't you bury the lead?
No, Najee Harris reveals NFL players check X, Twitter, at halftime to see what fans are saying about them. Does this at all shock either one of you?
It doesn't shock me. I don't want those guys on my team. Yeah. I don't need somebody checking to see what a fan thinks about his first half performance. Are you kidding me? It's like when I played ball and then guys would go over at halftime to see how many points they scored. It's like, what are you doing? What do you care about? Do you want to win? Do you want to do this? It's like we don't need that in the locker room or the clubhouse.
Yeah, I can't believe they do that. I mean, I completely believe they do that. I mean, I'm disappointed they do that because, again, to follow up what Jeremy just said. So you're going to check your phone in the middle of your job, which is to win the football game, and you're going to see what some Yahoo in his mother's basement thinks about your first half performance. Really? That's what you're concerned about?
Well, furthermore, somebody that you're not, the player prop is not on point right now. They're going to lose money, or you are their running back on their fantasy football team and they're losing money and things like that. Just to me, okay, so if I had you for plus 97 yards and you have 42 yards, are you now going to step it up in the second half because you're losing me money?
You weren't trying in the first half?
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous.
Now, the reason why I brought Shedeur Sanders up is because I'm sure you guys remember this.
Against Stanford.
Colorado was up against, 28 points at the half against Stanford.
I want to say it was 28-0.
Yeah.
Or was it 35-7?
Yeah, they were up 28. And Shedeur Sanders revealed that he checked his Instagram.
He was posting at
halftime. And you gave him
the business.
Hell.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Because you know what happened? One of the best things ever happened. They lost to sorry-ass Stanford in the second half. What are we doing? I got to let everybody know because this is so important. More important than this game I'm about to play. It's like, come on, man.
So knowing now that this is a common thing, you don't think any different about it?
I don't know that it's a common thing. I think Najee does it, and he's trying to make it seem like a common thing. I'd like to go in the clubhouse or the locker room afterwards and go, or at halftime, and just look around. Who's on their phones? Who's checking Twitter?
I wouldn't give you a percentage, but let's not act like this is new because I know he's a crazy man. I know that. I get it. But Antonio Brown did this years ago.
Yeah.
When he Facebook Live.
Do you want him on your team?
No, hear me out. I'm not saying the majority of them do it. I'm not even saying half of them do it. But I would venture to think, I would venture to say that more people doing it than you want to admit.
Yeah, but I don't think there are more people doing it than not. I think it's if we had 5% of the players doing this, checking Twitter to see what people think about them, I'd be shocked.
I would not be shocked it was more than 5. I would not be shocked it was 15 to 20% doing it, to be honest with you.
I just can't see
I'm waiting
that.
for somebody to call. Ed, if that's not the culture in the locker room, then somebody, player, call Najee out. Call him out.
Yeah.
I'm sure some people will.
That's how you'll find out. I'm not talking about fans calling them out. If I'm a player, if someone made a comment like this, a blanket statement like this about people in my profession, then I'm pushing back against it. I want to see a pushback, Ed.
I do too. I mean, I just can't believe they even access to their phones during halftime. Aren't you supposed to be paying attention? Don't we have adjustments coming at halftime? Like, what are you doing?
But aren't
you checking social media?
If I'm not mistaken, aren't they sitting at their lockers when they're hearing about these adjustments, though?
Yeah.
It's not so I mean, unless there's a bag that you got to drop your phone in when you come in your locker room, it would be pretty easy to get to your phone.
You know, another thing, coach is standing there, they can see what you're doing. I mean, there should be, eyes on me, not your phone.
If it were after the game and they're doing it, I understand that. But at halftime, we're in the game and you're doing this?
I don't like it. Let me be crystal clear on that. I think it's despicable. I do. I think it's disgusting. However, I can totally believe it happens.
Oh yeah. Oh, totally do. Absolutely.
I think it happens more than you want to admit, Jeremy.
Well, like I'm saying, I don't think it's. I think it's a handful of guys. I really don't think it's as many. Now, maybe we'll find out more. Maybe more will come of this. I was going through some stuff online trying to see if anybody had responded to him, but I guess this is still fairly fresh that we haven't seen much.
Isn't this like 2 days old? It happened at the beginning of the weekend, I thought.
Maybe people don't care.
If you accuse me of something like this, I care.
Yeah, but he's not accusing anyone specifically. He's saying players do it. So, I don't know who's going to take ownership over that and go, come on, man. There's where are we at here? No, I'm still looking at more stuff. I'll find some.
I want to talk to Ravens fans right here. After the game.
Dude, they were mad thinking that Lamar was playing video games at home.
Lamar Jackson takes to the podium, and he's asked a question, and his response was, I didn't appreciate what Jimmy said about me at halftime, so, I had to prove him wrong. Or, if he made any reference to checking social media during the game, including halftime, how'd you feel about that? Any of your Baltimore Ravens players, 410-583-1057, that's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
Go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Visit petro.com or call 1-888-PETRO02.
To stay cool and save this summer, you need the best AC system tune-up and repair services. Go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. For special offers, go to petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Popeye's $20 family meal is so good to your people and your budget. This Bowl Louisiana feast has, count them, 11 hand-breaded tenders or 9 pieces of our Shatter Crunch signature chicken. Then we're looking at a large side and 4 biscuits. And did I mention it's all for $20? It's time to gather your crew and make them all happy. Order for your whole fam today.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
At participating U.S. restaurants, price may vary, tax extra.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams 4th of July sale and get 30% off paints and stains June 26th through July 6th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Stars, stripes, and savings. Get up to 30% off during Raymore and Flanigan's 4th of July sale. Enjoy can't-miss deals on sofas, sectionals, sleepers, bedroom sets, and more for every room in your home. Items are in stock and ready for delivery in 3 days or less. You can also save up to $600 on top mattress brands during the 4th of July mattress sale. Celebrate 250 years and save up to 30% today at Raymore and Flanigan, now open in White Marsh.
Hey, it's Ed. Longest summer days means plenty of ways to keep your game at the top of its game. And Lions Den has everything you need to turn up the heat at home. Make this season a winner. Lions Den. Pleasure, passion, romance. LionsDen.com.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. 95 northbound, just past exit 74. That's Mountain Road. An accident has you backed up there. In Baltimore City, 895 southbound, you're on the brakes pretty solid from Moravia Road through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95 is slow from Eastern Avenue through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. And the outer loop of the Beltway is very slow from Liberty to Baltimore National Pike. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Ed Norris, Rob Long, Jeremy Kahn, 7:16 in the a.m. Najee Harris says, NFL players check X at halftime to see what fans are saying about them. Are you shocked? Furthermore, do you believe them? What if you found out that specifically Ravens players did this at halftime? 410-583-1057 is the number. There would be holy war in Baltimore if someone found out Lamar Jackson is checking Twitter at halftime. Every mistake he's ever made would be the reason.
Yeah. I bet he was doing it then. I bet he was doing it here.
Let's go to Trippy in Baltimore. What's up, Trippy?
Hello.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How y'all doing?
Doing well. How are you, man?
I'm doing good. Hey, man. Hey, did y'all know Brandon Scott? We listening to the morning show?
Yes.
Hey, Brandon Scott, man, clean this city up, man. I'm walking to work. I see so much trash out here, bro. It don't make no sense, bro. Come on. You can hire me. Give me a job or something. But anyway, about Najee Harris, right? He not lying.
Trippy. You know damn well if Brandon Scott hired you for trash, you tell him just to give you a budget to hire other people so you can boss him around, man.
No, I wouldn't boss nobody around.
You ain't picking up no trash.
Hey, no, but to be honest with you, nothing against the black folks and the white folks. I probably hire the Migos, man, because one thing about the Migos, they going to get it done. Hello?
Wow.
Back to the Najee Harris thing, though. He ain't lying, though.
I don't think he is.
Look, watch this, right? Why you think certain Raven players block me? Reporters told me they go home, they search their name in the search bar, right? But this is my thing. But I'm going to be honest with you. Some people say, oh, Trippy, no. If I'm making that much money, I don't care what nobody say. You feel me? Or if that's a problem with the NFL, maybe they should, take their phones. Like, didn't one of y'all say y'all went to the David Chappelle show or something like that? And they took the phones?
They took phones to the
do
door. something
like that. Because, like, mind you make all that money. Your goal is to go out there and play 60 minutes. You can't stay off your phone for 60 minutes? Well, I'm just, you know what I mean? Like, It don't make sense, but you do got Raven players that do that. Like the one player, I don't want to say his name.
Wait. You think he does it at halftime, though? That's the key. I'm not worried about...
He does it at halftime. I know for sure. If he blocked real Raven fans, right, why you don't think he be searching, what's the name? A lot of players do that. You know what I mean? And to be honest with you, I don't get why they do it, though. Like, why do you care? Like, is it going to make you play back? Oh, watch this. I got another joke. Not even a joke. I'm serious about this. If that's the case, right, maybe John Harbaugh should have checked this damn Twitter because he had the whole Ravens flock saying, run the ball. And it's like, you know what I'm saying? Hey, man, y'all have a great Monday, man.
You too.
I'm curious here because, like, again, I know what Trippy's saying. Like, it doesn't surprise me that guys would be in their own time and check to see what people are saying about them or search their own name. That doesn't shock me at all. But I just wanted to ask him, has he ever tweeted anything nice at Rashad Bateman? Because if all the stuff you're calling in saying and that's what you're tweeting at him, then I understand why I blocked you. I'd have blocked you too. I don't need to see that nonsense every time I sign on.
I agree with that as well. You know, if you're constantly coming at me and I know the real situation, I'm pretty much blocking you as well.
Yeah.
But that's the thing, though. You know who else does that, Ed? Who checks his name on Twitter to see who's talking about him? Mm-hmm. National guy, Troy Aikman.
Really?
Yes. Man. Troy Aikman goes, and you know it because he'll respond to people who wrote his name but didn't tag him. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I don't know who's typing something about me unless they actually put my Twitter handle in because I'm tagged in it. Mm-hmm. If you don't put my Twitter handle in, I would have to search my name and go after you to know that you said something about me.
Yeah.
410-583-1057. Let's go to Joaquin in Baltimore. What's up, Joaquin?
Hey, how y'all fellas doing today, man?
Good. Doing well. How are you, man?
Right. I'm all right, man. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday to you, too.
I don't want to sound like a get off my lawn guy, but this is like a sign of the times. I mean, they got phones in schools everywhere. They just can't put them down. I think it's some kind of addiction, but
yeah.
I would expect players to do that on all teams, on all sports, at all times. I mean, that's just the world, man, and that's my opinion. But go Ravens anyway, man.
Go Ravens. Thanks a lot. Hey, Ed, getting back to you, he said something. He said he thinks it's some kind of addiction. Do you think that's going to be in the future a certifiable addiction to people? Smartphones?
100% I do. I mean, there's lawyers now advertising for their services if you believe your kid has been affected by social media and things like that. And I'll be honest with you, I see people all the time who do it, and it drives me crazy. But I can't say anything because I really believe it's an addiction where people drive. Mm-hmm. I mean, everybody I seem to drive with does it. I was out yesterday, come back from Fort Myers. My girl she must check the phone 30 times on the ride driving. Seriously. Yeah. I mean, and like trying to do work on it, answer people. I'm like, what is so important, man? Like, it's an hour ride.
I never thought about it as an addiction till Joaquin said that. He said it could be an addiction.
I tell you,
it could be.
Next time you're out at dinner, just look around the room. Look around the room at the bar, people at the table. I said something to my wife the other night. We were at dinner. Well, it was Friday night. We went to the Jack Johnson concert. We went to dinner. And at one point, we were both just looking at our phones. And I'm going, what are we doing? Like, what? We could have done this at home. We didn't have to come here to do this. You know,
could have got carry out, right?
Yeah. I think people are addicted to it, and they admit it. And it's not just
I am.
I know you are. Yeah, I've driven with you. I'm not
being serious, like that's not something that happens anymore with the phone. I put my phone down unless I have it. Yeah. I get so pissed off at everybody else doing it that I can't complain if I'm doing it.
Oh, well,
so I stop.
Yeah. It's a real thing. I mean, they couldn't advertise more about not to text and drive, and yet everybody seems to be doing it.
That's how one of my former players died years ago.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's a real thing.
Wrapped around a tree.
I mean, that stuff happens so quick, too. You just don't even realize it. Like, life changes in an instant.
Let's go to Kevin in Ellicott City. What's up, Kevin?
What's going on, fellas? Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, and I'll be down in Fort Myers the end of July, man. Maybe we can link up if you're in the area.
Yeah.
Get some drinks. Go play some golf.
There's a great tiki bar down there.
Cool, man. Well, I'll link up with you later on down the road about it, possibly then. But,
sure.
Cool, man. I think, like you said, Rob, I mean, it's almost impossible to get these younger folks to put these phones down just in general anyway. I think these guys are so worried about what people say about them nowadays that it probably is affecting their play on the field. But you know how it is, fellas. Winning cures all. But if you're a team that's coming up short, like you were saying, Rob, I mean, people are going to roast everybody about it. I don't love the idea of using the phone when you're a millionaire athlete and you should really be locked in. So for me, it's not my thing, but it does not surprise me at all.
To me either. In fact, I'm going to tell you this, and again, I coach high school girls, but there were several times during the season, and a comment is made pregame or postgame, and this person said that. This, and I'm thinking to myself, it's someone on the team. So who said that? Well, on social media, they said, what? Is that what we're responding? We're responding to social media? And I had to take a step back and realize there's a big generational gap here. Instead of being appalled by it, just kind of redirect. Look, that's not what our focus right now. That's not.
It's so funny in therapy. One of the things I talk about my kids and the difference of when I was growing up.
Right.
And the thing that my therapist always says is you can't compare yourself to your kids. The times, the era is different. Everything they're spending, the technology's different. Everything's different.
And then when you start comparing them, then all of a sudden it becomes almost judgment. Mm-hmm. So you sometimes got to redirect. And I don't have to embrace it, but at least identify it. Mike in Baltimore. What's up, Mike?
Hey, how y'all doing this morning?
Doing well. How are you?
All right. I don't think it's prevalent at all. I don't think a lot of the players do it. And your example of Lamar doing it, what I would feel, I'd be outraged. But Lamar would be the last person on the earth to do it. Because I remember one time they said something about Lamar. He lost the game. And God was talking about he bet a lot on him in the point spread. And Lamar was like, I'm not concerned about that. And nor should he be. Lamar's concerned about winning the game. But I don't think it's prevalent. But if there is a player that does it, I bet you Marlon Humphrey does.
I'm gonna say it again. I'm gonna say it again, Mike. This is a couple of days old. If there's no pushback to it, there's something to it. Because you're not going to accuse me of doing something like this, and I'm just going to let it fly. And I'm not talking about just me individually.
But he didn't call out a single person, though.
I know, but when you say NFL players.
But why would I have to, like, if somebody out there tweeted it, all radio hosts do this, I'm not responding to them. I don't give a rat's ass.
I know, but you're telling me, no, you're talking about you. There are 53 players at least on each team. You mean to tell me there's no one in 32 teams, including his teammates, no one who's going to say something about it? I don't think there's going to be a rash of NFL players going to push out against it. When we have that many players, somebody's going to push out against it.
Yeah, but again,
it's like if you say something about all radio hosts, somebody across the country is going to push out against it. It's not you.
We've had NBA players say, hey, we're gambling in the locker room. We were playing dice. We're playing cards. And ain't no pushback of people
because
saying
they
weren't doing it.
Because they are.
But again, like, who's going to fight for that? Who wants to be a part of that argument in the public's eye?
My point is, you kind of made my point. Because that does go on, nobody's going to push back against it.
Yeah, but I'm sure it doesn't go on in every single locker room. Like, why wouldn't somebody speak up then?
Here's my point. If 10 people in my locker room are doing it, I'm not going to be the one that says, well, nobody's doing that, because I know there are 10 people doing it. So it just makes you look. Even if I'm not the one that's doing it, I'm not saying nobody's doing it. See, but because I know they are, I'm just going to shut up about it.
The only thing I'm arguing with you on is, like, it's not an admission of guilt if people don't speak up about it. Because if he said so and so was doing it, and that person's like, you're a liar, then I understand that. But I don't think anybody has to step up.
I think it's an admission that is going on that nobody speaks up against it. Because if it's not going at all in your locker room, somebody's going to say, nah, that doesn't happen here.
Oh, who? Like, when? Like, I don't.
It's 53 guys.
Yeah, but why is somebody going to, like, how many of these people even saw what Najee Harris said? Like, do they even care what this guy says?
I think
the national story.
Yeah, it's not. I had to dig hard for that one.
Oh, you didn't have to dig hard. It's on Twitter. Yeah, like NFL outlets, Dove Kleiman and all those douchebags that steal everybody else's stories. I mean, this was on, what's the kid's name? Neon? It was on his podcast?
Who?
See?
I didn't hear your name.
Neon,
okay.
He's on Neon's podcast. This little nerdy-ass kid whose parents have money, and he started a podcast and blew up.
Shovels of wisdom at 7:45. But on the other side, Jeremiah Jackson option to AAA. Is he a better option than Kobe Mayo? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
What if weight loss didn't have to be a struggle? At LifeMed Institute, they offer the power of tirzepatide, along with advanced medical therapies, including hormone optimization, IV infusions, and medical-grade supplements, nutritional guidance to help you shed pounds and regain energy. LifeMed's on-site medical providers provide personalized care so you can feel confident every single step of the way. Don't wait to feel your best. Start your journey today for weight loss that works. Call now to schedule your free consultation, 410-575-1200, or visit lifemedinstitute.com. If you're feeling tired, unmotivated, or just not yourself, low testosterone could be the reason. LifeMed Institute specializes in TRT to help you reclaim your energy, strength, and confidence. Their experienced medical team creates personalized treatment plans tailored to your unique needs. Don't settle for feeling less than your best. Take control of your health this year. Call LifeMed Institute 410-575-1200 or visit lifemedinstitute.com to schedule your consultation, because you deserve to feel like yourself again. LifeMed has clinics in Maryland, Delaware, and in Pennsylvania. So call 410-575-1200 or visit lifemedinstitute.com to get set up wherever it's convenient for you, and make sure you tell them Jeremy sent you.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture.
Shop now and celebrate Ashley's 250 hours of savings event. Save up to 20% on all furniture or take advantage of 60 months no interest financing. Plus, score incredible $250 doorbusters. You'll find unbeatable value on the styles you love during Ashley's 250 hours of savings event. Happening now.
Spring has a way of getting us moving again. Walks after dinner, weekends outside, time with the people we love. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. If your feet are slowing you down, visit a Good Feet store near you and see how personally fit arch supports can get you back to living the life you love.
No! USA is up 2-0. That is the most dangerous lead in soccer.
Relax, Mike.
See that, Dan? My left eye is twitching. That's my warning eye. It'll be 2-2 by stoppage time. It's never wrong.
With early payout from Bet365, I got paid the second they went up 2 goals. So to me, it's now the safest lead.
Early payout from Bet365, huh? Now my right eye eye is twitching, Dan.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
Did you know vaping is not just harmless water vapor? E-cigarettes can contain nicotine and other chemicals that may harm your lungs, heart, and overall health. Tobacco use remains a leading cause of preventable disease and death. The Harford County Health Department is committed to helping our community live tobacco-free through education, prevention, and support. If you're ready to quit smoking or vaping, help is available. Call the Maryland Quit line at 1-800-QUIT-NOW or text READY to 21586 to get started. A healthier future starts today. Sponsored by the Harford County Health Department.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Traffic sponsored by JATC Local 24.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning, 895 southbound. You're on the brakes. Pretty solid from Eastern Avenue through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95 is very slow from O'Donnell Street through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. The outer loop of the Beltway is stop and go from Old Court Road to Baltimore National Pike on and off. And 83 southbound, the JFX, very slow right at Northern Parkway. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis. Looking for a great opportunity where you can earn while you learn? Check out the Electrical Apprenticeship Program at JATC Local 24. Go to jatc24.org for more information.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
In the month of June, Gunnar Henderson is slashing .224, .333, .367 with just 3 home runs. Many have stood by the expectation that he'll snap out of the slump, but we're past the halfway point of the season and things haven't gotten any better. Henderson spoke on how he's felt at the plate following yesterday's 6-4 loss to the Nationals.
Today felt pretty good, but I mean, it's just been, I don't even know how to describe it. One of the most frustrating things I've ever been through. I mean, it's like come in, work my butt off every day, and like you said, I mean, I know it's not you don't want to think about results, but it's hard not to when crap doesn't show up for so long. So it sucks. It's baseball, but yeah.
The Orioles have lost 4 of their last 6 and sit 7 games under 500. Tonight, they'll start a 3-game series with the White Sox. First pitch from Camden Yards is set for 6:35. In the NBA on Sunday, Charlotte traded Miles Bridges, a 2029 first-round pick, and a 2027 second-round pick to the Suns for Grayson Allen, Royce O'Neal, and a 2033 first-round pick. This is the second big trade we've seen the Hornets make of late as they sent LaMelo Ball to the Timberwolves on Thursday. From the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with partly cloudy skies. Tomorrow is sunny skies and a high of 89. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and your hope for the most Orioles coverage? We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
The Birds made some roster moves yesterday. Adley Rutschman reinstated from the concussion IL. He was in the lineup behind the plate yesterday. Dylan Beavers reinstated from the IL with a, bleak strain. He was in the lineup yesterday as well.
First at bat, he worked like a 9 or 10 pitch at bat.
Yeah, I think that oblique is fine. And because of that, they had to make some other moves. Sam Huff DFA'd. It's good anyway. That guy's old. We played football a long time ago, man. And Jeremiah Jackson optioned to AAA. I'm going to tell you guys this. Can I take you behind the curtain for a second?
Sure.
Lots of media members were surprised. Lots of media members were upset that Jeremiah Jackson was the guy sent down. It was said earlier to you, Jeremy, that maybe Tyler O'Neill should go, and that caller wasn't alone.
Yeah.
That caller wasn't alone. Now, you and I know better than that, you know. But
when he said the name, or at least he said muscles, and I knew who he was talking about. It's like, well, if they're going, you'd have to DFA him. That's done. He's gone. You know, nobody's picking up that contract for what it is now. And it's just, I would get that. That's fine. But again, he's been better if we're going to grade him on a curve as of late. Tyler O'Neill.
Yeah.
But also, he's a better outfielder than Jeremiah Jackson is, and you need outfielders.
So. Now Jeremiah Jackson had 251, 267 on base percentage, slugging of 397, OPS of 664. His WAR is .06. Now, the other option that many people name is a guy who's batting 190, on base percentage of 260, slugging of 376, and an OPS of 636. And oh, by the way, his WAR is negative .6, and that is Kobe Mayo. Is Jeremiah Jackson, in your opinion, a better option than Kobe?
Not sure. I'm a big Jeremiah Jackson fan, but I think the fact that Kobe has 10 home runs, I think what they see, I think they're looking at potential where he's got a lot of power to unlock still. I saw the stats when I saw this on the sheet. I think that was part of the decision making, but I like Jackson a lot. I mean, he, you know, when he was really hot, I was like, wow, this is going to end. But the fact is, he ended up staying pretty consistent. I mean, he has ups and downs. I do like him, though. But the problem is that infield's very crowded.
I'll give you the stat of the reason why Kobe Mayo is not going anywhere. Against left-handed pitching, he's hitting 295 with an OBP of 368. He has an OPS over 1,000.
Is it still like 1,100?
It's 1.089.
Okay,
so
all right, just dropped.
That's why he doesn't get sent down, period.
Yeah.
Full stop. Like, you don't need to, I don't need to say anything else. That's why he's on the team right now. He might end up being a trade chip. Like, I don't know. Like, I've been saying this for a while, like, and I understand this year's important, but when you have Adley, Basayo, Pete Alonso, 3 spots are already locked up. And I'm sorry, Kobe Mayo is not a third baseman to me.
No, he's not. No, he's not. Now, here's my theory. All right, and no one's told me this. It's just my own theory. Mm-hmm. The real reason Jeremiah Jackson got sent down is because they're carrying 3 catchers. You got a catcher that came off the IL for a concussion. Maybe you want to make sure he doesn't get dinged up without you having to send him down to the IL. See, if you saw that with Jackson Holiday. Jackson Holiday got dinged up. They didn't sit him down. They didn't put him on the IL because they knew in a couple of days he'd be fine. What if Adley Rutschman gets a foul ball to his helmet and all of a sudden he's a little woozy, or you want to check him for a day or two before you get him back in the lineup? So that's why you want that third catcher. I don't like it. I'm just being honest with you. Because I'm giving you a reason doesn't mean I agree with it. Mm-hmm. I don't have to agree with every reason. But that's one of the situations that I think they're looking at.
But when people...
I just think the strongest point it was made by Jeremy, because there's a team that can't hit left-handed pitching. Well, that was the biggest issue. And his numbers are ridiculous.
And Jeremiah Jackson's numbers against lefties, 241 batting average with a 596 OPS.
Mm-hmm.
But again, like, I think people... I'm not saying Jeremiah Jackson shouldn't be here. Like, it's a log jam that you have with an issue, and you're obviously, as you pointed out with Adley, carrying the extra catcher because maybe there's a little bit of concern there and you want to watch it.
Right.
But people they're loving Jeremiah Jackson for 2 to 3 weeks that they saw in April. Like, he hasn't been that guy in a long time. I mean, he hasn't been that guy since then. I mean, if you look at his numbers, is there anything here that 267 on base percentage? That's what you want? You're upset that we sent that guy down? Like, we got to stop getting upset about some of these guys that we fall in love with, the guy that works hard and you want to see the success story, and he starts to have, you like this guy, and then all of a sudden you're crapping all over the superstars nonstop.
And I'm not saying Kobe Mayo's a superstar by any stretch of the imagination, but I think you make a good point. I think the love affair for Jeremiah Jackson is he's a blue-collar guy.
Yeah.
He's a hard-working guy. He's not
you want to see him win.
He's not super athletic. He's not this. He's not that. He's not this. And yet you cheer for him because he's not those things. Let's go to Towson to get Darius. What's up, Darius?
Hey, good morning, fellas. How y'all doing?
Doing well. How you, man?
I was doing good before I heard the news that they sent Jackson down. And everybody that's listening, I love all types of people. And Rob, I wanted to say this. I'm going to use my words very wisely. You have about 4 guys right now that are struggling tremendously. Kobe Mayo has 6 errors, and we're only at the halfway break. You have Colton Cowles. The Cowles have had about 3 months to find his groove back. Tyler O'Neill still is struggling. And Jeremy, I heard you said something about we falling in love with Jeremiah Jackson for what he did in April. That's correct. Mm-hmm. But last time I checked, we still is in love with Gunnar Henderson for what he did 2 years ago. Gunner's been struggling for the past 2 years. I don't get it. You know what I mean?
So you're comparing Gunnar Henderson and Jeremiah Jackson as players?
No, I'm not doing that. I'm making a point. What I'm saying is, everybody, I'm black, and I'm just getting this out here. I just don't get it. Like I don't get it, and I got to use my father called me. If I called and said, "Darius, choose your words wisely." This is not right. I can see if everybody in the lineup right now is balling outrageous, and Jeremiah is just all going out. It is what it is. But you have so many guys that I can point the finger at that are struggling, but you send him down.
Well, who's the guy that should go? Who should go then?
Kobe Mayo or Tyler O'Neill.
Kobe Mayo has an 1,100 OPS against left-handed pitching. This team has struggled against left-handed pitching for 3 years now.
I'm more inclined for Tyler. Darius, are you aware that Tyler O'Neill has no options? You have to cut him. You have to DFA him. He doesn't have options.
And Jeremiah Jackson's not playing the outfield strong.
Rob, to answer your question, you want to eat that money.
Okay.
You got to eat it.
Right. Well, Darius, I'll tell you this, Darius. I'll tell you this. I don't know if you listened earlier, but I brought this up. I brought this up in the 6 o'clock hour because this is a real conversation I had last night. And because many people feel some kind of way about it because he's the only American-born black player on the team.
That's the Orioles' fault, though?
So naturally, but let me ask you a question. I want to be honest with you. You be honest with me. Mm-hmm. And if Jeremiah Jackson was some white dude from Beverly Hills, would you be upset about it? Are you upset with the fact that he's the black man, or are you upset with the fact he's a better ball player? I'm just
Rob, I want to ask you a question. My godparents are white. I love all types of people. My neighbors are white. If he was some type of if he was white, I would say at the end of the day, I still would think O'Neill or Mayo had to go. If you guys was recording me 2 months ago, I said, how the hell do Collins still has a job? I support all types of people. It's fair. But it definitely hits home when he's black.
All right,
I'm just being real.
I appreciate you being real.
I'll say this much, too, and you didn't bring it up, but Jeremiah Jackson has 5 errors in 58 games. So, it's not like if you're going to sit here and talk about Kobe having 6 or 7 playing third base, and granted, he's been asked to bounce around the field, people are falling in love with an average player. That's it. And when you start pointing at Tyler O'Neill needs to go, you don't want Jeremiah Jackson in the outfield. That's not what he was brought in for. Situationally, it's going to happen, but okay. Then when you start looking at some of the other guys, you can't sit here and tell me Kobe Mayo needs to go down when he's one of the few guys hitting left-handed pitching. Period.
It's just, and again, this is a different conversation in the other sport. Do you know there's only 64 black players in Major League Baseball? 64. I mean, so does that mean that's got to be put into the calculus? Like you can't move a person because of race? There's not very many to begin with. So, I mean, it's just, I really hate this argument because.
I'll admit, I don't like the move because I like Jeremiah Jackson.
And I know that.
Yeah. I personally like the kid, man. That's why I don't like the move. But at the same time, if I make it about baseball.
See, I think
I'm with you. The better conversation is Tyler O'Neill, but we know we're not eating that money.
Yeah. Well, the thing I'd say, I think Darius is an incredibly intelligent baseball fan. Like he calls in all the time. I think this one is more personal for him because he likes the guy. Because if you look at the numbers, you're going to go, oh, they sent Jeremiah Jackson down? Okay. And it's just an average ball player.
And we got to move, man. We're giving out shovels. Who your shovel go to?
Oh, it's one of my favorites in a while. I'm giving mine to a Philly concert goer. She dropped something on the floor that made people sick. You're not going to believe what happened.
If you have a shovel, give us a call. Give us a text, 410-583-1057. Shovel's next on the Fan.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 1057 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Prevagen. Prevagen, made for your brain. The Phoenix Suns just acquired Miles Bridges, and yes, his basketball talent is obvious, but so is his domestic violence history. But owner Matt Ishbia just can't seem to resist fellow Michigan State Spartans. At some point, winning can't be the only box you check. Talent matters, character should too. I'm John Lund.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Baseball is back, and BetMGM, official partner of Major League Baseball, is bringing the high heat all season long. And all season long, you can log into the BetMGM app and receive top-tier promos that put you in the batter's box and up the excitement for America's pastime. Step up to the plate all season with Swing for the Fences, the free-to-play game where every swing could score you rewards. We're talking parlay boost tokens, odds boost tokens, same-game parlay boosts, and even bonus spins all season long. And the action doesn't stop there. Get more out of every at-bat and every inning with MLB same-game parlay boosts. Stack your picks and boost your potential payout. Plus, lock in bigger value with MLB odds boost tokens and MLB parlay boost tokens all season long. More boosts, more swings, more chances to win. Download the BetMGM app and step up to the plate today. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. Maryland only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Science and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Traffic sponsored by Farnan and Dermer, the comfort guys. Beat the heat this summer and stay cool. It's Jeremy Kahn. Call my guys, the comfort guys at Farnan and Dermer for their $89 AC precision tune-up to make sure your AC system is in tip-top shape this summer. Call 410-367-7777 today.
Planning on using cannabis? Then it's time to plan your ride home, too. Never get behind the wheel when you're high. You might think you're driving better, but the fact is, you're not. Designate a sober driver or use a rideshare so we all get home safe.
We're home.
Be the driver who makes a plan. Be the driver who saves lives. Learn more at zerodeathsmd.gov. This message brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Hey, this is Lauren. And a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's going to add the protein that you need. The eggs with those crispy nuggets. It's the ultimate combo.
Hi, this is Maya. And a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's packed with protein. Having Chick-fil-A chicken in a breakfast burrito is just phenomenal to me. You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns. It's just complete, honestly.
Order the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Baseball is back, and BetMGM, official partner of Major League Baseball, is bringing the high heat all season long. And all season long, you can log into the BetMGM app and receive top-tier promos that put you in the batter's box and up the excitement for America's pastime. Step up to the plate all season with Swing for the Fences, the free-to-play game where every swing could score you rewards. We're talking parlay boost tokens, odds boost tokens, same-game parlay boosts, and even bonus spins all season long. And the action doesn't stop there. Get more out of every at-bat and every inning with MLB Same Game Parlay Boosts. Stack your picks and boost your potential payout. Plus, lock in bigger value with MLB Odds Boost tokens and MLB Parlay Boost tokens all season long. More boosts, more swings, more chances to win. Download the BetMGM app and step up to the plate today. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. Maryland only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Selling your home is a big decision. Vinny Stio makes it simple with the Your Home Sold guarantee. Your home sold or he'll buy it. That's peace of mind you can count on. Call Vinny today. 410-793-1801. 410-793-1801.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. 83 southbound the JFX at exit 9. That's Cold Spring Lane. A vehicle fire has 2 right lanes and the right shoulder blocked. The outer loop of the Beltway is very slow from Old Court Road to Baltimore National Pike on and off. And in the city, 895 southbound, you're on the brakes from Eastern Avenue through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95, stop and go from O'Donnell Street through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
The Big Bad Shovel of Wisdom.
Ed Norris, who gets your shovel this morning?
A woman who was at Citizens Bank Park.
I'm so glad this is a woman. I had this story ready, but go ahead.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah. Apparently it was because one of the witnesses said she did this.
Yes.
And I can't believe it. I mean, Philly is known for their outrageous behavior at sporting events in particular. You know, a guy puked on an 11-year-old girl purposely. A woman gets drilled in the eye by a hot dog, shot out of a cannon by the Philly fanatic, snowballs at Santa Claus, or ice ball, whatever. You know, kid on the field, tased by security. It's crazy. We all know the Philly. I got jumped in Philly. My friends did anyway. We ended up fighting in the parking lot of a Giants-Eagles game. We all know their reputation. This one takes the cake.
Is she single? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you don't want to go down there. Listen,
Literally.
There's a concert at Citizens Bank Park.
It's Noah Khan. That's who I saw in Cancun.
Oh, did you really?
He's the guy I almost told to shut the hell up because he was talking behind me and I didn't know it was him.
Oh, my God. That's funny. Anyway, he's playing, and apparently this woman is so enthralled with his music that she pooped her pants during the concert.
I almost did that this morning.
Well, you almost pooped her pants?
What are you, Joe Biden? Who pooped my pants? Anyway, she does it. She craps herself, doesn't leave, doesn't run to a restroom. She starts picking it out of her pants, dumping it on the floor at the park, and like waffle stomps them, trying to get rid of them.
We've all been there.
Have we?
Yeah, my and only Noah Khan fans are going to get these, but somebody had written that, yeah, she had the Great Divide, and I bet you that thing was growing sideways. For anybody that doesn't know, those are 2 Noah Khan songs, Growing Sideways. Are you kidding me? Like, a woman doing this?
Yeah. It's just disgusting. I mean, just outrageous disgusting. You know, and, you know, he tweeted about it, and, you know, people behind him were tweeting about it. I mean, just think about it.
Yeah, he said, if you have to poop at a show, please, dear God, just go to the bathroom. I poop my pants as much as the next 29-year-old, but you guys got to get out there and understand venue workers are going to have to clean that up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeremy, who gets your shovel?
Yeah, my shovel. A lot of people down in Florida getting my shovel. Apparently, I was reading this story about all these monkeys got out down there. There's like a whole crew of them. I can't pronounce the name. How do you say that?
Macaque.
Yeah, macaques. They're all... I sent this story to the group, hoping some of you guys would check this out, because this is obviously our favorite animal that we talk about on this show. But 50 feral rhesus macaques were spotted on the side of SR 40, just east of Ocala, Florida. Is that Ocala?
Ocala.
Yeah. Like, where did they come from? How did we get that many macaques there?
You got me.
Car.
Have you seen macaques down there, Ed?
There's lots of them down here.
Okay.
Yeah. No.
Just wanted to check. The black ones are bigger than the white ones, if you're just curious.
Oh, you can't help yourself.
My shovel goes to my favorite organization, sarcasm, the NCAA. Reports, Clemson head coach Dabo Swinney reveals that all players' contracts include restricted free agent clauses. He says, I'm not paying a kid $1 million just for him to leave after 1 year. If we want him back, he's coming back. Now, this is it's amazing to me that how when you have a governing body that you can't have any order. They're a governing body. I asked years ago, why are you here? Do you all remember how the NIL started? How did that start? How did we get there?
How did it start?
Okay, I'm glad you asked that. Because players asked the NCAA where was the money.
Oh.
The NCAA didn't reveal what the money was. They said, we'll let you have NIL. Go out and get your own money.
Where's the money, Lebowski?
So everybody went to fight against the NCAA until they got theirs. Everybody wanted to stand on principle until they got theirs. We still don't know where the money is. Because certain players get paid a ridiculous amount of money, no one's talking now because those are the superstars. The mid-level and the bottom and the ones on bottom aren't getting paid, but nobody's saying anything. It reminds me of the scene, and I'm going to get you, sucker.
Damn it, man. I heard the People's Revolutionary Army was once 1,000 strong. Now, what happened?
They got government jobs.
What?
You know that government office building on 25th Street?
Yeah?
We went down to take it over.
Yeah, and they were hiring that day. That's the part I wanted, man. They were hiring that day. Yes, that's what happened. They went down to take over the NCAA, but the NCAA said, you know what? We're going to let you get your own money. And they got paid, and all of a sudden, where the money was with the NCAA was no longer important. That's the problem here. You can have one governing body, but everybody's doing their own thing. How does Dabo Swinney? Can you imagine a head coach in the National Football League saying, well, we're going to put this in the contract and not going through the CBA? You can't do that. Everybody, imagine the NFL, the Wild Wild West, and you wonder, whether or not Michigan is committing, breaking the rules, I don't know. But I don't blame Dusty May for bolting and leaving to go to the NBA. Are you kidding me? You got people, you got to change your roster and chase kids every year.
He said as much.
I don't want that. No, thank you. I don't want that.
He said a lot of coaches didn't sign up for that part of the game, and now you have to adjust to it. Where you're
David in Owens Mills. What's up, David?
Hey, David. I give my shovel of the day to the Baltimore Orioles. I haven't been with the Orioles since they let Eddie Murray go. My biggest problem with the Orioles is that their marketing department sucks. And let me give you a barometer to tell you when your marketing department is working. If you can ask the average female fan in Baltimore, name me 2 or 3 players on the Baltimore Ravens. They can name you half the team. They got Women's Day for the Baltimore Ravens. What do the Orioles do? Nothing. They do no marketing. The reason the product is failing and the fans are not behind the team is because when the Orioles were great, people could relate to the players. I can relate to Eddie Murray, Brooks Robinson, and Belanger.
So they're getting a shovel because they sent Jackson down?
No, I'm getting a shovel for the whole team.
I got news for you, David. Your shovel's cool. I got news for you, David. I got news for you. You could never relate to Eddie Murray. You could never relate to Brooks Robinson. Stop it. You could never relate to them. No, you thought you said relate. I'm using your words. I'm using your word.
I can relate to him. Yes,
no, you couldn't. No, you couldn't. No, you couldn't. Because you.
This guy at the store.
So what?
I remember running to this guy.
That doesn't mean you relate to him. You thought you related to him. Just because they went to different stores don't mean you can relate to him. Stop it with that. You don't relate to these guys. These guys are the best of what they do. The absolute best. This is not me pushing it back against the marketing department and all that stuff, but I hate when people say, you know what, it was so much better back then because we related to the players. No, you didn't.
Didn't we just have people complaining that why are they having Bravo Day? Why are they having Pride Day? Why are they doing this?
Reaching out to the people. They're marketing to different people.
Types of people. And again, I'm just saying this because that's what it sounded like. You were upset that Jeremiah Jackson got sent down and you went off on a tangent about all that other stuff.
I'm upset he went down too, but I'm not going to make up stuff. Ryan Ripken joins us at 8:30, but on the other side, the Bills will not honor O.J. Simpson at their new stadium as a franchise legend. Do you agree with this decision? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Ed Norris. You know, there's a place in Baltimore where the food's great, the drinks are cold, and the crowd is even better. And that's Mount Washington Tavern. We've got a full lunch and dinner menu every day. Fresh, delicious, and something for everyone. But here's what you really need to know. Every Wednesday night is prime rib night. Slow roasted prime rib, roasted fingerling potatoes, and a fresh salad, all for just $32. Wednesdays just got a lot better. And of course, don't miss happy hour. Monday through Friday, 3 to 6, $10 martinis, old fashions, Manhattans, $8 crab hush puppies and mussels. And of course, Sundays, $5 drinks all day. That's Crushes, rail drinks, canned seltzers. It's just a great place every day of the week. And if you're a baseball fan, the Tavern is your spot. You can catch the game because they got tons of TVs there. Grab a bite and hop the light rail if you have tickets. It goes right to the ballpark and right back to the Tavern after the game. Really easy. Reservations go fast, so call or book online today and say hi to Rob, Dave, and Buck while you're there at Mount Washington Tavern, where Baltimore eats.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2-up early payout so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pregame straight match result bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2-up early payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. Do your feet slow you down before your day even starts? You're not alone. Orioles Hall of Famer Mike Bordick knows exactly how that feels.
After 14 seasons in the majors and over 1,700 games, my body's sure been through a lot. I felt it, especially in my feet, knees, and back. I thought pain was just part of life, especially plantar fasciitis. I used to judge my days by how I'd walk down the stairs. If my feet were hurting, I knew the day wasn't going to be easy. But since I started wearing Good Feet arch supports, I'm back to feeling my best. And my feet, well, they've never felt better. Don't let plantar fasciitis slow you down like it did me. Try them for yourself with a free fitting and test walk.
If pain is holding you back from the things you love, maybe it's time to try the Good Feet Store. You can stay active, feel better, and keep moving. Come in for your free fitting and test walk. Book your appointment today at goodfeet.com. The Good Feet Store, the official arch supports of the Baltimore Orioles. Go O's.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Future you wants to have fun on the 4th. So get set in one stop at Target's 4th of July sale. Get 40% off women's dresses, skirts, and shorts. And for the kiddos, shorts are 20% off. Wants a celebration without something tasty? Frozen treats are BOGO 25% off. Plus, you save 30% on soda 12-packs when you buy 3. Have fun all weekend long. Shop Target's 4th of July sale. And Saturday, restrictions apply.
Tonight's Keys to the Game.
And that will do it.
Brought to you by your hometown team, Science and Kirk. Injured in an accident? If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. Visit them at youhavealawyer.com.
105.7 The Fan is a proud media partner of CFG Bank Arena. Visit cfgbankarena.com for a list of upcoming events.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
After 2 of his best starts of the season, Kyle Bradish couldn't keep it rolling in a 6-4 loss to the Nationals. He gave up 3 earned runs on 1 hit and 5 walks in 4 innings of work. Craig Alvarez spoke on what went wrong for Bradish.
He just didn't have any feel. He had the 5 walks. Then was the 3rd inning, the 2 2-out walks were big. Yeah, he didn't have command. I mean, he battled and competed, but he just couldn't get count leverage or just dominate the strike zone like he usually does.
The Birds dropped their 2nd straight series Sunday and now sit at 39-46. They'll start a 3-game set with the White Sox tonight. You can hear all your pregame coverage on The Fan with BBT, sponsored by Jerry's Home Services, live from Pickles Pub with Bob Haynie and Steve Molesky starting at 5:30. First pitch from Camden Yards is set for 6:35. From the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with partly cloudy skies. Tomorrow is sunny skies and a high of 89. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
I got a confession. I don't care nothing about O.J. Simpson. Man, this thing right here, it got me, man. It got me.
Yeah.
If you call and tell me you related to Eddie Murray and Ken Singleton, and you're telling me the truth, because don't act like I don't know there are people whose feathers are ruffled because the only American-born black player was sent down to AAA Norfolk. I know this. Don't act like I know that people are upset that he was the only one on the team in the first place. So don't hide. Don't hide. Call in and tell me, hey man, I related to Eddie Murray. I related to Ken Singleton. I related to Al Bunbury. All right, tell me that. But don't tell me you related to Eddie Murray and a white man from Little Rock, Arkansas.
Yeah, right.
Stop, man. Miss me with the bull crap. Seriously. If that's how you feel, say that's how you feel. But do you lose all credibility when you tell me you haven't watched the team since Eddie Murray left? All right, so if you haven't, then how do you know the marketing sucks? If you haven't followed the team since 1988, 1989, so how do you know the marketing team is bad? You're not paying attention. Miss me with the bull crap, man. Seriously. I get it. I feel some kind of way about them letting Jeremiah Jackson go. But I'm not going to be tone deaf and not listen to reason. I'm with you. When they sit them down, it was a gut. Oh, man. But then that's when I looked at the numbers you looked at and thought.
You can't even bring up Kobe Mayo with what he's doing against left-handed pitching. You just can't.
I don't like it for the same reasons others don't like it. The difference is I'm not going to be tone deaf about it. But I'm willing to admit that.
If you feel a certain way, then just say it. Just don't sugarcoat it with a bunch of other stuff when it's clear what you're talking about.
That's my dude. You guys know that, man. I spent lots of time at this kid's locker.
The difference is, I don't think you like him just because he's black.
Yeah, true.
True. That's a huge difference. Huge difference.
But that's why he doesn't like me, because I'm not.
That's right. That's right.
I mean, you're a huge Christian McCaffrey fan.
Yeah. Yeah. That's my guy.
I mean, I just hate when everything's through the vision of race. It's the prism of race. It's like
one of my favorite running backs.
I know. He's not great. I'm talking about Jeremiah Jackson. I liked him. But it's like, if we don't stop doing this, we're never going to take one step forward. Major League Baseball is not a black sport anymore. It's just they're going elsewhere. Black men are going to other sports. I mean, it's only 6.something% of Major League Baseball now, 64 players. What do you expect? You can't send anybody down because of the skin color?
I'm going to say this now. There's no sport that we want to play that can hold us back. If we're not in it because we don't want to be in it.
Of course.
Why aren't we playing hockey? It's cold. We ain't doing that. We're not.
Yeah, I mean,
why aren't we playing baseball? Because they don't want to go to rookie ball and single A and double A and triple A. Give me the loot. And that's what the NFL does. That's what the NBA does.
Plus, yeah. I still think baseball is a hard thing to get a hold of because it's one thing that you're not going to do by yourself. You need at least one more person to do something baseball related.
And don't tell me it's too expensive. Have you seen what AAU costs?
Yeah.
I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear it. I know we promised O.J. Simpson, and we got Buffalo Zoe on the hold. What's up, Buffalo Zoe?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Morning.
Hey, Ed, I sent you something, man. I know you're gonna like it. And hey, Rob, I agree with you, man. I heard so many negative stories about Eddie Murray. I don't know about that caller talking about how he can relate to him. but the whole honoring OJ thing, man, it's a little tough. I just wonder, if Jim Kelly would have murdered somebody, well, they did the same thing. That's all I'm gonna say about it.
But it is kind of cool though. Like, I mean, do you like the idea of the giveaway? First 25,000 fans get undersized gloves. No, that's not going to go over well.
Hey, man, if it don't fit, you must have quit. You have a good one.
Oh, I got it totally. You know how wrestling takes on villains? They just take on, and they say back in the 90s they said totally inappropriate things. Yeah. Can I say one and not be charged with it?
Please.
Can I say one?
Please do.
I don't know who this dude was. It was a black dude, wrestled in this minor league. And he was like completely racist, didn't like white people at all. He said, shout out to OJ. It's two ways you got to worry about.
See, that's uncalled for. Uncalled for. I remember it.
So,
I'm thinking to
Hilarious.
myself, whoa, that wouldn't work today.
No.
He would be canceled.
Yeah. But again, like when people get up in arms about, should they put O.J. Simpson there? No, they don't have to. Like, again, they can't take him out of the Hall of Fame. He's already in.
It's a bad look.
But they tried to do all the other stuff.
It brings up the story you don't want to talk about again. Let's go to James in Baltimore. What's up, James?
Hello. Thank you for the conversation. I named my son OJ.
You said what? I didn't hear you.
He named his son OJ.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. What was the crime of the century?
What was the crime of the century?
Yeah.
Are you talking about that, or are you talking about something else?
Oh, Columbine.
Yeah,
there's
that.
a lot of them. Yeah.
Oh, that, okay. Yeah, that century.
Yeah, but I guess they say Columbine or, O.J. Simpson. But just after O.J. Simpson's case, 168 people were killed in Oklahoma. 21 children.
Mm-hmm.
That's the crime of the century. And over, like, I see, like, people with privilege, get in their situations glossed over. Back to baseball, and I played sports at a Jesuit school, and certain kids got privilege. And, yeah, I relate to Brooks Robinson. I saw him almost every day.
What did you relate to?
He would drive by us for Gran Torino. He would speak regularly.
No. That's what did you relate to though? That's not a relationship. Is a relate. Relate is short for relationship. What did you relate to?
Okay, and that he had kids like my father had kids with the same struggles. So he was human. He didn't accept privilege for his kids. A lot of kids will often say, in my private school, you know what, you guys, y'all took over football, you took over basketball, next thing they're going to take over baseball. That's why I don't watch baseball anymore,
But are you bringing this up because Jeremiah Jackson got sent down? Like, what's the point of the...
the Oklahoma City Bombers aren't being disrespected by the Bills.
Yeah.
It's disrespectful to our country. That,
But that's not the topic we're talking about.
It was mentioned, but again, there's privilege in America still, especially the America we live in today, and I want the kids who were kids, of privilege. That's what's in our country right now, privilege. That's what the Orioles, have on their teams, not true athletes that people can, hard workers like Jeremiah Jackson. I don't watch a baseball game of Orioles.
So the other guys don't work hard?
No.
Oh, man, come on, dude. This sounds so biased. It sounds so freaking biased right now. It's ridiculous. Like, just say you didn't want Jeremiah Jackson to get sent down because he was black. Just say that, and it's fine. Don't give me all this other nonsense about you relating to players and privilege that's going on. So, again, who was privileged on this team that didn't come up through the minor leagues, didn't get drafted, didn't have to work hard?
It's such a frustrating thing to deal with. Hearing this all the time. It really is after a while. It's like, you can't just, every decision's got to be viewed this way. It can't just be, he's an average ball player, but we got a guy that's, knocking the cover off left-handed pitching, and that's the decision we made. it's just always got to be viewed this way. And if we don't get out of this, man, there's going to be no equality in this country.
But you know the great thing about our show, Ed? We can address it.
I know. You're right.
That's the great thing about this show is we can address this. You can call in and voice your opinion about it. But don't think for 1 second that it won't be some pushback to it as well. So what we're going to do is, I just talked to Jeremy. We're going to move World of Stupid down to 8:45. We're going to run this thing back. 410-583-1057 is the number. I want someone to call in and just tell me the truth. Don't go around your ass and scratch your elbow. Just tell the truth. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
This is the Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
Sponsored by NJM Insurance Group.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than you dread yard work, with a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. You should have NJM Insurance. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch! You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuy.com.
And now it's time for the Medical Minute, powered by Ortho Maryland.
Hi, I'm Mark Alexander, chiropractor at Ortho Maryland. How much time do you look down on your phone, tablet, or computer? All that screen time can contribute to what's called forward head posture, or FHP. This is where your head shifts in front of the shoulders instead of directly over top of them. When this happens, your body works harder to stay balanced, creating extra stress on muscles, joints, and ligaments, leading to pain, stiffness, headaches, and can even have an effect on breathing and digestive issues. The good news is this can be improved. Better alignment helps you to reduce pain, improve strength, and keep you moving more efficiently. Many don't realize they even have a problem until they are uncomfortable. At Ortho Maryland, we offer a comprehensive approach to evaluating and treating these issues. Visit orthomaryland.net for location and scheduling information.
To learn more, visit orthomaryland.net.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams 4th of July sale and get 30% off paints and stains June 26th through July 6th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Better sleep is worth celebrating. The 4th of July mattress sale is on now at Raymore Flanagan. Save up to $600 on Beauty Rest Black and $500 on Tempur-Pedic Breeze. With select purchases, choose a free $300 gift card or $200 MasterCard reward card. Plus, combine select mattress sale pricing with special financing for 72 months and enjoy free next day mattress delivery on purchases of $500 or more. Don't miss 4th of July mattress deals at Raymore Flanagan, now open in White Marsh.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. Cause 30 told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I'll always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Selling your home is a big decision. Vinny Stio makes it simple with the Your Home Sold Guarantee. Your home sold or he'll buy it. That's peace of mind you can count on. Call Vinny today. 410-793-1801. 410-793-1801.
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. The outer loop of the Beltway on the top side, very slow at York Road. And then again, you're on the brakes from Old Court Road to Baltimore National Pike on and off. 895 southbound, super slow from Eastern Avenue through the Harbor Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
$8:19 in the AM. We have violated all types of clock integrity on the show today. It just ain't happening right now. You know what? Let me say something. Can I say something to my people? Let me say something to you. This is beginning to sound like when white folks call up here and say, I don't know about Lamar Jackson. It's just something about him. It's just something about him. I can't put my finger on it. It's something about him. Or when the lady called in and said that his hair looks like Frederick Douglass. It's very coded. Very coded. And nothing pisses me off more than coded language. I can respect you saying you don't like me because of who I am than for you to reach around your ass to scratch your elbow about it. I don't have to agree with you. And I'm just tired of the coded language this morning. It's embarrassing. Say what's on your mind. West Baltimore, Amir. Yes, sir.
Hey, let's talk the truth. I got three things. Let me shoot real quick. The first guy just got off the phone talking about all these kids going to these privileged schools, privileged schools. He was in the same privileged schools. So aren't you privileged too? Second thing is this. If you say you can relate to somebody, that means you have to grow up with them, be through the same struggle, been in the same city, something that's relatable.
It's a relationship.
Somebody coming to your store saying, hey, what's up? I hope you have a good day. That's not relating. They being cordial. And third thing, I ain't know Jeremiah Jackson went down. I'm mad, and I'm mad because they sent the only black man I saw on the team down to the minors. There you go. Y'all have a great day.
Thank you very much, Amir.
And here's the thing: like none of us are arguing with you. It's an opinion based. Like I'd rather see that guy here than another guy.
Yeah.
And again, when we sit here and argue about it, I think the Orioles made the right decision with what they had, unless they were going to tell Tyler O'Neill to go away.
I think we all agree on that part. I mean, I don't think it's anybody. I know why, because of the money. I think if he only had this year on his contract, it would be easier. But you're eating the rest of this year and next year.
His privilege.
Let's go to Joe and Towson. What's up, Joe?
Hey, I called last year, right?
Yes, sir.
When they cut Cedric Mullins.
No, they traded him.
Okay, yeah. Jackson was the first person they brought up, hoping that he could replace him in the outfield. Now, hold on. He did not do well in the outfield, and people were complaining. And then I called up, and I said they called him up. One of the reasons why is that he was black, and Mullins was in the same situation. So I kind of called it. So
I don't.
If he was Reggie Jackson,
who are the other options? Who are the other options when they brought Jeremiah Jackson?
I don't know.
Yeah.
But
so how do you know he was called up because he
racist?
No.
I think they were doing the right
thing. Did I let you, Joe? Did I let you talk?
Joe,
did I let you talk?
Sure.
Okay, so if you think they brought him up because he's black, who are the other options? Who are the other better white options?
But they don't even play the same position.
So that you have no facts to that. Because that's my point. He was brought up because he's black. Okay, who are the white players that were overlooked?
What are we even talking about?
I don't. If you can name me some better white options, then I'm with you.
But again, tell me all the times that Jeremiah Jackson's played center field, and I think you tried to insinuate he's fast because he's black. He's not one. There's 10 other guys that are faster than him on the team.
Yeah, you might be generous. Eli in Parkville. What's up, Eli?
Good morning, fellas.
How you doing, man?
I'm all right. I'm not upset about Jeremiah Jackson going down. Like I'm if anything, I called this like a while back. Like if we're gonna have Kobe Mayo on the team, just have him as a designated DH. But it makes no sense to have him as a designated DH when we have Desaio and Pete and Adley.
Yep.
But and why are we playing him at third? So I just don't understand a lot. I know they want to. We don't have to.
Yeah, you do. Who else you playing at third?
Blaze. Just make Blaze the everyday third.
Just Blaze?
Everyday third.
Eli, that's fine. But in yesterday's lineup, Pete Alonso DH, Basayo was at first, and then you had Adley behind the plate, right? So you have those three spots locked up. He's hitting almost 1,100 OPS against left-handed pitching.
Jeremy,
So he's not going anywhere.
I love the lineup yesterday, but it was just Kobe at third, and two errors scored yesterday because Kobe bounced the ball to first. And listen, I like Kobe Mayo. I like him. I'm not going to hate on him, but we don't need that right now. We midway through the season. Like, we need guys that's going to be out there on the field, that's going to play defense and at least get on base. Like, it's not about him. And I don't know him personally. Like I'm saying, like, I don't know that guy, but I just want to see Blaze at third or Gunner at third. And
so you want to see Blaze at third, Jackson at second, Gunner staying at short, or some version of that. Then where's Jeremiah Jackson playing? Is he just spelling those guys?
No, he said he's not upset about the Jeremiah Jackson thing.
Nah. That's what I'm saying. Like, they don't. It's a logjam in the infield regardless. Like, I don't know what they're going to do about that. But like, you can't just justify. Oh, we have to play Kobe. No, we don't. Like, we don't really need that at all. Like, we need somebody that's going to be out there fielding the ball at third, and Blaze is the guy.
Look, I'm a huge Blaze Alexander fan. I was so pleasantly surprised at how good he is. But Kobe is the number one hitter against left-handed pitching. 1.097 OPS. It's on. You can't ignore that. He needs to be in the lineup. If not the field, he's got to have his bat in there.
And Ed, I said it earlier too. I don't want to see him playing defense, but this is the problem you have with those four guys. Like, Kobe's not a third baseman to me. He's a first baseman, but you already have a first baseman, a backup first baseman, a catcher, a backup catcher. Right. One of those guys is going to DH. That's why I've been bringing this up all year long when we have Oriole reporters on saying, what do they do with the Kobe Mayo problem? And it's like, well, we'll figure that out in the end. It's not a problem this year.
World is Stupid at 8:45, but on the other side, more baseball with Ryan Ripken on the Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Folks, you gotta go to the dentist. You know that. If you haven't been there for a while because of anxiety, Dr. Lairfield at Smile Design can fix all that. Let me just tell you about the practice, first of all. It's a full-service dental practice, so they do everything. They do your annual examinations, your cleanings, everything you need to keep your teeth and gums healthy. But more than that, they do amazing cosmetic work, which is a real thing now. It has been for a long time. I have an implant. I broke one of my front teeth. Look like a hillbilly. I don't know how else to say it. I look ridiculous. I have an implant, and it's sometimes they're necessary, and they really help you, because I was very self-conscious when I was walking around with a broken tooth in the front. It just is. So if it's your self-confidence that's lacking because your teeth have yellowed, or they're crooked, or whatever it may be, or you're missing a tooth, you need an implant. They do everything there, everything, and they do it in a spa-like atmosphere. And if it's anxiety that's kept you away all this time, Dr. Lairfield has sedation options that'll make anything you have done stress-free and comfortable. So that's put to the side. My point is, go in and see what they can do for you. The number, 410-321-1100. The consultation free, and please tell them I sent you there.
Traffic is brought to you by Dover International Speedway. Go to DoverMotorspeedway.com for tickets. Dover Motor Speedway is your home for NASCAR action. Enjoy high-speed action, the best fan zone, camping, tailgates, and more. Get tickets at DoverMotorspeedway.com. Once again, that's DoverMotorspeedway.com.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture.
Shop now and celebrate Ashley's 250 hours of savings event. Save up to 20% on all furniture, or take advantage of 60 months no interest financing. Plus, score incredible $250 doorbusters. You'll find unbeatable value on the styles you love during Ashley's 250 hours of savings event, happening now.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at XfinityMobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrano. If you're planning your next home upgrade, Town Appliance's 4th of July shopping event is the perfect reason to do so. Elevate your kitchen with the premium quality and ultra-quiet performance of Bosch. Whether you need a new refrigerator, range, dishwasher, or an AC unit to stay cool, they have it all with flexible financing. Mayor, they're going to take great care of you at their Owings Mills showroom off Reisterstown Road. Tell them Vinny sent you. Call, text, or visit townappliance.com today for their 4th of July shopping event going on now.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
At Lions Den, the lineup is stacked and the action never ends. From warm-ups to extra innings, they've got what you need to win the night. So visit lionsden.com. That's Lions Den. And if it's a home game, make it real home field advantage.
This Fan Flash is brought to you by Vinny Steel, your home sold guarantee. Call Vinny at 410-793-1801. That's 410-793-1801.
Is foot pain holding you back? Visit the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
895 southbound at the Harbor Tunnel. An accident has the right lane blocked. It's backing you up to past Eastern Avenue. 95 southbound, you're on the brakes from O'Donnell Street through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. The Beltway Inner Loop is slow at Park Heights Avenue. The Outer Loop very heavy at Harford Road. And then on the west side from Old Court to Baltimore National Pike on and off. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
In the month of June, Gunnar Henderson is slashing .224, .333, .367 with just 3 home runs. Many have stood by the expectation that he'll snap out of the slump, but we're past the halfway point of the season and things haven't gotten any better. Henderson spoke on how he's felt at the plate following yesterday's 6-4 loss to the Nationals.
Today felt pretty good, but I mean, it's just been, I don't even know how to describe it. One of the most frustrating things I've ever been through. I mean, it's like come in, work my butt off every day, and like you said, I mean, I know it's not you don't want to think about results, but it's hard not to when crab doesn't show up for so long. So it sucks. It's baseball, but yeah.
The Orioles have lost 4 of their last 6 and sit 7 games under 500. Tonight, they'll start a 3-game series with the White Sox. First pitch from Camden Yards is set for 6:35. In the NBA on Sunday, Charlotte traded Miles Bridges, a 2029 first-round pick, and a 2027 second-round pick to the Suns for Grayson Allen, Royce O'Neal, and a 2033 first-round pick. This is the second big trade we've seen the Hornets make of late as they sent LaMelo Ball to the Timberwolves on Thursday. From the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with partly cloudy skies. Tomorrow is sunny skies and a high of 89. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and your hope for the most Orioles coverage? We are 105.7 The Fan.
Ryan Ripken's commentary is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play Fast Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery. You could win instantly or enter to win cash for Orioles home runs as a contestant of the game. Please play responsibly.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Ed Norris, Rob Long, Jeremy Kahn joining us right now. You can find him with Ripping with Ryan. You can find him on the Ryan Ripken Show. Baltimore Baseball tonight. On O's broadcast doing color commentary. He's everywhere. He's the only man in Baltimore who has more jobs than me. He's Ryan Ripken. What's up, Ryan?
What's up, Rob? And, I got to hang out with Rob Long yesterday, so.
Sorry.
But yeah.
Overrated. Welcome to the club.
It wasn't too bad. But how you guys doing this morning?
Doing
Good,
well, man. Doing well. Ryan, I'm going to start off with this one question. One question only for you to start off with. Why can't we have nice things?
Hey, it's a good way to start it off.
we talked about it a little bit yesterday, Rob, right? It's just it's not a lack of opportunities. It's not a lack of, in a position to, seize a moment. But it just seems to be that every game or throughout the season, and it feels like most games, there's moments that happen and you sit there and then the game ends and you go, how did we get to this point again?
Yes.
And so, and specifically too, when you start off the series with a great win, Trevor Rogers, great. Overall, starting pitching minus for Sunday, was good, but in game 2, the double error with Blaze hurt. You come back, but you fall short because you can't get the runner in less than 2 outs in the 10th. Then yesterday, you get the lead early. You're winning this game after the first. And then a 2-out walk leads to another 2-out walk. Then there's a double that scores 2, and then an error, and you look up and you're losing the game off of one hit, right? So there's just different ways here. And I know for Birdland, again, to talk to a lot of people as well, and we've watched it all, I wish I could say it's just one thing, right? But there is one or two moments, it seems, that pop up each game, and that's been the biggest reason why the Orioles have been, losing some series in my mind that they definitely should be winning.
Yeah, the defense has been not great. We were talking about Kobe Mayo earlier, and he's only batting 190. He's not having a very good year at the plate, except against left-handed pitching. He's got a OPS of over 1,000, but only about a quarter of pitches in Major League Baseball are left-handed. I'm assuming that's why they kept him. Is that good enough reason to keep somebody, up at this level?
I think so. And the other part, I'm on the different area than most, where I still believe this is your time to try to get the most development out of Kobe Mayo, because you're not going to have this type of runway again. Mm-hmm. I've really liked seeing his growth from the mental side, because that's something for him. It was taking those steps, and then physically he's making strides. Now I know you got to go out there and you got to make plays at third, which he has made strides. The problem is obviously it's not good when you spike a ball going over to first base and that leads to another run, and then we're going to look more at your offensive struggles. But the development part here is key, and I'm still going to stick with it. This is a guy that the potential is there. I know we have the urgency right now. We need to win, but we also really need to make sure, if we think he can be a big part of the future, you got it. This is that time to continue to have him work. Because another example, and I think this guy is really starting to put it together. Last year, people wanted him sent down. Earlier this season, people wanted him sent down. I'm talking about Colton Cowser. And when you watch Cowser play and you saw him play center, that looks like a guy where things are turning on. And again, that's not the answer I know that fans want to hear from, because you got to win games. And you're looking at who can help you win games. But also in the previous years, I'd argue with some of these young guys, the Orioles were trying to win games, but almost it would be at the sacrifice of trying to help some of these young guys develop and figure it out, the bigs. And that's a hard game to play when you have such high expectations, but that's also something you have to do if you're looking at the long-term, hopeful long-term solutions for the team.
How frustrating is it watching Gunnar, knowing what he's capable of? And he even said as much after the game yesterday of he's been putting in the work and he's just not seeing the results.
Yeah, putting it bluntly, it just sucks. And he'll say it that way too. This sucks. And I hate it for him, because when you read the comments or you hear him talk, and there's nothing more frustrating as a player is you put in all the work, and there is no doubt at all that Gunnar is probably doing more work than anybody right now. But the hardest thing is you don't get credit for how much work you do. You get credit for what you do on the field. But the problem for Gunnar is, how do you continue to keep your emotions and that mental side? How can you try to take a deep breath? Because when you watch him, you can see he's mad. You can see he's frustrated, and that's starting to snowball a little bit here for him, because then you start to doubt the process, and once you start to doubt the process, you play worse. But this is so for Gunnar. I hope he can just take a deep breath at some point. I don't know when that breaking point's going to be for him. We're all going to reach it, and he'll be okay long term. I really do think. But the problem is for the Orioles. For however people want to argue it, he is the guy. He is, and he hasn't been the guy. Mm-hmm. And that's another reason why this team isn't winning games. He is has superstar ability, and you've needed that from him, and you haven't gotten that production.
You think that's where the pressure comes from, though, Ryan? Because I think that's the pressure he's putting on himself. Yeah,
absolutely. Because when I look across at this, I hope I have a chance to talk to Machado. I was supposed to talk to him a couple weeks ago when the Padres were in town. When Manny came up, we knew Manny was a star, but Manny didn't have to be the superstar right at the moment he came to the big leagues or the next 2 years. Why? You had J.J. Hardy, Adam Jones, Chris Davis when he was mashing balls, Markakis, you name it. They had other guys to let Manny go through his things. For right now, what has Gunnar been the moment he stepped in the big leagues?
The guy.
You are going to be the guy.
Yeah.
And I think after the 2024 midway part, the pressure built. He was hurt last year, and now it is, all right, Pete's here, and Pete's comfortable being Pete. But now it's, Gunnar, this is your show.
And Manny's struggles didn't stop them from winning. Like you just said, Gunnar's struggles is probably prohibited him from winning.
Yeah, well, and for right now, like, here's the other part. And Rob, I told you this last night. You got to figure out roles on the team, and Gunnar's a guy that the Orioles are counting on to drive in runs, right? Score runs, drive in runs. We just saw the Nationals. They have right now. They have two players with over 50 RBIs in Luis Garcia, which have a series, and C.J. Abrams. There's six total people with 50 RBIs in the big leagues for teammates. Well, the Nationals are going to become the first team to have three because James Wood's at 49. If he wasn't struggling so much himself that series, he's right there. This is the context. The Orioles have Pete Alonso with 50-plus RBIs. The next closest guy is Adley Rutschman with 40, and he's missed time. And the next one's Gunnar with 39. That's it.
Yeah.
So when you're looking at an RBI production, that's what the team is looking for. That's what they need. And it's just hard because and when you lose, it feels even worse. And that's the thing I hate for him is that when you hear him speak, he goes, I don't think I'm doing my part. And he's right. He knows it, but it's a tough place to be. But for somehow, some way, if he can take a moment to realize you got this, but we just need even 80% of what you can do offensively, and we're going to be good. If he can take that pressure off, man, it'd be great. But for the Orioles, they need their guy, and hopefully we get that sooner because this is a really crucial stretch right now.
Ryan, tell us all about the Ryan Ripken Show.
Ryan Ripken Show, Monday through Friday. Talk to some of the Orioles quite a bit and other guests, and then I'll be on the Fan later this week, ripping with Bob Haynie and doing Baltimore baseball tonight.
Thanks a lot, Ryan. Appreciate
Thanks,
you.
man.
All right, guys. Have a great week.
You too. Ryan Ripken is sponsored by Homeward Bound. Skip the emergency room. Homeward Bound Urgent Care is open late for your pets weekdays and weekends in Bel Air. Visit homewardboundurgentcarevet.com. I agree. Gunnar, lots of pressure, a lot on his shoulders. Ben Wagner joins us at 9 o'clock, but on the other side, we get stupid with Jeremy Kahn.
I'll be quick. Naked Bikers, 96-year-old party animal, and that freak Phil Mickelson. That's coming up next.
You gave the same disclaimer to your wife?
Yeah.
I'll be quick.
She knows it. I don't have to tell her.
Stipulated.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
And planning to sell your home between now and Labor Day? Sell with certainty and with a written upfront guarantee from my friend Vinny Steele. Selling without Vinny by your side can be hazardous to your wallet. Hey, it's Rob Long. I only recommend the best, and that's why you will always hear me talk about my friend and trusted realtor Vinny Steele, owner of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Before you sell, get to know Vinny like I did. Vinny he sells homes 2.8 times faster and for 3.1% more than the average agent. On a $400,000 home, that's about $12,400 more in your pocket. Vinny has over 12,700 buyers waiting, which means your home may already be sold. Vinny Steele has helped thousands of families over 23 years in real estate. Your home sold guaranteed, or Vinny will buy it at a price and time frame agreeable to you. Take it from me. When you're ready to sell your Maryland or Lower Pennsylvania home, do your homework and call the expert I trust. Call or text Vinny Steele at 410-793-1801. That's 410-793-1801. Or visit VinnySteel.com. That's VinnySteo.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Brandon Ayuk's latest bizarre behavior isn't hurting the 49ers anymore, but it may have the Commanders wondering exactly what they would be getting. Ayuk has made it no secret that he wants to be in Washington with Jaden Daniels, but every strange headline chips away at his value. At this rate, Ayuk is making the final chapter of Antonio Brown's career almost look rational. I'm John Lund.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Science and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
H&K Group Incorporated.
Attention job seekers. Get to HTI Contractors Division of the H&K Group Incorporated Job Fair, happening on Saturday, July 11th, starting at 8 a.m. at 4539 Slexville Road in Finksburg. H&K will be interviewing and hiring on site. Register for your interview at hkgroup.com.
H&K Group does not discriminate. Meet Sophia, a huge soccer fan. With her Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's streaming 3 games, video calling her cousin in Mexico,
and running the quiniela all on my new Samsung Galaxy.
She's practically running the whole tournament from her phone.
Good thing I have Total Wireless.
Switch to Total Wireless Total Max 5G or All Access plans to get on a network that won't put you second. Plus, a Samsung Galaxy on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply.
Party at your place this summer? Fix things up inside and out with July 4th deals, now at Lowe's. Get up to 45% off select major appliances and save up to an additional 25% off when you bundle select major appliances. Plus, save $80 on a select Charbroil Performance Series gas grill, now $299. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 7/8 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Bel Air, this is huge. Plaza Ford is now Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air, and the summer sales bash is on. We are loaded with new Ford trucks, SUVs, and cars priced to move. BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100 now.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
895 southbound at the Harbor Tunnel. An accident has the right lane blocked. It's backing you up to past Eastern Avenue. 95 southbound, you're on the brakes from O'Donnell Street through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. The Beltway Inner Loop is slow at Park Heights Avenue. The Outer Loop very heavy at Harford Road. And then on the west side from Old Court to Baltimore National Pike on and off. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Highlighting stupid around the world. It's time for Jeremy Kahn's
Come on, dumbass, play it.
World of Stupid.
All right, let's start it off. Naked bike rides. Who likes those? Everybody, right?
Naked bike rides?
Yep. Bikers in the buff.
You ever cook bacon in the nude?
Yeah.
It's not good.
Sizzles my chest.
That's not what it sizzle.
Oh. Bikers in the buff take the LA streets for the World Naked Bike Ride. This just happened. Rubber hit the road, downtown Los Angeles on Saturday with hundreds of cyclists taking part and a body-burying cruise along the streets. Now, I would assume there's got to be limits to this, right? Or is it you can just go get naked out in public and they're saying it's okay?
Where is this?
Staged outside of the parking in Little Tokyo in LA.
Oh, I was about to say different country. Little Tokyo in LA. No. I don't know. LA does crazy things.
The event transformed the area into a sea of skin and body paint before riders set off their eyebrow-raising routes. I guess that's kind of like, isn't Key West like that too? A lot of body paint and people walking around.
100%.
I think you've met a few of them, Ed.
I was there last year for Fantasy Fest.
What was your fantasy?
To walk around Key West and look at naked people.
See. Oh, man. The events feature 2 separate rides at 10 a.m., run covering 9 miles, roughly 9 miles, and a 2 p.m. trek stretching about 7 miles. I don't know if people know this. Being naked and working out, a lot of sweat going everywhere. I mean, this is nasty. Those seats have to be awful. If they were, in fact, using seats. But, yep, not everyone, most people were buck naked. And it says, bare as you dare.
Buck naked.
Yep. Buck naked. What it says. All right.
Remove the seat, you don't fall off.
That's true. That's true. Haven't tried that yet. Just kidding. Anyway. How about this? You guys want to talk about this this old lady, 96-year-old party animal. She was threatened with an eviction for throwing retirement home ragers. Quote, they can't stop me. Look at Ethel. What's her name? I got to find out what her name is. Lillian. Lovely Lillian. Look at her.
Do people name their kids Lillian anymore?
I'm partying my ass off.
She looks like a Lillian.
And nothing you can do about it. That's what she's telling him.
Looks like a Bertha.
Yeah. I can do what I want, she said in a hilarious Instagram video. They can't stop me. Known to millions as the online Grandma Droniak, the red-haired rebel rouser, has 4 million Instagram followers and a jaw-dropping 12.6 million TikTok fans. Yeah, she's just throwing ragers for everybody that's getting out of the nursing home.
She look forward to.
She was wearing a shirt that it says to-do list, and it says your dad, and it's crossed out. Done. She's 96.
Done.
She's the best, man. That's so awesome. Now it's people are getting mad at her for all her parties. She's in a wheelchair and it says "birthday bitch" in her purple gown. This woman's just lovely. I want to catch up with her at some point.
I'm sure.
Let me get to this last story. Have you guys read up on the allegations against Phil Mickelson and all the stuff that's going on?
Yeah. Yes, I have.
I mean, this stuff is loaded. First off, there were reports saying that he would pay one of the caddies to go around with his cell phone in it so his wife would think he's at the course when he's out cheating on her. Mm-hmm. Next level thinking there, I guess, for him. Interviews with 19 sources revealed 2 incidents of lewd language and unwanted advances by Phil Mickelson in behavior that led to his departure from 2 additional golf clubs. There's more to this because he was hitting on another golfer's wife that was staying with them. Phil Mickelson faces allegations of showing lewd pictures to the wife of fellow golf professional. That was Pat Perez, I believe. These fresh accusations cast a shadow on the 6-time major champion's reputation, coming a few weeks after it was reported. Mickelson's home course in San Diego had expelled him as a member, his home course. It's nice. In the piece, Ashley Perez, the wife of former tour winner Pat Perez, discusses an alleged incident where Pat got up to go to the bathroom. Mickelson shows her a full body picture of himself naked, and then he says, "I'm going to leave my bedroom door open tonight. When Pat falls asleep, I want you to come see me." We were staying next door to Phil, and Pat still had to play in the tournament. She said she didn't tell Pat until after the tournament. They patched it up. He said, "I ain't patching up with some dude that's trying to bang my wife behind my back." That's the last thing that's happened. Ain't no patches for that one. I'm sorry. And this is kind of like, it's crazy to look at all these allegations. I don't think anybody's ever thought Phil was a good guy. I mean, he had the gambling stuff, some other things going on, but there's so much more that's coming out about this. Does this change your opinion on him at all?
No, it's always been. I thought he was a shady guy forever. I mean, he's had all these gambling accusations for like decades, and then, not a real nice guy, apparently.
Yeah, I'm not shocked by any of this.
Yeah, this isn't like something that's bowling me over here.
Well, here we go. It says another, how does the member know all this, talking about the stuff that was going on? The kid from the pro shop told me. Yet another Bridges member clarifies it wasn't just employees Mickelson gave his phone to. It was also members. He'd be like, "Hey, if it's okay with you, I'm going to put my phone in your cart. I'll catch up with you on the back 9. The member who was friendly with the pro shop employee says everyone at the club knew what was going on, and eventually Amy found out too, his wife. So, yeah, noted bad guy comes out, still a bad guy, apparently. That's your world of stupid.
Thank you very much. 410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Ed, tell us all about our 8 o'clock sponsor.
Yeah, our 8 o'clock sponsor, of course, it's every day. Brought to you by Lion's Den. So, it's summertime, right? Sun's out, grill's up. You already got everything. The cool is stocked. Playlist is ready. Now it's time to finish the job. Think about Lion's Den today.
That grill's creaking.
I know.
Might need some WD-40 for that thing.
Yeah, that's the after party. Because make the after party as good as the party. Come on. Get the Lion's Den, seriously. It'll improve everything. It's just a lot of fun.
Lion's Den. Get in there.
Ed, either way, man. Either way, your meat's going on someone's grill.
100%. You get lionsden.com or check them out in the stores right around Baltimore, Catonsville, Cockeysville, Severn, and Pasadena. Ooh. It's a great place. I recommend it highly.
We'll talk to you tomorrow, Ed Norris.
Yes, sir. I'll talk to you later.
See you, man. Ben Wagner joins us up next right here on The Fan.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
One of my favorite places in Baltimore is, what they have is great food, cold drinks, and great people. That's the Mount Washington Tavern. Full lunch and dinner menu every day. Food is delicious. It's fresh, something for everybody. But what we really need to know is that some days of the week are better than others. Like every Wednesday night is prime rib night. Slow roasted prime rib, roasted potatoes, a fresh salad, all for just $32. $32 in this economy. I'd go every Wednesday. And don't miss happy hour. Monday through Friday, 3 to 6, $10 martinis, old fashions, and Manhattans. 3 of my favorite cocktails for just $10. $8 crab hush puppies and mussels. And of course, Sundays, another great day to just hang out with the guys, girls, watch games, whatever you want to do. $5 drinks all day. Crushes, rail drinks, canned seltzers, etc. If you're a baseball fan, Tavern's your spot. Plenty of TVs to catch the game and grab a bite. Or if you have tickets, light rail's right outside. Walk out the front door, look to your left, get on the light rail. Takes you right to the ballpark. No traffic concerns, no parking headaches. Just the way to do it. And if you're in there, please say hi to Rob, Dave, and Buck, Mount Washington Tavern, where Baltimore eats.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. It's time to get down with a little Chase Brown. The Bengals RB could deliver on the hype this season in an offense expected to have more under-center snaps. Yes, the Cincy O-line is a big question mark, but Brown's missed tackle ability and likely 70% plus opportunity share arrow to production. Give me the over. Brown, 825.5 rush yards. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty.
Wait, what?
Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel? You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Spring is great for your mood, but sometimes tough on your body. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet store. The weather gets nicer and suddenly you're walking more, standing more, and spending more time outside. But if you're dealing with foot pain, it can quickly turn into knee pain, hip pain, or even back pain that makes staying active uncomfortable. Our patented arch support system has helped countless people find relief. Here's another customer sharing their Good Feet story.
I'm a retired mail carrier with multiple knee replacements in both knees. I never thought I'd be able to go back to doing dog agility again. I stopped in at the Good Feet store. They measured me for my arch inserts, and then I walked around, and immediately I felt the difference. Agility is mine again. Hawkeye, my beagle, and I are both happy.
Good Feet Arch Supports can be the solution you need to get the most out of your springtime activities. Come see us today or visit us at goodfeet.com.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Baltimore Baseball tonight before every weeknight home baseball game at Pickles Pub as we broadcast live. Enjoy their 32-ounce Orange Crush. And on select nights, pick up a free 105.7 The Fan and Science & Kirk bucket hat, courtesy of Science & Kirk Lawyers. YouHaveALawyer.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
After two of his best starts of the season, Kyle Bradish couldn't keep it rolling in a 6-4 loss to the Nationals. He gave up 3 earned runs on 1 hit and 5 walks in 4 innings of work. Craig Alvarez spoke on what went wrong for Bradish.
I just didn't have any feel. Yeah, the 5 walks. Then was the 3rd inning. The 2 2-out walks were big. Yeah, he just didn't have He didn't have command. I mean, he battled and competed, but he just couldn't get count leverage or just dominate the strike zone like he usually does.
The Birds dropped their second straight series Sunday and now sit at 39-46. They'll start a 3-game set with the White Sox tonight. You can hear all your pregame coverage on The Fan with BBT, sponsored by Jerry's Home Services, live from Pickles Pub with Bob Haynie and Steve Molesky starting at 5:30. First pitch from Camden Yards is set for 6:35. From the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with partly cloudy skies. Tomorrow is sunny skies and a high of 89. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Jerry's Home Services. Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners with an impeccable industry reputation. Just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerrysiding.com. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Rob Long, Jeremy Kahn. Joining us right now, Oriole broadcaster. He is Ben Wagner. What's going on, Wags?
Good morning, guys.
Morning.
Birds dropped 2 out of 3 over the weekend to the Washington Nationals. But one of the things I want to talk about, we didn't talk about a lot on this show today, is we had a chance to talk to Oriole President of Baseball Operations, Mike Elias, this weekend. He called us for a press conference. And one of the things that he said was this team is all in. They're buyers, not sellers. How did you interpret that, and what is your interpretation of what that means moving forward?
I think that, one, where the Orioles are and where the standings are, they have to be all in. They have to be buyers. And that is evaluating what they have internally and looking externally to improve this ball club. And I think the mediocrity, honestly, of the entire American League has allowed them to be in this position, which is a good thing, because in a normal, air quote, year, you know, they'd be trying to salvage the season at this point, 7 games under 500. But three games back in the wild card right now, knocking on the door of July, you are very much in playoff contention. And I think you need to approach it that way. And you have to do a really good dive on where you can improve this ball club. I have my own opinion on, I think, where they could go. But I think that they're going to turn over a lot and try to flip a couple of things to make a real run at this thing.
I mean, it's a rough weekend losing 2 out of 3 to the Nats. Getting healthy, I think, was kind of a key portion of it on Sunday, seeing the likes of Dylan Beavers and Adley Rutschman back in the lineup, knowing that the pitching's coming on the way. Do you feel like this team can make that run?
I do, and I think the lineup got a lot longer when you get Adley back. He helps for so many reasons to improve this lineup. And having him back, and also I was kind of surprised, actually, he went behind the plate yesterday. So knowing that he's been cleared to really ramp it up and they're not going to ease him back into playing, that's a really good sign for me. Dylan Beavers is back. That improves the outfield. You know, run prevention is kind of reared its ugly head, and it did it again yesterday with a couple of plays in left field, which is really disappointing. So if you can shore up the defense, plus get Dylan Beavers' bat going again, that lineup changes a lot, and it changes quickly with these two guys jumping right back in there. But overall, it was a disappointing weekend. You know, you wanted to take 2 out of 3. You didn't want to drop 2 out of 3.
Yeah, you're right about that. Ben Wagner joining us, Orioles broadcaster. Chicago White Sox coming to town tonight. Ben, I'm sure you've done your homework. Mirakabi, 20 home runs. Vargas, 52 RBI. You look at the pitching. On the pitching side, Davis has been doing outstanding so far. The pitcher, Davis Martin, with 9 wins, ERA right at 3, 90 strikeouts. Did you see this coming with the Chicago White Sox?
Nope. Who did?
Nobody.
Who did? I'm looking at the numbers. I'm looking at the rankings. I'm looking at heat maps and matchup comparisons and expected numbers, all this stuff. I'm trying to figure out how they've done it. Honestly, I'm trying to figure out how the Chicago White Sox are in a position at the top of the division, even with the Guardians going into play today, and they've been able to get it done. But the entire American League is a mess, so I just kind of throw my hands in the air and wait on the ball game to start.
Yeah, it is kind of odd. I mean, look, we were talking about the Orioles getting healthy against this White Sox team that nobody expected to come out. There's a lot of power. I think their pitching outside of Davis Martin has been suspect.
Very suspect.
And Davis Martin, the past couple times out, he's gotten touched up a little bit. I mean, you got a 3-run ERA. But this is a team coming in. Even with that, you still feel like you should be winning the series. And we were talking earlier, Ben, about it only being the longest streak that they had was 3 games. At some point, I'm not saying you got to win 10 in a row. You got to start stacking some series wins.
Well, you do, and specifically with the Orioles, they got to start taking some series. And this builds on the conversation of where they're at, where they're projected to go, and going into the trade deadline, if you're going to make moves, you got to improve. And that of course, I'm with you. You don't need to win 10 in a row, but you got to start winning like 12 out of 18, and bigger chunks here. You got to start putting series back to back together. And what's in front of them, even in front of the All-Star break, is really important. I would say last weekend was also important against the Nationals. White Sox rolling in here with a lot of swagger. Then, of course, you go to Cincinnati. That's a team that looks really vulnerable. They've kind of gone from a pretender or a contender down to a pretender, falling back to earth over the last month. And now you've got the Cubs coming in here. And then right before the All-Star break, you got the Kansas City Royals here. This, to me, is a huge, huge pocket for the Orioles to get this thing rolling on the right track going into the All-Star break.
He's Ben Wagner. You can hear him tonight on the Orioles broadcast. Ben, thanks a lot for your time this morning.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Ben. See you later on tonight.
Appreciate it always.
All right, buddy, 410-583-1057. Let's talk Orioles with Jim in Baltimore. What's up, Jim?
Hey, good morning, you guys.
Good morning to you.
I just wanted to weigh in on what you all have been talking about all morning. You know, I was really, when I read that Jackson got sent down, I was really kind of sad about it. And then I thought, it's like, who else? Not for a second did I even consider the fact that he was the only American black player on our team. And to be perfectly honest with you, he's a major league ball player, and maybe I'm naive, but at 73 years old, we're never, ever, ever going to get rid of racism until we stop making everything racist. And I don't think, obviously, it had anything to do with it. And I just wanted to weigh in.
Yeah, I don't think it, like, I don't know if people are pointing out saying it's racism that he went down. Maybe they are a little bit because
there were a
Tyler
couple callers that did allude to that.
But my thing about this is, and I see it kind of, I don't want to say similarly, but like, if you look at the numbers, if you take away the names and just put the numbers up, once you look at Kobe Mayo against left-handed pitching, he's not going anywhere because this team struggles against left-handed pitching. He's going to be in the lineup every time. Jackson's not a great defensive player, right? He's not.
No.
And you move him around and plays a lot of positions, but he doesn't play any one of them extremely well.
Jack of all trades.
And then the only other option, in my opinion, would be releasing Tyler O'Neill, which I would have been fine with. But it's not like Jackson's replacing him in the outfield. Yeah. But you did just get Dylan Beavers back. So how much do you need Tyler O'Neill at this point?
I think, I don't want to say the majority because I don't even know if I'm representing that. I think many, many people are like this. They're not accusing the Orioles of having an act of racism by demoting him. I think it's just disappointment because he's the only American black player on the team. I think, you know the situation of baseball. You know all those things. You know the facts, but that still does not relieve you of the disappointment you have because he was demoted to AAA Norfolk.
Yep.
Jeremy Kahn's Daily Line at 9:30, but on the other side, Coach Tree from Lake Clifton. Why do you have him on, Robin, Jeremy? Huge reason. We'll tell you why on the other side right here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Here's a World Soccer Championship recap.
Brought to you by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's and by the first ever Infiniti QX65.
Stefano Eustáquio's stoppage time goal gave Canada a 1-0 win over South Africa in the first knockout game of the tournament. It's Canada's first ever win in a World Cup elimination game and sends them to the round of 16. South Africa is eliminated. I'm Mike Conti.
Selling your home is a big decision. Vinny Stio makes it simple with the Your Home Sold guarantee. Your home sold or he'll buy it. That's peace of mind you can count on. Call Vinny today. 410-793-1801. 410-793-1801.
If a baby is giggling in the back seat, they're probably happy. If a baby is crying in the back seat, they're probably hungry. But if a baby is sleeping in the back seat, will you remember they're even there? When you're distracted, stressed, or not usually the one who drives them, the chances of forgetting them in the back seat are much higher. It can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot fast and can be deadly. So get in the habit of checking the back seat when you leave. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2-up early payout so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pregame straight match result bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2-up early payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
Better not to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. Cause 30 told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. Always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
For years, Gone South has been a podcast about crime in the American South. But for our new season, we're widening the lens. Through deeply reported, narrative-driven stories, we're digging into the myths, scandals, and power structures that still shape the South, and, in a lot of ways, the country itself. Follow and listen to Gone South Season 5, an Odyssey podcast, available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Hey, Jeremy. Yeah. And like you and I, as far as local sports are cut from the same cloth, there's a reverence when it comes to high school sports. Like the great coaches and the great programs. Like I remember growing up watching Bob Wade at Dunbar, then Pete Pompey take over. You know, I remember Obi Wobble over there at Forest Park. I remember all these guys. Augie Wobble, I'm sorry, over there. I remember all these guys and the great Poly coach. I remember Coach Nix. Oh my God, Coach Roger Wren at Patterson.
What, can I?
The favorite coach that I didn't play for growing up, And only because I never played against a Bob Wade team. But Ren was my favorite coach that I never played for.
Yeah, well, you and I were having this conversation, and you said something to the same effect of, kind of how I feel. Like, if you had coached boys, this is somebody you would want to coach against.
Let me correct myself. Augie Wobble was Polly. Obi Barnes was Forrest Park. Yeah, our next guest is that. I love coaching girls basketball. I love it. I don't coach it because I don't have an opportunity to coach boys. I love it because I love it. However, when you look over on that boys' side, there's certain coaches that you circle and say, I would love to match up against this dude. He's one of them, Coach Tree from Lake Clifton. What's up, Coach Tree?
How are you? Good morning. Good morning.
Of course, officially Herman Hareed. I don't want to. You're Coach Tree to us, man. Look, what a great high school coaching career, man, that you've had over there. And, people probably wondering, well, he does have a career, but why is he on the Big Bad Morning Show? The city of Baltimore did something great for you this past week. Could you tell us all about it?
I was on it this past Thursday with the corner of St. Louis Drive and Harford Road being named after me. So it's called the Coach Herman Tree Hareed Way. And the great thing about it, it's the road leading to the old school where my career started, and it's the road connected to the school where I'm currently, where we were relocated to.
I know getting a street name, I got a street named after Mo downtown, and Joe DeBlasi really helped me get that thing going. Sometimes it's difficult all those things that have to go on, but how cool is it knowing that that's going to be up there, hopefully forever?
I think it's just a recognition of the work that I'm doing beyond 3 months of a basketball season. Mm-hmm. I think it's recognizing the work that I do with these young men and women 10 months of the entire school year and beyond. I think that's a sign of that.
Coach Herman Hareed, Coach Tree joining us right now with you. Reach Partnership High School, where you're not only the coach, but you're also the athletic director. And I agree with you, man. I love what you do on the floor. Everybody knows your championship pedigree. But what people don't see is what I see, how these young men who become fathers and husbands come back and they still honor you.
That's the reward, man. I know, athletes they have the dreams of playing professional sports, and we all know. I think if you Google, it's a 1% to 2% chance of that happening. So I try to get my young men and women also to think outside of the box and beyond, and think of other careers, maybe connected to sports, but it may not be professionalism, and that's it's a struggle to get them to do that. It's a very hard to get some of these young people to think outside the box. It's very hard, but that's why people like myself are put in place to do so.
I mean, I love the message here and the things that you've been doing. How much are you going to miss it coaching?
I don't have no time to stop, so I don't know when I'm going to miss it. My wife, I think in one of the interviews with one of the channels, my wife come on and said he will retire, but
not anytime soon.
I don't have a calendar marked. I don't have a year marked. I really don't.
I talked to my wife about retirement not that long ago. I said, I talk for a living. I can do that till I'm dead.
Coach, I tell people all the time how long will you do this? I don't know. I might die on the sidelines. I don't. There's no expiration date on this, man. When you do what you love, it's not work.
It's truly not, man. And I know it's going to sound very harsh, but I told my wife, if and when that day does come, I want my services to be held inside the gym. Mm. Yeah. I wanted that's where I spent all of my life in the gym. Yeah. So I don't have an end. I don't have an end date. I know my wife is trying to force one. And they're the boss of the house, so I guess I will be having one come soon, but hopefully no time soon.
Well, she's the boss of the house. That's why you stay in the gym.
I'm a smart man. A lot of men have egos about being the man. You're a smart man when you realize your wife is in charge.
Yeah. Coach Herman Hareed, Coach, I'm telling you, man, I mean, we don't get a chance to cross paths much, but born and raised in Baltimore City, you've always been one of the coaching heroes that I looked up to, and I think what the city of Baltimore did was well-deserved, honestly. I think you do a tremendous job, and you always have.
I appreciate it, and I truly do. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks a lot, Coach.
Thanks, Coach.
Y'all take care. Thank you. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, you too. I just, the dude, when you watch him move, man, he just moves differently. There's not a lot of guys, and to be at the same place for so long, He's had a tremendous impact.
Think about it, like we've talked about this, over the years, the difference in athletes and how people were growing up according to standards and what you go through. I mean, all the AAU stuff now and then the kids' mentalities, maybe you're bouncing from team to team and everyone's telling you you're the best. It's to try to relate to kids and get them to buy in, I think is a really difficult thing, and you have to catch it early.
Speaking of difficult things, speaking of catching it early, former NFL running back Chris Johnson diagnosed with ALS. I mean, this is like, evidently it's been going on for a while because he's always at a point where he is not mobile.
Is that, I mean, I was just reading some of this stuff, and I know, like, we were going to talk about it or get to it at some point or bring it up. But it's sad, man. You think about my wife's grandfather died from ALS. He lived with it for like 12 to 14 years. I don't remember when exactly he was diagnosed, but it was double-digit years. And just to watch somebody kind of slowly fade away is a tough thing, man.
It is. So, man.
I don't even know, like, why am I bringing it up? You could talk more about it specifically than I can.
I'm telling you, man, I just, woo.
Are you, I mean, I'm sure when you see that, it kind of hits you a little different.
Yeah, I'm going through the genetic thing right now to find out, because they say dementia and ALS are akin to one another. And my aunt, my mom's oldest sister died of dementia.
And 3 of my grandparents died of dementia.
She died of ALS. So now we're trying to see whether or not I'm carrying the gene or not. And that's a process that I'll be going through real soon. So it's scary. It is. It's very scary because, when my mom finally got diagnosed with it, she talked about some of the symptoms that she had years before that she didn't know were the warning signs. So naturally, everything that happens to you now, you're like, oh, wait a minute.
I'm at that point.
Yeah.
You get something like, I got to go to the hospital.
Yeah.
Is this just going to pass? Because like when you think about the way I am, at least, and I think a lot of men are the same way, where it's like, man, I'll just let it run its course. I got a cold. I'm not going. It's not that bad. I got a sinus infection. Yeah, I'll just go pick up some medicine when I'm ready.
I think men are okay with the process. We're afraid of the diagnosis.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough. I think that's very fair.
Once we get the diagnosis, we'll fight through. We just don't want to get the diagnosis.
It happened on Friday. Another thing we should mention is that Stan Saunders passed away.
Yes. Yes.
And I mean, you almost hate when something happens on a Friday because it feels like it can get buried over the weekend. One of my favorite things about Stan is when I went to Ravens practice. And he was always decked out. Everything was matching from head to toe, man, no matter where you found him. So, but, another one of these, it's a guy I grew up watching nonstop. Like, it's different. I don't even watch ESPN unless a game's on. I don't watch a lot of the stuff I did when I was a kid, but I remember getting up for school and watching, Don and Marty, and then, of course, checking out the sports. The sports reports. Let me see what John Buren's saying. Let me see what Stan Saunders is saying. Scott Garceau, all the guys. Keith Mills.
I became the Sunday night sports anchor for WJZ TV. You know who I took over for?
Stan, wasn't it?
Stan Saunders. Yeah.
Stan was a good dude.
When I was there training and learning, he was so gracious, man. He's a nice guy. I didn't have a ongoing relationship with him afterwards. It was hit and miss. He'd text me sometime, I'd text him. But I can tell you this, Stan was a good dude. Gone too soon, age 72. Ben Hall's encore at 9:45, but on the other side is the Daily Line.
Yeah, I had a really good weekend. Went 4-0 in props on Saturday, 4-1 in my top plays. I think I was 3-2 in my top plays on Saturday, 4-1 yesterday. Got a lot of spots today. Today is a big weather day where it's going to have an impact on a lot of games. In fact, there are 5 unbelievable hitting spots, including one is just an absolute smash spot. And if I told you to guess which field it was, you'd probably guess it. Wrigley's at it again. We talk about it next here on The Fan.
The hits keep on coming.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
Guys, it's summer. And if you're still dragging, unmotivated, and running on empty, low testosterone could be why you're not feeling like your old self. LifeMed Institute specializes in testosterone replacement therapy to help you reclaim your energy, strength, and confidence with treatment plans built around your needs by an experienced medical team, not AI. Take the first step this summer. Call LifeMed Institute 410-575-1200 or visit LifeMedInstitute.com to schedule your consultation. Clinics in Maryland, Delaware, and Pennsylvania. That's 410-575-1200. And tell them Rob Long sent you.
Hey, it's Ed. Longest summer days means plenty of ways to keep your game at the top of its game. And Lions Den has everything you need to turn up the heat at home. Make this season a winner. Lions Den. Pleasure, passion, romance. LionsDen.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world. And this summer, get ready because it's gonna be a scorcher. With top artists like Olivia Dean, 5 Seconds of Summer, Benson Boone, Casey Musgraves, Shakira, and Tame Impala, CFG Bank Arena has got you covered for the best music, fan-filled nights, and all the sensational concert vibes summer can bring. It's sure to be lit, and we're not stopping. With more major announcements on the way, visit CFGBankArena.com and get your tickets today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the biggest names in entertainment, and the best seats in Baltimore.
Alex B and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive, professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing, was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
In the month of June, Gunnar Henderson is slashing .224, .333, .367 with just 3 home runs. Many have stood by the expectation that he'll snap out of the slump, but we're past the halfway point of the season and things haven't gotten any better. Henderson spoke on how he's felt at the plate following yesterday's 6-4 loss to the Nationals.
Today felt pretty good, but I mean, it's just been, I don't even know how to describe it. One of the most frustrating things I've ever been through. I mean, it's like come in, work my butt off every day, and like you said, I mean, I know it's not you don't want to think about results, but it's hard not to when crap doesn't show up for so long. So it sucks. It's baseball, but yeah.
The Orioles have lost 4 of their last 6 and sit 7 games under 500. Tonight, they'll start a 3-game series with the White Sox. First pitch from Camden Yards is set for 6:35. In the NBA on Sunday, Charlotte traded Miles Bridges, a 2029 first-round pick, and a 2027 second-round pick to the Suns for Grayson Allen, Royce O'Neal, and a 2033 first-round pick. This is the second big trade we've seen the Hornets make of late as they sent LaMelo Ball to the Timberwolves on Thursday. From the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with partly cloudy skies. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 89. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Dr. Lairfield Smile Design Center. Call 410-321-1100 to schedule your appointment today. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Overs, unders, favorites, and dogs. It's Jeremy Kahn's Daily Line.
Show me the money.
On 105.7 The Fan. Brought to you by Life Med Institute. Guys, regain confidence and performance in the bedroom with Gainswave therapy at Life Med Institute. Gainswave is a revolutionary non-invasive ED treatment. Call 410-575-1200 or go to lifemedinstitute.com to find out more.
All right. So, yeah, it was a good weekend overall. Props were great on Saturday. I even was telling anybody that would listen to me about Reed Detmers on Saturday that the algorithm, go ahead and drink. I'm going to talk about it a little bit. Dylan Cease was pitching Saturday. I loved his over strikeouts. Reed Detmers was grading out at like 8.2 strikeouts in this matchup against the A's. And I think people are looking at it like the A's got a ton of power, but you also got to realize where they've been playing in these small stadiums. That's really kind of, ratcheted up their numbers, especially that stadium in Vegas. And Reed Detmers comes out and he gets, it's one of those situations. It's two strikeouts, gets another one, and you're like, I just need one more. He's only thrown 60-some pitches or whatever. He gets the last one and then proceeds to fall apart. So he got to 8. I only needed him over 6.5. He got to 8. And I really wanted him to get to 8 or higher because, talking about it makes the algorithm look good.
I had to go again, man. 2 drinks.
Get drunk. So that was, hit both of those, had some player props that came through. Yesterday went 4-1. The only loss I had was the Cardinals over. Totally sold us on a great hitting condition. It did suck that Jordan Walker wasn't in the lineup on Sunday, but you should have scored some more runs between those two teams. It was a very low-scoring game. Now, today, the weather is off the charts ridiculous. I guess I should just go to this specifically and talk about each and every one of these games. When I look at the weather, there's no WNBA tonight, so this is all going to be baseball that we're talking about today. Weather for tonight. Orioles over. All these are great spots, and the Cubs spot is just redonkulous. Orioles over. Great play. Going to be good weather tonight, 87 degrees. It's going to be better for the bats. Same thing in Philly. Another great overplay. We got Braxton Ashcraft and Aaron Nola. Wind's blowing out about 6 miles an hour. It's a better pitching matchup, but 84 degrees as we start to see these temps pick up. And let's not forget, they changed the baseballs, whether they're going to tell you or not. There's something different with the baseballs. It's not just the weather.
Who was doing that the other day?
Ronald Acuna. He had him, and he's staring at him, trying to figure out what's going on with him.
He hit 2 balls, and he was staring at him?
Yeah, I know what that. Anyway, Guardians over. Great spot. This was supposed to be the best pitching matchup, or one of the best pitching matchups of the day with Parker Messick and Jacob deGrom, but deGrom got scratched. I brought it up earlier. The Guardians hitting lineup. Outside of Travis Bazzana, they have guys that are kind of situational, lefty-righty. They got a lot of guys that split. So all of a sudden, Tito does this all the time. Guy comes, or you watch it. Or I'm sorry, not Tito. The old A's catcher. Why can't I think of his name? Manager for the Guardians. He's won Manager of the Year like twice. Vogt. Thank you, Stephen Vogt. He'll do this where a guy comes up, gets 2 at bats, he's getting pulled next at bat because they switch the pitcher and he's going to go to the other guy. I mentioned Brian Rocchio's been hitting third for them. He's their 9-hole hitter. He is not a 3-hole hitter, even though he's having a good year. That lineup looks pedestrian. And if you've watched the Rangers all this year, they can't score runs. That offense is wanting. But hitting weather's phenomenal. So do you want to take the pitching matchup or do you want to trust the hitting weather? I'm going with the over. Rockies over is a great spot. And anytime the weather's good in Colorado, it doesn't have to be good for them to score 15 runs. Total's 11.5. Take the over. But the best spot of the day, is the Cubs, where it showed Imanaga. It's funny because yesterday it was Griffin Canning with the Cubs pitcher to be announced, and then today it showed Imanaga with the Padres pitcher to be announced. I assume it's going to be Canning unless he got scratched. It's 88 degrees in Chicago. The wind is blowing out at 16 miles an hour.
Wow.
Fly ball. Last time Shota Imanaga pitched in a game like this, I think he gave up 5 home runs. Manny Machado grades out as the best hitter in this game. I would tell you to take him over 2.5 hits, runs, RBIs. And I know it's going to be hard to believe that people are like, why would he be the best hitter in this game? Hasn't he struggled all year? Yes, he's been swinging the bat better of late. He's a fly ball hitter against a lefty in Imanaga. He is going to lift the baseball, and the wind's going to do the rest. I think he hits a home run today. I'm taking him over 2.5 hits, runs, RBIs. But this is just such a great spot. And oh, by the way, tomorrow might be better in Wrigley. It's just absurd the way that the winds come down in some of these games. And it's not just those games. I didn't even mention some of the other ones. Wind blowing out in the A's game later on tonight as they face the Dodgers. That's another double-digit total. We've got the wind blowing out in Coors, almost 12 miles an hour, which is a huge bump. And then, of course, you got some of these games. You got to look at temperature, too. That takes a toll. Those impact pitches that you're throwing early in the game, later in the game, you get worn out in that heat and humidity. So I'd pay attention to some of that. But my favorite plays today, well, here, I'll just tell you what I like, and then I'll tell you the 5 favorite. I like the A's to win outright. I like Pitt, Philly over, Minnesota, Houston over, Texas, Cleveland over, San Diego, Chicago over, Colorado, Minnesota over, White Sox, Orioles over. That's right. I just gave out 6 over plays. I like all 6. My 5 favorite, I would leave Pitt, Philly out of that group and Minnesota, Houston. So the A's, Rangers over, Padres over, Rockies over, Orioles over. There you go.
410-583-1057. That's the number. Let's go to Towson. Get Ed. What's up, Ed?
Hey, guys. How you feel this morning?
Good. How are you?
Got a lively subject here. But look, I take it. I got a different take and probably come from a different place. Yes, I went to a private school. I know y'all heard somebody talk about that earlier. I went there because my parents wanted me to graduate. At the end of the day, if I based a lot, seriously, when I'm recruiting people, they're like, oh, private school, da-da-da-da. I said they wanted me to graduate. They were DC public school teachers, and they're like, this cat ain't going to get out of school if we put him around a bunch of fraud lines. It wasn't going to happen. So that's real. But anyway, look, if I base upon what I've done in my life, which I was blessed to do on color, it would be, we wouldn't be who we are, the place I coached at DeMassa. And I know you're saying, okay, well, this team is all this and this, but no, it wasn't based upon that. Morgan Wooten, who's in the Hall of Fame, he sent me into the city because I was teaching in D.C. public schools, and he said, look, man, we're going to be the number 1 team in the country. We need a little bit of everything. And that's the closest we came to, like, that whole thing that we're talking about today. But at the end of the day, I want a kid who's going to get the job done. If it just so happens that he's this color, that color, okay, that's it. But it's business. It ain't never personal. It's always business. If you're going to use that, I get it. Maybe I'm not black enough to weigh in on this thing. But if you're going to use that, then you're not going to win. I'm trying to win. I'm trying to win championships. End of story. And so I get the kid that's going to get the job done. And I've had my relatives, Rob, I had my own relatives say, oh, you didn't get our baby in there because of this and because of it. Okay, fine. Then it is what it is. Whatever you think is whatever you think. I feel bad for the kid gets sent down. And I might have thought a certain way, but I understand it's a business decision. At the end of the day, it's all business. You can't go, Maya Angelou on this thing because it ain't that kind of party. It's a business decision. And that's what they did.
And sometimes it's just a numbers game, too. And so you get the odd man out. And again, it's fine to compare and say, hey, I'd rather them just release Tyler O'Neill. Well, that's you reaching into the owner's pocket saying, give him $30 million to go away.
Exactly. or
whatever it is, at 25. I don't know how much he's got left on that deal.
Too much.
But again, like if Jeremiah Jackson was hitting like he was hitting at the beginning of the year, he's not going down. Hell, he's probably in the lineup more times than not.
Ben has the encore. You don't want to miss it. Find out what we learned today on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Treat yourself and taste the Baltimore tradition that is the legendary Costas Inn. For over 55 years, the Costas Inn's been a Baltimore original, dishing out their legendary, fat, delicious, award-winning crab cakes and steamed crabs from the location on North Point Boulevard. It's warming up outside. You can always enjoy some hot steamed crabs in the comfort of their dining room. Costas has steamed crabs available daily at their original location on North Point Boulevard. And if you haven't checked out their new location at the Fairgrounds in Timonium on the second floor of the grandstand, you need to. Features all your favorites from the original Costas Inn, including crab cakes, sandwiches, tons of TVs with live sports, and a new draft system holding 12 beers on tap. And there's plenty of parking. Was over there last week. They're doing some remodeling. Place looks amazing. They're open for lunch and dinner daily on the second floor of the grandstand. You can catch all the baseball games, all the sporting action. And don't forget, whatever the occasion, the Costas Inn can deliver crab cakes for your loved ones anywhere in the country. Check out both Costas Inn locations today. And when you do, make sure you tell them Jeremy sent you.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Well, the rest of the NBA flies through trades, free agency, making moves left and right. There is one name that still dominates every conversation, LeBron James. Now, the Lakers remain the favorite for the Kings' services, but we've heard the names, Warriors, Cavaliers, even the Heat keep coming up. For once, LeBron James is actually taking a back seat. That's the biggest surprise of all. I'm John Lund.
105.7 The Fan Studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
The right tools aren't optional. They're how the job gets done right. That's why a lot of us run with Napa for tools and equipment we can count on. From Milwaukee fuel sets, sockets, and impacts that deliver real power when you need it, to Carlisle hand tools built for precision, durability, and everyday use. It's professional-grade gear that keeps your bays moving and your business running strong. So when you need the right tool, right now, you know where to go. Napa.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And right now, save $500 on Tempur-Breeze mattresses, plus get a $300 instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Hey, it's Ed Norris. You know, there's a place in Baltimore where the food's great, the drinks are cold, and the crowd is even better. And that's Mount Washington Tavern. We've got a full lunch and dinner menu every day, fresh, delicious, and something for everyone. But here's what you really need to know. Every Wednesday night is prime rib night. Slow roasted prime rib, roasted fingerling potatoes, and a fresh salad, all for just $32. Wednesdays just got a lot better. And of course, don't miss happy hour. Monday through Friday, 3 to 6, $10 martinis, old fashions, Manhattans, $8 crab hush puppies and mussels. And of course, Sundays, $5 drinks all day. That's Crushes, rail drinks, canned seltzers. It's just a great place every day of the week. And if you're a, baseball fan, the Tavern is your spot. You can catch the game because they got tons of TVs there. Grab a bite and hop the light rail if you have tickets. It goes right to the ballpark and right back to the Tavern after the game. Really easy. Reservations go fast, so call or book online today and say hi to Rob, Dave, and Buck while you're there at Mount Washington Tavern, where Baltimore eats.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
The right tools aren't optional. They're how the job gets done right. That's why a lot of us run with Napa for tools and equipment we can count on. From Milwaukee fuel sets, sockets, and impacts that deliver real power when you need it, to Carlisle hand tools built for precision, durability, and everyday use. It's professional-grade gear that keeps your bays moving and your business running strong. So when you need the right tool, right now, you know where to go. Napa.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And right now, save $500 on Tempur-Breeze mattresses, plus get a $300 instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep Easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Mic check 1, 2.
Thank you. Far too. Can I get an encore? Do you want more? One last time, I need y'all to roar.
About Najee Harris, but he's not lying.
Trippy. You know damn well if Brandon Scott hired you for trash, you tell him just to give you a budget to hire other people so you can boss him around, man.
No, I wouldn't boss nobody around.
You ain't picking up no trash.
No, but to be honest with you, nothing against the black folks and the white folks. I probably hire the Migos, man, because one thing about the Migos, they going to get it done. Hello?
Wow.
That's the Najee Harris thing, though. He ain't lying, though.
I don't think he is.
What?
And that's the encore for the day. Man, so if Trippy was in charge, none of us would get a job, Ben.
If Trippy was in charge, Bateman would be out there picking up the trash. Oh, man.
Hey, Rashad. Rashad. Hello? Pick the trash up.
For once in your life, use your hands.
Exactly.
No, see, that's like when he gets off on those tangents about him. That's why I said it earlier today. It's like, you ain't send him anything nice.
It's
like if
about a
I'm
girl.
on Twitter and you keep sending me nasty stuff, I don't need to see it.
It's about a girl.
It has to be.
It has to be about a girl, man. One day we going to find out the truth.
Because then if it is, I understand. And I'm sorry for everything I said.
It's about a over a girl?
Huh?
Yeah, see, I believe this. The only person you should get butt hurt about, and I'm talking about your family members, is your wife. I ain't getting butt hurt over them.
We've had this conversation before. I have enough hatred for both of them. So we good.
Nah.
You do me wrong. I got enough hatred for both of you. That's what I said. Like when
no, what I mean is if something went down, I'm not still carrying it on publicly.
Oh,
unless it's my wife.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not talking about whether he should be mad or not, but if it really is a girl, man, let it go, bro.
He's never said it was about a woman.
He doesn't have to. He doesn't have to. Put it this way, prove me wrong.
Yeah.
Because right now the evidence says this seems a little romantic. Not between you and Bateman, but between this third party that was involved in this. I ain't accusing you of no mess like that, Trippy. I just think it was the girl involved.
Yeah.
And now it's time for you to find out what we learned today.
What we learned on the Big Bad Morning Show.
Today is National Camera Day. When is the last time that it wasn't attached to a phone, Jeremy, that you used the camera?
You know what? I actually know this because it was at a friend's wedding. They put disposable cameras at everyone's table, and they wanted people to take pictures.
Right.
So we went in the bathroom and took pictures of our buttholes and things like that. So when you're going through your wedding slide, and it's like, oh, look, well, it's first dance. And what is that? Did somebody drop a camera?
Now, I'm going to ask this question differently to you, Ben. You're 25, right? Have you ever used a camera that wasn't attached to a phone?
I have. I didn't have the same experience as Jeremy. That does sound
You
interesting.
weren't at that wedding?
No, we didn't. Not in that way.
If you'd asked nicely, I'd have taken the pictures.
No, I in Puerto Rico, my girlfriend has a pretty expensive camera that she likes for a lot of different pictures.
You used it then?
Yeah. No butt pictures, though.
No butt pictures?
No
butt
You didn't take a butt picture of your girl? You ain't living unless you take a butt picture of your girl.
No, not on that camera.
Man, that's...
Rob, you missed out if you didn't say to Ben, you want some? See, that's what my dad would do to me. You know, like, yeah.
Today is also National Waffle Iron Day.
I love waffles.
Waffles, pancakes are not my thing.
I love them.
I'm more of a French toast kind of guy.
I love French toast.
Yeah. You ain't had my French toast.
Invite me. I will eat your French toast.
Invite you where?
Wherever.
You ain't coming to my house.
I'll come to your house.
No, you won't.
I'll be there.
No, you're not.
Knocking at that door.
No, you don't even know where I live.
I'm here to talk to you about our Lord and Savior and French toast.
And today is National Darts Day. You play a game of darts? You like darts?
I'm okay with darts.
You know, one day we should go to Brian Beerley's place. Woody's. They have a dart league. It's a tent out back. You smoke cigars and play darts.
Okay.
You got the bar out there. It's a cool spot.
I don't think I'm great at darts, but I'm okay.
Ben, I don't think you're old enough.
You're old enough.
Today would have been Harmon Killebrew's birthday. Former pitcher Rick Honeycutt turned 72 today. Former first baseman for the Dodgers and outfielder Pedro Guerrero turns 70 today. Former linebacker Pepper Johnson and coach turned 62 today. Kawhi Leonard, some idiot what's called him Kawhi, he turns 35 today. Former NBA player Joe Johnson and DJ, talk show host Charlamagne the God, they share a birthday today. Ben, who's older?
Charlamagne. I'm going to go Charlamagne.
All right.
Yeah, I'm going to go Charlamagne, too.
Joe Johnson's turned 45. Charlamagne the God turns 48. And happy birthday to Orioles shortstop Gunnar Henderson, who turns 25 today.
Ooh. All right.
Getting old, Gunnar. Getting old.
Yeah. I lost my job because of illness and fatigue. My boss was sick and tired of me. My favorite one with jobs is like, I can't go back to that job after what my boss said to me. Well, what did he say? You're fired. If you see a crime in an Apple store, does that make you an eyewitness?
I like that.
Yeah. Is it just me or is everyone on this sub good looking? Nope. Guess it's just me. See, that's a stupid one. Thank you. Sometimes the bad ones are the better ones. The Argentinian football team was checking out at their hotel. All the players' rooms were neat except one. It was messy. I tried to get a loan to write a book about trigonometry, but I couldn't get anyone to co-sign. C-O-S-I-N-E.
We get it.
Okay. Why couldn't the skeleton go to the dance? Because he had no body to dance with. That's a kid's one. I can't even read that one. I'll tell you when we get up there. I mixed a laxative in my alphabet soup. I call it Let Her Rip. My wife came up with a groaner today. What is a Banshee's favorite country artist? A Waylon Jennings. And here you go. I'm not saying I'm attractive, but when I take my clothes off in the bathroom, I turn the shower on.
I can never go back to my job after what my boss said to me.
What did he say to you?
You're fired.
It's so good, man.
Orioles begin a 3-game series with the Chicago White Sox tonight at Camden Yards. See you there or on Masson and Masson Plus app. Vinny and Haynie up next. Have yourselves a safe and wonderful Manic Monday.
This is the Fan, baby.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2-up early payout so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pregame straight match result bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2-up early payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
At Odyssey, we believe in creating a diverse and inclusive workforce. We also value the power of community and encourage local organizations to help us in referring qualified applicants to our stations. If you're a community organization interested in receiving our vacancy information, simply email equalemployment@odyssey.com. You'll be notified of all our open positions. That's equalemployment@odyssey.com. And for all our listeners, please visit odysseyinc.com/careers for a list of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world has noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, if you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
The summer sticker sales event is happening now at Bob Bell Kia. Drive home in one of 4 incredible Kia models under $30,000. All credit types are welcome. Start shopping the summer sticker sale now at BobBellKia.com or call 410-288-2500.
Surfside iced tea and lemonade with vodka. Light, refreshing, 100 calories, no bubbles. Pairs perfectly with cheering on your O's. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
After 2 of his best starts of the season, Kyle Bradish couldn't keep it rolling in a 6-4 loss to the Nationals. He gave up 3 earned runs on 1 hit and 5 walks in 4 innings of work. Craig Alvarez spoke on what went wrong for Bradish.
He just didn't have any feel. He had the 5 walks. Then was the 3rd inning, the 2 2-out walks were big. Yeah, he didn't have command. I mean, he battled and competed, but he just couldn't get count leverage or just dominate the strike zone like he usually does.
The Birds dropped their 2nd straight series Sunday and now sit at 39-46. They'll start a 3-game set with the White Sox tonight. You can hear all your pregame coverage on The Fan with BBT, sponsored by Jerry's Home Services, live from Pickles Pub with Bob Haynie and Steve Molesky starting at 5:30. First pitch from Camden Yards is set for 6:35. From the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with partly cloudy skies. Tomorrow is sunny skies and a high of 89. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Alonso clumps one to deep center field. It sounds good. It looks good. The polar bear to the base of the batter's eye. A first inning 2-run shot. And a line drive into left center field is a hit. And it's an extra base hit. Wood to third base, waved in. Henderson coming to the plate, well offline. Bradish backs it up, but it's a 2-run double. Garcia's winning every battle right now. He's hit his 2nd home run of the game. Oh no, that ball stayed in play. Beg your pardon, I thought that got out. I think they might take a look at this. Holiday rips one to deep right, and that will go. A jolt from Jackson, and a left-on-left Holiday homer. Taveras off the mound to second. 1, 2, and a 3-game set goes to the Nationals.
Like we talked about, just not getting the results he wants. He had great swings today. The fly ball to center field was one of the more cleaner pass in the smoother swings that he had, and then obviously the one down the left field line was a really good swing. It's just nothing's falling for him right now.
Well, I can look at this box score, which could tell you a lot of stories here. We're talking about Gunnar Henderson there. Craig Alvarez, Orioles manager. All right, the one almost was a hit.
Yep.
It was clean to center field. 0 for 4. Batting average plummeting, barely above 220. And I'm not here to lambaste Gunnar Henderson by any stretch of the imagination. We're just hitting here. Birthday today, turns 25. We're watching a talented all-star level player at his best, an MVP-worthy dude, which he was in 2024. Remember his early success, Rookie of the Year. First game he had a home run. First game he ever played in Cleveland. Remember his helmet was flying off because his hair was all long. He looked like, Vince Neil running around first base. Helmet flapping all over the place. Then he wins Rookie of the Year after a slow start. Then was an MVP, I think fourth in MVP voting, the starting shortstop for the All-Star game. Had a great playoff in 23, let's not forget, against Texas, even though the Orioles got swept. He was outstanding in that series. But the last 2 years have been, what the hell? Now, last year, again, hurt coming out of spring training. We've talked about this ad nauseum. And I don't even know what that means. And then he admitted that he had a shoulder impingement. And only get in here. Throughout the entirety of the season. And even then, he had a respectable year based on your normal shortstop in the American League. But he's not supposed to be a normal shortstop. He's supposed to be Bobby Witt Jr. And in that level, which he's been before. A premier guy. And this year, outside of the home runs, it has been an absolute struggle for him. Defensive miscues, base running blunders, these peaks and valleys. And there's been more valleys offensively than peaks. Because we can sit here and talk about Pete Alonso. I got zero problems with him. And let me tell the story. Remember the Orioles offered Schwarber the same thing the Phillies did. Schwarber just hit his 30th home run yesterday for Philadelphia. A team that's going to be probably passing Atlanta before the All-Star break. Alonso's got 19 bombs. He's on pace to hit almost 40 homers and drive in over 100 runs. And he's played much better defensively than anyone expected that he would. Zero. Here, look at the YouTube camera. Zero problem with Pete Alonso. But if Gunnar Henderson was being Gunnar Henderson that we expect and we've seen, I don't think we're sitting here talking about the Orioles being 7 games below 500. And now the joke has died. They're not 2 out of the wild card. They're 3 out of the wild card. Actually, they're 1.5 going in front. But anyway, you get the point. They've lost ground. So Nolan McGraw, and we'll get to the debacle that was yesterday's game as Kyle Bradish couldn't throw a straight. He gave up 1 hit, but he walked 5 guys and lost. And Luis Garcia, come on, man, pump the brakes. No doubt. I mean, what did the Orioles do to you? I mean, come on. I mean, that guy just died, and he's been on a heater for about a good week to 10 days here. But Gunnar Henderson's woes, I think, are synonymous with the O's. And here we are about to wrap up the month of June, 2 days left with the first-place White Sox coming to town, who, by the way, bash home runs as well as anybody in baseball, second only to the Yankees. If Gunnar Henderson, Nolan, was performing to maybe even last year's level, are we as in dire of a situation as they are right now? Because this has been, home runs aside, and they're the big fancy numbers that everybody likes. But everything else, the batting average, the on-base percentage, slugging percentage, defensive metrics. Again, as we said with the base running, how many times has he been picked off and run himself in and out? I mean, it's just been a confluence of bad stuff for a guy that at 25 years old, we should be talking about entrenched as at least an all-star and a guy that should be in the top 5 in MVP voting every year.
Well, it's having an impact, and I'll say it's having a big impact, but I can't go as far as to say that him being what he was last year, even 2 years ago, would be enough to have the Orioles just, in a playoff spot, thriving, completely different outlook as a team. I mean, the brand of baseball that I watched out of this team for the last 3 days, and the last 2 in particular against the Nats, that told me the full story. So you mentioned, we'll get into the ugly details with this game. Well, that's it. Henderson, I'm not making an excuse for him. He's been terrible this year, right? And then you have 1 hit in an entire series. This might have been his rock bottom, if we're being honest. And it's been a pretty rough season overall. But even if he was great, I just don't see that being a big difference for this team in the standings, right? Maybe they're in a wild card spot. Maybe there's a little bit more of a favorable outlook and you feel like you could survive long enough to get really competitive later on. I just don't see them being 1 piece away in any aspect, right? Improve 1 or 2 positions defensively. I don't think it makes that big of a difference because the team is that bad as a whole defensively. Baseball IQ, well, in my opinion, there's nothing you can do in that department. I mean, sure, maybe add a guy who's traditionally smart, a veteran, somebody who's had playoff experience at the deadline. Again, it's 1 piece out of 9 guys playing on the diamond. So I just don't see a route. I don't see a path. either for them to work themselves out of it or to seek help outside the organization through a trade that would actually get them where they need to be.
My point is, offensively, you have a guy at the top of your lineup, Taylor Ward, who gets on base a lot. If Gunnar Henderson was a feared hitter batting second where he's been entrenched, he's not getting on base at all. And a lot of times, but if he was being what we hope he will be, and I believe he will be again, it might happen the next 3 days against the White Sox. And him and Alonso, then you have a top three where now the first inning you're a competitive team. And you're making teams pay, and you're not constantly playing from behind. They get Adley back yesterday, and, first at bat, quality at bat, bloop and a blast, the Orioles are up 2-0. Kowser worked 2 hits, and he was brilliant in center field yesterday. Jackson Holiday went deep late off a lefty, by the way. But I think Gunner's kind of become an albatross in the top 3 spot. That's what I'm trying to say. You're batting in a position where you need to get on base and be productive, and you're not doing any of this stuff right now, and I think it's detrimental to the team. Do I think he sucks? Of course not. He doesn't suck. He's one of the most talented players in the American League, but he's sucking this year, and there might have to be a time, and I know Mike Elias said that he has nothing to do with the lineup, unless Albie looks for some sort of assistance from the front office, that they might have to say, I don't know, dude. Now, Sean Burke's pitching tonight, former Terp, who's having a good year. He's a righty, so I don't think anything changes dramatically. I guess we can make this a multi-pronged question. All right, you move Gunner, who bats second now. I already know the answer. It's Adley Rutschman. And then I'm batting Alonso or Basayo third, or Alonso or Basayo cleaning up, and then have fun figuring out the rest of the lineup. But Gunner batting second right now is not advantageous to the team. Almost and hard hit balls are still 0 for 2, 0 for 4 in the box score. And I don't give a bleep what X and velos and analytics say. The real numbers, the one that they put on Baseball Reference, say 0 for 4.
Mm-hmm. You know a guy's struggling when, they're talking after, well, he had a good swing, and he's hitting it hard, and it was close to being fair.
I had a good piece of lobster, but I dropped it on the floor. I'd still use it.
But emotionally, to me, that's where they're missing, because that dude gets them going, like if he get on base, how he plays and with his emotion, to me, he is kind of that guy.
I mean, he was on fire, 2 years ago in 2024? Second, fantastic. One of the best seasons we've ever seen, right? Mm-hmm. Out of this Orioles team. What happened in the second half to the team as a whole? Gunner's going this way. He's on a rocket ship to the moon, and the entire team's going the other way. So, to me, there's still that disconnect. Again, this guy at peak performance, it's just simply not enough for this team. But, Bob, I'm with you 1,000%. We're beyond time to move him out of the 2 spot. And we'll certainly dive into the Elias comments about making the lineup, because I'm calling BS on that. Just a little teaser there. But, I mean, whoever's decision it is, we're way beyond that. And it's not like, I don't see how that should be an offensive conversation to Gunner. I don't see how he, and I'm not saying he is, could even push back against that, right? I don't know what I'm missing here, right? It's to his benefit. Right? I mean, you're going through it right now. You clearly don't have your best stuff. Would you rather take 4 at-bats a night or 3, 5 or 4? Something. I think it's that simple, right? Take a little bit of pressure off. And it's not just Adley. I think there's other options. I mean, they don't view Blaze as an everyday player. They should, but he could hit second, right? I mean, there's other.
No doubt.
So, yes, let's make it happen. Let's start tonight.
All right.
No better time than
if you're listening, Orioles. Ward leads off. Adley bats second. You can flip-flop Alonso or Basayo because it's a righty. One bats third, one bats fourth. And Gunnar Henderson bats fifth. There you go. You're welcome. Hey-oh. Let's move on with it. Now you got to hope that Shane Baz gives you some quality starts here, because after Bradish yesterday, you're going to need a little bit of a bounce back. Because I'm not, Bradish had a rough day, but he was been brilliant his last 2 starts, dominant in his previous start. But we sit here, last time we spoke was Friday. The Orioles were a game and a half out of the wild card, and they gained a half game because they didn't play. And then they won Friday night behind Trevor Rogers and timely hitting. I mean, Friday night is kind of like, wow, we'd never see it win games like that. Saturday, they come back and tie it, lose in extras. And then yesterday, they're up 2-0, and then they don't get a hit for 4 innings, and they wind up losing 6-4. Tavares pitch hitting for Kowser, grounds into the double play, and that's it. But now they're 7 games below 500. And Mike Elias, and we'll play these cuts when we come back, we're buying. We want Adley Rutschman to play here forever. Does Adley even want to be here, which is another layer to this stuff? But I hear you. But at what point, say they get swept by the White Sox, they're 10 games under 500. And they're 5 out of the wild card as we go into 4th of July weekend. Does the mindset change? Where Trevor Rogers, Taylor Ward, bye-bye, others possibly could be on the move. Maybe you start looking at, hey, I can get a controllable guy that might not help us this year per se. I'm just scenario, pitcher, relief guy, or slugging outfielder, whatever it is. Hey, if I got to sacrifice a Mayo or a Beavers or a Kerstad or somebody like that, I'm not saying he's got much value at this time, for someone that might not help us get to the wild card this year, but will be a prominent part of 2027, do you start looking down that avenue too? I mean, you're going to have to start big picture and stuff. For instance, Adley Rutschman's going to be a free agent after next year. Yeah. You think you're set at catcher with Basayo for the future, but, when do you go from, all right, we might not be buying, but we're interested in maybe trying to look ahead to next season, add a little pieces. Because Bassett now had the back surgery. We going to see him at all this year? Man Bun will be back probably Wednesday, I think, because they have a day game coming up against Chicago. But maybe when do you punt on this year? 7 games under 500 is, but hey, Boston just won 4 in a row, and all of a sudden they're breathing down our necks here.
Well, let me ask you this, Bob. Do you think that, with a lot of these young guys that he had, the Mayos and Kersta, did he wait too long to ship them out?
I think the magic beans have not grown into bean stalks, which is an unfortunate situation. And another one, and Mike Elias, and we're not trying to turn this into the Nate George thing, but your number one prospect's out for the year, it seems, with an illness or an ailment that has nothing to do with baseball or sports. So now we're going back to when Kerstad got shut down early. Don't want to speculate, but if it's not an athletically related ailment and he's out and they have no timetable for his return, now your concerns are, and he's only, 19, 20 years old? It's like, is he okay? Anyway, Orioles, they lose 2 out of 3 to the Nats. Last 2 games, tough ones. They weren't as bad as the last one in Anaheim or last Friday against the Dodgers. But they bounced back after the Dodgers lost and won the next 2. What are they now? 1-4 in their last 5 games. They're 3 out of the wild card. All right. You want to vent about the Orioles? We're here for you. And looking ahead a little bit, a month from today, first day of training camp, Baltimore Ravens. Whoa.
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Selling your home is a big decision. Vinny Stio makes it simple with the Your Home Sold guarantee. Your home sold or he'll buy it. That's peace of mind you can count on. Call Vinny today. 410-793-1801. 410-793-1801.
Rolled your ankle playing pickleball? Pulled a muscle on the golf course? Feeling that shoulder after a weekend workout? Skip the long wait at the ER or urgent care and go straight to the orthopedic experts. Ortho Maryland has walk-in care in 5 locations throughout Baltimore and Harford counties. The newest location in Reisterstown now offers convenient day and evening walk-in care, on-site x-rays, DME, and physical therapy. Visit orthomaryland.com FanBaltimore.net for hours and locations.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code MULTIPLY to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code MULTIPLY to borrow up to $10,000. Use code MULTIPLY to borrow up to $10,000.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
We're at a 2-2 stalemate into stoppage time. Next goal, Shirley wins it. He sets up for the corner kick. Curls it in. He's up for the header. And score! Brilliant goal!
Soccer's biggest games are here. Get ready by heading over to Giant for all your match day essentials. And let Upside set up the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Whether it's food for your watch party, dining out during match days, or the gas you need to get where you're going in time to catch kickoff, Upside has you covered to earn cash back on your everyday purchases.
Right now, get a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CHARM06. That's promo code CHARM06 for a $10 bonus. Remember, use promo code CHARM06.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
You say you'd never give in to a meltdown and never fill your feed with kid photos. You say you'd never put a pacifier in your mouth to clean it and never let them run wild through the grocery store. So when you say you'd never let them get into a car without you there, know it can happen. 1 in 4 hot car deaths happen when a kid gets into an unlocked car and can't get out. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army. Our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Bob Haney, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haney Show. 105.7 The Fan.
I have no input on the lineup. Our front office doesn't either, unless we're asked for it, which we work very collaboratively with Craig and his staff. They will ask, but other than that, we don't get involved in daily stuff. I always want the coaches that are close to the clubhouse situation, the health picture, what's going on, if the team's on the road. And they're also studying several games ahead, trying to plan out lineups.
All right, here's a question I have. That's Mike Elias, Orioles GM, vice president of this, that, and the other thing. I mean, they always change titles. Not hating on Mike Elias for his title, maybe his roster. We get on that. What manager or coaching staff would seek assistance from the front office in putting out the lineup?
If I'm interviewing for a job and you're going to tell me that, you're getting help with the I'll be like, not interested.
Wouldn't you think? And let's look at it this way, too. It's Vinny and Haney, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haney, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw's on the other side of the glass. All right, your coaching staff is already vast. You have pitching this, pitching that. How many hitting coaches do they have?
4, isn't it?
You have bullpen coach. Your coaching staff And yeah, I'm going to go old man. This ain't Earl Weaver with Billy Hunter, George Stoller, George Bamberger, and a bullpen coach. You know what I mean? There are more hitting coaches than Earl Weaver's entire coaching staff nowadays. So you have all this intel coming from within your ranks, guys who wear uniforms. Why would you ask the front office to help you? Wouldn't your pitching strategist have an idea of what their lineup's going to be? And wouldn't your hitting coaches, plural, have an idea of what the splits are for this guy and what the bullpen usage is for that? You've got all this data at your fingertips. Look, I'm not the smartest guy in the world. But, I play baseball not to that level. I mean, I kind of sucked, actually. I mean, I could catch a ball and, I knew fundamentals and I'd hit one every now and again. I wear a softball out, though. Ting, ting, ting. But why would you? We got this. You hired me to be the manager of the team, not the locker room babysitter or clubhouse babysitter. I have to deal with the media twice a day, which can be painstaking, let's be honest. Especially when you start to lose and you're going through the broken record day after day. Why would you ask for assistance? I mean, has the game changed that much where there's someone sitting in the front office that would know more about your upcoming opponent or that game's pitcher than you do? That would influence the way that you would put your lineup together?
You would think, Bob, that's your preparation. You prepared for all of those scenarios. Once one game ends, that's what you're doing, prepping for the next game, I would think. It kind of reminds you of like Parcells when he said, hey, if you, what is it? You want me to cook, buy the groceries, and
if you want me to cook the food, let me buy the groceries.
Right, same type of thing. I want a coach that wants to run it and gonna run it. You think Buck Showalter would allow, anybody to help him? Hell no.
I mean, I'm sure he had assistants, but I don't know how much Dan Duquette, for instance, was influencing the daily lineup.
So this is the third different manager that we've had under the Mike Elias regime, even if it was just a couple months of Mansolino last year. You've seen 3 different personalities, 3 different looks at it, 3 different guys in the seat. I'm not buying this comment about Elias having nothing to do with the lineup if the way the lineup's being constructed looks identical to the way that Brandon Hyde was supposedly doing it, right? If the same kind of key principles and philosophies about building this lineup existed under him, then through Mansolino, and now again under Albernaz, well, then I'm sorry, that's one hell of a coincidence that you've got 3 guys that think exactly alike when it comes to live and die by the lefty-righty matchups. As soon as a player like Blaze Alexander is on a 3-game hitting streak, he's on top of the world. Get him out of there. Let's get Kobe Mayo in there for a day and just derail everything. The same kind of stuff has been there every step of the way. Why in the world would I believe that the decisions aren't coming from the one constant?
And I think when he even mentioned the fact that if they ask for input, we have nothing to do with it except, so there was the qualifier that was in there to begin with. I don't think Mike Elias is filling out the lineup card and going, here is what you do, that sort of thing. But I think there's more input than maybe he alluded to. Now, I'll agree, or I'll believe, I should say. I don't think he's telling him what relievers to put in and all this nonsense, or whomever the analytic, backbone could be. But my problem is, as I stated, you've got all these people that you already have on your staff. Why in the bleep would you even have to rely on the front office to put your lineup together? What are you paying these other people for? It sure as hell isn't infield practice or learning how to bunt or anything like that, or base running IQ.
Bob, that's like
you're running hot all of a sudden.
That's like the guy up in the press box that situationally, no, go for it. No, don't go for it. Right.
I mean, look, we got coaches in the NFL whose job it is to grab the head coach and tell him get off the field. The get back coach. I mean, I'd like that job.
Well, like when I would go to Bud Grant's training camp, they had like 6, maybe 7 coaches. Now what do they have? 20?
Well, the Ravens just put out that new within the scouting department.
Oh my God!
It's not a scout, Midwest scout, South scout, East West. There are all these titles, and it makes it seem more. What's the word I'm looking for?
It's too crowded.
Or like a bigger deal than it really. He's a scout.
No. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
It's just okay. He scouts the Northwest. Mm-hmm. But instead, he's vice president of this, that is analytical president of that. And who counts the paper clips?
Well, you know what they do is instead of giving you a raise, they give you a title. Mm-hmm. That prevents them from having to pay you because you get this nice title.
Well, I like what Bob was saying, and I would like to believe that Albernaz has full reign once the game starts.
Yeah.
I mean, at the very least, that's got to be the last thing that remains untouched in terms of meddling from above in the front office. But I do get suspicious when I see stuff like the Trey Gibson thing last week, right? Where he's getting pulled in a dominant, he's rolling, he's cruising. You can't tell me Albernaz is sitting there in the dugout saying, yep, time to pull this guy. This is 100% my decision. This is totally in line with the feel of the game. Maybe it was. But something about that whole situation to me read like the law was laid down from above that said this guy's on a pitch count and he can't pitch more than 4 innings today, or he can't go past 65, 70 pitches, whatever it was, that they're going to keep babying Trey Gibson because he's a rookie or whatever it is. That's the kind of stuff that I can't get on board with.
And even Gibson himself said he knew he was coming out after the inning. That's why he was jacking it up to 97, 98 miles an hour, which we haven't seen normally from him. So Orioles, well, here's the bottom line. Why they've gotten to this point: injuries, inconsistencies, poor play by your stars. Some stars, not all of them, but some. They're 7 games below 500. They're 3 out of the wild card, and they just can't seem to gain any traction. The Red Sox just swept the Yankees. The Red Sox, who have been getting swept on a regular basis themselves this year, just swept New York, and in doing so put Tampa back at first place, and we'll get into that when we do the AL East later in the show. And now Boston's breathing down Baltimore's necks. Only a game and a half back. And now Toronto's crapping themselves, lose at 4 to Texas, and that doesn't help the Orioles or the Blue Jays, because now Texas, they're chasing Seattle for the AL West, but that puts him in a prime playoff spot. We're 7 games below 500. The last 2 days of June. We asked this question a month ago. Give us one word to describe the Orioles. Let's do it. 410-583-1057. Vinny Haynie, Nolan here on the Fan.
If you missed today's Big Bad Morning Show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. The Big Bad Morning Show, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 6 till 10. 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. Upgrade your home with top brands and flexible financing during Town Appliance's 4th of July shopping event going on now. Mayor and Mayor, they're going to take great care of you. Tell them Vinny sent you when you stop by the showroom, call, text, or visit townappliance.com today. Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. For over 40 years, Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes have made holidays, special occasions, and everyday meals easier and more enjoyable for everyone. So treat yourself to a famous Box Hill Crab Cake or ship anywhere in the U.S., whether it's seafood, Greek specialties, Italian dishes, or supersized salads. Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes has you covered. Dine in, pick up, or now you can DoorDash Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes menu items right to your door. Box Hill Pizza Restaurant.com.
Well, Lorenzo, the pitch looked good.
Yeah, so green.
USA keeper was decent enough.
Didn't have much to do.
99 minutes.
Not a single goal. Well, Bet365 sure came through, though. I bet $10 and got $150 in bonus bets just for signing up.
At least someone scored.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
It's Rob along with my friend Vinny Steele, owner of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. I love how your cash offer program is helping our veterans put together competitive offers.
Government loans, Rob, are often not the first choice for home sellers. Our cash offer program allows buyers to use our cash reserves to submit a cash offer to beat out other buyers and get a great deal.
That's great news. So if you're using FHA or VA financing, call or text Vinny right now, 410-793-1801. That's 410-793-1801.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Meet Sophia, a huge soccer fan. With her Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's streaming 3 games, video calling her cousin in Mexico,
and running the quiniela all on my new Samsung Galaxy.
She's practically running the whole tournament from her phone.
Good thing I have Total Wireless.
Switch to Total Wireless Total Max 5G or All Access plans to get on a network that won't put you second. Plus, a Samsung Galaxy on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Future you wants to have fun on the 4th, so get set in one stop at Target's 4th of July sale. Get 40% off women's dresses, skirts, and shorts. And for the kiddos, shorts are 20% off. What's a celebration without something tasty? Frozen treats are BOGO 25% off. Plus, you save 30% on soda 12 packs when you buy 3. Have fun all weekend long. Shop Target's 4th of July sale. And Saturday, restrictions apply.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
In the month of June, Gunnar Henderson is slashing .224, .333, .367 with just 3 home runs. Many have stood by the expectation that he'll snap out of the slump, but we're past the halfway point of the season, and things haven't gotten any better. Henderson spoke on how he's felt at the plate following yesterday's 6-4 loss to the Nationals.
Today felt pretty good, but I mean, it's just been, I don't even know how to describe it. One of the most frustrating things I've ever been through. I mean, it's like come in, work my butt off every day, and like you said, I mean, I know it's not you don't want to think about results, but it's hard not to when crab doesn't show up for so long. So it sucks. It's baseball, but yeah.
The Orioles have lost 4 of their last 6 and sit 7 games under 500. Tonight, they'll start a 3-game series with the White Sox. First pitch from Camden Yards is set for 6:35. In the NBA on Sunday, Charlotte traded Miles Bridges, a 2029 first-round pick, and a 2027 second-round pick to the Suns for Grayson Allen, Royce O'Neal, and a 2033 first-round pick. This is the second big trade we've seen the Hornets make of late as they sent LaMelo Ball to the Timberwolves on Thursday. From the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with partly cloudy skies. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 89. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Pete's Cycle. Get out and enjoy the outdoors with Pete's Cycle Company this summer. Save up to $2,500 now on selected models and financing rates as low as 3.99% now through July 4th. So get on out to one of the 2 Pete's Cycle showrooms, Bel Air Road in Baltimore or Ritchie Highway in Severna Park, or online anytime at PetesCycle.com. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Oh, man. Just watching this crawl on ESPN2. Zach LaVine, slam dunk contest winner, UCLA Bruin. Good player. Not Kobe Jordan by any stretch. Just exercised his $49 million player option. Oh, I got a headache. Zach LaVine, 49 mother bleeping $1 million player option. And coming off an injury. And he's been hurt a lot. Zach LaVine, hey, what a country, huh? As Yakov Smirnoff said way back when. What a country. 49 million. Anywho, Orioles lose 2 out of 3 to the Nats. Win Friday. Spirited game. Getting clutch hits. Standout pitching. You're taking it. For the most part. And then Saturday, you're down. You come from behind. You tie it, and you lose in extras. And then yesterday, you're up 2-0 and, don't get a hit for 4 innings. And you try to come back. Spirited effort at that, but a loss nonetheless. Now the Orioles sit 7 games below 500 and 3 games out of the wild card. So before we get to the phones, if you want to get in, you can at 4-5-8-3-1057. One word, last 2 days of June, Vinny, to describe the Orioles based on what we've seen. And let me just pull the record out. We're past the midway point. 39-46. 39-46. You're describing this season in one word. What is it?
Disappointing. And just because expectations, and I think more disappointing, Bob. I mean, we talk about Gunnar Henderson. We talk about the guys that kind of have not stepped up to the plate, to say. And then disappointing because you're a pro baseball team, and defensively, it's embarrassing. Some of the angles and some of, just a ground ball, a basic ground ball, either short or third, and you can't make the throw to first base. I mean, it's just, disappointing is my word.
Nolan McGraw.
Give me repetitive is my word. And by extension, annoying, but just give me repetitive because that's enough for me. I've seen the script. I've seen it way too many times. It's the same show every single week. It's the same episode with this team. They get on a little bit of a roll. I can't even call it a roll. They get something that sort of resembles momentum, right? You take 2 out of 3 against a good team like the Dodgers, or you go on a nice homestand, a nice road trip. And how do you follow it up? Is it about the next week? No, you immediately squander it, immediately get back to right where you were to begin with. So it's always 1 step forward, 2 steps back, and I'm sick of watching it.
Infuriating is what I'm going with, because it's infuriating to watch them. Because you sit there and you belly up to the table, or if you're at the ball game or at the bar or on the deck, wherever you watch the game, and you're ready to sit back and relax and enjoy. Because when they hit the diamond, I still think there's a chance they can win games. And with Bradish dealing yesterday, and he's coming off great starts, and he's stabilized himself. And then when Alonso hits the 2-run jack, Littell, he gives up a ton of homers. I'm like, oh, yeah. This is going to be a 5-0 game, and Bradish is going to cruise. They're going to win the series. Let's go. Instead, the offense goes sleepy time again. The defense goes whatever the defense is. And you know what gets lost in it? Colton Cowser was brilliant yesterday in center field. He made the running play in the gap, left center, leaped to Rob Mead of the home run, throws out Ruiz, trying to stretch a single into a double, had 2 knocks, gets pinch hit 4, which we'll talk about with Rockenbacco because, I guess that's what the numbers say they're supposed to do. But they're infuriating. Saturday was infuriating to watch. It's when they come back and tie the game. Let's eke it out. Nope. They give it away, and the inability to get that clutch hit on a consistent basis. I said last year, and I'll own it, this year's Orioles are going to be last year's Blue Jays. Meaning they're going to go from sucking, because the suckage came out of nowhere. After an uprising, 22, 23, 24, 22, they were in the playoff mix. 23, 24, they made the playoffs. They bottomed out. Toronto did the same thing. Previous 2 years, they bottomed out in 24. This year's Orioles are like this year's Blue Jays, which is not good. So it's infuriating to watch them play baseball because they do it poorly oftentimes. I'm not saying they're not trying. And we heard Gunnar Henderson. To say Gunnar Henderson's not putting the work in, you're not paying attention to Gunnar Henderson. He's just not getting the results that he had hoped for. That's why he's pissed, and we're frustrated for him because we know he's working, but the results just aren't coming through. By the way, through 85 games last year, the Orioles are now, 39-46? That's 85, right? Mm-hmm. They were 37-48. They were a game better. They're a game better this year than they were last year. Last year, they were in last place, 11 games out of first. This year, they're in fourth place, 11 games out of first. So what really has changed? Don't we have time for a call? Let's get out to the phones. 410-583-1057 is the number last couple of days of June. Let's go to Justin in Hamilton. Justin, what's up?
What's up, fellas?
How you doing, man?
My one word is shameful, man. It's just pretty much, it's bad baseball all the way around. Hitting, pitching for the most part. We had a little couple-week run with, but on the Gunnar thing, I feel like he's a big part of it. I mean, I'm not saying we'd be in first place, but I think we'd be at least 500 if he was. I mean, can you give me 270 and what did he have, 30-something RBIs?
Justin, I'm with you 100% on that one.
So that's 2 years in a row. Last year, 68 RBIs, batting at the top of the lineup. This year, he's on pace for another 60-something RBIs. Refused to change him in the lineup. And that Elias speech, that just... I don't believe this guy. I've been wanting him fired for like 5 years, so I'm the wrong one to talk about that. But I just don't understand why they won't move him. He's killing your lineup. I mean, Tyler Ward had one of the best. He just left down there 1, 2, 3 most of the times. 2 strikes before you even blink most times.
Yep.
So I don't know.
All right.
And
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Hey, Vinny, man, as a GM, how would you like to you just come in and say, I'm going to lose 3-4 years in a row, don't win a playoff game, 7-8 years later, you still got a job. I mean, that's a great to have, isn't it? You don't have any accountability.
Yeah. You know who that sounds like? Steve Yzerman for the Detroit Red Wings. 10 years. 10 years, no playoffs, and he's still there. 10.
And unlike Elias, Elias wasn't a all-star pitcher for the Orioles. Yeah. We'll come back, take Bob, take Lou. You want to get in, you can. One word to describe the Orioles. Shameful.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
Are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Prevagen. Prevagen, made for your brain. What a babyface turn it would be. But imagine the levels of nostalgia we'd get with LeBron James taking AD with him to Golden State to play alongside Steph and Draymond. Could it flame out spectacularly? Sure. But could it suddenly make the Bay Area Unks the darlings of the basketball world if, for example, they run into the up-and-coming Spurs in the playoffs? Give me the grand Golden State nostalgia plate, please. I'm Chris Madden.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Fresh paint inside, fresh flowers outside. Summer at your house is looking good. During July 4th deals at Lowe's, buy one, get one free. Select interior paint via mail-in rebate. Plus, get 2 1.5-gallon red, white, and blue annual hanging baskets for just $15. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 7/8. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See store at Lowe's.com for details and requirements. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hi, this is Karen Kaiser with Glen Burnie Transmissions and Jim Jennings Transmissions. For over 60 years, we have offered the best transmission repair options in the Baltimore metro area. Save hundreds of repair dollars with the same warranty versus go to your dealership. The average new vehicle costs over $50,000 today, and we want to help you keep yours on the road when the transmission fails. Email or text us for a price quote. Our websites are gbt-online.com or jjt-online.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, risankizumab Rizza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan here on this Monday. We had a great weekend, everyone. It's going to be hot this week. We're going to be at Pickles, hopefully not running hot. Talking about the Orioles. First place White Sox were tied for first. They're in town, tied with Cleveland. They're coming off a very successful homestand. So Chicago maybe exceeding expectations based on their previous couple of years. We'll talk about that and more with Rock Baco coming up top of the hour. Mike Exisa, CBSSports.com. Talk some MLB with him. The Angels finally fired their manager. What does all of this mean? Mike Trout be on the move at the trade deadline, even though he's got full trade protection and all the other things that go along with the trade deadline. Major League Baseball, August 3rd. Orioles dropped 2 out of 3 to the Nats. After dropping 2 out of 3 to the Angels. They're now 3 games out of the wild card, so we can't even goof around with that one anymore, unless they win tonight, of course. And we'll get into all of that. And the word that you would describe the Orioles, Vinny said disappointing. I said infuriating. Nolan said repetitive. And was it Jake? Said shameful. So what do you think? What are the Orioles through 85 games? Bob in Edgewater. Bob, what's up?
Hey, Bob. Hey, Vinny. Nolan. I got the word for you. Ready?
Yeah.
Fraudulent. This team is fraudulent, Bob and Vinny and Nolan. Say, Bob, looking back to 22, remember, was it right at the All-Star break, he went down to, I think they were in Texas. He told the team he wasn't going to add because I think I remember this correctly. They weren't good enough. Then in 23, it's liftoff time, whatever. Then in 24 and 25, and it's been a sharp downturn. Obviously, we all know this since 24. And the other thing, Bob, I get tired of hearing. Elias did some press conference yesterday. I think I saw a clip of it where he came up with this excuse, and I'm tired of hearing it, that other teams are experiencing adversity as well. That's the same line Harbaugh used to use every time the Ravens were going into a losing streak or not making the guy going further into playoffs or whatever. I get tired of that excuse. It's lack of accountability on his part, and I'm tired of it. Bob, one last thing. I got to end on a humorous note.
Yeah, go ahead.
Your humor is always perfectly timed, never fails to correct me up. And it came to mind yesterday when Tony Penty came on a couple weeks ago and said that the Orioles were working with Kobe Mayo, bouncing balls off of a wall or throwing to a wall. And you said they should dress up Pete Alonso as a wall. And I thought about that yesterday. It was perfect. Because obviously Basayo wasn't a wall dressed up yesterday, but Mayo's got to go. That's my last word.
All right. Hey,
anyway, thanks, Bob.
All right, Bud. Thanks for the call. There's Bob in Edgewater. Yeah, Kobe Mayo, he's got the yips.
Oh, boy. Yes.
When he's charging in on a ball, he'll field it cleanly, throw a strike. You don't have to move. You don't even have to stretch as the first baseman. Hit you right in the glove. But, boy, when he's got time to think, that is hitting the dirt. That's a cricket throw from Kobe Mayo. And I knew it was going to happen. I wasn't on the air to say it as it was happening in real time because that would be a violation of baseball, broadcast rules. But when he threw it in the dirt, I wasn't surprised at all. As a matter of fact, I expected it to happen. And I'm not giving Basayo the blues at all because he's relatively new to the position. You expect him to make a scoop like that. It would have been a hell of a play. And it wasn't. I mean, I've seen better scoops made, by the way. But it was the fact that your third baseman on a routine ground ball cannot get it across the diamond consistently is mind-boggling. Let's go to Lou in Edgewood. Lou, what's up?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. The thing that made me disappointed, it goes back to the offseason when we hired the manager. And I didn't think the season would go that well, just from the hiring of the manager. I didn't like the idea we hired a manager that was inexperienced with a bunch of inexperienced players. There's no veteran there to veteran voice as a manager or a coach or whatever be to sit there and tell them what it takes to be a big leaguer. And just, it's just too many what ifs. And that's what really bothers me about the makeup of this team. We hold on to too many players, and we're just holding on to the what if. Maybe if they can turn it around, we'll give them another year. To tell you the truth, I'm getting tired of that, and I want the Orioles to get away from that. I want them to stop, dropping bank on every player as a free agent and start wanting guys that really want to play. Not saying the guys we don't have want to play, but if you're not proven yet, you're not getting the bank. If you get what I mean. And I'm frustrated with it. The whole thing is disappointing, and I think it starts at the top. I do like Mike Elias. I don't want him to go, but the next Oriole manager after this one, I pray to God it's a veteran manager that has done this for quite a while and knows how to run, knows how to direct the team. That's the way I want it to be. And I do believe Jeremiah Jackson will be back sooner than later.
Hell yeah.
All right, guys. Have a good day.
All right, Lou. Thank you. Well, I will tell you this, just based on a hunch, call it. The next guy that hires the next Orioles manager won't be Mike Elias.
Agree with that, Bob.
Yeah, I mean, who knows how this will all unfold over the course of the next 3 months plus. But there are guys that have played themselves out of money. Nobody's denying that. Not that Gunner's the $400 million contract. I don't see that one coming down the pike.
Nope.
What's Adley going to ask for? I mean, switch hitting catchers who play above average. He's having the best defensive year of his career. He hosted the guy over the weekend.
It was an awesome play yesterday.
I mean, he's having a hell of a season, but he's 28. Does he want to be around for the long haul? Because his big ticket free agency is after next season when he's pushing 30, which leads me to believe that'll be the only time he's got an opportunity to make crazy money. But this isn't like the 89 Orioles who came out of nowhere from losing 21 straight and having one of the worst years in baseball history and challenging for the pennant until the final weekend of the season and then sucking again for the next 2 years. There was more foundation here than just a one-up. Hey, look at this team's come out of nowhere to be good for a year. And then they go back to being terrible again. There was more foundation for this. And we talked about it Friday, Vinny, with Ryan Ripken. In 23 and 24, they had 9 All-Stars. 25 and now 26, they had 1 each. They're one. I remember the famous when Dana Carvey used to do George Bush. I don't want to be a one-termer. I don't want to be a one-termer before Clinton beat him in the election. The Orioles have gone from 9 All-Stars, 4 1 year, 5 the next, to 1 each. And that's only because you're obligated to have a player from each team in the All-Star game, which, by the way, I'm cool with. But one word to describe the Orioles. We've got fraudulent, we got shameful, we got disappointing, we got infuriating, we got repetitive. What's yours, Rockabaco? Well, he's going to have more than one word. He's going to need them because we got a lot of questions for him.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
Dover Motor Speedway is your home for NASCAR action. Enjoy high-speed action, the best fan zone, camping, tailgates, and more. Get tickets at DoverMotorspeedway.com. Once again, that's DoverMotorspeedway.com.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. Do your feet slow you down before your day even starts? You're not alone. Orioles Hall of Famer Mike Bordick knows exactly how that feels.
After 14 seasons in the majors and over 1,700 games, my body's sure been through a lot. I felt it, especially in my feet, knees, and back. I thought pain was just part of life, especially plantar fasciitis. I used to judge my days by how I'd walk down the stairs. If my feet were hurting, I knew the day wasn't going to be easy. But since I started wearing Good Feet arch supports, I'm back to feeling my best. And my feet, well, they've never felt better. Don't let plantar fasciitis slow you down like it did me. Try them for yourself with a free fitting and test walk.
If pain is holding you back from the things you love, maybe it's time to try the Good Feet Store. You can stay active, feel better, and keep moving. Come in for your free fitting and test walk. Book your appointment today at goodfeet.com. The Good Feet Store, the official arch supports of the Baltimore Orioles. Go O's.
Stars, stripes, and savings. Get up to 30% off during Raymore and Flanagan's 4th of July sale. Enjoy can't-miss deals on sofas, sectionals, sleepers, bedroom sets, and more for every room in your home. Items are in stock and ready for delivery in 3 days or less. You can also save up to $600 on top mattress brands during the 4th of July mattress sale. Celebrate 250 years and save up to 30% today at Raymore and Flanagan, now open in White Marsh.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. 'Cause Birdie told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I'll always trust the Nemu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Your home will sell guaranteed. Hire the Lee Tessier team with eXp Realty. If Lee can't find you a buyer, he'll buy it himself. LeeTessier.com.
If you're selling your home, don't make it hard. Just call Lee Tessier.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
A return to Camden Yards didn't do the Orioles any good this weekend as they dropped 2 out of 3 to the Nationals. 6-4 was the final score in Washington's favor yesterday, even though Pete Alonso was able to strike first with a 2-run homer right out the gate. Baltimore would not score again until the 7th when Nats starter Zach Littell had already exited the game. Here's Craig Albernaz on that tough matchup for his lineup.
He does a good job of throwing strikes. His split is an equalizer, and he does a great job with his cutter to keep guys honest. I feel like we had good at-bats, some good swings. We just get anything going, but his calling card, he just attacks the strike zone. It gives you some walks. You got to capitalize on it.
Gunnar Henderson was one of those slumping bats. He went 0 for 4 on the afternoon, bringing an end to an extremely frustrating series in which he reached base just once in 14 plate appearances. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy with highs in the upper 80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan here on this Monday. Hope you had a great weekend, everyone. Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw's on the other side of the glass. Orioles in first place, White Sox, tied for first place, White Sox. Coming up tonight, 6:35, Oriole Park, Camden Yards, Shane Boz against former Terp Sean Burke. We'll start breaking that one down over the course of the next couple of hours. BBT live from Pickles coming up at 5:30. Weather's going to be nice. We'll be outside. Come by and say hello. It's me, Nolan, and Steve Molesky. As a matter of fact, making it happen. Well, the Orioles didn't make it happen over the weekend after winning the opener. 2 frustrating losses. I can't even use gut punch because I think old Craig Albernaz has already used it more than you're allowed to use it in a calendar year. But here to talk about the struggles of the Orioles from MASNsports.com. He's on the Window Nation guest hotline. Rock Abaco. Rock, good morning. First of all, how you feeling?
Good. How you doing?
All right. Let's go back to Mike Elias on Saturday. The press conference, which always kind of comes out of nowhere, and usually it's injury related, but he got into job security, did talk injuries, got into buy or you sell, talking about his love for Adley Rutschman and everything that goes along with it. What was your biggest takeaway, Rock, from what Mike Elias said Saturday afternoon to the media?
Yeah, by the way, I think the gut punches have moved a little bit south of the belt line. A little bit. I mean, really, I was interesting to get the updates on the injuries because we had approached Chris Bassett earlier in the day, and he goes, I'm going to let Mike tell you about that. Well, that's probably a bad sign. So we figured there must have been some surgical procedure, which there was, bone spur in the back. But beyond that, of course we want to know buyers or sellers, but we all knew going into it, it's too soon to know. Right now, if the season ended today or, the deadline, I mean, if we arrived at deadline, then yes, you're buyers because the American League is so mediocre right now. I mean, they're, I think, 3 games out of the wild card, and recently it was a game and a half. So, right now you would be, but we still have a while to go. The deadline's August 3rd. So, by then, who knows what could happen. So he wasn't really prepared to say definitively or what the shopping list was. But one thing that kind of came out is, he admitted, of course, you worry about job security at this point if they don't make the playoffs again. But he's not going to let that influence what he does at the deadline. He isn't going to say, look, I can't concede that we're sellers, which is going to be a really bad look for me at this point after not making the playoffs last year either. But he can't let that dictate what he does for the good of the franchise. But as of now, they look at themselves as buyers. They want to be all in, but they just don't know where they're going to be in the standings in, let's say, a month from now.
The Jeremiah Jackson decision, and I guess we know the reasoning behind it because he does have an option, and Jackson Holiday will be the everyday second baseman for a while until the latest injury crops up. But we saw it with Dean Kramer coming out of spring training, who was one of their more reliable starters for 4 years. Hey, thanks for all the hard work. We got Bassett and Eflin. Have fun in Norfolk. And then Tyler Wells. Oh, by the way, good game today. You're going back to Norfolk. And then Jeremiah Jackson. I mean, Craig Albernes has said, Rock, this is the hardest part of the job, telling guys that their services, at least for the time being, are no longer welcome. But try to explain, outside of him having an option, what the reason could be to eliminate one of your more reliable players this year.
Yeah, I mean, really a big part of it is they still wanted to go with 3 catchers because the other way you could have gone there is you'd have to DFA Chadwick Tromp as well as Sam Huff, and they did that with Huff, and go with the 2 catchers. But I think they want to make absolutely sure that Rutschman is okay coming off the concussion injured list. Obviously cleared to play or he wouldn't be, but he said those first 2 days he did not feel right at all. I mean, this was... he did have the concussion. It wasn't just, being as a precaution. So they want to make sure he's okay. Basayo, he's had his occasional health issues as well. But I think largely it's just making sure that they've got 2 healthy catchers for a while. And then maybe you can eliminate that third one because it's kind of a luxury. And as you said, Jeremiah's playing time only picked up recently because Holiday was out again for a few days. Otherwise, with Holiday back, and Blaze Alexander being maybe their best hitter, he just hasn't had much playing time. And you don't lose him because you can option him. One of his teammates yesterday said, it's really it's a shame because he didn't deserve that. And it's true, but as you said, that's part of the job. Other guys don't deserve to get sent down either, and they do. But at this point, I think they just feel like they need that third catcher, and it came down to Huff or Tromp. Maybe Tromp's 2 hits the night before gave him a little bit of the edge.
Rockabacco, MassonSports.com, Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Defensively, the Orioles have been kind of disastrous all season long. Not telling you anything, Rock, you don't know. Know it better than everybody. You see it every day. Colton Cowser was spectacular in center field, but Kobe Mayo, come on, man. Routine ground ball, can't throw it to first. Charges in, looks like Mike Schmidt, Brooks Robinson. Why is he in the Steve Sachs, Steve Blass, Yips territory with just a ground ball to third right now? And how do the Orioles exercise that demon?
I mean, they're still working with him, and they've pointed out to him and to us, identifying the problem with him is sometimes he just doesn't let himself be athletic enough. He gets kind of mechanical. If he has a little bit of time to think about it, he's a big guy, and he doesn't always crouch down more in an athletic position. And, we've seen him charge a ball and make really good plays. I just feel like when he feels it, you see him tap the glove with the ball once or twice before throwing. I always think, uh-oh, because again, it's a little bit too much time to think about it. So, at this point, they're still going to keep working with him. they think he can at least be an average third baseman. It's just sometimes every once in a while he slips into some bad habits, whether it's arm slot, and he was, working with some pitching people on that, even though he's an infielder, to try and work through some of the issues with that as well. Sometimes the arm slot's bad, but a lot of times it's just that he kind of loses being athletic, and it gets a little mechanical. And, then it's going to start – you can start overthinking it a little. It's going to get in your head. After he made that error, he immediately crouched down or bent over, and Gunnar went by and patted him on the leg with his glove, like, it's okay, let's get back in the game here. But you could see how upset he was, and then I guess a ground ball goes in the left field, run scores, whatever. And so he's – it's something that he can't let get in his head, but you can understand why it might start to happen. But the club's just going to keep working with him because they like having him on this roster certainly against left-handed pitching.
Hey, Rock, watching, Ward, the angles that he takes in the outfield kind of sometimes, like he delve at the one that ends up going to the fence. I'm like, why are you taking that angle?
Yeah, we've seen that a few times this year. Then another instance, he'll come and make a really good play. But, outfield defense, other than Kowser, has been a concern. Even Tavares, who we were like, plus defender, I think much better in right field. I don't think it's a coincidence that Kowser is now playing center field regularly and Leote goes over to right. And every once in a while, they'll go ahead and DH Ward because they certainly want to keep his bat in the lineup. But, since going back to spring training, defense looked like it could be an issue. And I talked to scouts and they're like, I don't know about – they questioned the bullpen and they certainly thought the defense could be a problem in outfield for sure. It has been, and that's why probably Gunnar or Kowser, thank goodness he's been hitting lately, because he needs to be in that lineup every day. I mean, you've got to improve defensively, and they keep stressing the emphasis on defense and fundamentals. Well, he's your best defensive player, best defensive outfielder. He's got to be in that lineup every day then, and then you kind of work around it. But, Ward, kind of a mixed bag. Sometimes you really make a nice play, and then, usually if there's a play that isn't made, it's based on that angle, and I don't know how much of that's also the left field at Camden Yards could be tricky, but it's been inconsistent.
Rock, last thing for you. We've been asking the question, first hour plus of the show. Orioles 85 games in, one word to describe them. I said infuriating. Nolan said repetitive. Vinny said disappointing. We got a shameful. We got a fraudulent. What's Rock Abaco's one word to describe the so far 2026 Orioles?
I'm going to go with inconsistent, because every time they seem like they're getting on a roll, then they go back. They haven't won more than 3 in a row. I don't think they've lost more than 5. They're just mired in that same mediocrity that's taken over all of the American League. So I just think it's inconsistent pitching, hitting, defense. There's good days, there's bad days. So I'll go with that. I have a few other words I could use. I'll wait till we're off the air.
That's right. Yeah, we don't want the FCC breathing down our necks. Rock Abaco from MASNsports.com. Rock, appreciate the time as always. Have a great Monday.
Thanks, Rock.
Thanks, guys.
There you go. Here's Rock Abaco. We'll come back with a whip around there. Mike Exisa, CBSSports.com. Talk baseball with him. We're wrapping up the month of June. Got a lot of wide open stuff going on in the American League and National League wild cards. And the Phillies breathing down the necks of the Braves. Remember Atlanta a month ago, they were 10.5 up in the division. But because of injuries and other things, Schwartzy and the boys, they're coming at you.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. Summer, it's in full swing. And if your home or backyard isn't quite ready for the heat, oh, that heat is coming. Trust me now. We're going to be triple digits over the next few days. It's not too late to upgrade those appliances you've been meaning to replace, whether you're perfecting your outdoor setup or replacing that old air conditioner before the dog days of summer hit. Get out to Town Appliance today. That heat is coming to get those air conditioners now. You got to check out Town Appliances 4th of July shopping event, and that's going on right now. So it all coincides perfectly. So from premium grills and outdoor refrigerators to air conditioners and luxury kitchen appliances, they have everything you need to make the most of the season. Their showroom right off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills, and I can tell you firsthand, Mayor, they made buying my GE fridge incredibly easy. And I promise they'll take care of you, too. Plus, They're also giving away a pizza oven at the end of June, which is just a couple days away. Check out on the social media for all the details. Now with flexible financing, free nationwide delivery on most orders, and their price match guarantee, perfect time to save. So tell them Vinny sent you and stop by Owings Mills showroom, call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
Selling your home is a big decision. Vinny Stio makes it simple with the Your Home Sold guarantee. Your home sold or he'll buy it. That's peace of mind you can count on. Call Vinny today, 410-793-1801, 410-793-1801. The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2-up early payout so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pregame straight match result bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2-up early payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather.
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
For year-round home comfort and energy savings, you need the best HVAC system and service. That's why you need to go with Petro. Right now, Petro has an offer for a new energy-efficient central AC system from America's most trusted brand, Train, with $0 down and low monthly payments. For expert AC tune-ups and 24/7 emergency repairs, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Go to petro.com, call 844-HVAC-4YOU or 844-482-2496 today.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. Protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Vinny and Haynie's Whip Around.
Every sport, every game, everything.
Brought to you by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan, here on this Monday. Golf today, holdover from the Travelers. Hovland beat Scotty Scheffler in a one-game sudden death playoff.
Yeah,
one hole.
Yeah, and both of them, they went to 18, because I was watching it yesterday. It was pouring rain, so they made them stop because of the rain, and then they had the one-hole playoff this morning, 9 o'clock. Played one hole. Both of them had great shots. Both of them had short birdie putts. Hovland made his. Scheffler missed.
4-footer, Nolan, wasn't that the deal for old Scotty Scheffler? Double S?
He missed from 4 on his birdie putt, and Hovland's winner was 8 or 7-foot birdie putt. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Scotty Scheffler taking one on the chin today after one hole. I don't really have a lot of energy to get into the NBA because kind of basketballed out, to be totally honest with you. But Draymond Green's declining his option with Golden State. Brian Windhorst in ESPN reporting that now Golden State's going to use whatever monies that have been freed up, 26 mil, 27 mil, to go after LeBron and trade for Anthony Davis.
Oh, my God.
And according to the story, they would have to trade Jimmy Butler to the Wiz for Anthony Davis. No. 0. No. Why? Jimmy Butler, hell of a player. For a second-round draft pick, he's a Hall of Fame guy. But isn't he known to be a disruptor of chemistry? And what do you have in Washington? Maybe the youngest team in the league.
Yeah.
Led by Trae Young. I never felt as though Anthony Davis was long for Washington. But not saying this will come to fruition, but there you go. That's your latest. They want to reunite LeBron and Anthony Davis in Golden State.
2 40-year-olds.
They're trying to win the 2015 championship. Hey, go for it. And Steph Curry's pushing, 38, 39 years old. And they got some workable young pieces. Steve Kerr, good luck with that. If, in fact, this goes down, there's some NBA news for you for sure. Boxing over the weekend. Boots Ennis wins the junior middleweight championship with a TKO in the 7th over Xander Zayas in Brooklyn. What a fight! That third round was Hagler-Hearns. Round number 1, they were both wobbling all over the place. But 3 knockdowns. Zayas' corner throws in the towel, so he suffers his first loss. Boots Ennis, he wins yet another strap or two of them, as a matter of fact, to add to his resume. So congratulations to him. Training camp in the NFL for the Ravens. We'll talk more Ravens coming up, top of the hour. News from the Nest a month from today. Rookies report the 24th, vets on the 28th, but a month from today, the Ravens will be practicing. Yeah, one winning drive.
Yeah, I'll be out there 1 month from today. Yeah, it's going to come fast and furious. Bob, we're going to be...
Well, technically, it is Robert.
We're going to be
yelled at.
Bob, we're going to be sitting here and we're going to say, damn, can you believe we're already 6 games into the season?
I know. The Orioles are already halfway through the year.
Yeah, it's crazy.
College football starts in 2 months.
Yeah.
They're already playing games by the end of August.
Yeah, Notre Dame plays a game in 69 days or something.
It's insanity. But, hey, before we start getting all footballed up, it's going to be 103 degrees on Wednesday.
Oh, yeah.
And it's going to be nice tonight down at Pickles. Stop by and see us. Me, Nolan, and Steve Molesky. Brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. World Cup, we're now into the knockout round. And for the first time ever, Canada advances to that stage.
Now this would be a lovely time to score a goal if you're Canadian. Schaffelberg, away by Ocon, on the strike from Eustachio! Stephen Eustachio and Canada are writing a new chapter of World Cup history.
I only understood half of what she was saying, but I know that Canada won 1-0. That was Fox on the call in the always fun extra time. To me, one of the more infuriating parts about soccer, you don't know how much time's left in the game. It's 90 minutes on the clock, but you got to play stoppages for whatever reason. And then we kind of think there's 3 minutes left. You don't really know, but the players don't. You just play till the gun goes off or the horn sounds. But Canada gets by South Africa and accomplished something they had never done before.
Yeah, and it was 5 minutes of stoppage time, and they scored a minute into it. Because it looked like South Africa was kind of playing, to go to overtime. And what would have been cool, Bob, was it's sudden death. And then if you don't score in 30 minutes, sudden death, then they do the kicks, which would have been kind of exciting to see. But, Canada had a big win. And I told Bob off here, Canada's coach is from the U.S. U.S.'s coach is from Germany.
Yeah, looks like he shops at Kmart. But
One button.
Who am I to judge? I'm not exactly the king of style. U.S. will be back on the field coming up on Wednesday against Bosnia-Herzegovina, and that's coming up from Santa Clara. And this is NCAA tournament stuff here.
Yep.
You lose, you go home. We got a game coming up at 1 o'clock. As a matter of fact, we'll keep you up to date on it. Brazil against Japan. And that one is live from Houston, Texas, ladies and gentlemen. It's the whip around here on this Monday. Real quick, Orioles history. It is June the 29th. Orioles 10 years ago, San Diego beat the Padres. Trumbo goes yard, drives in 4. Manny drove in 3. Ivani Gallardo got the win. And then 2 years ago, the good old days, Orioles beat the Rangers down at Oriole Park, Camden Yards, as Heston Kjerstad hit a grand slam home run. Tony Taters went deep, drove in 2. Cade Povich just got activated but sent to the minors. A couple of days ago, he got the win. Craig Kimbrell, now in Tampa's bullpen, picks up his 19th save. Oh, and NHL draft. First pick goes to Toronto from Penn State, Ryan McKenna.
Gavin McKenna.
Gavin McKenna. Not the Orioles' old outfit.
Yeah. Gavin McKenna went first overall, which was kind of expected. Yeah. Bob, the next day, he got to throw out the first pitch for the Blue Jays and everything. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Gavin does with Toronto.
We come back. Mike Exisa, CBSSports.com. We'll talk about what's going on in Major League Baseball, how far on the disappointment scale have the Orioles reached, and we have the Red Sox kind of right up at the top. They just swept the Yankees, and all of a sudden, they're showing a pulse here. So we'll talk to Mike about that. Some big names that could be traded coming up in a little more than a month. Find out Trip Nolan McGraw coming up around 11, or we'll talk to Nolan around 11:45. And then news from the nest coming up top of the hour. We're going to talk about Mark Andrews and Kyle Hamilton and the rest. As a month from today, the Ravens will be out of camp early in the morning, too, like 10 o'clock out there at One Winning Drive.
If you missed today's Big Bad Morning Show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. The Big Bad Morning Show, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 6 till 10. 105.7 The Fan.
It's a great time of the year to get out and enjoy the outdoors. And my buddies at Pete Cycle Company, John Leach, the owner, he's got you covered this summer. I actually talked to John this morning, and we got some deals cooking, and I'll get to them in a minute. So get out and cool off with the new jet ski from Yamaha, Sea-Doo, or Kawasaki. They have the original stand-up skis to the all-out performance of a two-seater to the luxury of the three-seat model. They even have fishing models, which to me, very cool. Now, save up to, and this is what John told me, because before it was save up to $2,500 on selected models. Now, $3,000 you can save on selected models. So financing rates as low as 3.99%. They have the area's largest selection of jet skis, and they have some fantastic deals now through the 4th. Like I said, $3,000 off. And it's going to be 100 degrees. Oh, my gosh. You got to get out there on the lake, get that jet ski. So get out to one of two Pete Cycle showrooms, one on Bella Road in Baltimore, just off 695 in Overlay. That's the one that I go to. And they have a nice variety of jet skis, John told me. So you'll have some to choose from. Or 800 Ritchie Highway in Severna Park to see the 2026 lineup of jet skis from Yamaha, Sea-Doo, and Kawasaki. So visit Pete Cycle Company. 2 locations, Bella Road in Baltimore, Ritchie Highway in Severna Park. Or visit the online at PeteCycle.com. That's PeteCycle.com. See for yourself the 2026 lineup, jet skis from Yamaha, Sea-Doo, or Kawasaki. Pete Cycle, making memories since 1938. Tell them Vinny sent you.
For all 105.7 The Fan station contest rules, please visit 1057thefan.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today.
Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
No! USA is up 2-0. That is the most dangerous lead in soccer.
Relax, Mike.
See that, Dan? My left eye is twitching. That's my warning eye. It'll be 2-2 by stoppage time. It's never wrong.
With early payout from Bet365, I got paid the second they went up 2 goals. So to me, it's now the safest lead.
Early payout from Bet365, huh? Now my right eye is twitching, Dan.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 1057 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Kyle Bradish came up well short of expectations in yesterday's series finale by lasting only 4 innings and watching the Nats push 4 runs across in that time. Oddly enough, he only gave up 1 hit, but his command was non-existent with 5 walks. That's the most he's had in any start since August of 2023.
I mean, early on in the year, obviously, I was walking a lot of guys and thought we got away from it. I was feeling good those last 2 starts. But, it's just one of those days. Baseball's humbling. You go out there to get the team a win a series, and kind of just let it down.
There's Bradish with some post-game criticism for himself. There was no run support to bail him out either, as the O's dropped the finale 6-4 and lost the season series to their Beltway rival for the 2nd year in a row. The upstart White Sox will now come to town for a 3-game set that gets rolling later on this evening. Shane Baz will oppose Sean Burke with first pitch slated for 6:35. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Petro Home Services. For the best AC system tune-up and repair services, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Visit petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy with highs in the upper 80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan here on this Monday. Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, other side of the glass. We'll talk to him. Been asking the question, first hour plus of the show. Describe the Orioles through 85 games with one word. None of them have been positive. Let's just put it that way. But there's a lot going on in Major League Baseball. As a matter of fact, the team coming to town for 3 games starting tonight. One of the big surprises, tied for first place in the American League Central. One of only 5 teams in the American League with a positive run differential. Here to talk about them, the White Sox, and more from CBSSports.com. He's on the Window Nation guest hotline. Let's welcome back to the show, Mike Exisa. Mike, how you feeling this morning?
I'm doing very well. How are you guys?
Doing all right. And forget about the Orioles for a minute in regards to what word you would use to describe them. How would you describe the American League as a whole in one word, if you could?
It's mediocre. It really is. I think the Yankees are the best team in the league, and I know they just got swept by the Red Sox, and I know they haven't looked great the last few weeks, but I still think they're just the best team, the best talent there in the league. And then you got probably 7 or 8 teams that are just kind of in this giant blob in the middle. And I don't know, if you would tell me the Mariners are the second best team in the league, I'd say, okay, I could believe that. If it's the White Sox, I don't know. There's 4 or 5 teams that you can make that argument for. And it's really, really underwhelming. You mentioned that only 5 teams have a positive run differential. I'm pretty sure 3 days ago it was only 2 teams. There was a point where it was just the Yankees and the Mariners, and the Rays were right at 0 about 3 days ago. It's just bad. It's really there's a lot of just mediocre baseball being played right now in the American League.
There are only 4 teams right now above 500 so far here in the American League. But the White Sox are coming into town, and, Venable, his dad was a ball player. He was a ball player. And we know the White Sox did the rebuild. They made the Crochet trade, got some pieces from the Red Sox. And they've just really... Are they ahead of schedule? Is it just kind of them taking advantage of the mediocre American League? What about what's going on in Chicago, the South Side, with the White Sox? Not expected to win a division that is mediocre as that has been Mike, over the last few years, they were still kind of considered at least behind the other 4 teams in it going into the year.
I think it's a little of both. I think they're a little ahead of schedule, and they're also just taking advantage of the league not being great. I think the Guardians, you take Jose Ramirez away from that lineup, and it is not scary at all. And that really kind of opened the door for the White Sox there, who could, they have some really, really good young hitters in that lineup. You're going to see this week that they could hit the ball out of the park. They're a pesky team on offense. I'm not sure they have the pitching to really kind of if they get to the postseason, maybe not make a deep run. I'm not sure the pitching is there for that, but they could really hit. And this team lost 121 games 2 years ago, and you look at the roster they had that year, I'm pretty sure Benintendi and Miguel Vargas are the only 2 players who took at bats in 2024 that are still on the team now. They just completely changed up the lineup. Some of that was promotions internally, signed some free agents, Murakami, who's injured right now, but they spent some money there, completely overhauled what was one of the worst offenses in baseball history 2 years ago, and now it's a pretty good team.
Yeah, and they have the first pick in the draft, too, coming up here in a couple of weeks. Just to remind people of that, let's go to the National League. Mike Exisa, CBSSports.com. The Braves a month ago, plus they were 10.5 games up in the division. They've had a ton of injuries since then, and they've had some other inconsistencies arising with the team. Phillies had already fired Ron Thompson. Donnie Baseball takes over. They're now all of a sudden only 3 games out. Hell, the Marlins are only 6 games out of first place. Yeah. The Braves, are injuries the main reason for this collapse? And can they get it back together minus some of their major components here?
Yeah, it's injuries mostly, and they had some guys in April who were kind of performing over their heads, I think. I think Bryce Elder was not going to pitch to a sub-2 ERA all season. We've got couple of years now telling us he's just not that guy. And you look at Dominic Smith, he was getting all those big hits in April, and he's kind of gone back to being Dominic Smith the last few weeks. They're missing Acuna, which is, I know he wasn't having like the MVP Acuna season, but he's still a really good player. And the problem the last few years for the Braves is when they've gotten hurt, they haven't had the depth to overcome it. And we're starting to see that now, where they're really kind of, you look at some of the guys in the lineup, it's like these guys, you could get them on waivers in August. They're not guys that should be starting for a championship team. And they built themselves a nice cushion, so they're kind of leaning on that right now. They're still in first place, and so the lead's dwindling, but they're weathering the storm there, and they really got to get healthy. And I think they're going to have to add pitching at the deadline. I don't think they're in danger of falling out of a postseason spot, but the division's very much in play for the Phillies now.
All right, staying in the National League, like the White Sox, young team, we just saw them 2 out of 3 take from the Orioles, the Nationals. They could bash away with the best of them as well. What about this Nationals team? Now, their bullpen had a miserable go against Philadelphia. It looked all right against the Orioles. But anyway, the offense there looks pretty stout. It's young. It's vibrant. What about the Nats here being kind of hey, keep an eye out for them, or are they just maybe exceeding expectations right now?
Yeah, I think they're kind of the National League version of the White Sox, where they could really hit. The pitching is not that great, though. I think their pitching's worse than what the White Sox have. The bullpen it's really not good. The bullpens are weird because they're so unpredictable each year, and we've seen teams just completely rebuild them on the fly during the season. They call guys up, they make minor trades, they pluck somebody off waivers, and they just you could turn things around within the season. I'm not saying it's easy, but that's something that can be done, and I think they're ahead of schedule, and they've got some interesting decisions coming up because C.J. Abrams is only 2 years away from free agency, and he was playing like an MVP this year, but are you going to lock him up? Are you going to trade him? You got to make a decision within the next, year or so. And whereas the White Sox, their guys are kind of far away from free agency. They don't have those pressing questions there. I think the Nationals, same thing as the White Sox. They're ahead of schedule, taking advantage of maybe a bit of a medium, kind of like the mushy middle of the National League. And I just don't know if they're the pitching to really hang around in the race all season.
Hey, Mike, with so many teams still involved, and like you said, the mushy middle, and is it going to be hard to trade at the trade deadline because so many teams may feel like they're still involved?
Yeah, I think so. And there's been some kind of just talking to people within the game. The thought is that you're going to see contenders trade with contenders, trade like my major league player for your major league player, and kind of help each other out because there's not that many teams ready to sell, and the teams that are ready to sell don't have a ton to offer right now. And there aren't many great examples of this. it was in the last few years. I think back to 2022, I believe it was, when the Yankees traded Jordan Montgomery for Harrison Bader. It was kind of like my number 3 starter for your starting center fielder. They just kind of matched up there and made this baseball trade. It wasn't, my major leaguer for your prospects like we see all the time. It was like actual major leaguer for major leaguer. And those trades are kind of fun, but we don't see them very often. And I think if the sellers, the third wild card is very forgiving. It makes everybody think they're still in the race and nobody wants to sell. I think you're going to see contenders trade with contenders, and you might not have much of a choice. That's just what you're going to have to do.
Mike Exisa, talking baseball, CBSSports.com here on this Monday. Mike, always appreciate the time. Enjoy the rest of your day, and we'll catch up with you hopefully before the All-Star break and definitely before the trade deadline.
Yep, sure thing. Have a good one, guys.
Thanks, Mike. Got it. Mike Exisa, everyone. We'll come back, talk to Nolan McGraw, see what's going on in his world, which is always a lot, of course. And then we got news from the Nets, top of the hour. Going to talk about Kyle Hamilton and Mark Andrews and the rest as the Ravens are a month away from their first practice at one winning drive. And if the Orioles don't start going on a 4 or 5 game winning streak, we will be getting into, hey, did Lamar have waffles or pancakes for breakfast today?
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. For the past 5 years, an inextricable thread of the T-Wolves' DNA under Chris Finch has been defense. Yet they've decided to trade a big part of that defense, pun intended, in a Western Conference that runs through Wemby and the Spurs. Naz Reid out to bring in LaMelo Ball. Now the experiment starts. How will Ball and Anthony Edwards coexist? I'm Chris Mack.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. Trade every match from the opening rounds all the way to the final. Last week, Argentina was trading at 15% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade could pay out $637 if they win soccer's biggest prize. Want to know what they're trading at today? Check Kalshi. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code PITCH to get a $10 credit when you trade $10. That's promo code PITCH. Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 plus only. Must be present in state where it's legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. $10 free credit with no expiration. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, it's Ken Weinman. On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game. Because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Not anymore. With FanDuel's Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. Again, that's FanDuel.com/local. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. Please play responsibly. For help, visit them at mdgamblinghelp.org or make sure to give them a call at 1-800-GAMBLER. Again, that phone number, 1-800-GAMBLER.
Meet Sophia, a huge soccer fan. With her Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's streaming 3 games, video calling her cousin in Mexico,
and running the quiniela all on my new Samsung Galaxy.
She's practically running the whole tournament from her phone.
Good thing I have Total Wireless.
Switch to Total Wireless Total Max 5G or All Access plans to get on a network that won't put you second. Plus, a Samsung Galaxy on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply.
Fresh paint inside, fresh flowers outside. Summer at your house is looking good. During July 4th deals at Lowe's. Buy one, get one free. Select interior paint via mail-in rebate. Plus, get 2 1.5-gallon red, white, and blue annual hanging baskets for just $15. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 7/8. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See store at Lowe's.com for details and requirements. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Odyssey Sports is presented by ZipRecruiter. Find out why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/team.
Wish your life came with a warning app?
That dog does not want to be petted.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its pre-diabetes awareness partners.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. Trade every match from the opening rounds all the way to the final. Last week, Argentina was trading at 15% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade could pay out $637 if they win soccer's biggest prize. Want to know what they're trading at today? Check Kalshi. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code PITCH to get a $10 credit when you trade $10. That's promo code PITCH. Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 plus only. Must be present in state where it is legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. $10 free credit with no expiration. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan here on this Monday. Yannick Sinner, defending Wimbledon champion, #1 seed. He's in the 5th set now. First round of his match. Too many syllables and letters in this guy's name. I'm going to try because I would butcher it. But 5th set, he's up 2-1. No Alcaraz in this year's Wimbledon, so there's going to be no Borg McEnroe kind of thing, or Connors and McEnroe, or Sinner and Alcaraz, who become kind of distance themselves from the rest of the men's field. But if he gets condiffed early, boy, that would change the dynamic of the men. And then Serena Williams plays tomorrow. Her first singles match in 4 years.
And Pegula won today, so she's the 4th seed, and she won today, so she advances.
But with Serena, the bigger story is Pegula. Yeah, I mean, she hadn't played in 4 years. She's in her 40s. And there's McEnroe, John, and Andy Roddick were talking this morning on ESPN with Reese Davis that she's not in it just for, hey, I get a rocking chair and a free tennis racket. She thinks she can actually maybe do some damage.
Well, I guarantee you, if TV, how cool a story would that be, Bob, if she,
ride that wave. It was like Jimmy Connors back in 91 at the U.S. Open.
I remember that.
When he was playing Aaron Krickstein and all these guys. But that's it. Wimbledon starts today. But the #1 seed, the men, he's going into the 5th set. And looks like he's kind of wearing a guy down. He's up 2-1, but about to break serve, it looks like as well. Orioles, they're taking on the White Sox, and Chicago hits a lot of home runs. But one of the guys is going to be there, Nolan's favorite White Sox, Murakami. So how you feeling over there, Nolan McGraw? Minus your favorite dude does not like, apparently.
I know, it's good for me. It's good for the Orioles, too.
And you hate me Droth, too, don't you? Or my Droth? My Droth?
Oh, yeah. Well, he's going to be a problem.
Yeah.
I mean, you dislike him because he's good. And with Murakami, I mean, my God, what a power bat he was this year. And imagine what his total would have been if he didn't get hurt. I mean, he could still be in a lot of rookies this year, a lot of good rookies. But, I mean, even with some missed time, if he hits a certain total with the homers, could be in Rookie of the Year consideration. But nonetheless, more baseball news here. This came up late last week. Didn't really touch on it on Friday, but it is important to note because there's been so much talk recently about the looming lockout, right? Looming dispute between the Players Association and the owners for next year. Just a couple years ago, we saw the impact that this could have on the season. Still played a full slate of 162, but it was condensed, didn't start on time. They're saying this could get even more contentious and portions of the season, if not the whole thing, could be wiped out. But we know the entire time it's been about salary cap. Owners want to implement the salary cap, but my question the entire time is, well, what does that look like? Where do we start, right? How do you go from the Shohei Ohtani contracts of the world, which are just mind-boggling to look at, and get that down to a system where everyone can be uniform? I thought it would be impossible, but we have our first proposals towards that. The owners last week coming up with a new system here that would basically cap, pun intended there, the length of contract that you could hand out in free agency. So currently there's no rules. You want a 1-year deal up to a 20-year deal, go for it. Anything in between, no restrictions on money, deferred money, any of that stuff. Well, we're going to get some parameters here, at least the owners hope. Free agents that are leaving a team. Pete Alonso, good example. The Orioles scooped him up this offseason going from the Mets to the Orioles. The Orioles would only be eligible to hand him 5 years at most, and the maximum dollar amount would be capped based on payroll. Top maximum that could be earned would be 15% of the team's total payroll, with a 5% increase year over year. There is a little bit of a loophole here. Taylor Ward, if the Orioles were going to retain him, an in-house free agent, you get an additional 6th year that you could hand out. Or I guess for, younger players that you're extending ahead of time, you can, use that as well. Of course, there's give and take here. So what are the owners willing to, give up to try to get this passed through? Well, league minimum salary would increase just a little bit. That's not a ton, not really attractive to the players. They want to get rid of the qualifying offer, believe. Want to get rid of high school drafting players.
That's insanity.
That's ridiculous. And there was one other thing here. Deferred payments. That would be I think we can all get behind that. Yeah. No more deferred payments. So none of the Shohei Ohtani stuff. Hey, a decade from now, you'll get all your money when you're not even playing anymore.
No more Bobby Bonilla Day?
No more of that. But that would have been hard to kind of justify with a 5-year maximum on contract length.
If I'm the PA, I want to get to free agency quicker than it is now.
Right, so that was the other part, right? We have these long arbitration periods that go on right now. The players are against that. We want to get to the big money sooner. Mm-hmm. The owners would be willing to lower that from 6 years of arbitration to 5.
Oh, thanks.
and increase the incentive for promoting players. Remember a couple years back, you could get a comp pick between the first and second round if you promote a guy and he wins Rookie of the Year. They're expanding that. If you finish top 3 in Rookie of the Year or top 5 in a Cy Young or MVP voting, you would get 2 draft picks in compensation.
Yeah.
So a little more, nudging the teams to expedite this.
And as the Orioles are feeling it now with Rutschman and Gunnar, they get a year's service time because they finished. So they hit free agency sooner than they would have if they would have just, been normal players coming up through the ranks. I mean, Gunnar won it. Adley finished second to Julio Rodriguez. So that was kind of the incentive, not only get the draft picks, which the Orioles did, by the way, for both of those instances, but the players themselves get that extra year's service time tacked on, too. The 5-year cap on length of contract, not going to happen. No way, no how. The Players Union will not allow that to go down. And a lot of people want to break the union because they have the strongest union in sports. They have been. Look, this is a union. The 81 season, which we're old enough to remember, devastated that year. The 94, they literally sacrificed the postseason. No playoffs, no World Series. Just sacrificed it for what they thought was best for them long term. Now, I'm sure the players can explain it better than I can because I don't live in that tax bracket. But the normal fans, I mean, you're talking about middle relievers make $15 million a year. Who are you to tell us that you're up against it financially and you're trying to protect your rights for the players for not just currently but moving forward? And the whole draft eliminating the high school, you have to be 3 years removed, like football.
Yeah.
You have to be 3 years removed from your high school, or 2 years, I think, in baseball, high school graduating class. Because what do they want, the collegiate teams to become more involved? Is the farm system?
Yeah, then you get rid of what, A-ball and
then you got
ball
exactly.
and,
then minor league suffers there too. That one I don't see happening at all. I mean, how many? Gunnar Henderson was a high school player. Manny Machado, high school player. Bryce Harper, high school player. Bobby Witt, high school. I mean, this year's first round pick might be the UCLA kid who's 3-year college guy, but you get the point. There's an 18-year-old pitching prospect who's expected to go in the top 10. Now he'll have to circle back and just live with his NIL money wherever he winds up. But nah, I don't see the Players Association signing off on that at all. Length of contract either. I see these as non-starters.
Nolan, there seems like there is some big discrepancies coming in this. It's not just like little things. These are major things.
Players Association quickly responded last week. A lot of jargon here, but it boiled down to basically what you just said. This is unacceptable. This is a non-starter. We're not even entertaining this.
Thank you.
Two sides will meet again before the All-Star break, although saying the obvious here, very big gap. Right? I didn't even get into the players' side of it, that they were starting to ask for a little more restrictions on gambling, right? Because they're sick of having people in their DMs on social media, popping off. You didn't get 2 hits when I had you to get 2 hits. You didn't hit a home run, all that stuff. They want to get rid of player props. So there's a lot of stuff on the table here.
Yeah, this angry email is brought to you by Joe Blow's gambling site. Here's my parlay for tonight's game. We'll come back, shift gears, talk some Ravens news from the nest. A month from today, Ravens start training camp. I mean, they're actually practicing a month from today at one winning drive, trying to redeem themselves after a disastrous 2025, which cost people jobs. But there's still a core group of players at each position, which we'll get into, including Kyle Hamilton, who's as good as it gets. Buy or sell? Where's the early week money? 4th of July weekend's coming up. Do we have extra money for some bacon beans?
This is the Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
Oh, get summer savings all month long at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. Go see Kevin Brammer, the sales director. Get you a great sales experience, and you can save with 0.99% 60-month financing on 2026 Sonatas or Tucsons. Come see the 26 Elantra Hybrid. Gets over 50 miles per gallon. $375 today at the tanks. And make no payments till September 2026 on every new Hyundai. Now, we got banks on site for instant credit approval. Now, Kevin, he's going to give you $500 more than CarMax or Carvana for your trade. So get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, owner assurance. Plus, you get Jones for a lifetime, which includes free oil changes, free car washes, engine guaranteed for a lifetime. With over 2 million likes and reviews, you too, you can and you will be a satisfied customer. How do I know? My wife just traded in her Genesis, got a new Genesis, and she went out there on Saturday. CD over at the Genesis store. He taught her everything there was to know about the new Genesis. Hooked up her phone, did all those kind of things. I mean, that's what you get at Jones, man. I mean, they take great care of you, whether it be sales, service, parts, collision, all of them. So get summer savings now at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction, 1504 Bel Air Road, only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. So see their great selection at BelAirHyundai.com. Get you a Jones Junction tag frame just like me. My wife just got that new tag frame. And Vincent, Charlie, and Rachel.
Selling your home is a big decision. Vinny Stio makes it simple with the Your Home Sold Guarantee. Your home sold or he'll buy it. That's peace of mind you can count on. Call Vinny today, 410-793-1801. 410-793-1801.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. Planning on upgrading those outdoor kitchen or any home appliances? You need to check out Town Appliances 4th of July shopping event. Upgrade your home with the family-ready performance of Frigidaire or the sleek premium design of Electrolux. Plus, get summer ready with new outdoor grills, beverage centers, and powerful AC units to stay cool, all with flexible financing. Mayor, they'll take great care of you at their Owings Mill showroom off Reisterstown Road. Tell them Vinny sent you. Call, text, or visit townappliance.com today for the 4th of July shopping event going on now.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2-up early payout so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pregame straight match result bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2-up early payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Did you know vaping is not just harmless water vapor? E-cigarettes can contain nicotine and other chemicals that may harm your lungs, heart, and overall health. Tobacco use remains a leading cause of preventable disease and death. The Harford County Health Department is committed to helping our community live tobacco-free through education, prevention, and support. If you're ready to quit smoking or vaping, help is available. Call the Maryland Quit line at 1-800-QUIT-NOW or text READY to 21586 to get started. A healthier future starts today. Sponsored by the Harford County Health Department.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
This summer, treat yourself and taste the Baltimore tradition that is the legendary Costas Inn. You can visit their newest location at the Timonium Fairgrounds and enjoy all of your favorites from the original Costas Inn. And when you swing by there, make sure you tell them that Jeremy Kahn sent you.
Join 105.7 The Fans Inside Access this Wednesday from 2 to 6 as they broadcast live from Watershed, a classic Maryland seafood house in historic Cross Street Market. Come down, watch the game, and meet Ken and Tim.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles got some key players back from the IL this weekend, with Adley Rutschman returning to his spot behind the plate and Dylan Beavers playing his first Major League game in well over a month. Yet the impact that those injuries and many others have had on the 2026 Orioles is undeniable. This has been the case for a few years running, and Mike Elias was asked about the growing trend of banged-up players over the weekend.
We've done a good job of pulling together some data. There is a tremendous amount of misfortune and stuff that you just can't control. We're in the process of doing some things behind the scenes to try to get better in that department, and hopefully we can get to the point where this gets behind us a little bit. But I would emphasize we're not the only team going through stuff like this.
Meanwhile, in some NBA news, ESPN is reporting that the Clippers are engaged in serious trade talks with the Raptors for Kawhi Leonard. Sources indicate that Leonard wanted to stay with LA, but no long-term commitment has been offered, and Toronto is now a preferred landing spot after he previously spent the 2018-19 season there and led them to their first finals victory in franchise history. Toronto has gone on to win just one playoff series since his exit. Leonard will enter this upcoming season at age 35 with 1 year remaining on his current contract. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy with highs in the upper 80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
News from the Nest is sponsored by Window Nation. During Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale, you could save big on new windows. Plus, you could get no money down and no payments or interest for 2 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now.
News from the Nest here on this Monday. It's Vinny Haynie, Nolan McGraw, Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato. Quick draw, other side of the glass. Orioles taking on the White Sox. We'll get into that later on in the hour. Jason Cole joins us for NFL Lunch coming up at 1 o'clock. Longtime NFL writer, but as we're a month away from the start of training camp, talking about Kyle Hamilton, who talked about some things relating to the team. Kyle Hamilton, all-pro safety for the Ravens, got his contract extension last year as Baltimore chose him basically over Tyler Linderbaum. They tried to keep Linderbaum. He went to the Raiders, just obliterated the center market, didn't set it, annihilated it. It was one thing to set the market. He destroyed the market. The Raiders did, but he's moved on. Ravens need a center. That's something we're going to be talking about a lot until we see them open the season against the Indianapolis Colts. But Kyle Hamilton was on with our buddy Evan Washburn, local kid in Annapolis, CBS Sports, and they're playing golf at Hayfields. Hey. Or is it Mayfield? It's Hayfields, right?
I don't even know where that's at.
It's Nolan, the Hayfields around here, right?
No idea.
Really?
They wouldn't let me in there anyway, no matter where.
Unless it's like a Carroll Park, I could probably get in, but other than that, I'm not allowed. But anyway, they're playing golf together. Finally dressed on top of that. But here's Kyle Hamilton talking about what happened last year and these playoff failures and why this is becoming unacceptable for the Ravens.
It's shocking from our standpoint. Obviously, we have high expectations for ourselves, and the organization does, and our owner always, and fans and players, coaches, everybody expects us to compete for a Super Bowl every year, and we don't even get to the dance. It's pretty disheartening, but back to the drawing board. We're blessed with another season and got a new staff who I think is going to help us a lot, and glass half full. I think we have a lot to build on. We have a great roster, great coaches, so it's just a matter of going out there and doing it.
I think the big thing there is defensively speaking, I think the coaching staff will make them a lot better. I think the coaching staff is 1,000 times better than last year's defensive coaching staff. So I think the defense is going to improve a ton. I am not worried one bit about the defense. I think defensively, I think they'll have the personnel. They'll put the personnel in the right positions, and a lot of the personnel are going to have their best seasons. Now, offensively, that's going to be a different story.
Hayfields, by the way, is in Cockeysville. Looks over Oregon Ridge.
Okay.
So it's a fancy golf course for sure. Nolan, I figured you already broke par at that thing before it was all said and done.
Again, wouldn't even let me look at it.
Yeah. First time I played golf, I was wearing a Zeppelin t-shirt. It was congressional. Yeah.
How'd you do
or
that?
Or Eisenhower.
How'd you do that?
Is it Eisenhower? Eisenhower. It was named after somebody fancy. And Bill Day, buddy of mine, this was 35, 36 years ago, said, I can't believe they let you in wearing a Zeppelin t-shirt. I said, well,
Usually it's collared shirt only.
I had a collar on. Put it on like whatever, clip-on bow ties. That was the first time I ever played golf before. And Bill's like, what kind of ball are you using? A golf ball. He goes, no, is it a Titleist? Is it? I was like, oh, I don't know. It's going to wind up in the water or in the woods anyway.
No doubt.
So it doesn't really matter. But I digress. But speaking of that defense, Jesse Minter comes over. Now, he was here before Hamilton was. He was back in 19 and 20. But obviously the Ravens are familiar with what he did with the Chargers and at the University of Michigan. So here's Kyle Hamilton talking about his new head coach and his defensive excitement and philosophies and all that fun stuff.
Super cool dude, super smart, great explainer, teacher.
Yeah.
I kind of use the analogy or metaphor that it's like McVay and Shanahan and Mike up in Seattle and Jesse. It's like they all have babies and they're raising their babies and that's their playbook. Like they've seen this playbook change throughout the years, how offenses, defenses change, and it's like explaining to somebody like what your kid's like. It's he does a great job just breaking it down for us and simplifying it and letting us just go out. Well, haven't played yet, but
Yeah.
I can see that we're just going to be able to go out and play freely.
We keep going back to the one word, Bob, simplify it. Simplify it. And I think that is key. And we never heard anybody talk about Zach Orr like that.
But when you did the film for 2 years, was their defense that complex with Zach Orr?
I don't know, like the calls and all those types of things. Yeah, Bob, I don't have the faintest idea. All I know is that it seemed like if you can't play fast, or if you're asking players to do things that they're not capable of doing. I mean, I keep going back to Oweh, and him, and Jesse saying that, what did you do? Simplified things for him. I mean, how hard is that if you're Zach? They must have been just adding stuff, and I don't know, but I mean, when Zach Orr was in charge by himself, and I'm saying this past year he was in charge by himself, and the first 4 games by himself of 2 years ago, everybody sucked. Be totally honest, everybody sucked. That's why they went and got Dean Pease.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, then things kind of settled down a little bit, but then Zach Orr on his own this past year, you tell me a guy that got better on defense, I don't think there was. Maybe Travis Jones might have been the only way, Buchanan, but otherwise all the veteran guys took a step back.
And Kyle didn't really become Pro Bowl Kyle till they traded for Gilman in the Oweh trade.
Because they allowed him to move up, and I mean, come on, you got Kyle Hamilton, and you saw what he did with Mike McDonald. Duh.
Yeah.
So what did Jesse do? He's got 3 safeties, playing them like they played Derwin James.
It's Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan News from the Nest. Kyle Hamilton, last thing, with Evan Washburn at Hayfields, Oregon Ridge, Cockeysville, Maryland. Who's the smartest and toughest quarterback for you to defend, Kyle Hamilton?
But what quarterbacks are tough to read, going back to our putt?
Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow?
Yeah, when he gets going, he's tough. He just puts it in the right spot.
Yeah. It doesn't give you a lot of tells or...
Yeah, I mean, guys like that, and at this level, it's pretty much every quarterback you go against. They know what you're going to be in, whether it's pre-snap or half a second post-snap, they know what you're in. So you got to be really good and disciplined in what you're doing, what your defense is priding itself on just from a schematic standpoint. But Joe, I think, we see him twice a year, so we kind of got used to it. But he's got a lot of weapons around him, too, and it makes it kind of tough.
Yeah, I think Joe Burrow is extremely smart. And like Kyle's talking about, those good quarterbacks like that, they're going to be able to tell what cover. A rookie quarterback, all right, you probably can confuse some and do, and get after him a little bit. But those veteran quarterbacks like he is and Mahomes and Tom Brady was, they're going to know what you're in. And then if you make a mistake back there, if one guy makes a mistake, going to take advantage of it. And that's the thing is you got to be disciplined. You got to be where you're supposed to be. All 11 is supposed to do your job. Because if you go try to do somebody else's job, Burrow's going to find that hole.
Right.
That is the key. So you got to be disciplined when you're playing those good quarterbacks.
Yeah, remember 2 years ago, as we've talked about, even though the Ravens won both games, he threw 9 touchdown passes and 1 pick. Against Baltimore. Marlon got the pick. They won that game in overtime against Cincinnati. If he stays healthy, and ESPN did the teams, the Ravens were 16th, and we'll get into that as the week progresses. And skill possession guys, running backs, wide receivers, and tight ends. Cincinnati's in the top 3.
Yeah.
So Jesse Minter is going to have to face that reality this offseason, too. Or this coming season.
Yeah, and the Ravens, Bob, were 16th.
Yep.
So, the Bengals got some guys. I mean, can their O-line hold up? Can you get pressure on Burrow? That's the key thing.
It's Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. We'll come back with Nolan McGraw. Little buy or sell. We're saying early week money. We got, we got 4th of July coming up this weekend. We can always use some money for, the hot dogs and the beans and the corn and the crustaceans. As we're looking to party, it's going to be in the hundreds, literally, temperature-wise, at least coming up in a couple of days, so stick around for that. Describe the Orioles, 85 games in. They're 7 games below 500. They're 3 out of the wild card. They're on the high 20s negative run differential. They've lost 4 of their last 5. Describe them with one word. We'll give you hours if you're just tuning in. And you want to talk about the Ravens a month from the start of training camp. Kyle Hamilton coming off a big year. He's a premier player at a premier position, and he has assistants back there as well.
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Selling your home is a big decision. Vinny Stio makes it simple with the Your Home Sold Guarantee. Your home sold or he'll buy it. That's peace of mind you can count on. Call Vinny today. 410-793-1801. 410-793-1801.
Summer's here. Hey, it's Ed. That means longer days, cookouts, beach trips, and plenty of opportunities to keep the game at the top of its game. Whether you're looking to surprise somebody special or add a little bit of excitement to your summer lineup, Lions Den has you covered. From essentials to couples' favorites, Lions Den has everything you need to make this season a winner. So turn up the heat at Lions Den. Pleasure, passion, romance, multiple locations around Baltimore. But check them out at lionsden.com or walk into a store.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code MULTIPLY to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code MULTIPLY to borrow up to $10,000. Use code MULTIPLY to borrow up to $10,000.
Alex B and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive, professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
Amazing. Go to callamazing.com.
We're at a 2-2 stalemate into stoppage time. Next goal surely wins it. He sets up for the corner kick. Curls it in. He's up for the header. And score! Brilliant goal!
Soccer's biggest games are here. Get ready by heading over to Giant for all your matchday essentials. And let Upside set up the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Whether it's food for your watch party, dining out during match days, or the gas you need to get where you're going in time to catch kickoff, Upside has you covered to earn cash back on your everyday purchases.
Right now, get a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CHARM06. That's promo code CHARM06 for a $10 bonus. Remember, use promo code CHARM06.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hey everyone, Boomer Esiason here. If anyone knows about diehard sports fans, it's me. I get to live and breathe the excitement of the season all year long. Now for advertisers, that passion matters. It's exactly why sports radio performs for brands. People who listen to sports on radio via streaming or on sports podcasts are nearly 3 times more likely to consider a brand that supports their favorite team. So if you are interested in reaching sports fans, we have the playbook for you. Check out our comprehensive ebook, State of Audio, Sports Fandom. Check out stateofaudio.com.
Are you buying
Straight cash, homie.
or selling?
I'm not going to buy into that crap.
Buy or Sell is sponsored by Jones Bel Air Hyundai. Visit them to buy or sell your car. See Kevin Brammer for a new or used vehicle with over 2 million likes and reviews. You too will be a satisfied customer. Visit BelAirHyundai.com today.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Buy or sell here on this Monday. Yannick Sinner did win his match first round in 5 sets. He was down 2-1. So he comes back to win. Hovland beats Scheffler in a one-hole playoff at the Travelers as he makes his 8-foot putt, and Scotty Scheffler missed his 4-foot putt. That's going on there. But Nolan McGraw, before we get to the many sports subjects, Vinny Serrato, where's the dough? Buy or sell?
All right. We're making some money today, Bob. The Dow's up 222. The S&P's up 60. NASDAQ is up 349. DraftKings is down 34 cents. Under Armour's down 13 cents.
Getting things started in the NFL today. What is the best quarterback-wide receiver duo in the league as it stands right now? It's a tough question. So many skill position players, so much talent across the league. But a panel of NFL.com writers came up with their answers, and a pretty wide range of answers at that includes the obvious, your Burrow, Chase, Stafford, Nakua, the ones that instantly come to mind. But Drake May and A.J. Brown, a new pairing that hasn't even played together yet, they got a mention here. And then a real wild card rogue answer, C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins. Ew. I don't know if I could quite get behind that one. But the other three may be a little more worthwhile. And of those other three answers, Stafford and Nakua, no doubt the strongest of any in 2025. Of course, Stafford won MVP. Nakua, top 3 in Offensive Player of the Year voting. Buy or sell, Vinny. Stafford to Nakua will be the league's strongest passing connection again in 26.
I'm going to sell it. Just because Burrow wasn't healthy last year. And I'm gonna take the Bengals. I think it's gonna be Burrow, Chase. I think the Bengals offensively are gonna be dangerous.
Over to the NFL, the Giannis Antetokounmpo trade, the fallout. We're examining it as we speak. But could that deal teach us anything about another star player, other star players in general in the league? Of course, it wasn't long ago that everything was hunky-dory for the Greek Freak in Milwaukee, but kept pushing the long-term agreement down the road. Didn't do it 2 years ago, didn't do it a year ago. Then you combine that with a lot of losing in that time, and you have the eventual split, and he's out of town. Let's head over to Denver. Nikola Jokic, well, he didn't sign a long-term agreement when he had the opportunity last summer. Hey, no big deal, right? Still 2 years of control. The Nuggets had just been bounced in a very competitive 7-game series against the eventual champs. Everything will be fine. Well, we're here a year later, and Mark Stein is reporting that Jokic is still in no rush to get an extension worked out. There's no reports of discontent with the direction of the team, but again, you saw how quickly things unfolded for Giannis and the Bucks. Buy or sell, Bob. If the Nuggets miss the playoffs or have another early exit, Jokic will leave Denver.
I'm going to sell it. I think he's a lifer. Now, they did whack Mike Malone, now the head coach at University of North Carolina, former Loyola Greyhound, by the way, Michael Malone. I think he's in a position of strength. He knows it. They just need to build around him and Jamal Murray. Or if they don't think he and Murray are good enough or copacetic enough to win another championship, figure out ways to get it done. They got rid of Michael Porter Jr., who put up all the personal stats with Brooklyn last year, but fell out of favor, obviously, with the Nuggets. I think he's a lifer. Remember, Carmelo Anthony wore number 15 when he came out of Syracuse for the Denver Nuggets. He's not even the best 15 to ever wear that uniform. It's the Joker, 2-time MVP. I think he's probably got another one in the resume. So he's staying. He ain't going nowhere. Then again, I could be wrong. I usually am.
Pete Prisco's annual top 100 NFL player list, it dropped last week. It's always good for some talking points here. 5 Ravens are included, headlined by Lamar Jackson, who came in at number 10 overall. That's 5th amongst quarterbacks for those curious. Kyle Hamilton, number 28. Derrick Henry at 45. New Raven, Trey Hendrickson at 67. And finally, rounding out the group, bit of a surprise here. Big surprise. Nnamdi Madubuike, number 98 in the top 100. Surprising for multiple reasons. One, the fact that he's still on a national radar for Pete Prisco's attention, despite playing only 2 games and having a serious neck injury. But even Prisco himself did not have Madubuike included in his 2025 top 100. So what did he show to go from outside the in playing just 2 games? I mean, he was pretty good in those 2 games, but still. Buy or sell, Vinny? Are you buying or selling Madubuike having a spot in the top 100 despite playing just a few games?
I'll buy it because I think he's kind of projecting for the season. So if Madubuike plays, he'll probably play exceptionally well. So, and the way that the Ravens are kind of talking, that there is kind of a buzz that he might be back. So I could, I mean, he's got him just inside. So I don't think that's a problem at all. I think it fits. Lamar 10th, 5th quarterback? No.
Last topic for the day here. Reality has set in for the Mets. The losing, it just won't stop. They fired their manager. That means one thing. A deadline sell-off appears to be in their future. Like any team, handful of rental pieces that they could easily flip. But it just, you can't shake that extreme disappointment after yet another aggressive offseason. They spent big on Bo Bichette. They made a ton of trades. I mean, they were the biggest trading team of the offseason for sure. And what do they have to show for it? Not just this year, really any years in the Cohen ownership era, or at least when he took over full time. That's when all the big spending started. 1 trip to the NLCS, 2 playoff appearances overall. I mean, the 1 year they won 100 games, they lost in the wild card, for God's sake. Buy or sell, Bob, the latest Mets disappointment will prompt them to be less aggressive moving forward.
I'm selling that. Cohen's all about trying to win. He's James Dolan. It's his money. He's got unlimited coffers. Unless, we get into that salary cap thing that baseball is trying to implement here. But, he's going to go all in. The old song, Meet the Mets, Beat the Mets. By the way, Bo Bichette and the Mets are at Toronto tonight. So that should be a touching reunion as he left the Blue Jays. And he jolted the Phillies, apparently, on his way to New York. When we come back, take your phone calls at 410-583-1057. We'll talk about the Ravens. We're always there for that. Hey, we're a month away from the start of training camp, believe it or not. But the Orioles, 85 games into the season. They just dropped 2 out of 3. They've lost 2 series in a row. One to the worst team in the American League, and one to a team that's actually not that bad and plays much better away from their home diamond, the Nationals. But one word to describe the Baltimore Orioles as we sit here on a Monday, less than 2 weeks from the All-Star break.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Oh, it's a great time of the year to get out and enjoy the outdoors. And my buddies at Pete Cycle Company, John Leach, the owner, he's got you covered this summer. Now get out and cool off with a new jet ski. Now with it's going to be in the hundreds over the next few days. So we got big sales going on, at Pete Cycle, and we got great deals coming up. What better way to cool off than being out on a nice new jet ski, having that water blast all over you and stuff? And you can get that new jet ski from Yamaha, Sea-Doo, or Kawasaki. They got the original stand-up skis to the all-out performance of a 2-seater. Luxury of the 3-seat model. Oh, that one is so nice. They even have a fishing model, which is extremely cool. Now, what I'm talking about is John called me this morning. He said, you know what? We were saving up to $2,500. Now, going to save $3,000 on selected models. How about that? Financing rates as low as 3.99%. They got the area's largest selection of jet skis, have some fantastic deals now through the 4th of July. And you need to get out there now. I mean, we're looking at it. You look at the weather, 101, 104, and that's not even feels like. So get out there to one of two Pete Cycle showrooms, Bella Road in Baltimore, just off 695 in Overley, or 800 Ritchie Highway in Severna Park, to see the 2026 lineup of jet skis, Yamaha, Sea-Doo, or Kawasaki. So visit Pete Cycle Company with 2 locations, Bella Road in Baltimore, Ritchie Highway in Severna Park, or visit online at PeteCycle.com. That's PeteCycle.com, and see for yourself the 2026 lineup of jet skis from Yamaha, Sea-Doo, or Kawasaki. Pete Cycle, making memories since 1938. Tell them Vinny sent you.
Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
Planning on using cannabis? Then it's time to plan your ride home, too. Never get behind the wheel when you're high. You might think you're driving better, but the fact is, you're not. Designate a sober driver or use a rideshare so we all get home safe.
We're home.
Be the driver who makes a plan. Be the driver who saves lives. Learn more at zerodeathsmd.gov. This message brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like head administrator for a state-of-the-art surgical center.
What can I do for you, Doc?
We need to talk about the lights.
The mood lighting, relaxing, right? Much better than those old hospital vibes.
A hospital's supposed to have hospital vibes.
You seem tense. Let's dim the lights a bit.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Pros, save more on what you need to get the job done right. Right now at Lowe's. Get 15% off select custom entry and interior doors. Plus, save $80 on the DeWalt 20-volt Max 2-tool combo kit. Now just $169. And at the Lowe's Pro Desk, bring us your materials list and get a quote in minutes. Handwritten, a photo, or even a sticky note is all you need. Keep your jobs moving faster and on budget at Lowe's. Valid through 7/8 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
A return to Camden Yards didn't do the Orioles any good this weekend as they dropped 2 out of 3 to the Nationals. 6-4 was the final score in Washington's favor yesterday, even though Pete Alonso was able to strike first with a 2-run homer right out the gate. Baltimore would not score again until the 7th when Nats starter Zach Littell had already exited the game. Here's Craig Albernaz on that tough matchup for his lineup.
He does a good job of throwing strikes. His split is an equalizer, and he does a great job with his cutter to keep guys honest. I feel like we had good at-bats, some good swings. We just get anything going, but his calling card, he just attacks the strike zone. It gives you some walks. You got to capitalize on it.
Gunnar Henderson was one of those slumping bats. He went 0 for 4 on the afternoon, bringing an end to an extremely frustrating series in which he reached base just once in 14 plate appearances. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy with highs in the upper 80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan here on this Monday. Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw is on the other side of the glass. Orioles and White Sox tonight. Live from Pickles, as you heard during Nolan's update. Brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. This is BBT. Shane Boz taking on Sean Burke, former Terp. Me, Steve Molesky, and Nolan. Be down there at Pickles Pub, getting you ready for this one. Orioles dropped 2 out of 3 to the Nats. We've been asking the question. One word you would use to describe the Orioles. I said infuriating. You said
disappointing.
Nolan said repetitive. Then we had a shameful, fraudulent. And then Rock went with the old inconsistent one.
Yeah.
The only thing consistent is us using the word inconsistent to describe the Orioles. And then you got the Ravens starting training camp in a month from today. Ravens will be out there. Vinny will be at one winning drive. We'll be getting camp reports. Get ready to make amends for a disappointing 2025. We got Jason Cole having NFL lunch with us, longtime NFL writer at 1, American League East Report 115. And then AJ Gersh, Fox 45 local guy. Get his thoughts on the Orioles and Ravens there. But you want to talk whatever. Quite frankly, he's on your mind. Let's get out to the phones. Go to Jonathan in Essex. Jonathan, thanks for holding. What's up?
What's going on, fellas?
How you doing?
Man, I'm running hot, Bob. I'm Vinny. I'm running a little hot.
What's up?
I'm going to try to get out as fast before you guys hang up on me, man. But first with the Orioles. I'm ticked off with the Orioles. The Orioles are just disappointed. I'm disappointed in the Orioles. That's my one word. And even with this Kobe Mayo versus Jeremiah Jackson, at the end of the day, to me, is this. You pick a guy based upon his hits. I look at Jeremiah Jackson, tell me, Kobe Mayo has 1,100 OBS.
He does.
You know what OBS stands for me? You know what that means? If it was a football, it'd be a receiver with speed that can't catch. That's what that means to me. It's a receiver with speed that can't catch.
Now, that means against left-handed pitching, he crushes them. That's what that means. He wears out left-handed pitching.
He runs into one.
Okay.
Because at the end of the day, it's got to be a left-handed pitcher with guys on first base or nobody on. Because on base, because he doesn't hit with runners in scoring position. His average is 190 with runners in scoring position. And I look at Jeremiah Jackson's run. He's almost 300. He's 290 something with runners in scoring position. That's what I'm saying. I'm gonna look at all the stats. I'm not gonna look at the made up nerd stats that I can look at somewhere and find out how good you are. So that's my deal on that one. Now the Ravens. It's plain and simple, the same thing. It's John Harbaugh. And stop blaming Zach Orr. You know why Zach Orr didn't do it? He did mess up, but you know what he did? He was handcuffed. That guy didn't have enough cash to go in there and tell Harbaugh what he was going to do and what he couldn't do. The defensive players told you we were in a passive position play. You think this guy who played middle linebacker is going to write a defense that his team's going to be passive and not blitz, all out, zero blitz and all of that? No. The offense is funny how the defense looks just like the offense. That we played hard. When we got up, we got behind, and we ran down. That looks like the philosophy from up top. Harbaugh's gone. Let's give these guys an opportunity and see what's going on, and let's start anew. And I appreciate you, Bob and Vinny, for letting me talk.
All right, Jonathan, thank you very much. And look, for Zach Orr, it did not go well. 2 years as a play caller, had never done it before. And we might be talking about Declan Doyle in 2 years. In the same way, Zach Orr, he lands on his feet. He's back with Mike McDonald in Seattle. Hopefully he can, get himself another opportunity to get things done. But they did not perform well defensively. They lost even Marlon Humphrey said I think it was going into last year, people don't fear us anymore. And that's the last thing you want one of your own players to say about a unit that he plays on.
Bob, Aaron Rodgers says, I can't wait to play the Ravens. The way he was kicking our ass, and here's the thing. Harbaugh left and went to the Giants. Monken left, went to Cleveland. Did either one of them even consider Zach Orr as the D coordinator? Nope. Did anybody in the National Football League talk to Zach Orr about being a defensive coordinator? Nope. He had to get a job. I mean, because he was out on the streets for a while. Mike McDonald, who played for him, is how he got the job. So he's got to earn that job. He didn't earn it. Denard Wilson would have been much. Harb's, passed over Denard. Or I guess Denard got the Tennessee job beforehand or whatever. And then,
both Denard Wilson and Weaver went elsewhere before Zach Orr, I believe, got the job here in Baltimore.
No doubt. And who did Harbs hire? Denard Wilson.
Let's get back to the phones. Let's go to Owings Mills. It's Jay. Jay, what's up?
Hey, guys. How you doing? I'll be very brief. Bob, this is more so directed to you, longtime Oriole fan. I'm not going to give up on him. But 1992, Cecil Cooper broke our heart. You go back to that, right? Had to win 4.
It was 82.
That's how long I go back.
82.
You remember that?
Yeah, 1982.
Yeah. Well, anyway, my 2 points, and I'll be very brief. Thank you, guys. My first issue is leadership. Why do the Orioles challenge strike calls in the bottom of the first, bottom of the second? I've watched better baseball teams. They save their challenges for the 7th, 8th, and 9th, number one. And number two, why don't people know where to go on fundamentals? So listen, guys, I'm going to get off, and you guys chime in, and great show. I appreciate both of you guys. Thank you. I'll listen.
All right, Jay, thank you for the call. Hell, I watch them in some instances where they don't challenge when I think they should be challenging.
Yeah.
Balls and strikes. I mean, Adley's been pretty solid in that regard. There was a guy, I think, for the Nats that challenged the second pitch of the game, and it was ruled a ball. So they had almost lost. They lost one of their challenges right at the gate. That's that fine line. It's like timeouts. You want to save them. So when you can use them, that can be influential to the game. Look, the fundamental flaws have been well documented. That's why Mike Schilt and Cal Ripken Jr. are now more involved, not just with, hey, Gunner, you need to do that. They're working more with the minor league players as well, trying to make this an organizational thing at the behest, it seems, of front office management. But just, don't you learn fundamentals when you first learn how to play the game? You know what I mean? And because with all sports now, we all played Little League, and you learn as a little leaguer, but now it's more like travel league and the best of the best get on teams, and it costs a ton of dough. So they just play on these teams because they're good enough to do so. Maybe you don't learn how to, go from first to third and judging, you learning the tendencies of an outfielder. Well, he's got a weak arm. You can run on him. Yeah. You know what I mean? Or just laying down a bunt or knowing what base to throw to, a pitcher not backing up home plate. Those were things you were taught in all sports, by the way, as you're coming through the ranks, learning how to play said sport. You mean you get to the majors and you have no idea what the fundamentals are? You do PRP the first day of spring training, or PFP, pitcher's fielding practice. You learn all of these fundamental things. Once you get down to spring training and all of a sudden it's opening day, the orange carpet's out there, and you forgot how to play baseball? Hey, as long as I hit the ball 105 miles an hour at the second baseman, we're good. Yeah, but you're out. Yeah, but I hit it hard.
I don't know if the trend is stoppable, like this poor defense. Like, you got to go to the root of the problem. You got to go down to Little League and implement this. But it just popped into my head. Doesn't that make Major League Baseball's attempt to get rid of high school draftable players even more confusing? Right? Wouldn't you rather get your hands on a more of a raw product and then try to mold him into what should be a real baseball player than let them go another couple of years through college where they're only going to reinforce the so-called bad habits, swing hard, throw hard, all that stuff?
I think, I think a lot of it is at the youth age now, parents. That's what they're into. They're into how fast you throw it. That's where I think that's where the fundamentals have gone. The coaches may want to coach it, but the parents are like, hey, you got to throw it hard. You got to go to this camp. You got to do that.
They would like prohibit breaking balls until you reached a certain age.
Oh, yeah, we couldn't throw them.
Back in the day. And now it's like, certainly you want max effort on the fastball. And then learning how to develop, your breaking stuff and some off speed. It was learn how to throw a fastball, learn how to throw a changeup.
Yeah.
And then everything else kind of worked. Oh, by the way, throw strikes.
Yeah.
That was the most important thing.
Hey, Nolan, when we were playing youth baseball, VFW, American Legion, all that, you'd go to batting practice. The first 3 or 4, you had to bunt. And then you had to bunt and then run it out.
With wooden bats, too, by the way. Yeah, no stinking aluminum. All right, we'll come back, take your phone calls at 410-583-1057. Jason Cole's going to be joining us, longtime NFL writer. Get his thoughts on the season, a month away from training camp for the Ravens, at least. Anyway, American League East report at 1:15. Rough weekend for the Yankees, rough weekend for the Blue Jays, rough weekend for the Orioles.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
Now, look, if you're not happy with what you see in the mirror when you're pulling out those shorts and T-shirts, it's time to make a move. Now, at LifeMed, they're not selling you some fad diet or empty promises. They're using real science-backed solutions, including GLP-1 peptides that targets weight loss at its core. Add in hormone optimization, IV infusions, and you got a full lineup working for you. Their expert medical providers are in your corner every step of the way. Now, this spring, this summer, let's get you feeling like a champ. Medically supervised weight loss that actually works. So don't forget that LifeMed Institute. They specialize in testosterone replacement therapy to help you reclaim your energy. I'll get my shot today. I get them every week. I get the testosterone B12 shots, and I can tell when I hadn't taken them. The energy, it's like, whoa, why am I so tired? And it gives you confidence with treatment plans built around your needs by an experienced medical team, not AI. Now, you shouldn't have to feel like you're running on fumes when the rest of the world is out there thriving. Take the first step this spring. Find the best LifeMed location for you. Mine's Bel Air, Dream Team, Sierra, that Dream Team, the 4 blondes up there at lifemedinstitute.com or call 410-575-1200. Tell them Vinny sent you.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
While the Major League Baseball Players Association continues to sit at the table like a petulant toddler refusing to eat their vegetables, the league continues to put forth more proposals that line up with exactly what fans want. First, it was a cap and floor. Now it's the elimination of salary deferrals and the introduction of something similar to the NBA's bird rights. Players can keep pushing back, but as my dad used to say, we're going to sit there until that plate's clean. And right in the middle of that plate, a salary cap. I'm Chris Mack.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
When I wake up,
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. Trade every match from the opening rounds all the way to the final. Last week, Argentina was trading at 15% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade could pay out $637 if they win soccer's biggest prize. Want to know what they're trading at today? Check Kalshi. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code PITCH to get a $10 credit when you trade $10. That's promo code PITCH. Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 plus only. Must be present in state where it's legal to trade. If the contract trading involves risk, it may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. $10 free credit with no expiration. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Today, we salute you, Mr. My Collection is My Retirement Plan guy.
Better than a 401k.
Stocks go up, stocks go down, but that rookie auto, oh, it's going to the moon.
To the hobby stratosphere.
And whether you're buying, selling, or holding, you trust the place built for collectors.
Baltimore Sports Cards.
Stop in today or visit BaltimoreSportsCards.com, where the hobby lives.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. Trade every match from the opening rounds all the way to the final. Last week, Argentina was trading at 15% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade could pay out $637 if they win soccer's biggest prize. Want to know what they're trading at today? Check Kalshi. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code PITCH to get a $10 credit when you trade $10. That's promo code PITCH. Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 plus only. Must be present in state where it's legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prizes, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. $10 free credit with no expiration. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Bob Haney, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haney Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Longtime NFL writer Jason Cole going to have some NFL lunch with us coming up in a matter of minutes. American League East report at 1:15, and we'll talk Orioles and Ravens with AJ Gersh. Fox 45 got Japan and Brazil about to start here. World Cup, U.S. back on the field coming up Wednesday. We'll preview that as we get closer to it. Orioles lose 2 out of 3 to the Nats after dropping 2 out of 3 to the Angels. Orioles are 7 games below 500. 3 games out of the wild card, and every crazy thing going on in between them with asking you one word to describe the Orioles. None of them have been positive so far, for sure. Let's go to Parkville. It's Rick. Rick, what's up?
Hey, guys, gentlemen, nice talking to you again. Want to assess particularly the defense on the Orioles. I don't know. They used to have these old clips of Earl Weaver, in camp when Earl would do situational baseball. And I had a picture of him out on second base, with a glove, how to, catch and whatnot. But that last game, I hearkened back to that game they played against the Angels. I don't have Masson. I can't watch the games, but what was Basayo doing? He wasn't even really hustling to run the runner down. And the errors, they had 3 errors. I didn't really listen to the game. But, yeah, it's disappointing right now is an understatement. And Elias, he keeps talking, well, we just got to get to the wild card. They got to start winning, Bob, Vinny. They got to start getting on a streak here somehow, some way. And the Cubs are a pretty good team.
Well, the White Sox are in town. Hey, thanks, Rick, for the call. Look, the Basayo play, I guess he's talking about the Angels. He could have thrown to first, try to get O'Hoppe.
Right.
Or he could, as Mike Bordick said, committed more to try to tag out the runner at the plate. I mean, that thing went haywire when, Alonso committed to second and Aiken did get in time, but he dropped the throw from Jeremiah Jackson. That was it was typical Oriole loss, quite frankly, in 2026. But the fundamentals are flawed, and it's an organizational thing. I mean, fundamentals throughout baseball. Talk to guys like Mike Bordick or Ryan Ripken or anyone that, that played it or has observed it for many, many years. It's just throughout the league, things aren't as tight as they used to be in regards to fundamental because these analytic stats have kind of taken over and what is important or what's not. I mean, strikeouts used to be frowned upon. Now it's like, hey, if your contacted damage is greater than you strike out 3 times but hit a 2-run jack, we'll take that instead of protecting the plate when you're behind in the count with a guy on second base and trying to advance him to third to put him in scoring position. And we talk about bunting. I mean, Leota Tavares looks like he's the only guy in baseball that can bunt.
Yeah.
Right now. And Earl Weaver be losing his mind right now. And he definitely wouldn't be calling the front office for advice about how to fill out his lineup. That's for sure. Let's go to Jimmy in Falston. Jimmy, what's up?
Hey, how you doing? Thank you for taking my call. My word is Sisyphean, from the Greek character Sisyphus. Are you familiar with that?
No.
I know Gyro.
Yeah, so he was a deceitful king in Greece that he got punished by the gods. He had to roll this big boulder up the hill, and right before he was about to crest the hill, the boulder will cap all the way back down, and he had to start all over again. So that's my one for the Orioles. It's just like, seems like they're going to get over it, and they come back down. But I think you nailed it on the head with the fundamentals. I think it's just accountability. I mean, I was in the military, right? And yeah, you told you're going to check every day, uniform's going to be pressed, your boots going to be spit shine. But if you have a leader that you know is going to let you get away, that he's not going to get on you, that maybe this day, you know what? Yeah, I have a little bit of a 12 o'clock shadow, but I won't shave. And you're fine. And before you know it, you know, you're not shining your boots, you're not earning your uniform, you're shaving every other day because they let you do it. So I don't know what's going on in the clubhouse, but they're not being held accountable. If somebody was on your ass telling you that's completely unacceptable, get benched, don't do that crap again, or you're sending down to the minors, it wouldn't have happened. They're not being held accountable because, like you said, they've been doing it all their lives. They did not forget how to do it. But now they're just thinking that it's okay to make those mistakes. That's the only thing I can think of because they're letting them do it, not holding them accountable.
All right, Jimmy, thanks. And that's a word I never heard of before. Nolan, you're a college graduate. You know what he's talking about. I get what he was saying. You roll the boulder up the hill, and just as you think you're getting over the hump, the boulder crushes you and rolls all the way back down. And you have to wash, rinse, repeat. I don't even think the Orioles have gotten the ball halfway up the hill. That's the problem. It just keeps falling down. You know why? Because it slipped out of their hands because they committed an error. And they didn't have the the strength to use their legs to push things up the hill. I don't think there's no accountability.
Yeah, I don't either.
I don't think that's the case. I just think it's a team that as a collective is 7 games under 500 with a minus almost 30 run differential. It's a team that's just, it's been banged up with injuries. It's just not that good.
And I think
we got to maybe face that harsh reality. They're just not a good baseball team.
The other thing, if it was one guy, you could sit the one guy. But when it's everybody, you know, you can't sit everybody.
Which is why we don't know the finer details of what was all about the whole Basayo-Albernaz kerfuffle a couple weeks back. But if we're to believe that was a disciplinary move on Albernaz's part to try to get rid of something that he saw as a bad habit or a bad attitude, whatever, behind the scenes with a young player, I'm with Vinny. How do you do that, one, at a time where you were missing your other catcher due to injury, and two, when the entire team lacks fundamentals and goes out there routinely day after day after day and makes the same mistakes with not even, hey, we're going to sit you for a day. And don't even present it as a bad, like, oh, we're benching him because he stinks. And just, let him get off his feet, break. He'll be back tomorrow. Get out of his own head a little bit. No. No one's been held accountable publicly other than Basayo.
Yeah. Other than, and the only thing he also said, Albernaz, he was cool with San Diego throwing 3 times at Gunnar Henderson. And they finally got it right when they plunked him. After they threw at him the first 2 times, I'd have been looking at the manager there like, we got it.
Yeah.
Oh, you hit him? Okay, you did it the right way. And the Basayo thing, fundamentals aside, that was more of questioning his toughness.
Yeah.
More than anything
else. Whatever it was, behind the scenes, he chose to make an example of it.
But like you said, the timing couldn't have been worse because Adley had strained his hammy, and now you're going to teach him a lesson when you need him in the lineup? Yeah, that made no sense whatsoever. But life doesn't make sense, man. And joining us now to make sense of things in the National Football League, or coming up next for NFL Lunch, Jason Cole, American League East report. Like the Red Sox sweeping the Yankees. That makes no sense because the Red Sox have been terrible. Now they're right behind the Orioles. AJ Gersh, Box 45. What the hell is wrong with Baltimore? 7 games below 500, 3 out of the wild card. And the Ravens, a month away from the start of training camp, as Jesse Minter begins his first one with the Ravens, expecting to bounce back. Still one of the betting favorites after a disastrous 2025.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
You wait all winter for this. Sunshine, vacations, and more time outside. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. Don't spend this spring thinking about foot pain. The Good Feet Store offers arch supports that are personally fitted for your feet and your lifestyle. Come see us today or visit goodfeet.com.
Many times, a person hires a law firm after an injury without doing research. It can be a big mistake or not. Sometimes, after you have hired a certain lawyer, you realize you made a certain mistake. But guess what? Just because you hire them doesn't mean you can't fire them. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you think you've hired the wrong firm, you may have. So do this. Google Morgan & Morgan results or visit forthepeople.com for cases just like yours. You may find that our full-service injury firm should have been your choice in the first place. Last year, almost 12,000 people discharged their law firm and hired us after further research. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. Visit forthepeople.com today and let's get started. Or call Pound Law on your cell phone. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2 up early payout so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pregame straight match result bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2 up early payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
To stay cool and save this summer, you need the best AC system tune-up and repair services. Go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. For special offers, go to petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Baltimore Baseball tonight before every weeknight home baseball game at Pickles Pub as we broadcast live. Enjoy their 32-ounce Orange Crush. And on select nights, pick up a free 105.7 The Fan and Science & Kirk bucket hat, courtesy of Science & Kirk Lawyers. YouHaveALawyer.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Kyle Bradish came up well short of expectations in yesterday's series finale by lasting only 4 innings and watching the Nats push 4 runs across in that time. Oddly enough, he only gave up 1 hit, but his command was non-existent with 5 walks. That's the most he's had in any start since August of 2023.
I mean, early on in the year, obviously, I was walking a lot of guys and thought we got away from it. I was feeling good those last 2 starts. But, it's just one of those days. Baseball's humbling. You go out there to get the team a win a series, and kind of just let it down.
There's Bradish with some post-game criticism for himself. There was no run support to bail him out either, as the O's dropped the finale 6-4 and lost the season series to their Beltway rival for the 2nd year in a row. The upstart White Sox will now come to town for a 3-game set that gets rolling later on this evening. Shane Baz will oppose Sean Burke with first pitch slated for 6:35. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy with highs in the upper 80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
An insider's look at the National Football League.
That's a W. How many people want to eat a W tonight?
Time for NFL lunch.
Hope you ate turducken. There it is. He's probably a Popeye's biscuit away from being a tight end.
Sponsored by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
Top Phoenix of football, NFL lunch style. Vinny and Haynie, Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, other side of the glass. As we've talked about, a month from today, Ravens will be on the practice field. First day of training camp, 2026, trying to redeem themselves after a disappointing 2025. Here to talk about what's happening in the league, because, it's always the NFL season for a lot of people out there. Longtime NFL writer. He's on the Window Nation guest hotline. Let's welcome back to the show, Jason Cole. Jason, first of all, good afternoon. How you feeling?
I am fantastic. I just got done with the morning walk. So there you go.
Now, the Brendan Sorsby story just doesn't seem to want to have an end, at least for now. CFL, they're saying no. I guess based on the court ruling, could have played college football this year, but the Big 12, they were against it. The NFL, at least for now, they're denying entry. What is the end game ultimately for Brendan Sorsby here and, everything that he has done to violate the integrity of the game?
Well, he's not playing professional football anytime soon, unless it's, I don't know, whatever the minor league is, the United Football League or the Arena Football, whatever exists out there. If I was him, I would shut my mouth and go play and try and earn the respect of an organization and earn the respect of the league. I think that whining and complaining, I think that, I like Jeff Kessler, his attorney, a lot. I have great respect for the man. He's done a lot of work for players over the last 40 years. But, he's a bulldog. He's a bull in a china shop kind of an attorney. And he can complain all he wants. But at the end of the day, and I think, Vinny, you can answer this question better than I can. If you're a coach or a teammate, and you hand this kid the game plan, or you're asking him to start a game and win a game, do you trust him?
All right.
And the answer is obvious. The answer is no. So anybody who thinks that, all these people who are up in arms about, he deserves a chance, he bet 9,000 times. It may not have been a lot of money, but you got an issue, dude. This is not like Calvin Ridley making a couple of bets on fantasy football, or Isaiah Rodgers doing a couple of bets here and there, and that got those guys banned for a year. This is a very serious thing, And so to me, like, there's a reclamation project, and I hope the kid does it, because I talked to one guy who I respect a lot as a draft guy, who said, look, this kid's probably a second or third round pick, which means that on somebody's board, he's probably a first round pick. So he's a talented kid. But, yes, but you got to rebuild the trust of the entire league. And I'm not just talking about the commissioner's office. I'm talking about guys that you got to work with on a day in and day out basis.
Jason, you know what? I was on with Vic Carucci on Saturday on Sirius Radio, and he was asking me about it. And he said, what would you tell the kid? I said, I'd tell the kid, knock off all the lawyer stuff. You're not going to win anything against the league. Stop all that stuff. And you need to become a spokesperson, to high school kids, to, youth football. You need to go out and sell yourself to everybody and be the guy talking about gambling and how you've got an addiction and how you're trying to cure it. And that, to me, that's what he's got to do. Otherwise, if you're going to go fight the league and do all that and, your month of rehab, no, nobody's going to buy it.
Well, I mean, you might win in court, right? But you don't win in the court of public opinion, right? And you don't win in the court of opinion of the people who have to employ you.
Right. I mean, look he won in court in Texas. Yeah. He won in court in Texas, but he lost.
Right. Because everybody's looking at this going, "Are you kidding me?"
Right.
Now, look, I've texted back and forth with his agent a couple of times, and he knows this is a hard case. And he knows it's a hard thing to rebuild, okay? And I think that the agent's honest and understands it, and I think he gets that you have a long road. This is not just, hey, snap your fingers, the whole thing has gone away, and just because the NCAA said, there's no signs that you threw games or did anything untoward on the game, that doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. And so, to me, the kid's got to find a different path. And I hope he finds it. You cheer for stories like this, that guys turn their lives around and take advantage of their talent, and they correct their mistakes. But you got to own the mistake. And this is a serious one. Again, there's nothing more serious in football than the integrity of the game in all sports. You see what the NBA is dealing with.
Yeah. Jason, what is Brandon Ayuk trying to do?
Oh, you got me. I don't know. I mean, I feel sorry for the guy because I just think that, I think he's lost his mind. This is the machinations of a person who's lost focus. He got his money. And I'm not saying that the 49ers aren't blameless for this because of the way that they sort of go to war with their players over contracts, and they do it pretty consistently. And they got to figure out that this is the wrong approach. Okay, but he got his money. He felt like he got a victory over the team. He felt like he was royalty. They shouldn't have ever really paid him. He wasn't good enough for this. But they were trying to go back to the Super Bowl. And, that temptation to want to go back to the Super Bowl right after you just barely lost one to Kansas City. I understand this. And in fact, I was talking to one of their assistants, said, you're going to sign him. And, I even asked John Lynch about the temptation. And he said, well, we understand that that's true. That's how people feel, but we're not going to approach it that way. Well, you did approach it that way. That's exactly what you did. But if we're going to just concentrate on what's happening right here, right now, he's lost his mind. And I don't know why. I don't know what's going on in his head. I know people who live in his neighborhood who complain about him and some of the things he does. Their complaints are not outrageously serious. They're doesn't keep his cars parked in the right place and doesn't put his trash away the way that they would like. Those are not serious things, but they are indications of somebody who is not following rules and doesn't care about rules and doesn't think that rules apply to him in any way, shape, or form. And when you arrived at that point in time, that's antithetical. Did I just use that on radio? Antithetical
Yes.
to football. There's just a lot of rules in football that have to be followed, all sports, but especially football.
Longtime NFL writer Jason Cole, Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Jason, as always, appreciate the time. Enjoy the rest of your Monday, and we'll talk to you as we get closer and closer to training camp, which starts in about a month already, believe it or not.
Sounds great, guys. Enjoy.
Thanks, Jason.
There's Jason. That's our second 50-cent word of the day.
Yes.
Had our guy talk about the Greek one.
Yeah.
And then Jason, what do you say? Athletic?
Antithesis? We had Sisyphus and antithesis.
Okay.
Do I need a penicillin shot for that? We'll come back. It's the American League East report. And then we got AJ Gersh, Fox 45, get his thoughts on the Orioles and the Ravens. One word to describe the Orioles. What would it be? How about fourth place? And that could be two words.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
Selling your home is a big decision. Vinny Stio makes it simple with the Your Home Sold guarantee. Your home sold or he'll buy it. That's peace of mind you can count on. Call Vinny today. 410-793-1801. 410-793-1801.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Hello. Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Alex B. and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive, professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing. Was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code MULTIPLY to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code MULTIPLY to borrow up to $10,000. Use code MULTIPLY to borrow up to $10,000.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. Cause 30 told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I'll always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Yankees, Boston, Toronto.
A closer look at the AL East with Vinny and Haynie. 105.7 The Fan. Sponsored by Petro. For the best AC system tune-up and repair services, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Visit petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today.
All right, American League East report and beyond here on this Monday. Orioles lose yesterday 6-4 to the Nationals. Orioles were up 2-0. Pete Alonso, 2-run jack. Kyle Bradish retired the first 8 that he faced. That his command took a hike on him. Only gave up 1 hit. Luis Garcia, man, he made the Orioles pay over the weekend. Hit 2 home runs yesterday. Drove in 5 runs. As Zach Littell, who's usually giving with the home runs, but he pitches well against the Orioles historically. Alonso did get him in the first. The Orioles didn't get a hit again until the 5th inning. Defensive miscues. Kobe Mayo just has a hard time throwing the ball from third to first. And, we heard Rock Kabako talk about it. There was a catcher for the Mets. His name was Mackie Sasser.
I remember him.
And he tapped the ball into the glove. He had a he couldn't throw it back to the pitcher. Like if you threw him a pitch, he would hold the ball and keep tapping. He couldn't throw it. And then Steve Blass, remember him for the Pirates, beat the Orioles along with Clemente in the 71 World Series. He couldn't throw strikes. He was nuclear Lucian, so his career ended prematurely. Steve Sachs and blockhead Chuck Knobloch, they couldn't throw from second to first.
Oh, Knobloch watching him bomb
anymore.
Oh, my God.
And who was John Lester, the pitcher for Boston, couldn't throw a pickoff throw to first base.
Yeah.
So right now, Kobe Mayo, when he's just kind of in it, as Mike Bordick has said all year long, if he's just in his athletic flow, like he's the tapper up the third baseline, he'll come charge in and throw a strike to first. But if it's a ground ball to third, he gets stiff. He becomes one of them electric football quarterbacks throwing those fuzz balls across the bedroom.
He looks bad.
And it's just when he threw the worm burner to Basayo, I would have been surprised if he didn't throw it. That's how things have gotten for this guy.
And think about how much worse it could be, right, if we didn't have a league-wide issue with fundamentals, right? What if the league standard was still being able to lay a bunt down? Every opposing lineup would be salivating at an opportunity to force Mayo into making a play. But because we're just bad we got bad defense across the board, we got bad hitting across the board, bad fundamentals, I guess it evens out, but the watchability is in the toilet.
Yeah, but I think him fielding a bunt, he would be more relaxed than just a routine ground ball to third base. That's where he really goes haywire with that, and that led up to a run scoring. Is Basayo making a rare start at first? He wasn't making the scoop, but the offense again goes into sleepy time over the week. Holiday hit the 2-run homer, made it respectable after Kowser. He hit a home run, and we'll talk about this during BBT because Steve Molesky made it a point to bring it up. Pinch hitting for guys like Kowser in that situation when he's had a spectacular day in the outfield. He's got you 2 knocks already.
Yep.
And now he's, his confidence is kind of flowing a little bit. You play the percentages, and the guy grounds into a double play in the ball game. So,
and Holiday hit a lefty for the homer.
Yeah, his home run. So either way, Orioles lose. They fall to 7 games below 500. They were 8 games below in late May after the Rays swept them, but now they sit 7, 39-46, 23-21 at home. Shane Baz on the hill. He's 4-8 with a 4.31. For the White Sox, tied for first in the AL Central, 43-39. They are 15-25 away from whatever Comiskey is now. I can't remember. It's one of the corporate sponsor stadiums. But former Terp, Sean Burke, right-hander, he's on the hill, 5-4, 371, 635. First pitch. Our coverage starts at 5:30 with Baltimore Baseball tonight, brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Me, Steve Molesky, and old Nolan McGraw sitting over there. And apparently, Vinny was telling me off the air, do we have the 105.7 The Fan sunblock laying around? Because the UV ray is going to be rolling around in 8.
Well, you're on your own. We're fine. We're undercover.
We are? Okay. I mean, I don't mind getting just a base. Need a little base, no doubt about it. I'm not trying to turn into George Hamilton here, but I don't want to look like a lobster either. Anywho, let's go around the AL East. And over the weekend, the Texas Rangers taking on the Toronto Blue Jays up at Rogers Center. And Texas finishes off the sweep because of some poor fundamentals.
Putting one in play and getting a run home. And this wild pitch to the backstop. Kelnick rounds third. Here he comes. He's in there. That is the wildest of pitches.
Ranger Sportsnet on the call. Jared Kelnick, former top prospect, kind of bounced around a little bit. He scores from second on a wild pitch in the ninth inning as Texas edges Toronto 3-2. Jock Peterson hit a home run early, start things off. Lucas hit one for Toronto, got them back in the game. But the final score, wild pitch, see ya. Texas sweeps the 4-game series. 4-0. Tampa taking on the Diamondbacks down at the Trop, and a former Oriole helped get things rolling early for Tampa.
Yeah, I expected it to be...
Oh, there's a shot off the bat of Mullins again. And a home run for Cedric Mullins.
Dwayne Stats, Rays TV on the call there. Cedric Mullins, Williamson, and Junior Caminero all go deep. Caminero 3 for 3, by the way, as he continues his monster run as of late. Rasmussen goes 6 strong, scoreless innings. Rays win 5-1. In doing so, they sweep the D-backs 3-0. And last night at Fenway on national TV, kind of, sort of, Red Sox in the 10th stunned the Yankees.
Well, the Sox have been looking for a spark, boys. Sweeping the Yankees at home is one way to find it.
NBC on the call as Jarren Duran with a base hit as the Red Sox score 3 in the bottom of the 10th to beat New York 5-4. Sonny Gray had a no-hitter into the 8th inning for the Red Sox. Only gave up 9 strikeouts, but 5-4 was the final score as the Red Sox sweep the Yankees 4 straight games. Today on the docket in the AL East, Detroit's at Yankee Stadium taking on the Pinstripers. Washington, who just took 2 out of 3 from the Orioles, they're up at Fenway. The Mets at Toronto as Bo Bichette says hi to his former team. And, of course, the White Sox here in Baltimore taking on the Orioles. Standings update as they've changed since last week. Tampa now in first place. Game up on the Yankees. The Rays have won 5 in a row. New York's dropped 4 straight. Toronto's 10.5 out, Orioles 11, Boston now 12.5 off the pace. White Sox and Guardians are tied for first in the Central. The Twinkies are 4.5 out. Texas back at first, half game ahead of Seattle. Houston's game back. The A's are 2. Atlanta's lead, which was once 10.5, has been trimmed to 3 over the Phillies in the NL East. The Marlins are only 6 off the pace. Hey, the Nats are 7.5 out there. Brewers still strong 5.5 lead over the Cubbies, who have passed the Cardinals. St. Louis, after that great run, they've cooled off just a little bit. Now the Cubs are hot again, winners of 8 of 10. And the Dodgers lead now in the West is up to a robust 10 games. Wild card standings on this Monday. Yankees, Cleveland, Seattle in. Houston, a half game back. A's, game and a half. Minnesota, 2. Toronto, 2.5. Orioles, 3. Boston's 4.5. Out of that one. In the National League, Phillies, Cubs, Cards in. Padres and Marlins half game back. Nats are 2. Pirates 2.5. Ron O'Hearn hit 2 home runs, by the way, for the Pirates in their win yesterday. Diamondbacks are 3. That's your standings update on this Monday in Major League Baseball. We'll come back, talk Orioles and Ravens with AJ Gersh. Funhouse trip with Nola McGraw. Then Inside Access at 2, followed by BBT, brought to you by Jerry's Home Services, live from Pickles here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
If the time and effort that goes into home selling is stressing you out, but you need to move, you probably thought about taking one of those cash offers. Now, here's the thing. Most of them, they're complete ripoffs. Most. Not Lee Tessier's. Now, Lee was telling me that he's tired of people taking those lowball offers when his offer is the same convenience, but is for fair market value. Now, most of the others, they're for around 70% of what your home is worth. So if you're thinking of taking another offer, doesn't hurt to give Lee a chance to beat it. Trust me when I tell you this, Lee will beat it. He is that type. He's a fixer. He gets things done. Now, there's a good chance, like I said, there's a good chance Lee's going to get it done. So you still don't have to worry about annoying open houses. You still won't have to spend thousands to fix your home up, but you're going to walk away with more money. So call the only agent I call if I had to sell my home. That means my buddy Lee Tessier. Just give Lee a call at 410-638-9555 or go to leetessier.com. That's 410-638-9555 or find listings at leetessier.com. And when you call Lee, just start packing.
Congratulations! Your closet is 80% hoodies and regret. Time to fix that. Clothier exclusive menswear gets you looking sharp for anything. Work, weddings, or finally impressing your in-laws. Upgrade today. Visit clothierexclusivemenswear.com.
CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world. And this summer, get ready because it's gonna be a scorcher. With top artists like Olivia Dean, 5 Seconds of Summer, Benson Boone, Casey Musgraves, Shakira, and Tame Impala, CFG Bank Arena has got you covered for the best music, fan-filled nights, and all the sensational concert vibes summer can bring. It's sure to be lit, and we're not stopping, with more major announcements on the way. Visit CFGBankArena.com and get your tickets today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the biggest names in entertainment, and the best seats in Baltimore.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. Cause 30 told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. Always trusting Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Raymore Flanagan's first Baltimore showroom is now open in White Marsh. Furnish the spaces where you gather, rest, and make memories by stopping in to find furniture looks you love and top mattress brands you trust. Come home to comfort with 3-day delivery on thousands of in-stock items. Or sleep better tomorrow with free next-day mattress delivery on purchases of $500 or more. Raymore and Flanagan, family-owned for nearly 80 years. Now in White Marsh, Maryland.
Dover Motor Speedway is your home for NASCAR action. Enjoy high-speed action, the best fan zone, camping, tailgates, and more. Get tickets at DoverMotorspeedway.com.
This is the Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles got some key players back from the IL this weekend, with Adley Rutschman returning to his spot behind the plate and Dylan Beavers playing his first Major League game in well over a month. Yet the impact that those injuries and many others have had on the 2026 Orioles is undeniable. This has been the case for a few years running, and Mike Elias was asked about the growing trend of banged-up players over the weekend.
We've done a good job of pulling together some data. There is a tremendous amount of misfortune and stuff that you just can't control. We're in the process of doing some things behind the scenes to try to get better in that department, and hopefully we can get to the point where this gets behind us a little bit. But I would emphasize we're not the only team going through stuff like this.
Meanwhile, in some NBA news, ESPN is reporting that the Clippers are engaged in serious trade talks with the Raptors for Kawhi Leonard. Sources indicate that Leonard wanted to stay with LA, but no long-term commitment has been offered, and Toronto is now a preferred landing spot after he previously spent the 2018-19 season there and led them to their first finals victory in franchise history. Toronto has gone on to win just one playoff series since his exit. Leonard will enter this upcoming season at age 35 with 1 year remaining on his current contract. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy with highs in the upper 80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw is on the other side of the glass. We'll say hi to his fun house coming up in a few minutes. Orioles were trying to take care of business against the Nats over the weekend. Didn't happen, except for Friday, as they eked out a 3-1 win. Then Saturday, they fell behind, got back in it, then lost in extras. The Orioles are terrible, by the way, in one-run games. And then yesterday, blow a 2-0 lead early as Kyle Bradish struggled with his control, and the Birds just kind of, I don't know, the season-long malaise continues on. Here to talk about that and talk some Ravens as well from Fox 45. He's a local guy. He's a friend of the show. He's on the Window Nation guest hotline. Let's welcome back in AJ Gersh. AJ, good afternoon. How you feeling today, man?
I'm feeling good, Bob. I like how you said the Orioles are terrible, by the way, and then took a long pause before you said in one-run game.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I can elaborate on a couple of other areas as well. Before we talk about them in regards to what's happened on the field, your takeaways from Mike Elias's press conference on Sunday where he addressed his job security and, no one's in it for the long haul in professional sports. Gave us some injury updates. Hey, it looks like old Dean Kramer could be back as soon as Wednesday, and also looking like they would lean towards being buyers right now at the trade deadline, which is August 3rd. So Mike Elias, first time we've heard from him in a few weeks. Your impressions of what the embattled GM had to say.
Yeah, I think there were a couple of takeaways from that, and the big ones, of course, you said that the Orioles right now, in his eyes, are buyers. Now, his eyes are also coming from the perspective of a general manager who is very clearly on the hot seat, right? At least in the fans' perspective. And of course, you're going to be a buyer if you're on the hot seat and you're within, at that point, 1.5 games of a wild card spot. Of course, losing the next 2 games and pushing you to 3.5 out doesn't exactly help the case. But in Mike Elias's shoes, you're going to want to do all that you can to make sure this team has all the potential to make the playoffs. So that was takeaway number 1. And he's obviously fully committed to pushing this team toward what he hopes will be a magical second half of the season. And it would require some sort of magic and sorcery for a game that's 7 games under 500 for this team to come back and make the playoffs. But my other big takeaway was what he had to say about Adley Rutschman and how he basically insinuated that they're doing all they can to get an extension done for a guy whose contract is up after the 2027 season. Although nothing is completely finalized, they would prefer for him to be in Baltimore long term, of course.
Now, AJ, we look at them 7 games below 500, as you mentioned, and we were talking about this earlier in the show. If you had to describe the Orioles in one word, which you do, because I'm asking you to do that right now, of course. I said, what did I say? It was like something bad. What was it?
I mean, good Lord. Repetitive over here. Vinny, what'd you say?
Disappointing.
They suck. It's 2 words. But we had fraudulent and shameful and all of that. Rockabacco said inconsistent, which is, that's what we said for the first 2 months of the season. How would you describe the Orioles in one word as we sit 85 games into the season?
Well, I would say they are in limbo. Limbo would be my one word. They're in a position that is completely the worst place to be as a Major League Baseball professional organization, and that is in limbo. A team that has a general manager that thinks they're good enough to make the playoffs even when they're 7 games under 500, but also a team that clearly can't win in high-leverage, high-pressure situations. How many rubber matches have we seen the Orioles lose in the month of June? They're 1-5-1 in these series when they all had a chance. They had a chance to pretty much win every single one of these series. Ironically enough, the only one that they won was against the Dodgers, the best team in baseball. They're in limbo because, even though they're clearly not a great team, they also have a general manager who thinks they are, and have the potential to, I guess in theory, if you were to be a great team, you would be winning these rubber matches and series, but they really have the potential to do so. They just haven't pulled them out.
AJ, how would you categorize their defense?
Bad.
That's a close enough word. Yeah.
I think there's a number of things wrong with this Orioles team. Defense is one of them. I think just the fact that you don't have a consistent starting nine every single day is really something that you can't compete with in the MLB, right? Guys who are playing infield and outfield, guys who are not at their natural positions, trying out third base for the first time in their career, going to center field when you're a second baseman. You can't afford to do that with a team that has hopes to make the playoffs, but that's what Craig Albernoz is sending out on a daily basis, and part of the reason why we've seen so many of these close losses are defensive liabilities out there.
AJ, you're switching to the Ravens. Your concern level on a scale of 1 to 10 from what you've seen so far on the Ravens offense?
Concern level, I would say 2. I'm not necessarily concerned about the Ravens offense whatsoever. I think, actually, in fact, I'm optimistic about the Ravens offense. Sure, the question marks on the offensive line are something to obviously keep note of, and what's going to happen behind Zay Flowers at wide receiver is a question mark, but I wouldn't say I'm concerned whatsoever, especially with the buy-in from Lamar Jackson so far this offseason and what we've heard about the prowess of Declan Doyle and his whiz-kid computing style of play calling. I think I'm optimistic more so than concerned.
Where do you think they will play Marlon Humphrey? Because when he was there, he hadn't been there all camp other than the 2 mandatories, and then he participated really only in, a half of one.
Yeah, I think Marlon Humphrey's position is more so a position where I would say the word is concerning. At corner, you just don't know what you're going to get, whether Nate Wiggins takes a big jump as an outside corner, whether Chido Awuzie has some sort of a regression from what I thought was a pretty solid season for a one-year guy, veteran guy coming in. But for Marlon Humphrey and his sake, he obviously very clearly did not have the year that anyone wanted him to have or expected him to have last season. And so you got to expect him to be sort of where he molds the most into, the guys who are currently on this roster, which I think is probably at nickel.
AJ Gersh, Fox 45. By the way, my word for the Orioles was infuriating.
Infuriating is a good one, yep.
Yeah, and it's infuriating that I couldn't remember my word from 2 hours ago, which is another story altogether. AJ, appreciate the time as always. Have fun down at Camden Yards. Hopefully the Orioles can take 2 out of 3 from the first place. We're tied for first place, White Sox, before they hit the road again.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me on, guys. Enjoy the day.
You got it. AJ Gersh, everyone. We'll come back, take a trip through the funhouse with Nolan McGraw. Inside Access takes over at 2 o'clock. Then it's Baltimore baseball tonight. We're live from Pickles Pub. Coming up, brought to you by Jerry's Home Services, getting you ready for the Birds and Sox. Battle of righties. Boz against Burke. Live from Camden Yards.
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Phoenix Suns acquired veteran forward Miles Bridges and 2 future draft picks from the Charlotte Hornets over the weekend. In exchange, the Hornets received key role players Grayson Allen and Royce O'Neal alongside a 2033 unprotected first-round pick. The move sheds $20 million in luxury tax for Phoenix while reshaping Charlotte's roster and getting rid of a controversial player in Miles Bridges. I'm Maddie Bates.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
The U.S. Treasury quietly released its official financial report for 2025. It appears by its own numbers, the U.S. government seems insolvent. It's reported that the Treasury shows about $6 trillion in assets and over $47 trillion in liabilities. Add it all up, and it looks like the U.S. owes more than $130 trillion it doesn't have. If that were a family, they'd earn $52,000 a year, spend $73,000, and already be more than $1 million underwater. Any accountant would call that insolvent. So how does the government fix this? It can print money, which erodes your purchasing power. It can raise taxes, or it can cut benefits. And none of those can help to protect you. That's why many people who have something to lose move part of their savings into physical gold and silver, assets that can't be printed, defaulted on, or voted away. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide and a no-pressure conversation. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Last year, I had back pain radiating down my right leg. The pain was so bad I was willing to cut my leg off to stop the pain. I could barely walk and had to stoop over when I did just to take pressure off the spine. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. In my professional career, I've represented thousands of people who've had herniated discs and issues with their neck and back, but never fully appreciated what they were going through until it was my turn. It's like trying to describe colors to a blind person who's never had sight. All I can tell you is it hurt like hell, but worse. My daily walk was gone, and that bothered me a great deal. Then I thought of all of you and how much more devastating this type of injury could be for you. My life stopped. I now feel your pain. Just know at Morgan & Morgan, we got your back. I understand. Morgan means more.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Treat yourself this summer and taste the Baltimore tradition that is the legendary Costas Inn. For over 55 years, the Costas Inn's been a Baltimore original. Dishing out their legendary Fat Delicious award-winning crab cakes at both locations. That's at North Point and in Timonium. It's summer in Baltimore, so enjoy some hot steamed crabs for carryout or in the comfort of their dining room. Either way, Costas has steamed crabs available daily at their original location on North Point Boulevard. So make sure you check out both locations, but stop in when you do. Make sure you tell them that Jeremy Kahn sent you.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
The U.S. Treasury quietly released its official financial report for 2025. It appears by its own numbers, the U.S. government seems insolvent. It's reported that the Treasury shows about $6 trillion in assets and over $47 trillion in liabilities. Add it all up, and it looks like the U.S. owes more than $130 trillion it doesn't have. If that were a family, they'd earn $52,000 a year, spend $73,000, and already be more than $1 million underwater. Any accountant would call that insolvent. So how does the government fix this? It can print money, which erodes your purchasing power. It can raise taxes, or it can cut benefits. And none of those can help to protect you. That's why many people who have something to lose move part of their savings into physical gold and silver, assets that can't be printed, defaulted on, or voted away. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide and a no-pressure conversation. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Here on this Monday. Tough news coming out of the world of the National Football League as Chris Johnson said on Good Morning America today that he's been battling ALS and he's already at the stage where he's nonverbal. He needs a machine to communicate. Look, 2,000-yard rusher back in 2009. And remember him from his days with Tennessee, mainly. I mean, he's one of the fastest running backs in the history.
No doubt.
Oh,
He wore out the combine.
And Nolan, you remember that playoff game, Tennessee against Baltimore, Flacco's rookie year and John Harbaugh's first year. He was running all over the Ravens. Then he got hurt. And the tone of that game changed dramatically. And Matt Stover wound up kicking the field goal, sent the Ravens to the AFC Championship game, and then he went to the Cardinals. But he looked like a guy that was destined for the Hall of Fame. But bottom line is he was a hell of a player.
Yes.
But now, unfortunately, dealing with ALS, and, it's an incurable disease, and, life expectancies can vary. O.J. Brigance, Ravens star, and played for the Baltimore Stallions 30 years ago. He's still alive. Jason Becker, for those who follow music, he was David Lee Roth's guitar player in 1990. He was diagnosed when he was in his early 20s. He's still alive. I mean, he's nonverbal. Then Dwight Clark, of course, Steve McMichael, among others. And my cousin Al, his brother-in-law, was just diagnosed with it not too long ago. He's in his mid-50s. It's a horrible, horrible disease. And I know they try to make the correlation between football and Lou Gehrig's disease. I'm not a doctor, so I have no idea. But 40 years old with young children. Johnson said there's no history of it in his family. So just, stunning news coming out of Chris Johnson's world. And it's bad news, of course.
Yeah, and like you said, Bob, I mean, because he was on Good Morning America with Strahan this morning, and he was showing how he has to talk, with his eyes. He has to talk. And he's got young kids. That's the sad part. His wife looks extremely young. I mean, he's 39, so that's a tough deal. I think Dwight, he went fast, I think a couple years, but I mean, it got worse and worse and worse daily, so it was a tough deal for him too.
Yeah, and it's a horrible deal for the family. And so Chris Johnson, prayers out to you, your family, all your friends, football fans. I mean, he was kind of a pain in the ass when he played against the Ravens, but he was an enjoyable player to watch for sure. Orioles taking on the White Sox tonight, try to get themselves back in the win column. Nolan, what's going on in your world as we head into the funhouse?
Yeah, I mean, there's so much Orioles stuff coming out of the weekend. I mean, I'm looking forward to getting into more of it tomorrow, obviously recapping tonight's game, but what A.J. Gersh just hinted at there, his takeaways from the Elias press conference, the comments about Adley Rutschman and his future here. I thought there was one little tidbit in there that was pretty un-Elias-like, and that was saying, again, paraphrasing here, but I wish we could do more, right, was the words that he used to describe negotiations or the ongoing talks with Adley Rutschman. I thought that was a very strange choice of words for Elias, who usually says nothing at all, is very, very selective about the words he uses. So we'll get into that. What does it all mean?
Yeah, well, it means that they certainly want to sign him to an extension, and they probably had discussions about it, and maybe Adley's matumboing these overtures because he's in the position of strength right now.
And I'm guessing, Nolan, that the owner told Elias, I want to sign this guy. That could be what have changed Elias's tone, too.
We'll find out soon enough.
Gotta find out.
Quick Draws Funhouse.
Sponsored by the Smile Design Center. Changing the way you feel about dentistry one smile at a time. For information or to schedule an appointment for care, visit them today at smiledesignDoctor.com.
105.7 The Fan.
Couple people chiming in. One word to describe the Orioles. Russell and Frederick says rudderless. They stink at too many phases of the game and beat themselves. Bad fundamental defense, can't get out of innings with 2 outs, not much consistency, and they're just a brutal watch overall. If they keep this pace or really bottom out further, I think it's definitely over for Elias and company.
Yeah, and again, he's kind of teetering here in regards to the buying and selling thing. Mm-hmm. 7 games below 500. They lose 2 out of 3, then they go on the road, and they keep stacking series losses, not series wins, and then all of a sudden you blink, you're 6 games below the wild card. and Boston's past you, for instance. Now you're at the bottom of the AL East. Hard decisions have to be made. Some that probably won't be pleasing to us and to the fans.
See, and I agree with one of the people we had on, I think it was Rock, said it, that he couldn't say, yeah, we're going to sell. I mean, that makes him really look bad. Right. And then I'm gone.
And you got no leverage there.
Right.
Another word here. This texter says, sorry. The Orioles are sorry. They do nothing well except blow leads. Pathetic defense, can't run the bases, can't hit with runners in scoring position. At this point, I've become apathetic about Orioles baseball. Don't really care if I watch the games or not. I'll check the box scores the next day, maybe watch the highlight reel, but other than that, I have no interest in watching them play a full game.
Yeah, a little 5-game winning streak will change the minds of a lot of people, but as we've talked about ad nauseum, they haven't had a 4-game winning streak, much less a 5. And right now, a 3-game winning streak would be quite the accomplishment based on the way they played here as of late.
Last text today comes from the Mike Elias side of things. He said over the weekend that he's not making the lineups. His only input is when Albernaz asks for said input. Texter here says, if you believe Elias when he says anything, you're a fool, especially the lineup comments. We all know the real story and have for years. He's a hands-on GM like a lot of others around the league. So what's the harm in admitting it? Probably afraid of the follow-up questions about that same lineup struggling all season.
What's the saying about people who are known to maybe bend the truth a little bit? How do you know such and such is lying? His lips are moving. That's going to do it for us. Inside Access coming up next, followed by Baltimore Baseball Tonight. We're live from Pickles Pub, brought to you by Jerry's Home Services, me, Nolan, and Steve Molesky. For Nolan McGraw, Vinny Serrato, I'm Bob Haynie. Stay safe, stay healthy. We'll talk to you in the morning, hopefully about an Orioles win. For now, class dismissed.
Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Own your moment. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Pat Boyle here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Netherlands and Morocco square off in the round of 32 in a game that has extra time written all over it. The Dutch are the favorites here, but Morocco earning a tie against Brazil in this tourney, and their trip to the semifinals at the last World Cup should tell you they will not be an easy out. They have a great defense and will be more than happy to let penalties or extra time decide this one. So I'm playing the regular time draw at more than 2-1. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, it's Ken Weinman. On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game. Because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Not anymore. With FanDuel's Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. Again, that's FanDuel.com/local. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. Please play responsibly. For help, visit them at mdgamblinghelp.org or make sure to give them a call at 1-800-GAMBLER. Again, that phone number, 1-800-GAMBLER.
Football training camp is here. Make Green Valley Marketplace your grilling headquarters for every backyard kickoff. Our expert on-site butchers have the premium steaks, burgers, and ribs you crave. Enjoy our kitchen-fresh store-made deli salads, fried chicken, party subs, and famous steamed crabs. Visit our award-winning scratch-baked desserts from Lauer's Bakery. And now save even more with Valley Values. That's reduced everyday pricing on thousands of your favorite products. Visit greenvalleymarketplace.com today. Fireworks Now at 3205 Carlisle Pike in New Oxford, PA is the place to make your 4th of July the best it can be. At Fireworks Now, over 80% of everything we sell is priced as buy one, get two free. And you can mix and match your selections. It's simple. You get the best deal because Fireworks Now has the best deal. And our facility is so large, you'll never have to wait in line to get in. So remember, the best fireworks deal is less than an hour away at 3205 Carlisle Pike, New Oxford, PA.
Spring is great for your mood, but sometimes tough on your body. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet store. The weather gets nicer and suddenly you're walking more, standing more, and spending more time outside. But if you're dealing with foot pain, it can quickly turn into knee pain, hip pain, or even back pain that makes staying active uncomfortable. Our patented arch support system has helped countless people find relief. Here's another customer sharing their Good Feet story.
I'm a retired mail carrier with multiple knee replacements in both knees. I never thought I'd be able to go back to doing jog agility again. I stopped in at the Good Feet store. They measured me for my arch inserts, and then I walked around, and immediately I felt the difference. Agility is mine again. Hawkeye, my beagle, and I are both happy.
Good Feet Arch Supports can be the solution you need to get the most out of your springtime activities. Come see us today or visit us at goodfeet.com.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. To stay cool and save this summer, you need the best AC system tune-up and repair services. Go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. For special offers, go to Petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
A return to Camden Yards didn't do the Orioles any good this weekend as they dropped 2 out of 3 to the Nationals. 6-4 was the final score in Washington's favor yesterday, even though Pete Alonso was able to strike first with a 2-run homer right out the gate. Baltimore would not score again until the 7th when Nats starter Zach Littell had already exited the game. Here's Craig Albernaz on that tough matchup for his lineup.
He does a good job of throwing strikes. His split is an equalizer, and he does a great job with his cutter to keep guys honest. I feel like we had good at-bats, some good swings. We just get anything going, but his calling card, he just attacks the strike zone. It gives you some walks. You got to capitalize on it.
Gunnar Henderson was one of those slumping bats. He went 0 for 4 on the afternoon, bringing an end to an extremely frustrating series in which he reached base just once in 14 plate appearances. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy with highs in the upper 80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Ken Wyman, Tim Barbalace, Inside Access, Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Tavares off the mound to second. 1, 2, and a 3-game set goes to the Nationals. They bounce back to win the last 2 games after the Orioles take the opener, and it's a 6th straight series where the Orioles do not beat the Nats. 6-4 the final today on a Sunday afternoon at Camden Yards.
Yeah, we're just getting hits. Nothing to solve. I mean, he does a good job of throwing strikes. His split is an equalizer, and he does a great job with his cutter to keep guys honest. I feel like we had good at-bats, some good swings. We just get anything going, but his calling card, he just attacks the strike zone. It just doesn't matter. So it's one of those things where if it gives you some walks, you got to capitalize on it. But other than that, you just got to be ready to hit in zone.
I mean, obviously every game matters, so just obviously execute a little bit more on the back half of the games, and yeah, we'll win more games.
So you heard the final call from Kevin Brown on Masson Orioles. As they've done a few times recently, they won the first game of a 3-game set and then lost the next 2, lose 2 or 3 to the Nats. And then you heard from Craig Albertaz. Zach Littell, who can't seem to get anybody else out, but he's the Orioles' daddy. Beat them again, just gave up 3 hits, the 2-run homer to Pete Alonso in the first. And the Orioles, after Trevor Rogers was brilliant Friday night, Brandon Young, good, but not good enough on Saturday. And then Kyle Bradish, a weird day. We'll get to that in about 15 minutes. But the same old stuff seems to crop up here, Bone. They can't hit, no clutch hits, but no hitting, period. The defense sucks. And I don't want to get too off track here, but we need to have a serious conversation about Kobe Mayo. It's going to be July this week. He can't play third base. Like, enough's enough. He cost you baseball games. He's cost you multiple baseball games this season. And he should never play against righties either. So the fact that he was at third base against a right-handed pitcher when he can't hit righties, to me at this point, and I didn't mean to hijack this thing in the open, Bone, but it's made me really angry thinking about it. He's a DH against left-handed pitching. That's what he is. That's all he is. He can't play third base for a professional baseball team. He's got the yips. We were talking about it with Bob Haynie. I was thinking about it last night. Steve Sachs, Chuck Knobloch, Mackie Sasser, guys who can't throw. And whether it's mental or physical or a combo of both, he can't throw, so you can't put him there.
We knew he wasn't a third baseman prior to this year. They knew he wasn't a third baseman prior to this year. That's why they were trying to work him out at first base. That's why Mike Elias was talking about working him out in a corner outfield spot this spring training.
Yes.
That happened this spring training.
Yes.
And, of course, injuries happen. Jordan Westberg lost for the year. But, Ken, this defense is brutal. Like, it really felt like the beginning of the season, it was horrible. And then it felt like they were at least able to be respectable. Not that they were good, but it wasn't bad. Since the West Coast trip, it's every single night, and it bites them in the butt. You go to Saturday, Blaze Alexander makes an error, 2 errors on one play.
Yeah.
Taylor Ward, the ground rule double, the route that he took there
He's a terrible left fielder.
It was rough. And then, of course, the Mayo play yesterday, all of those plays led to unearned runs.
I also want to stop with the left field's tough at Camden Yards. Where's he played his career before this season, Bone?
Anaheim.
He sucked in that series out there. Like, I'm still convinced an above-average left fielder catches the early home run, and he also took a bad route to another ball. He's just not I was texting with somebody last night, and I'm like, did you realize how bad he was in left field before he got here? Because, quite frankly, how much Angels baseball have I watched? So, like, once they traded for him, I was like, okay, he's an average at best left fielder. He's a terrible left fielder. Terrible.
The defense is terrible in general. It really is, and you can go full circle back to where you started with Zach Littell. Zach Littell has really, really struggled this season. But his start in D.C. against the Orioles, 5 shutout innings. And then yesterday, he gave up the 2-run shot to Pete in the first inning, and that was it. But what's most disappointing, maybe, there's a laundry list over the weekend, Ken. This offense couldn't do anything against their bullpen. And this Nationals team came to Baltimore really a dumpster fire.
Yeah.
Losing 3 straight games in which they got their heart ripped out against the Phillies, a divisional rival, at home. That bullpen in the 7th inning or later, in their prior 3 games, gave up 22 runs. The Orioles scored 5 runs in 10 2/3 innings against the Nats bullpen the entire series. And yeah, you can say the Nats starting pitching has been much better, and they absolutely have. That bullpen is terrible, and this Orioles offense couldn't do anything against them.
They brought in Justin Lawrence in the 10th inning on Saturday. That guy stinks on toast. They just claimed him. And he got the save. Like, he loaded the bases, but nobody thought they were getting a clutch hit in a key situation, because that's not who the Orioles are unless it's Pete Alonso. Man, this this team, Gunnar Henderson 1 for 14 in this series with a single. That's it. Only 3 strikeouts. I say only, but 1 for 14 in this series. They don't hit. The starting pitching's been decent.
Yeah. Look, Rogers was great again.
Yeah.
And, Brandon Young was really strong again.
There's not and we'll hear from Mike Elias, who spoke over the weekend, coming up in about 10, 20 minutes, but he had a lot to say. We can try to translate some of it, but this team is now 7 games under 500. They're 8-13 since winning 10 of 14. I think this is who they are, Bone. There's nothing that tells me.
I mean, I hate to say it, Ken, and I know Mike was talking buying, and we'll get into it.
I don't think they have a choice.
I don't think it's a good move.
No, it's not.
I really don't think it's a good move.
But the guy's got to save his job.
I'm with you, but I'm just saying, looking at this team objectively, moving forward, the best course of action would be for them to sell. I firmly believe that, man. You're 7 games below 500. You have 1 series win in your last 7. You keep waiting for him to turn it on. You keep waiting for, okay, Gunnar will get going. This offense, Ken, they are who they are right now, and this is a tough watch. And I feel bad for the fans. I feel bad but I just don't think it's necessarily a prudent move for Mike Elias to really push chips to the center of the table for a team.
But they're not his chips after this year.
I don't care. I'm just telling you from my perspective. Yeah. I just don't think for an organization, not from Mike Elias's prism, from an organizational standpoint, I don't think it would be prudent to push chips to the center of the table.
One bright spot for me in yesterday's game, obviously I mentioned the Alonso home run. Jackson Holiday had a late home run. Colton Cowser made 2 great plays in center field. He robbed a home run, threw out a guy at second base, had 2 hits, and then they pinch hit for him in the 9th inning with a guy who's a switch hitter who can't hit lefties.
Yeah, I texted you right when that happened. That didn't make any sense to me. And we know that Colton Cowser has barely seen left-handed pitching, although he does have some hits against left-handed pitching of late. But they just have not exposed him to much left-handed pitching this year. That being said, when your choice was Leody Taveras, who was batting below the Mendoza line against left-handed pitching, I don't like that option either. So why don't you just ride with the guy that's having a fantastic afternoon and he's feeling good about himself and he's got some hits in the ball game to go along with fantastic defensive play? I would have left him in there.
Yeah, you and I both, and then of course it came. We knew what was going to happen. I didn't think he was going to get a hit, but he hits into a game-ending double play, and that's all she wrote. Again, the Orioles lose 6-4 yesterday. They lost 4-3 on Saturday. Friday night, Trevor Rogers brilliant. They win 3-1, so they've lost 2 of 3. And now, Bone, the Chicago White Sox come to town, and I don't know if you're familiar with the Chicago White Sox, but they're actually good. Since the Orioles swept them early in the season. The White Sox, now they're not as good on the road as they are at home, but they're a good baseball team. What's
really wild is that the White Sox have the 2nd best home winning percentage. And like you mentioned, Ken, the Orioles swept them in Chicago. O's are a bad road team. And the White Sox, though, they are a bad road team. They're 26th in road winning percentage, 15-25. Their last road trip, they got swept by the Tigers in a 3-game series. Lost 2 of 3 to the Yankees, got swept by the Tigers. So maybe, just maybe, Ken, the Orioles can win tonight.
Orioles and the White Sox. It's 6:35 first pitch, which means 5:30 BBT. It's Bob Haynie and Steve Molesky live from Pickles tonight. But big show. We're done, as I said, at 5:30. Guest-wise, 4 o'clock, we'll talk to our friend Jonas Schaefer as we continue getting ready for training camp. We'll get Jonas's thoughts. We have a question we're going to ask about concerning Rashad Bateman, Mark Andrews. We'll get you that a little later, but we'll obviously ask Jonas about that and much more. James Fagan, he has a website covering the White Sox, Sox Machine. We'll talk to him about everything White Sox at 4:30, and our own Cordell Woodland. We'll get his thoughts on this Orioles misery at 5.
Plenty of O's talk and plenty to get into with Mike Elias. And we haven't heard from Mike in a while. I think the last time he spoke to the media was the end of April. So he was peppered with a lot of questions, including his job security. So we will play plenty of that sound between now and 5:30.
Coming up next, what about Kyle Bradish yesterday? Odd box score. Man, we'll get you that and explain what was going on with Kyle Bradish next here on The Fan.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
Selling your home is a big decision. Vinny Stio makes it simple with the Your Home Sold guarantee. Your home sold or he'll buy it. That's peace of mind you can count on. Call Vinny today. 410-793-1801. 410-793-1801.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money. A lot. And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2 up early payout so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pregame straight match result bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2 up early payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Better sleep is worth celebrating. The 4th of July mattress sale is on now at Raymore and Flanigan. Save up to $600 on Beauty Rest Black and $500 on Tempur-Pedic Breeze. With select purchases, choose a free $300 gift card or $200 MasterCard reward card. Plus, combine select mattress sale pricing with special financing for 72 months and enjoy free next day mattress delivery on purchases of $500 or more. Don't miss 4th of July mattress deals at Raymore and Flanigan, now open in White Marsh.
Ryan Ripken here, and if you've ever had a pet need care unexpectedly, you know how stressful that moment can be. That's why I trust Homeward Bound Veterinary Services in Bel Air. They're a leader in wellness and urgent care with a location ready when you need it most. And they have advanced tools like on-site CT imaging and laparoscopic surgery to treat your pet quickly with less stress. Visit homewardboundveterinaryservices.com. That's homewardboundveterinaryservices.com. Your pet deserves it.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
I mean, I felt good pre-game bullpen. Got out there. I mean, first inning was pretty good. Second inning was pretty good. And just kind of got out of the zone. Fastball command was obviously not as good as it has been as of late. They did a good job not chasing any curveballs that were decent pitches. They just waited me out. Early on in the year, obviously, I was walking a lot of guys and thought we got away from it. Was feeling good. Those last 2 starts have been really good. But, you know, it's just one of those days. Baseball's humbling. Have 2 really dominant outings and then have one like this where you go out there to get the team a win a series, and kind of just let it down.
So that's Kyle Bradish after yesterday's outing. 4 hits, Bone. 4 innings. Let me start over. 1 hit. That sounds good, right? Then 4 runs, 3 earned runs, 5 walks, just 2 strikeouts. Wasn't getting a lot of swing and miss. Was having trouble, quite frankly, with his stuff, finding the plate. Started the 5th inning, walked the first guy, and then Tyler Wells gave up a 2-run homer, so that's the 3rd run. He should have been out of the 3rd inning after giving up the 2 runs, but then Kobe Mayo spiked a throw to first base, which the 1 unearned run. But this was a struggle to watch with Kyle Bradish yesterday.
The error, of course, didn't help things, but Ken, it's walks.
Yep.
You walked back-to-back guys with 2 outs, and James Wood, you had him 1-2, and then you threw 3 straight balls. Where, look, Kyle Bradish just didn't have his command yesterday. His strike percentage, 47%, was a career low. And what was really bizarre, he retired the first 8 batters that he faced. It looked like, okay, like it's going to be another vintage Kyle Bradish performance. And then things just really got away from him in the 3rd inning after those walks. And the curveball, he just didn't really have much command of that. The slider, you saw both of those usage way down because he just didn't have the command.
Can I take a moment, because we should have brought up in the open, but are you aware of what Luis Garcia did to the Orioles on Saturday and Sunday? So he went 0 for 1 on Friday. Saturday and Sunday, he went 7 for 10 with 3 homers and 6 RBIs, Bone.
Yeah, he went nuts
7 for 10.
Yes.
3 home runs.
Yeah, he went nuts. He went nuts against them. But
look, Bradish, this was, and I'm sorry, but this is something we saw earlier this year. He'd have a good stretch, and then the first 2 starts of this month were bad. And then it seems like he righted himself, but now you get the bad start.
And to be fair, and this is more Bradish because he didn't have the command, that is the best offense in baseball. And the Orioles, for the most part, really held them in check the first 2 games of this series. But the offense wasn't able to pick him up yesterday, Ken. The defense sure as heck really didn't. Well, Cowser, I will say, picked him up, robbing the homer. Yeah. But, Kobe Mayo not picking him up at the end of that 3rd inning to get out of it. But, yeah, this is some of the stuff that you're going to have to live with when it comes to Kyle Bradish, where, this is his first full season coming off Tommy John, and you had the rough first part of his season where he really struggled with walks, and that's what he was talking about heading into this segment. And then B, it's innings as well. And Dean Kramer is expected probably going to make his return on Wednesday. Orioles listed the starter as TBA. So what does that mean for this rotation? Does it go to a 6-man? Do you skip Kyle Bradish? Because Bradish is on pace to throw a career high in innings, and I just don't see any way that's going to happen.
By the way, we should have mentioned that both Adley Rutschman and Dylan Beavers made their return yesterday. Both came off their respective ILs. Not that Adley had a hit in his first at bat, but Dylan Beavers did get a walk. But they got some of their guys back there. For the most part, the guy you mentioned, Dean Kramer, about to return.
Povich already back.
Yeah, he's back, but option. But so he could be back at some point soon. So they're getting healthier with the guys that can return.
Yeah, and you mentioned it, Adley getting that hit in his first at-bat. He threw out a runner.
Yeah.
Adley's been great defensively this year. He really has been. And probably something we'll get more into tomorrow with Beavers. The roster is really funky right now.
Still got 3 catchers.
Well, you got 3 catchers and, 5 outfielders? How do you balance with Ward and Cowser and Tavares and Beavers and
O'Neill? Tyler O'Neill,
like something has to give in terms of that roster construction.
Yeah, I would think at some point they get rid of, once I guess it's a whole getting confidence with Adley coming off the concussion, you get rid of the 3rd catcher, bring Jeremiah Jackson back.
I would think so. Look, Jeremiah Jackson, I know they've been using him sparingly, but even with his downturns.
It's an extra glove.
Yeah, well, extra glove, and also he's hitting better than Kobe Mayo.
Yes.
He's hitting better than Tyler O'Neill. He's providing more of an impact there, and that's playing really sparingly of late.
So the Bradish of it all, do you feel like this is maybe just some of the growing pains coming off of Tommy John? You're going to have these good stretches and maybe a clunker here and there. It's tough to find consistency as you make your way back, or is it just unexplainable?
I don't have any concern at Kyle Bradish. Like, he just had a 2-start stretch in which he threw 15 and 2/3 innings and had 21 strikeouts. So Kyle Bradish was dominant in those prior 2 outings. I just chalk it up to he didn't have much command, but the innings count is going to be a serious storyline with him. There's no way around that. That's going to be a serious topic of discussion the rest of the way.
We had Jacob Calvin-Meyer on the show, Friday? And he thinks they're just going to ride him. Like, that they have no choice at this point because they've lost the wiggle room to try to play around. For what it's worth.
And I think we'll know a lot more when Kramer gets activated on Wednesday because Trevor Rogers would have been on turn to pitch Wednesday. O's are off Thursday before going to Cincinnati. So is Trey Gibson get option? I know Gibson pitches tomorrow. Like, I don't know how they're going to handle that spot, Ken, but I would be stunned if either Kyle Bradish doesn't have a start skipped or they don't go to a 6-man rotation. They're going to do one of those 2 things to save innings. I would be stunned if that doesn't happen the rest of the way.
Big picture question for you, Bone. Anything this weekend other than maybe what Cowser did in the field yesterday that you really liked?
Rogers
on Friday.
Rogers was really, really good again, and Rogers certainly looks back. Look, Brandon Young was getting a hell of a lot of swing and miss. I mean, he had a career high in whiffs, and it wasn't even close. So, yeah, I would say that those were 2 of the biggest bright spots, and obviously Cowser with a glove yesterday.
Not a whole lot though. Maybe you could say the 8th inning was the 8th inning comeback with Alonso and Sam tying the game, but on Saturday. But then, of course, you lose the game in 10 innings.
I mean, are we at this point?
That's where we are.
Like,
we're great on a curve.
Are we at this point? Like we're back to rebuild mentality.
Yeah.
I feel like
well,
we're scratching and clawing for pot. Like
where's Hanser Alberto?
Dwight Smith Jr. and Wojciechowski, whatever the heck the pitcher with the
Asher Wojciechowski.
Yeah. Like just.
By the way, who's a better left fielder, Dwight Smith or Taylor Ward?
Dwight Smith was really bad.
Yep.
Dwight Smith was really bad.
And Taylor Ward is?
I'll take Taylor Ward. Dwight Smith
it's quite a Sophie's
really
choice,
bad,
Bum.
Man.
They're both
really bad.
Let you in on something. They're both really bad. They're both really bad.
Taylor Ward at least gives you. At least he gets on base, Ken.
Yes,
Dwight Smith Jr. did not have.
I'm talking about in left field.
I know.
In left field.
I'll still take Taylor Ward.
Orioles lose 6-4, lose 2 out of 3 of the Nats. They're back in action against the White Sox tonight at 6:30, 5:30 BBT. It's Bob Haynie, Steve Molesky live from Pickles. Coming up next, though, Mike Elias speaks, and he spoke on many things, including the trade deadline and how the O's will approach it. What did he say? We'll hear it next.
If you missed today's Vinny and Haynie show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. Vinny and Haynie, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 10 till 2, 105.7 The Fan.
The sports card market can feel overwhelming, but Baltimore Sports Cards makes it simple. Whether you're buying, selling, or trading, they're your trusted source. No games, just great deals. Visit BaltimoreSportsCards.com and get started today.
Alex B and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive. Professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing. Was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
You, an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes. Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI.
We're at a 2-2 stalemate into stoppage time. Next goal surely wins it. He sets up for the corner kick. Curls it in. He's up for the header. And score! Brilliant goal!
Soccer's biggest games are here. Get ready by heading over to Giant for all your matchday essentials. And let Upside set up the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Whether it's food for your watch party, dining out during match days, or the gas you need to get where you're going in time to catch kickoff, Upside has you covered to earn cash back on your everyday purchases. Right now, get a $10 cash back bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CHARM06. That's promo code CHARM06 for a $10 bonus. Remember, use promo code CHARM06.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Well, Lorenzo, the pitch looked good.
Yeah, so green.
USA keeper was decent enough.
Didn't have much to do.
99 minutes.
Not a single goal. Well, Bet365 sure came through, though. I bet $10 and got $150 in bonus bets just for signing up.
At least someone scored.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation. And neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Girl, it's back. We've been waiting. I love that honey pepper pimento sandwich.
And that pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite is everything. It's got that razzle-dazzle that makes you stop and say, okay, wait a minute.
I love the creaminess of the pimento cheese. It's savory. It's bold. It's flavorful.
Our faves are back. I saw, girl.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Tune in to Winning in Retirement with Brian Akers and his team of financial advisors right here on 105.7 The Fan this Saturday at 11 a.m.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Kyle Bradish came up well short of expectations in yesterday's series finale by lasting only 4 innings and watching the Nats push 4 runs across in that time. Oddly enough, he only gave up 1 hit, but his command was non-existent with 5 walks. That's the most he's had in any start since August of 2023.
I mean, early on in the year, obviously, I was walking a lot of guys and thought we got away from it. Was feeling good those last 2 starts. But, it's just one of those days. Baseball's humbling. You go out there to get the team a win a series, and I just let it down.
There's Bradish with some post-game criticism for himself. There was no run support to bail him out either, as the O's dropped the finale 6-4 and lost the season series to their Beltway rival for the 2nd year in a row. The upstart White Sox will now come to town for a 3-game set that gets rolling later on this evening. Shane Baz will oppose Sean Burke with first pitch slated for 6:35. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy with highs in the upper 80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
I really hope so. I mean, we're planning that way in case it's the case, but I'm going to have to look at the circumstances and what happens, and I will be doing the right thing for the franchise regardless of everything else. So, we're going to have to see what the standings are and what our team's looking like at that time, but we're certainly making those preparations, and everybody in this building's in the mindset of going for it in 2026.
That's Mike Elias speaking Saturday. He was asked if they plan on buying at the deadline. So just to give you perspective, the Orioles are 39-46. They lost 2 or 3 of the Nats now and have lost 8. They're 8-13 in the last 21 games. The good news is the American League still stinks. I think only 4 teams over 500 right now in the American League. So they're only 3 games out of the wild card. The deadline is not till August 3rd. What did you hear there, Bone?
Well, he certainly left the door open for them to sell. But, yeah, of course he's going to say right now, I'm looking to buy. And he mentioned when talking to the media on Friday, because at that point they were only a game and a half out, like, yeah, it's kind of weird how we got into this circumstance, but we're still in it despite being under 500. So he has to present more of a rosy picture now and frame it in the way that they're still in the fight. But you just wonder, with how this team is trending, having won just 1 series in their last 7, if they're still going to be in the fight come end of July, beginning of August.
It's probably not in his nature because to me, he's very risk adverse.
Yes.
But to me, if I were in his shoes, I'd be actively pursuing buy-side trades. Now, granted, you need somebody to dance with. You need a dance partner. But I'd be making moves to try to save my job. Like, it seemed like listening to MLB Network Radio, watching the Nationals, like most people think that his seat's getting scolded, not just here where us idiots talk, but the perception is that seat's getting hotter and hotter. The industry thinks that seat's getting hotter and hotter.
Well,
so,
it's the reality of sport,
yes.
Ken. I keep using it, and I'll use it again. You go back to Mike at the introductory press conference and you say you don't win a playoff game in the first 8 years. How would you categorize your stay? He'd say it's a failure. Like, this isn't just baseball. This isn't a small market team, big market team. If you don't win a playoff game in the first 8 years of your tenure as GM, I'd love to see a case of someone keeping their job. Like that's just the reality. Like you don't like seeing people lose their job. You don't, but like this is the reality.
And there's the other part of this, which I bring up all the time. The message it would send to the fan base if he returns is that winning doesn't matter. Because this team, we've documented it. It has gone backwards since that day at Yankee Stadium. And it doesn't seem there's to keep shoving that square peg into the round hole. It's insanity.
Yeah, it would be beyond insanity. Do you give him 9? Do you give him 10 years?
Yeah.
Like, what's the number? I don't know.
Yeah.
And you can say, look, you can look at these past couple of years. Like, is this all Mike Elias? No. Like, have there been weird circumstances, injuries, poor performance, like freak things happening? Sure. But at the end of the day, the buck stops with the GM, the president of baseball ops, and regardless of sport, you fire the manager, you fire the head coach. Who's next in line?
It's the GM, the Pobo.
Yeah.
More from Mike Elias speaking Saturday. Does he feel pressure to turn the team around?
I always feel a lot of pressure in this position. I've been in baseball. This thing is my 20th season, and every single year I've felt pressure, and you worry about your job in this business. So absolutely, but I think we have a really good chance to do what we want to do, and we're all working very hard, and we're very optimistic about it. And as you mentioned, regardless of how we got here, we're a game and a half out right now. We got everything in front of us, so I think we're going to be good.
Just a reminder, they're 0-2 since he said that.
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
And look, to be fair, to bring it to a human level, I can't imagine being in Mike Elias' shoes right now. Like seeing this go up in flames where, to use his words, the Orioles were on top of the sport in pretty much every facet 2 years ago. And now we're having conversations about Mike Elias possibly losing his job. This is someone that was executive of the year, that was seen in such great, like I can't imagine being in his shoes, like just experiencing this firsthand. Like it's gotta fluster him. He admitted there he's feeling the pressure.
But again, as we said, as Jim Bowden said when we talked to him last, like it's the moves they didn't make.
Sure,
like it doesn't count to almost get this guy and almost get that guy.
Yep.
You didn't make money moves at the deadlines, and after Pete Alonso, you didn't make another money move this offseason. And so now here we are. More from Mike Elias on Saturday. Will he operate differently this year because of fear of job security?
I feel like if you're doing your job well as general manager, it's sort of incumbent upon you in a position like this, and you're getting paid to do the right thing for the baseball operation and the franchise across a very long time horizon as best as you can. So that definitely would not be any type of factor on recommendations or behaviors that we'll be doing. But I am very optimistic we're going to be looking to put this team in a good position for a playoff run.
So he says if you're doing your job well, but he's presupposing he's doing his job well. The results would say otherwise. That's why he's in line.
He's saying the right things.
Yes.
Like he's not going to say, well, if we don't make the playoffs, like I'm probably going to lose my job. So yeah, I'm going to really be aggressive and work in the phone. Like he can't say that. But that's where I go back to what I said in the open, Ken. Like if I'm looking at this, and obviously it's not like this, but if I'm just looking at it tunnel vision for the best, what is best for the organization moving forward, I can't say right now it's to buy. I really can't say for the best for the organization moving forward to use assets on rentals. Now, sure, it's different if you go after a guy with control and he's here beyond this year, but even that's cloudy.
Yeah.
Like if he's just under control through 27 and what that could be. But I don't know if it's best to waste assets on a rental.
It's probably not for the long term, but I don't know that if I'm Mike Elias, I'm thinking about long term.
No, I know. And I'm not, that's why I'm stressing. I'm not saying this from Mike Elias's perspective.
Yeah.
I'm saying this from an organization perspective.
Like for me, to me, if you're looking at the reasons why they're in this position, he's near the top of those reasons. So there's got to be some corrective measures if you have any chance. At least that's the way I'd be thinking.
Totally. I just... But are they one player away?
No, they need to make more than one
player.
Yeah.
Are they
three players with four other players playing better?
That's where it's difficult, Ken. Like we can
Gunnar Henderson starts playing like a real player.
We can talk about the potential. We can talk about all of this, but we're more than half of the way through the season, and they're 7 games below 500.
Yep. Let's hear one more from Mike from Saturday. If the deadline was today, would they be buyers?
Well, I mean, look, if the deadline was like today, we're a game and a half out. I know our record's backwards, but apparently this is infecting a whole bunch of other teams too. I can't explain it, and I wish we were arriving at that in a much different way. And the context around that's unusual, but we're right there. So, like I said, we're going for it. I'll let you know if that changes.
Do you think he calls the press conference? Hey, by the way, we're selling now.
By the way, he's not going to let you know if that changes.
That's what I'm saying.
Literally, you'll know when the deadline passes and they didn't do anything.
Hey guys, just a heads up. I'm changing my mind.
Yeah.
We're 6 games out of the wild card now.
Yeah. Narrator, he will not let you know when that changes. Like that's an interesting. I think that's
before I trade away Taylor Ward. Let me.
Yeah,
here's a heads up.
It's not a figure of speech, but it's kind of a figure of speech. Like he's not going to let anybody know it. Hey, just to let you guys know, we're pivoting.
And by the way, the Orioles have lost a game and a half in the standings since that
they're now
point.
3 games out of the wild card. Hey, we'll get back to the Orioles in a moment. But coming up next, let's get some Ravens, and we're exactly a month from the start of training camp. Woohoo. Ravens, they need bounce-back seasons from a couple of guys who catch the football. So who could they use a bounce-back season from more? Is it Mark Andrews or Rashad Bateman? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We'll check in on game 1 of the O's White Sox, and Kim McCusick joins us in studio.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman reminding you Good Feet Arch Supports are proudly made in the USA. Yeah, also, they fit your shoes. They can put them in any shoe to help you get to where you want to be. And so by now, you've heard my story. A little over 50, out of shape, overweight, knee pain, hip pain, back pain. That was my everyday ibuprofen temporary fix. And then one day, I went into the Good Feet store. I went to the one in Hunt Valley, go to goodfeet.com to find the store nearest you, and took a test drive in those Good Feet Arch Supports. And now here I am over a year later. No more knee pain, no more hip pain, no more back pain. I'm in better shape. I work out just about every day. I am more active. I don't mind taking walks, doing things outside, things that I wasn't doing before. When I would get off work, I'd go home and sit on the main floor of my house because it hurt my knees to walk upstairs. So I'd wait till literally wait till the end of the night. I'd sit on the couch until it was time to go to bed, and then I'd go upstairs. But now upstairs, downstairs, walking dogs, taking them for long walks, being more active. And here it's summertime. It's going to be hot this week. You want to be out by the pool. You want to be at the beach. You want to be in your gardens, and you want to be more active. So get things kick-started with the Good Feet store. Again, go to goodfeet.com, find the store nearest you, take a test drive in those arch supports, and maybe you'll be more active like me. Again, goodfeet.com for more details.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Charlotte Hornets traded Miles Bridges to the Phoenix Suns last night. The Suns are sending back Grayson Allen and Royce O'Neal. The teams are also swapping first-round picks in the deal. Over the last week, the Hornets have now sent out LaMelo Ball and Miles Bridges, 2 young, talented players. They brought back 3 vets with a lot of experience. Clearly, the approach is changing in Charlotte. I'm Chris Black.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Yo, it's Jey Uso from WWE, and I'm Jimmy Uso. Chumba Casino and WWE are hyped for the biggest event of the summer, SummerSlam. I know, I can't wait. There's nothing better to do while we're waiting than playing Chumba Casino. Sign up today, and you could win a VIP experience with Chumba Casino and WWE for SummerSlam. So what are you waiting for? Play Chumba Casino and enter for your chance to win. Let's Chumba. Yeah.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46, and I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, it's baseball season. You know what that means. Time to step up to the plate. This year, don't just watch the action, be part of it. Swing by Lions Den, where the lineup is always stacked and the nights go into extra innings. From playful to powerful, you find everything you need to knock it out of the park. So whether you're looking to just warm up or go all 9 innings, Lions Den is your home field advantage. Visit lionsden.com and check out one of our Baltimore locations. Seriously, get in there. Lions Den, win the night.
Today, partly cloudy, high of 86. Tonight, partly cloudy, low around 76. Tomorrow, high near 89.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46, and I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Yo, it's Jay Uso from WWE, and I'm Jimmy Uso. Chumba Casino and WWE are hyped for the biggest event of the summer, SummerSlam. I know, I can't wait. There's nothing better to do while we're waiting than playing Chumba Casino. Sign up today and you could win a VIP experience with Chumba Casino and WWE for SummerSlam. So what are you waiting for? Play Chumba Casino and enter for your chance to win. Let's Chumba. Yeah.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalase. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Here's Jackson. Gets past Queen. Dumps it up. Oh, Bateman drops the football. He had the first down, and all he had to do was get past Porter for a touchdown.
Snoop Huntley, Tyler Huntley. At it to Mark Andrews, middle of the field. Andrews trying to pitch it back, and that should be a fumble recovered by the Patriots. What is he doing?
Mike Tirico speaking for all of Baltimore when we ask what is he doing. What was at the end of the first half? And it didn't end up
there was a
costing them.
penalty. It was like an offsetting thing, but that was
what is he doing? We were there, so I never. It's funny. I guess we must have played it after the next day after the game. I don't remember that call, and it's cracking me up right now.
It's When I went back to pull that highlight, I forgot how ridiculous that was. Like
literally, what is he doing?
If that doesn't tell you where Andrews was at in terms of pressing and the offense really struggling and the team in general, holy moly.
Mark Andrews and Rashad Bateman a year ago combined for 646 yards receiving. That's basically half of Zay Flowers on his own. They both had very good years the year before. Andrews led all tight ends in touchdown catches, and Bateman looked like he was finally becoming a legitimate starting wide receiver in the National Football League. So with that in mind, the Ravens would benefit more from which of these guys having a bounce-back season?
This is a tough question, man, because you can make serious arguments for both sides. I'm going to lean Andrews just because, yes, the wide receiving core I am very worried about. Zay Flowers is a stud, but the rest is a big question mark. But with Declan Doyle, you expect, because Ben Johnson, they leaned on tight ends in Chicago. They used a lot of 2 tight end sets. And the tight end room is a big question mark right now, Ken. Like Durham Smythe is a blocking tight end, and then you have 2 rookies. Yeah. So they've yet to play snaps, obviously, in the NFL. They need at least one good tight end. And I'm not even talking about can Andrews get back to his prime. This is more, can Andrews get back to 2024?
Yes.
Where double-digit touchdowns, 673 receiving yards. Like, you will absolutely take that every day of the week if Andrews provides that in 2026. But you can certainly make the case for Bateman, too, because Bateman was huge for them at the end of 24. He was huge in the red zone, scoring a ton of touchdowns. But I lean Andrews just because Zay is there.
Yeah, I would love to back Bateman here, but I think it's Andrews. I think Andrews is Lamar's security blanket. Andrews is the pitch and catch guy. Andrews is the third down guy. Andrews is the red zone. Now, Bateman was good in the red zone for 1 year. But Andrews historically has been the red zone guy. So I think it's Andrews, and my gut is it's by a large margin. Like Andrews, if Andrews can get back to some semblance, and as you said, not even a prime Mark Andrews, but 2024 Mark Andrews, it makes everything else kind of fall in line better.
Yeah, and if Andrews isn't able to get back to not even saying 24, but close, like he had a career low in receiving yards, yards per reception, and first downs last year. Mark Andrews did. If Andrews runs back that type of season, you really have to wonder where this offense is going to be, because who's going to be that threat from the tight end position? And last year, and obviously likely season was compromised because he had the injury during training camp, but Kolar was there. Like, you had other options where now, maybe Hibner and Cuevas, they end up showing you they can be that, but we don't know that that's a sure thing.
Well, to take it even a step further, Bone, the tight end room for the Baltimore Ravens was considered the best tight end room in football entering last season.
Totally.
And now life comes at you fast. Kolar's with the Chargers, Likely's with the Giants, and Mark Andrews is coming off a horrible season. And as you mentioned, you got two rookies behind him they're pass catchers, so they're unknowns.
Yeah, for sure. But if you want to make a case for Bateman, I will absolutely hear it, because that's only going to help out Zay Flowers. That's only going to help out these rookie wide receivers. If you have two legit wide receivers that opposing defenses have to worry about, that will certainly free up things in the passing game. And Bateman, not only inside the red zone in 24 scoring touchdowns, but he was a legit downfield threat in 2024. So getting that back would really help this offense too.
What do you feel more bullish about, this hypothetical? Ooh. The rookie tight end stepping up or the rookie wide receiver stepping up?
I'm going to go tight end solely off the track record of this organization, where you have every right to be skeptical for drafted wide receivers, especially mid-rounds, like the Ravens selected with Lane and Surratt.
Mm-hmm.
This organization hits on tight ends.
They do.
They hit on tight ends. And if they deserve a benefit of the doubt somewhere, it's at the tight end position. And when they draft two, and they love to double up tight ends in the draft, at least one of them ends up being a thing.
Yeah, it's usually the second one.
It is usually the second one. So, and that's your man crush, because you loved his loved his press conference.
He's a good talker.
He's a great talker. But I think just based off this organization's track record, I'll go tight ends.
I do have, I think Surratt's going to hit. I don't know. I don't know what Jacoby Lane's going to be.
I like him too.
What was the kid's name that made the Ravens in 2019? Not Jordan Lashley. Who's the other one? Jaleel Scott. There's part of me that thinks Jacoby Lane's going to be Jaleel Scott, but there's another part of me that could see him popping.
I want to leave an open mind, but there have been several bigger-bodied mid to late round wide receivers that we have been selected.
Yes,
but Jacoby Lane could absolutely prove to be a difference, and just his ability to win contested catches, his ability to draw pass interference penalties last year in college, those were elite traits for him.
Yeah, I think Surratt's going to be the one that breaks the mold for them as far as day 3 wide receivers.
I hope so, but I think the question mark is, is it going to happen right away? Because there's plenty of cases of wide receivers needing time to develop. It's a tough position to hit the ground running at the NFL level, and we continue to, show that it just hasn't happened in Baltimore.
Coming up next, we get back to the Orioles and back to Mike Elias. And Mike Elias, on Saturday when he spoke to the media, was asked about Adley Rutschman and him being here long term. He says we'll hear it from his mouth, wants to keep him here forever. Can it happen? Do we think it's going to happen? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman on the biggest stage in the world. FanDuel's changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Not anymore. With FanDuel Super Sub, if your player subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook's the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus in President Maryland. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblingup.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather.
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Planning on using cannabis? Then it's time to plan your ride home, too. Never get behind the wheel when you're high. You might think you're driving better, but the fact is, you're not. Designate a sober driver or use a rideshare so we all get home safe.
We're home.
Be the driver who makes a plan. Be the driver who saves lives. Learn more at zerodeathsmd.gov. This message brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. 'Cause Birdie told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I'll always trust an emu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Big savings are here during the summer sale-a-thon at Bob Bell Nissan. Choose from 5 great models under $30,000. Available and ready to drive home today. Credit issues? We say yes. Hurry in and shop now at BobBellNissan.com or call 410-288-2500.
105.7 The Fan is the proud media partner of Merriweather Post Pavilion. Visit merriweathermusic.com for a list of all the great shows coming to the pavilion. And keep listening to The Fan for your chance to win tickets to the shows.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan. And always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Gunnar Henderson's frustrating season continued over the weekend. Henderson was 1 for 14 versus the Nats, and his batting average, on-base percentage, and slugging percentage are all career lows on the year.
I mean, it's just been, I don't even know how to describe it. One of the most frustrating things I've ever been through. I mean, it's like come in, work my butt off every day, and like you said, I mean, I know it's not you don't want to think about results, but it's hard not to when Crab doesn't show up for so long.
The O's homestand continues as they welcome the White Sox to town in the start of a 3-game series tonight. The starting pitching matchup features Shane Paz opposite Sean Burke. Baltimore baseball tonight presented by Jerry's Home Services with Bob Haynie and Steve Molesky gets underway at 5:30 live from Pickles Pub. According to reports, the Clippers and Raptors are seriously engaged in trade talks for Kawhi Leonard. A possible deal would mark a return to Canada for Leonard, who led the Raptors to an NBA title in 2019 when he won Finals MVP after beating the Warriors. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-80s with an overnight low of 68. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 89. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
He's been the cornerstone basically since I've been here, so he's an enormous part of it. I wish our commitment was greater than it is. Like we want him here forever. So, that's not something that's crossed the desk or the agenda. And our focus, first of all, we want to get him back, but we want to win with him here.
So that's Mike Elias on Saturday. Remember, Adley was still on the concussion IL. That's what he was referring to. I want to get him back. He was activated yesterday, did have a hit. Asked about Adley Rutschman, his future with the team. And he says, I want him here forever. Want to do more with Adley Rutschman. He was the face of the end of the rebuild. He's been bad the last year and a half, but looks like Adley Rutschman again this year when he's been on the field. So he wants to keep him forever. Are you buying that they can do that?
It's such a weird situation. And next year with the impending lockout throws a serious wrench into this. But let's just say the Orioles, they continue to lose, Ken. And they're out of it. They aren't buying. Mike Elias is getting calls about Adley Rutschman. And he pretty much slammed the door shut on that. But I don't envision Mike trading Adley, because if you trade Adley, you're pretty much admitting that the rebuild was a failure. Like him doing that would admit that, this thing did not turn out how we envisioned. But again, if you're looking for what would be best for the organization moving forward, you would be trading Adley not as a rental. So you're going to get some serious value in a return there. Then you consider the other side of it, and you brought it up for a while, Ken. He's not represented by Scott Boras.
No.
So is this someone that you would want to commit long-term to? Obviously, Samuel Basallo signed 7 seasons beyond this one.
That's a very team-friendly deal, too.
Absolutely it is. And Adley is, 28, 29 years old. So how much longer is he going to be catching deep into the contract? Pete obviously is here 4 years beyond this one. So there's a lot of layers to it.
There's a couple things that I was thinking of when you think about, we always say, well, how long is he going to catch? When I was young, catchers caught, Rick Dempsey caught forever. Carlton Fisk caught forever. Tony Pena caught forever. Guys, Johnny Bench caught. The guys caught into their mid to late 30s, the good catchers, and Rick Dempsey, God love him, World Series MVP, wasn't like he was a high-end catcher. But, guys, we didn't think about it in those terms back then. That said, we always thought about the whole, what's Adley Rutschman's position going to be as he gets older? Because you just assume he gets moved. I don't know. I've always been on the team that they're going to extend him because he's the one guy they can extend. Now, the one possibility is, and the things I don't know, 1, does he love it here? 2, he's getting closer and closer to free agency.
Yeah, that's
why do it now? The Orioles possibly can give him the best offer when he gets to the other side, and then he decides to stay. So those are my two parts here, but I was always of the opinion that if they did anything, they were going to extend him.
That's my biggest fear, though, is if Adley isn't open to an extension,
yes,
I think you have to be open to moving him. And I am by no means, if I'm Mike Elias and the Orioles are out of it, this is how we're operating, I'm by no means shopping and just getting rid of Adley Rutschman, washing my hands. Like, you have to get a really good return for Adley Rutschman. My point is, Adley, to me, is not untouchable.
Sure.
Like, I am listening to the conversation. I'm not slamming the phone right when I get, hey, is Adley? No. Like, I'm listening to the offer. But you have to play ball. You have to meet my threshold in order to deal him.
Saw, I think it was Eno Saris from The Athletic, recently, I maybe tweeted out, like, potential deals, and he was suggesting a buy deal where you trade Adley to Minnesota and get Joe Ryan. Now, obviously, there's probably other pieces in there.
That would be tough. That would, and how much longer? Ryan's under contract through next year, I believe. So. It's just, if you're buying, part of the reason you're buying is because of what Adley Rutschman has been providing you. Like that's where, and it goes back to, who was the guy we had on MLB Network? Amsinger.
Yeah.
When he said, the Orioles are going to trade Adley Rutschman prior to the deadline, and this was operating under a buy side. Like, I've never been of that camp. That doesn't really make much sense to me, because if you're buying, if you think you're going to make a run at it, Adley Rutschman is going to play a major role in making a run at it. I don't really see that.
Yeah, the bye part of it is interesting. So according to Spotrac, there's a mutual option for next year, which never gets picked up.
That never gets picked. So no, I'm not doing that.
He's a free agent. Yeah,
there's no shot I'm doing that.
Unrestricted free agent in 28, but he's realistically an unrestricted free agent next year.
No shot I'm even entertaining that.
Yeah,
because Adley,
he's a rental.
You have Adley under contract for next year.
Yeah.
and it goes back to the open. Are they a Joe Ryan away from winning this thing? Like, no. So it's like, that's where I'm not making that type of move, especially with Adley.
Yeah,
no.
It's a rental. Yeah, I'm always going to go back to, that's the guy they can extend. The other guys are Boris. Frankly, do I want to extend Gunnar Henderson right now? I do not, unless he's and why would he? He's like, why would he buy low?
Yeah, on his worst season.
And Jordan Westbrook's hurt. Jackson Holiday hasn't done anything yet. Like who those guys? There's Colton Cowser. You're not extending. Like, there's nobody there. The one guy is Adley or Trevor Rogers again. If you decide you want to do that,
I just don't want to get to a point with Adley where he's walking for nothing. And that's why I'm entertaining this, right? Like, you can't let him walk for nothing. You can't get to next year and you're trading him at the deadline, I don't want to see that. It's I see it here.
What they did with Manny?
Yes, you trade him at the deadline this year, assuming you're out of it, or you extend him. You got to pick a lane right now, and you have to choose it in the next month.
We have a lineup bone, and we have a lineup change. Gunnar Henderson leading off at shortstop. Taylor Ward's batting second. Now, I've moved Gunnar Henderson down, not up, but that's just me. Adley's batting third. He's catching. Pete Alonso's at first base batting fourth. Sam Beside, the DH, batting fifth. Dylan Beavers in right field batting sixth. Colton Cowser, he's in center field batting seventh. Blaze Alexander at third base batting eighth. And Jackson Holiday, second baseman, batting ninth. And as I told you in the open, I think I'm to the point now, he seems like a really good kid. I don't ever want to see Kobe Mayo at third base again.
It's rough. It's really rough, and you're getting to the point where your season's on the brink, and you can't afford to give away outs, give away extra 90 feet, give away unearned runs.
At some point, defense has to be a priority, because you've lost multiple games because your defense stinks.
Sure. And to be fair, Blaze had 2 errors in one play on.
But everybody's going to have their bad days. 100%. He's a plus defender.
Yeah. Yes.
He not only had 2 errors in one play, he should have had a third error in that game. I think they ruled an infield hit, but I think if he fields it cleanly, he throws the guy out.
Yep.
So, Orioles and the White Sox first of 3 coming up at 6:30. Baltimore baseball tonight, 5:30, live from Pickles. Bob Haynie and Steve Molesky. But coming up next, we want to hear from the people. Rough weekend for the Orioles. Did you get your Gunnar Henderson bobble card, 410-583-1057. Is it over? Are you still optimistic? Do you want Mike Elias to be buyer? Do you want to extend Adley Rutschman? 410-583-1057. We hear from you next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We'll check in on game one of the O's White Sox, and Kim McCusick joins us in studio.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Selling your home is a big decision. Vinny Stio makes it simple with the Your Home Sold guarantee. Your home sold or he'll buy it. That's peace of mind you can count on. Call Vinny today. 410-793-1801. 410-793-1801.
In some cases, shoulder and elbow pain can slow you down. In other cases, it can stop you in your tracks and prevent you from living your best life. Don't allow that to happen. The experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, will provide the comprehensive care you need to keep your shoulders and elbows well and working. Schedule an appointment with one of our shoulder and elbow specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code MULTIPLY to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code MULTIPLY to borrow up to $10,000. Use code MULTIPLY to borrow up to $10,000.
Liberty Mutual customized this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2-up early payout so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pregame straight match result bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2-up early payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
It's summertime in Baltimore, which means the heat and humidity is here. Is your system ready? Farnan & Dermer, Maryland's oldest HVAC company, has been serving this community for over 100 years. They're the comfort guys, and they're my guys. And right now, from BGE, get up to $3,000 off select high-efficiency HVAC systems. Call the comfort guys today at 410-367-7777 or visit them at farnanddermer.com. Farnan & Dermer, Baltimore's most reliable air conditioning, heating, and plumbing service. They've been making your family's comfort their family's business since 1902. Subject to credit approval. Contact Farnan & Dermer for details.
The Second World War is the largest event in human history.
A 20-part series with Tom Hanks.
No part of the globe was untouched. No life unchanged.
Experience the ultimate account of World War II.
Every single person had a story. These are the stories that make us who we are.
Listen to World War II with Tom Hanks on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Orioles lose 6-4 yesterday. They lose 2 or 3 from the Nats, and familiar theme, they win game 1. Trevor Rogers was brilliant, then lose the next 2. They're 7 games under 500. Michael Elias says he still wants to be a buyer. Do you want the Orioles to be buyers at this point? Is it over for you? Where are you on the Baltimore Orioles, and do you want to see them extend Adley Rutschman? 410-583-1057. Let's start with Trippy. Trippy, you're on the Fan.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? First of all, I'm very pissed off with the Orioles, man. I'm looking at the standings right now. Oh, like if we would have did what we were supposed to do on the West Coast and swept the Nationals like we supposed to, we probably would have been in second place right now, man. Mm-hmm. But it's the same old Orioles. I ain't gonna lie to y'all, man. I ain't never believe in the Orioles anyway. I was just trying to have hope. I'm just being honest with you because they ain't gonna stress me out. But look, I'm gonna be real with you, right? Well, we might as well be sellers at this point. We might as well try to get what we can get for Adley. I know some fans ain't gonna like it, but I don't think Gunnar want to be here. You know what I mean? So if we could try to trade him, we gotta do what we gotta do, and hopefully. But I'm gonna say one more thing though, right? I'm not blaming everything on Mike Elias, right? Because no matter what you put out there on the field, players gotta show up. If the pitcher's playing good, the bat's not showing up. If the bat's showing good, the pitcher's doing good. If we doing good at pitching and batting, the field is not doing good. Yeah. So I get up with y'all, man. That's all I wanted to say.
Appreciate it, Trippy. Yeah, that selling sounds good, but you got a GM that's on the hot seat.
I think it's probably. I'm not saying trade Gunnar and do another teardown again, but I
think,
would
send quite a message.
Yeah, it would be. I think selling guys on expiring contracts at a minimum and listening to Adley Rutschman would be the most prudent move for this franchise moving forward.
I've said a number of times they remind me of those White Sox from a few years ago. If they were to tear down again, they're morphing into the White Sox would be complete. Yeah,
they can't do that again. Yeah. No, we're not doing another rebuild. You get one of those.
Let's go to Joe and Towson. Joe, you're on the Fan.
Hey, I'll talk about the manager. Yeah. All you can ask from your manager is support and trust. Well, I got 2 good examples where he blew it, the manager. When Henderson got thrown at 3 times, Earl Weaver would have had a stroke.
Yeah.
Second time, Trent Gibson pitches 4 innings, 66 pitches. I think he gives up 1 run.
Yep.
If you can pitch 5 innings, don't you get a game? He should have let that man go out there and throw that 5th inning. That's twice he screwed up in that.
Well,
You're right about Pasayo hit. I swear he had a 2 home run game, and they pinch hit for him the 9th, and they pinch hit for a guy last night, Pasayo, the center fielder who was taking butt.
Yeah, Cowser for a guy who can't hit left-handed pitching. No, I appreciate the call. The Gunnar thing bothered us that he didn't go out there and as a fan. I wanted Craig Alvarez to get ejected after that. Yeah. I wanted him to at least the theater of it, at least show us that you're all in for the boys. The Trey Gibson, I said that to you. We came back on. I think we did this show. It was a day game, and so we can't fully concentrate. But I remember saying to you in the air, like they're pulling him, and then we thought about it overnight. And I'm like, what are we doing with this mediocre bullpen? Making him try to get 15 outs when he hadn't given up a hit, I think, since the first inning.
No, and was coming off his best inning of his start. Had a couple of strikeouts, and I think only threw 8 or 9 pitches. So it wasn't like he was laboring through that final frame.
No, but we got to get to Wolfie.
Yeah.
When you can get to Wolfie, Bone, you get to Wolfie as soon as possible. And the other thing was, if you're going to go to the bullpen early, why don't you throw him longer? Like when you start using 6 guys, the chances that all 6 guys are going to be good are low.
Yeah, each time you go to a different arm with how variable
the variance
bullpen arms are, one of those guys are not going to have it. And unfortunately for the Orioles, that game, multiple of them did not have it.
Danny's in Annapolis. Danny, you're on the Fan.
Hey, boys. How are you?
Good, sir.
So I don't know if they will or they should do much of the trade deadline. All I know is there is such a systemic and philosophical issue with this franchise that even if they do make the moves we want them to make, I don't have any faith that they'll do anything. Well, I don't have any faith that we won't see the same 23-24 team flame out in the playoffs after 3 games that, we've seen the last 2 appearances. They got a band of mental midgets that just kind of their sphincters shrink, when the game's on the line, and I mean, I don't know what to think of what this team's going to do. Personally, last thing I'll say, I would love to see this exact same roster in Cleveland, Kansas City, Tampa. I would bet the house they would outperform what they're doing now in Baltimore. But let me know what you think.
Yeah, it's an interesting. Well, Stephen Vogt or Kevin Cash. I don't know. Kansas City's having a rough year, but say the Cleveland and Tampa examples, they hold merit. Those guys.
You call them cockroaches, Ken. Only talking about Tampa.
Yeah.
They just, you think that they have no shot like this year, and boom, they're firmly in the playoff mix. Like they always outperform expectations. They're always making these moves despite the minuscule payroll that end up paying dividends.
I just, the thing, back to the caller about Craig Albertaz, and he came in with the seal of approval. Stephen Vogt is one of the best managers in baseball. Stephen Vogt showed up at the press conference, which is kind of unprecedented. Guys don't do that. I'm longing for more from him. Like, there's been some stuff like...
It's been a rough few weeks.
Yes.
It's been a rough few weeks, but I'm not putting all of this on Craig Albertaz.
No.
Like, this is not...
And he's also in his first year on the job.
Yes.
Like, they fired the other guy because it wasn't getting done.
Yes. This team is not 7 games under 500 because of Craig Albertaz.
No.
It's bigger than him. Has it been a weird few weeks? Has he made some head-scratching moves? Not, bring up the Basayo, Gunner situations. Those were just odd, to say the least. But this team isn't in the deep hole that they are solely because of Craig Albertaz.
Jonathan's in Essex. Jonathan, you're on the Fan.
What's up, gentlemen?
What's going on, Jonathan?
How you guys doing today? There's two things. Yes, sir. 2 things I want to say right fast. The gentleman before, he said it's a systemic issue throughout the Orioles organization. I agree with him 100%. And I can't get into it, but I do agree. I mean, I can't get into it. I don't know nothing. I'm just saying I agree with that. And with the Bone just said, it's not Craig Albertaz's fault that we're where we are. It is exactly his fault as a manager. And when the other guy came out to see him and talk to him, it's because he knew he needed help. He needed support. It's like a dad.
Jonathan, who's it more at fault? Craig Albertaz or Mike Elias?
It's not close.
Come on.
I would say Elias.
I don't even think it's close.
I would say Elias, but the manager's position is not faultless because it's too powerful. Just like you said, whose fault is? It's like the president and the vice president. I mean, one, you always love one and the other, but both of them making the mistakes.
Yeah, vice president breaks ties in Congress. Yeah, man.
Yeah, ties. Look at the Senate House leader breaks the tie. Yeah, but at the end of the day, what we're saying with the Orioles is that the systemic issue, the problem we have, look at I say Mayo and go back to, I want to be real good, Mayo and Jackson. Plain and simple. They tell me about this, and you're on it, Ken, and I appreciate it. I can't believe that me and you are in tune with the Orioles.
We always think alike, Jonathan.
Sometimes. But the thing about that I'm saying is this, that Kobe Mayo, they're telling me in the morning, he has 1,100 OPS. The 1,100 OPS hasn't affected how he hits and runs in scoring position. He still bought the bat and buck and change. It doesn't affect his average. And then it doesn't affect his fielding. This kid didn't get the opportunity that those other guys did. He never got to play in a top spot. He never got to hit in the top spot. And now he's gone. All I'm saying is he hits almost 300 with runners in scoring position, and he doesn't get the opportunity. That's all, guys. And thank you for letting me voice my opinion.
Appreciate the call, Jonathan, as always. 410-583-1057. That's how you get in, but we're done. Coming up next, though, let's hear more from Mike Elias, shall we? Mike Elias speaking on Saturday, and he was asked about his input on the lineup. What did he say? Well, you'll hear it next here on The Fan.
If you missed today's Vinny and Haynie show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. Vinny and Haynie, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 10 till 2, 105.7 The Fan.
Stars, stripes, and savings. Get up to 30% off during Raymore and Flanigan's 4th of July sale. Enjoy can't-miss deals on sofas, sectionals, sleepers, bedroom sets, and more for every room in your home. Items are in stock and ready for delivery in 3 days or less. You can also save up to $600 on top mattress brands during the 4th of July mattress sale. Celebrate 250 years and save up to 30% today at Raymore and Flanigan, now open in White Marsh.
Did you know vaping is not just harmless water vapor? E-cigarettes can contain nicotine and other chemicals that may harm your lungs, heart, and overall health. Tobacco use remains a leading cause of preventable disease and death. The Harford County Health Department is committed to helping our community live tobacco-free through education, prevention, and support. If you're ready to quit smoking or vaping, help is available. Call the Maryland Quit line at 1-800-QUIT-NOW or text READY to 21586 to get started. A healthier future starts today. Sponsored by the Harford County Health Department.
Fireworks Now at 3205 Carlisle Pike in New Oxford, PA is the place to make your 4th of July the best it can be. At Fireworks Now, over 80% of everything we sell is priced as buy one, get two free. And you can mix and match your selections. It's simple. You get the best deal because Fireworks Now has the best deal. And our facility is so large, you'll never have to wait in line to get in. So remember, the best fireworks deal is less than an hour away at 3205 Carlisle Pike, New Oxford, PA.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. 'Cause Birdie told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I'll always trust the Nemu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Meet Sophia, a huge soccer fan. With her Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's streaming 3 games, video calling her cousin in Mexico,
and running the quiniela all on my new Samsung Galaxy.
She's practically running the whole tournament from her phone.
Good thing I have Total Wireless.
Switch to Total Wireless Total Max 5G or All Access plans to get on a network that won't put you second. Plus, a Samsung Galaxy on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Skip the expensive repairs and open houses. The Lee Tessier team with eXp Realty will buy your home for fair market value. LeeTessier.com.
If you're selling your home, don't make it hard. Just call TESSIR.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 1057 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalace.
The Orioles have won just one series over their last 7 and sit 7 games below 500. President of Baseball Ops Mike Elias recently met with the media and admitted that he feels some stress over his job security.
I always feel a lot of pressure in this position. I've been in baseball. This thing is my 20th season, and every single year I've felt pressure, and you worry about your job in this business. So absolutely, but I think we have a really good chance to do what we want to do.
Shane Baz will take the mound as the O's look to get back on track against the White Sox. Last time out versus the Angels, Baz allowed 5 earned runs across 5 innings. Chicago will send out Sean Burke. BBT presented by Jerry's Home Services with Bob Haynie and Steve Molesky gets underway at 5:30 live from Pickles Pub. According to reports, the Warriors are planning to pursue LeBron James in free agency and Anthony Davis via trade. Draymond Green declined his $27.4 million player option and will reportedly sign a lesser deal to free up salary cap space. Green, James, and Davis are represented by the same agent, Rich Paul. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-80s with an overnight low of 68. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 89. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
The David Bowie version? Yeah, very nice. Heroes Bone. Just for one day. So also there was a remake made for that Spider-Man movie years ago.
Oh, I was going to say Godzilla with Wallflowers.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the name of the bands, right? Wallflowers and Godzilla, yeah.
Godzilla was the movie.
Oh, was it? It wasn't a Spider-Man movie?
No, I think there was a Mark Webb. Like when the Mark Webb Spider-Mans.
Yeah.
I just remember the one from the 90s with Wallflowers.
Yeah. That's the one. I'm getting way too off
Not
track.
Not Tobey Maguire?
Jacob Dylan, Bob Dylan's kid did it.
Yeah. Anyway, a hero can save us. That was the Spider-Man song.
That was Nickelback.
That's the
one.
Anyway.
Which is it Tobey Maguire?
I think it might have been Tobey Maguire.
Good.
That first Tobey Maguire movie.
Yes,
that's my Spider-Man.
Yes. Alas, let's get back to Mike Elias. So one of the things that's been talked about a lot is Craig Alvarez in the lineup. Well, Mike Elias was asked if he has input on lineup decisions.
So in terms of the input, I have no input on the lineup. Our front office doesn't either, unless we're asked for it, which we work very collaboratively with Craig and his staff. And they will ask, but other than that, we don't get involved in daily stuff. I always want the coaches that are close to the clubhouse situation, the health picture, what's going on, if the team's on the road. And they're also studying several games ahead, trying to plan out lineups. So we want them to take care of that, and they do. And we really like working with Albie and this coaching staff. We see a lot of good things in the operation. It's hard for me to pat any of ourselves on the back too hard while we have a losing record. So there's all stuff that we can be doing to improve, but we think we have really good people here, and we're happy with this coaching staff, and we're just trying to get everything to gel in the second half better.
Okay, so what'd you hear there?
All right. To quote the show Drake and Josh.
I don't know that show. Oh, I do know it.
It's a great show.
I only know it because of the Nickelodeon documentary, right?
Yeah,
they're part of that. Which is a very dark thing.
I was about to say.
But that's my only
the show,
that's the only reason I know that show.
The joke that I always give during breaks when a spot tells you what to do, it's don't tell me what to do.
Yeah, that's from that show?
That's from Drake and Josh. There's like a,
okay.
he tells the delivery guy, hey, have a nice day. And the delivery guy's like, don't tell me what to do. It's hilarious.
I have never seen
Drake
that show.
And Josh,
except for the clips in the doc.
Yes. I grew up on it. But the quote that I want to use from that, I'm not calling Mike Elias a liar, but I'm not calling him a truther.
Yes.
To say that Mike Elias in the front office has zero input unless asked upon, I don't know if I'm buying that.
Yeah.
To say that they're not included at all unless Craig Alvarez asks for advice, I don't know if that's the case.
I put this up there with, I'll let you know when we change our minds on being buyers.
Yes, same thing.
Yes, that's where I put this, and the Easter Bunny and Santa Claus.
Yeah. I don't know why he could have just kept it with a collaborative effort,
Yes.
and Craig has final say, all this stuff. But to say that they have nothing to do with it,
No, the printouts and all that stuff.
I don't know, man. I find that hard to believe. And this lineup, and you just gave it, Ken, earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Gunnar Henderson. And we were talking, hey, he should be out of the 2-hole. I don't know if we were thinking leadoff, which is what he's batting tonight. Gunnar's really struggling, man. Like there's no way around it.
Let's put him up in the lineup.
And he's 1 for 18 over his last 4 games. You can go back his last 20 games, Ken. 205 batting average, 678 OPS, 3 homers, 7 RBIs. And now look at his season as a whole. OPS plus, which encompasses everything. He's a below average hitter in OPS plus. Is 97, 100's average.
Bowen, I was old enough to remember that he gets hot in June. Yeah. June ends tomorrow.
This is traditionally his best month, but he's got 3 home runs in the month of June. He's hitting 224, 701 OPS. He's been a below average hitter in the month of June, and it sucks. And you heard him, after the game yesterday, how hard he's taking it, and he's searching for answers, and this is the toughest, most frustrating stretch he's been a part of. I don't think Gunnar Henderson would hate if you dropped him in the lineup for a little bit. And if he starts hitting again, bring him back up. This isn't okay for the next 70-some games. He needs to bat, 6th or whatever. You can move him back up. Right now, he has not been a winning ball player for you.
He also comes up small in key situations, and I'll take you back to Saturday night. He came up with a runner on third, and I think no out? Because they had first and third. And he grounded back to the pitcher. Just hit the ball in the air, and you tie they needed 2, I think, there. They needed 1. They needed 1 because that would have been the tying run.
Yes, that would have been the tying run.
Yeah. They needed. I remember. I was in my head. Helsley gave up the run right away.
Blaze was at third. Yes. He ended up getting tagged out.
Helsley gave up the 1 right away, but then added some runners, but didn't give up a second run. Just put the ball in the air, and that's one that's endemic of this whole team. They don't get quality outs, but Gunnar Henderson is supposed to be a superstar. And Gunnar Henderson not only isn't hitting, but he comes up small. And I do wonder, as the calendar is going to be July on Wednesday, and last year, even with the power struggles, he still was a really good baseball player. When his WAR was over 5 a year ago, he's not a good baseball player this year. And I just wonder if this is who he is, because we're over halfway through this baseball season.
You lose less and less confidence with each passing week that he's going to turn it around. It certainly feels like that's the case right now, Ken. It's just going to be one of those years for him. And hopefully he turns it on, but it's just they're not getting enough out of Gunnar Henderson. And Gunnar Henderson would tell you that. It's just been weird. He's hitting lefties better than righties, which is very odd. Fastballs, he's really struggling with year over year. He's batting just 217 off fastballs. He batted over 300 off of them last year in his quote-unquote down year. It's been a rough season for him. There's no way around it. It's career worst numbers across the board in terms of his slash line.
Yeah, I just want to remind you that through all the quote-unquote issues that we had a year ago with Gunnar Henderson, he was a 5.4 WAR player. He's sitting at 1.1 right now.
He didn't have power last year. No. He's only 1 home run off his total from last year, but he had a very respectable 274, Ken.
Stole 30 bases, got 6 this year.
And his defense was really good in the second half.
He's got 6 steals. Been caught 4 times. I can't remember the last time Gunnar Henderson had 2 good games in a row. He'll have that game, and he's had a couple of them, maybe this month, where he has 3 hits and a walk, and then he'll go one for 12 the next 3 games.
He had the 3-hit game in Anaheim the last time. He's had a couple of them, and like you said, there's moments, okay, this is it. This is when he's going to go on a tear, and it just hasn't happened.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with him. I think he's very hard on himself.
Totally.
This is one of those occasions where I'd love to have an old head in that dugout. Somebody who could like, hey, I've been there. This is what I did. Instead of you've got a bunch of analytic young guys in that dugout. I guess we go Cairo.
Well, yeah, but I mean, that's where I'm sure Pete Alonso is talking to him.
Yes,
like, I'm
but
sure,
yeah.
You know, but
I meant coaches. Yeah.
No, I know what you mean, but I don't know if he's turning around. Like it's
84 games.
It is what it is at this point. And you know, it's weird. Not that we know of course. It's not like he's dealing with an injury
Looks
like
healthy.
last year. It's just he hasn't been able to put it together.
Yeah, the only thing that you'd say is even close to a positive is the power. He's got 16 homers. He only hit 17 all of last year. So he'll probably, I guess, hit 30 home runs, I guess.
You can say that, but that's even waned. Kenny's got 3 homers this month.
Yeah. The hot month.
Yeah.
Orioles lose 6-4 yesterday. They lose 2-3 to the Nationals. White Sox in town. White Sox are good, but they're not great on the road. We want to look back, though, on the games that we weren't here to talk about and the starts specifically. What do we think of Trevor Rogers and Brandon Young this weekend? Well, we'll tell you next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We'll check in on game 1 of the O's White Sox, and Kim McCusick joins us in studio.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman on the biggest stage in the world. FanDuel's changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Not anymore. With FanDuel Super Sub, if your player subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook's the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. The Boston Red Sox rallied in the 10th to complete a 4-game sweep of the New York Yankees over the weekend. This has been a rough first half with the Sox sitting at 36-46 and in last place in the AL East. But it always feels great to sweep your rivals. I'm Chris Black.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Yo, it's Jay Uso from WWE, and I'm Jimmy Uso. Chumba Casino and WWE are hyped for the biggest event of the summer, SummerSlam. I know, I can't wait. There's nothing better to do while we're waiting than playing Chumba Casino. Sign up today and you could win a VIP experience with Chumba Casino and WWE for SummerSlam. So what are you waiting for? Play Chumba Casino and enter for your chance to win. Let's Chumba. Yeah.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. Trade every match from the opening rounds all the way to the final. Last week, Argentina was trading at 15% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade could pay out $637 if they win soccer's biggest prize. Want to know what they're trading at today? Check Kalshi. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code PITCH to get a $10 credit when you trade $10. That's promo code PITCH. Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 plus only. Must be present in state where it's legal to trade. If contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prizes, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. $10 free credit with no expiration. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
Spring is great for your mood, but sometimes tough on your body. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet store. The weather gets nicer and suddenly you're walking more, standing more, and spending more time outside. But if you're dealing with foot pain, it can quickly turn into knee pain, hip pain, or even back pain that makes staying active uncomfortable. Our patented arch support system has helped countless people find relief. Here's another customer sharing their Good Feet story.
I'm a retired mail carrier with multiple knee replacements in both knees. I never thought I'd be able to go back to doing dog agility again. I stopped in at the Good Feet store. They measured me for my arch inserts, and then I walked around, and immediately I felt the difference. Agility is mine again. Hawkeye, my beagle, and I are both happy.
Good Feet Arch Supports can be the solution you need to get the most out of your springtime activities. Come see us today or visit us at goodfeet.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins AeroBurst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of AeroBurst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Tonight, partly cloudy, low around 76. Tomorrow, high near 89.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Yo, it's Jay Uso from WWE, and I'm Jimmy Uso. Chumba Casino and WWE are hyped for the biggest event of the summer, SummerSlam. I know, I can't wait. There's nothing better to do while we're waiting than playing Chumba Casino. Sign up today and you could win a VIP experience with Chumba Casino and WWE for SummerSlam. So what are you waiting for? Play Chumba Casino and enter for your chance to win. Let's Chumba. Yeah.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. Trade every match from the opening rounds all the way to the final. Last week, Argentina was trading at 15% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade could pay out $637 if they win soccer's biggest prize. Want to know what they're trading at today? Check Kalshi. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code PITCH to get a $10 credit when you trade $10. That's promo code PITCH. Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 plus only. Must be present in state where it's legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prizes, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. $10 free credit with no expiration. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Yeah, it was questioned my confidence a lot because it just seemed like if I tried to, change a game plan or try something else, just nothing was going my way. And that's what's hard about this game sometimes. And that's, kind of lean back on the mental skills that I've acquired over the past couple of years and to really trust the process and know that eventually that I'd get through it. And I've been able to, be consistent and throw the ball really well over the last, 4 or 5 starts and just, keep doing what I've been doing, maintain the same process and just try to be consistent and not really try to chase anything else.
So the weekend got started well, Bone. Trevor Rogers, 6 1/3, 5 hits, no 7 strikeouts, just 1 earned run as the Orioles beat the Nationals 3-1. Trevor Rogers, to tell you or to show you how far he's come, there was a point in time when his ERA was almost at 7, and that wasn't that long ago. It was last month. After a loss to the Tigers, he was at 6.96. Actually, the loss to Tampa Bay was 6.97. He exited the month of May at 6.94. He's now at 4.99, Bone. He's got an ERA of 2 for the month.
Something that I was really interested in seeing out of Rodgers this year was what was going to happen when he faced adversity, because he's been so open about his mental health struggles, and it was never going to be the magic carpet ride that it was for him last year. Now, did I think he was going to struggle to the level that he did? Ken, his ERA in May was over 10. He had a 10.31 ERA. He followed that up with a 2.05 ERA in the month of June.
Yes.
He had a whip below 1. That was the Trevor Rogers of last year in the month of June. He was fantastic. And the big difference for Trevor Rogers has been his four-seamer. He got 13 swings and misses on the four-seamer on Friday. 13. Almost a 50% whiff rate, and it's not like this guy's throwing gas. His velocity was up a little bit. I know he touched 95, but it's the movement that he's been getting on it. And then you just look at the difference in his four-seamer. Opposing batters hit just 182 off of it in June. They were hitting almost 300 off of it in April. So it just shows you how far Trevor Rogers has really come, where he's back in a groove, man. And I'll say this, since it's kind of been the theme of today, you don't think he'd be an attractive trade chip if he continues pitching this way?
On the flip side, is he once again an attractive extension chip?
Why? If you're Rodgers, why are you even entertaining?
Well, but he said he wanted to stay.
I mean, look, I was all in on extension talks with him and beating that drum for a while, and then I looked a little silly when he had the ERA over 10.
No, you didn't.
But look, I mean, he's a couple months away from hitting free agency.
Yeah.
I just would be.
But he's also a guy that has been through a lot in his career, and maybe some cost certainty would be good for him.
Possibly, and he was open with it, and we had him on the show a week prior to opening day, and he said he would still be open to talking contract during the season. But he's been great over this stretch, and it's the starting rotation's been really, really good for well over a month now.
Well, speaking of the starting rotation, let's go to Saturday. Brandon Young got a no decision in that game, a game the Orioles lost to the Nationals 4-3 in 10 innings. They did have the 8th inning comeback, but lost in 10. Brandon Young, 5 innings, 7 hits, 2 walks. I'd like to get that number down a little bit, but only 2 earned runs, 8 strikeouts, Bum. 8 strikeouts.
He had 23 whiffs. 23 whiffs, which is the most from an Orioles pitcher in quite some time. Obviously a career high for him. I think he had 19 through the first 3 innings. Like, the splitter, the change in grip of his splitter, and he did that mid-season back in May, has just made a world of difference for him, where his four-seamer has been one of the best four-seamers in baseball, but it's that splitter that's getting him a ton of swing and miss. He had 11 whiffs on that splitter alone on Friday.
Yeah, the starting pitching's looking good of late, and Kyle Bradish had a weird start yesterday. Only gave him 1 hit, but the 5 walks. Craig Albertaz met with the media early. He said Dean Kramer could be starting on Wednesday for the Orioles.
It seems very likely. It's TBD.
Yes.
They haven't listed the starter.
He's throwing a bullpen
Rodgers
today.
would be on turn. So clearly they're pushing back Rodgers till after the off day, and it's going to be Kramer.
Yeah. So they get some reinforcements. Dean Kramer, who, as we know, after April, has been a pretty good pitcher for the Orioles.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Dean Kramer back, and he was fantastic in his last rehab start. He went 6 2/3 shutout for Norfolk. He had 8 strikeouts. It's only a good thing adding him to this rotation now, and it's someone that can eat innings. And yes, there's going to be some oscillation, high highs, low lows, but that ERA is going to be around 4.
So you can't complain about the starting pitching on Friday or Saturday. Like that.
Ken, they had the top offense in baseball, and both of those guys shut them down.
Yes, correct.
Like the pitching wasn't an issue in this series. No. I know Bradish, but like Rodgers was fantastic, and Brandon Young, he was just unfortunate that he was going opposite Foster Griffin, who was mowing down.
Yeah, they couldn't hit Foster Griffin. They couldn't hit Zach Littell. And frankly, they didn't do very well hitting on Friday night either, but they got enough to win.
Scored 3 runs. They scored 3 runs on Friday.
Yeah, so like it doesn't matter who was pitching for the Washington Nationals. The Orioles weren't super successful against them.
It's been the offense, man. Like this past month, the Orioles starting rotation has been top 5, top 10 in baseball in terms of ERA going back to May 22nd. The starting pitching's been really, really good.
Orioles and White Sox first to 3 tonight at 6:30. Baltimore Baseball Night at 5:30. It's Bob Haynie and Steve Molesky. Just one lineup note. Gunnar Henderson leading off tonight. Taylor Ward batting second. We switch to football coming up next. And Jonas Schaefer joins us, covers the Ravens for the Baltimore Banner. We will ask him, who do we feel the Ravens need a bounce back year from more? Mark Andrews or Rashad Bateman, and much more with Jonas next here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, Bel Air! Big news as Plaza Ford is now Bob Bell Ford Bel Air, and we're celebrating with grand opening savings. Get more for your trade and shop a huge selection of new and pre-owned vehicles. Hurry in or visit BobBellFordBelAir.com today.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather,
wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Ah. Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Alex B. and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive. Professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing. Was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
For great food, great drinks, and a great time, Cross Street Market is Baltimore's spot in Federal Hill. With stalls like Pizza de Joey, Theo's Rolls and Bowls, Dashi Ramen, and the Red Hot Jollof Bowl, along with the Watershed Restaurant. It's the perfect place to meet for a bite or a drink. Just say the words, "I'll see you at the market."
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OuchGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalace.
Gunnar Henderson's frustrating season continued over the weekend. Henderson was 1 for 14 versus the Nats, and his batting average, on-base percentage, and slugging percentage are all career lows on the year.
I mean, it's just been, I don't even know how to describe it. One of the most frustrating things I've ever been through. I mean, it's like come in, work my butt off every day, and like you said, I mean, I know it's not you don't want to think about results, but it's hard not to when crab doesn't show up for so long.
The O's homestand continues as they welcome the White Sox to town in the start of a 3-game series tonight. The starting pitching matchup features Shane Paz opposite Sean Burke. Baltimore baseball tonight presented by Jerry's Home Services with Bob Haynie and Steve Molesky gets underway at 5:30 live from Pickles Pub. According to reports, the Clippers and Raptors are seriously engaged in trade talks for Kawhi Leonard. A possible deal would mark a return to Canada for Leonard, who led the Raptors to an NBA title in 2019 when he won Finals MVP after beating the Warriors. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-80s with an overnight low of 68. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 89. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Farnan and Dermer. Beat the summer heat. Call the comfort guys, Farnan and Dermer. Right now from BGE, get up to $3,000 off select high-efficiency HVAC systems. For more details, call 410-367-7777 today. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
We are exactly a month until the start of training camp, which makes it a perfect time to talk to our friend Jonas Schaefer, who covers the Ravens for the Baltimore Banner. And Jonas, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. So we're going to ask you a question that we posed earlier in the show. Who do the Ravens need a bounce-back season from more, Mark Andrews or Rashad Bateman?
Man, that's a good question.
Bone came up with it. I have to give him credit.
I would say probably Rashad Bateman. I guess it's tough. It's tough because I think, I think in the past, Mark Andrews would be your kind of go-to guy in the red zone, but I think that with the expected upturn in, play calling and perhaps offensive line play and just the general ecosystem improvement that I think we're all expecting from this, offseason turnover, that puts maybe a little bit less stress on Mark Andrews to be the guy inside the 10, inside the 20. But I would say that just on a down-and-down basis, like if it's 3rd and 6 and it's Zay Flowers getting doubled or you can't get off the line of scrimmage in press coverage, and Ravens saw a lot of man coverage last year and we're not all that great against it, then you need another guy to go and get the ball. And I think, I've been a big fan of Rashad Bateman and a big fan of his ability to get open against those kind of press heavy looks. But if he's not able to be, a guy who can go and get you a bucket, so to speak, on 3rd down, then I don't really feel all that comfortable in Tez Walker at this point, or at the rookies at this point. So I think just because of the value of that position and because of, the offense got by at times last year, despite Mark Andrews not being super involved. And I just feel like the floor and the ceiling have to be higher for that wide receiver 2 spot than, maybe whatever the Ravens could get out of the tight end 1 spot.
Who are you more confident in having a bounce-back season, Mark Andrews or Rashad Bateman?
Probably Mark, just because of the track record. But again, it's very slight margins here. Rashad has dealt with stuff on and off the field, obviously, for his entire career. Mark's been a little bit more, reliable, a little bit more metronomic in terms of his production. He doesn't need to be a supreme athlete to kind of, to kind of fill the voids. Again, zone coverage, you see a guy like Zach Ertz who obviously doesn't have the kind of top gear that he did early on in his career, be able to land in Washington with Jane Daniels and be able to, to find a little bit more production there, just based off his intuitive understanding of football and how to get open and over the middle of the field. And I think that's always been a strength of Mark Andrews. So not a whole lot of confidence that either is in for a Pro Bowl or 900 to 1,000 yard season, but I just feel like Mark Andrews, based off of the kind of the kind of track record he has, the kind of connection he has with Lamar, and some of that optimism that he has, that he told CBS Sports about how excited he was for this offense. He's been the one getting the reps, and we still haven't really seen a whole lot of Rashad Bateman in these kind of practice settings, and I don't think it'll take him long to catch up. But Mark Andrews definitely has that start right now.
Jonas, Nate Wiggins really struggled down the stretch, gave up some of the most receiving yards in all of football last year. He recently did an interview saying that he's 100% for the first time in quite some time. What does a healthy year 3 for Nate Wiggins look like to you?
It's tough for me to say because, again, if he hasn't been healthy at any point in the NFL, which, to me, raises some questions of what exactly he was thinking or the training staff was thinking after year 1. So I'm a little bit skeptical of just him, finding this oasis of health in the NFL desert. But you're right, Tim. I mean, looking, I was kind of curious about just how much he did struggle last year. And I went back and I think basically looked at from week 12 or week 13 on, and he was up there or down there in terms of the most yards given up in the NFL, most targets in the NFL, EPA per target given up. He was just not a good cornerback, full stop, last year. And I know, obviously, we saw what we saw in year 1, which leads us to be very optimistic about what he could be. But, if you're being pragmatic or honest about this kind of thing, you're just kind of thinking all right, he's probably going to be somewhere between those two poles. Maybe he's a lot better in year 3 than he was in year 1. If we're talking about him being healthy and getting himself back into fighting shape, and I think obviously him having the fresh start with this coaching staff and these positional coaches will be really good for him. But I think the hope for him, has to be just get back to being a good starting cornerback. I think any expectations of him being a great starting cornerback after what we saw last year is a little bit too much of putting the cart before the horse. I think positionally, physically, that there's some things that he can't do that maybe other guys around the league can do just because of him being a little bit of being pulled there. But I think if you're talking about him expecting to be a good starting cornerback, I think that's a fair baseline expectation for a guy who was picked, late in the first round.
We're speaking to Jonas Schaefer, who covers the Ravens for the Baltimore Banner. It's Inside Access on the Fan. Jonas, a segment we were doing last week, talking about some impact that we expect from some of these newcomers this offseason. Jalen Hawkins, what type of impact are you expecting from Jalen Hawkins, and do you see him as an upgrade over Alohi Gilman?
I think they'll probably be about the same. I think Jalen Hawkins could give you more as a run defender. I think that was probably the most attractive part of his game from watching his film last year with the Patriots, was just being able to run that alley, come downhill, just be aggressive there in the box. And listen, I think the Ravens wanted to play a certain way last year. They wanted to play with a light box, wanted to play split field looks before the snap. And then you look at what the Lions did to them, and they had to kind of get out of that meta because it just wasn't sustainable. And so I think obviously Jesse Minter brings that kind of approach, that kind of ideology over from what he was able to do in New England, what he was able to do in Los Angeles. And if he does play that way, then I think that puts a lot of pressure on your safeties to be the last line of defense, or to come up and be able to take on wide receivers or to take on tight ends in space and be able to set a hard edge. So I think Jalen Hawkins, based off what he's shown last year, is well equipped to do that. But that's where you earn your money from. And I think obviously, if you are playing in that kind of too high land, that kind of too high world, and you're not asking guys to have the range of an Earl Thomas for instance. But I just think he needs to be able to be a guy who communicates well, defends the run well, and when he's asked to hang up in man coverage or as a single high safety, does just enough to get you across the finish line there. Then I think that would be, that'll probably be enough of an improvement on Alohi Gilman, who, by the way, got a more expensive deal than Jalen Hawkins this offseason.
Jonas, now the other football. How are we feeling about Wednesday, U.S. and Bosnia?
Yeah, I think Bosnia doesn't have a great attack. I think they have the fewest expected goals, which is kind of the quantitative statistic, basically looking at how many chances you're creating. So I think it'll be a kind of cagey affair, just like what anyone who was watching Japan and Brazil might have gotten today, where the U.S. is on the front foot for the entire game. Not a lot of dynamism there from Bosnia, and the experts say that they have a worse defense than Australia, worse defense than Paraguay, and the U.S. was able to light those teams up for a combined 6 goals. So I'm optimistic, but knowing that and knowing the history of knockout stage soccer in the U.S., with one total win in World Cup history, so you really can't take anything for granted. But I think if they were able to take care of business on Wednesday, get a goal in the first half, and just set the stage for what could be another epic clash in the round of 16 against either Belgium or Senegal, I think it's going to be an unbelievable next week in that case. So not want to get my hopes up too high, because I just know how what kind of history we're talking about here. But I think obviously the odds makers have the U.S. favored, and for good reason.
Jonas Schaefer covers the Ravens for the Baltimore Banner. Jonas, it's going to be 100 this week. As a fellow Ginger, get the sunscreen out, because it's rough on us.
I know, man. There's nothing worse than I like to do a weekly run, and just to wait until like 8 or 9 at night, and then still have it be 85 degrees with like 50% humidity is just the absolute worst.
Hey, man, at least training camp isn't this week.
Yeah.
'Cause that would suck.
I know. We're all making sacrifices here.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jonas. We appreciate you, man.
Thanks, guys.
Hey, we're going to talk to James Fagan. Sox Machine is where you can find him covering the White Sox at 4:30. But coming up next, we got a 3-game series against a team that's in first place in the AL Central, tied for first place. We're going to preview this O's White Sox series next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We'll check in on game 1 of the O's White Sox, and Kim McCusick joins us in studio.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch! You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuy.com.
Go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Visit Petro.com or call 1-888-PETRO02.
To stay cool and save this summer, you need the best AC system tune-up and repair services. Go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. For special offers, go to Petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today.
Selling your home is a big decision. Vinny Stio makes it simple with the Your Home Sold guarantee. Your home sold or he'll buy it. That's peace of mind you can count on. Call Vinny today. 410-793-1801. 410-793-1801.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
Better not to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
We're at a 2-2 stalemate into stoppage time. Next goal surely wins it. He sets up for the corner kick. Curls it in. He's up for the header. And score! Brilliant goal!
Soccer's biggest games are here. Get ready by heading over to Giant for all your matchday essentials. And let Upside set up the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Whether it's food for your watch party, dining out during match days, or the gas you need to get where you're going in time to catch kickoff, Upside has you covered to earn cash back on your everyday purchases.
Right now, get a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CHARM06. That's promo code CHARM06 for a $10 bonus. Remember, use promo code CHARM06.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Summer's here. Hey, it's Ed. That means longer days, cookouts, beach trips, and plenty of opportunities to keep your game at the top of its game. Whether you're looking to surprise somebody special or add a little bit of excitement to your summer lineup, Lions Den has you covered. From essentials to couples' favorites, Lions Den has everything you need to make this season a winner. So turn up the heat at Lions Den. Pleasure, passion, romance, multiple locations around Baltimore. But check them out at lionsden.com or walk into a store.
This is the Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 southbound at the Fort McHenry Tunnel, a disabled vehicle is on the right side. Northbound on 95 heavy between the Beltway and the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound heavy approaching 95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound heavy between I-97 and the Harbor Tunnel. Outer loop of the Beltway's heavy between 83, the Harrisburg Expressway, and Reisterstown Road. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Orioles lose 2 or 3 from the Nationals, and now the Chicago White Sox come to town. So the Orioles swept Chicago in Chicago earlier this year. The White Sox are 28-14 at home. They're only 15-25 on the road, Bone. So is this a winnable series against the White Sox?
They are a night and day different team away from. They have the second best winning percentage at home in baseball. They are 26, so the 5th worst winning percentage on the road. And the last road trip they had, they were 1-5. They lost 2 of 3 to the Yankees, and they got swept by the Tigers, and the Tigers stink. So this White Sox team, man, such a crazy surprise. And at some point in the year, and I think we're well beyond it, the first month, 2 months of the season, you think, oh, what a cute story. Yeah, that's fun.
Yeah.
The White Sox were 41-121 2 years ago.
Yep.
They have 43 wins already. It's pretty crazy what's going on in Chicago, Ken. It really is.
They won 41 games, and that was a few years after they look like the darlings of Major League Baseball. They had all this young talent, and they made the playoffs. So It is impressive how quickly they've turned this around. They hit a bunch of home runs.
Yeah, second in the league in homers.
Yeah, and I guess they're going to get Murakami back at some point.
Yeah, last I was looking this morning, it seems like because he's got a grade 2 hamstring strain, so it sounds like probably after the All-Star break, but at some point in July, they will get Murakami back, and he's been fantastic. Hit 20 home runs in 57 games.
Yeah.
41 RBIs in 57 games, but they've had a couple guys. Look, Randall Grichuk, who he ended up getting DFA'd by the Yankees the end of April because he was bad for them. He's hitting 296, has an OPS over 1,000. Miguel Vargas has had a really strong year for them as well. The offense is second in home runs, 6th in OPS. They're tied with the O's, coincidentally enough, in runs scored.
Yeah.
Like, it's been a pretty good offense. Their pitching's been middle of the pack in a lot of it. And tonight they're facing Sean Burke, and he's coming off back-to-back strong starts. Heck, his second start prior to the last one in Yankee Stadium, 7 1/3, only gave up 1 earned run against the Yankees, and his four-seamer's been really, really strong this year. 191 batting average against that, and that's who the O's face. And Shane Baz on the mound for the Birds tonight. And Baz coming off a start against the Angels that really kind of went away from him early on.
Yeah. By the way, their closer, Sir Anthony Dominguez.
Yeah.
Old friend.
Yeah. He's not having a great year.
No. It's 12 saves. ERA of 4, so that's not great. Sean Burke, isn't he a Terp? Sean Burke, pretty sure he's a Terp. Like something. I want to see. I gotta look him up.
He did. Went to University of Maryland. You're right.
I thought that something there was clicked for me on him, but he's 3.71 ERA is nothing to sneeze at. The only one guy on the team starter has a better ERA. Davis Martin sitting at 3.0.
And he's been pitching much better of late, too. You can look at his last 6 starts. He's got a 3.15 ERA, 41 strikeouts to 16 walks, which is, really, really strong.
So it's a Jekyll and Hyde team. Obviously, we're going to talk to James Fagan in a few minutes about it. But this is, you've got, looks like Baz tonight, Trey Gibson tomorrow, and then Dean Kramer on Wednesday.
You got to start winning series. Like, I hate to be Captain Obvious, but we can talk all of this up. And this White Sox team, and they're obviously in contention to win the AL Central, but they could end up being in the wild card mix because the Guardians are right on their heels. So this is a team you're competing with. So you got to find a way to win this series. You swept them, and granted, both teams are in much different spots than a series back in beginning of April.
Yeah.
They had to move up a game. It was so cold
freezing
in Chicago.
Yeah.
It went from a night game to a day game. So you got to find a way, man. Like, you got to find a way to win this series.
I do. I think I put the cart before the horse. I did mention Dean Kramer on Wednesday because Craig Albernaz said that he's a possibility and it's a TBD
it's
right now.
TBD.
He's Rogers, bullpen there today.
Rogers would line up.
Yeah.
Last start that Kramer had, he threw 80-some pitches, went 6 2/3 innings, 8 strikeouts, shutout. He was really, really good. So it sounds like he's going to end up returning to the rotation Wednesday.
The one thing that, like, after, and this weekend was another example, the Nationals have the worst bullpen. They just got destroyed by the Phillies. The Orioles couldn't hit their bullpen.
5 runs in 10 2/3 innings. That's it. The offense didn't do nearly enough. Scored, 10 runs in the series?
Yeah.
Like, this was supposed to be the superpower. This was supposed to be a top-flight offense. Jeff Passan's tweet from December when they signed Pete Alonso, like, oh my gosh, Craig Alvarez. Yeah. However you want to formulate this, 1 to 9, like, this is, how are you going to, pitch around this offense?
By the way, happy birthday, Gunnar Henderson. Maybe that'll get him going, Bon.
Something, anything.
Yeah.
They need Gunnar Henderson to get going.
Coming up next, we'll continue talking White Sox. James Fagan, you can see him at Sox Machine. How good is this baseball team? He's going to tell us next here on The Fan.
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Traffic brought to you by Elephant in the Room, a new locally owned restaurant open in Millersville. My new go-to spot is Elephant in the Room on Veterans Highway in Millersville. It's the summertime cuisine that I'm looking forward to. The burnt ends, street corn, southern deviled eggs. You got to go check them out at eatdrinkelephant.com.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Science and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Dover Motor Speedway is your home for NASCAR action. Enjoy high-speed action, the best fan zone, camping, tailgates, and more. Get tickets at DoverMotorspeedway.com. Once again, that's DoverMotorspeedway.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
No! USA is up 2-0. That is the most dangerous lead in soccer.
Relax, Mike.
See that, Dan? My left eye is twitching. That's my warning eye. It'll be 2-2 by stoppage time. It's never wrong.
With early payout from Bet365, I got paid the second they went up 2 goals. So to me, it's now the safest lead.
Early payout from Bet365, huh? Now my right eye is twitching, Dan.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather.
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. For over 40 years, Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes have made holidays, special occasions, and everyday meals easier and more enjoyable for everyone. So treat yourself to a famous Box Hill crab cake or ship anywhere in the U.S. Whether it's seafood, Greek specialties, Italian dishes, or supersized salads, Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes has you covered. Dine in, pick up, or now you can DoorDash Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes menu items right to your door. Box Hill Pizza Restaurant.com. Memorial Day savings start now at Bel Air Hyundai. Save with 0% 60-month financing and make no payments for 90 days. Online at BelAirHyundai.com.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 southbound at the Fort McHenry Tunnel. Disabled vehicles there on the right side. 95 northbound heavy between the Beltway and the Fort McHenry Tunnel. Now a crash past Key Highway is on the right side. 295 northbound heavy approaching 95 and Russell Street. 895 northbound heavy between I-97 and the Harbor Tunnel. Outer loop of the Beltway's heavy between the Harrisburg Expressway and Reisterstown Road. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalaise.
The Orioles have won just one series over their last 7 and sit 7 games below 500. President of Baseball Ops Mike Elias recently met with the media and admitted that he feels some stress over his job security.
I always feel a lot of pressure in this position. I've been in baseball. This thing is my 20th season.
And every single year, I've felt pressure, and you worry about your job in this business. So absolutely, but I think we have a really good chance to do what we want to do.
Shane Baz will take the mound as the O's look to get back on track against the White Sox. Last time out versus the Angels, Baz allowed 5 earned runs across 5 innings. Chicago will send out Sean Burke. BBT presented by Jerry's Home Services with Bob Haynie and Steve Molesky gets underway at 5:30 live from Pickles Pub. According to reports, the Warriors are planning to pursue LeBron James in free agency and Anthony Davis via trade. Draymond Green declined his $27.4 million player option and will reportedly sign a lesser deal to free up salary cap space. Green, James, and Davis are represented by the same agent, Rich Paul. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-80s with an overnight low of 68. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 89. I'm Tim Barbalais, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalais. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
We're about to hit July, so the Chicago White Sox being in first place in the AL Central has got to be more than just a fun story at this point. But let's talk some White Sox now. James Fagan covers the White Sox. You can find him at Sox Machine. James, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. So in your mind, just how good are the Chicago White Sox?
Great question. I think they're probably in the normal season. They're one of those teams that's like hanging around like the second or third wild card spot, and like they're going to be slightly over 500 and kind of be in the mix, but it's going to take like a weaker year for them to get through, or some interesting circumstances. Whereas with the AL Central being down as it often is, and certainly like probably, I certainly predicted Detroit to kind of run this division going into the year. I think that's probably a pretty popular choice, and certainly them and Kansas City both disappointing in a major way. There's really this opportunity for them to sneak through or have maybe a cleaner path to the playoffs just on it is a good offense. I think they've established that in a way that's going to be their bedrock going forward. Whether or not they have enough pitching to go through, that's certainly a big question mark for the second half. But I think that's probably as much question marks as any other AL contender trying to get into like spots 3 through 6 in the playoff order at this point.
It's really remarkable considering they won all of 41 games 2 years ago. So with that being said, how do you expect them to approach the trade deadline, which is a little more than a month away?
Probably cautiously. I mean, this is a team that very much models itself after Brewers and Rays. And, obviously a big part of the leadership is even pulling from, the way Baltimore rebuilt. I'm sure you guys can probably speak even better to I can about how those teams approach the deadline on years where they
not well, James.
A little year early from their contention spot. So like they're aware they need bullpen and relief, and probably another starter. The degree to which I think they'll, in their view, mortgage the farm, but really just like pull from like the top of their prospect depth in some major way. I'm questionable. I think they want another innings eater. They want kind of like their young guys like Noah Schultz or Tanner McDougal or even just Shane Smith getting like healthy to maybe be the rotation upgrade in the second half more than they want to, get in the Tarek Skubal sweepstakes or anything like that. You're going to see probably Wednesday Noah Schultz coming back from the IL. That was like their top pitching prospect really for the last 2 years. That's someone they'd really love to be like the rotation upgrade in the second half more than they want to, spend prospect currency on it and, in their view, shorten what they've been building up to at this point.
Talking with James Fagan's Inside Access here on the Fan. Speaking of guys coming back, when can we expect Murakami back? Because he was such a great story early in the season.
It's kind of up in the air. Like it's approaching 5 weeks now. His original 4 to 6 weeks projection, and there's not really like an idea that he's about to start a rehab process like soon. So I think like there's a chance it doesn't happen until after the All-Star break. That said, he started taking batting practice on the field. He is running. He's about like an 85% progression, but we haven't seen him, run the bases yet, which is usually like the last thing for a rehab assignment. We haven't seen him necessarily like fielding a ton just yet. It's still seeming like there's another week of progression to go. And then after that, you would expect he'd probably need a rehab assignment. Now, the idea of sending like this Japanese superstar out to AAA Charlotte, I don't know if they'll necessarily do that. Maybe they want to just do simulated games and work on traject. That seemed like it was a possibility. But where it has in the process, it feels like it's a week and a half, 2 weeks to really being something you can see it happening, and that could push it right up to where like, hey, let's just get him ready to come back after the break.
How surprised have you been with Randall Grichuk after he was DFA by the Yankees the end of April, but he's been really good for Chicago?
They're certainly getting like as good as anyone could have hoped for from Randall Grichuk, like to some degree, and they're having him start against Bats tonight, which is interesting. He's been kind of platooning at DH with Benintendi, where Grichuk just mashes lefties, and like if there's one thing you probably like can count on Grichuk at this stage in his career, is that he can mash lefties, and that's mostly what they've asked him to do. He's just doing it as good of a clip as he ever has in his career. But it's not like a shape of production that we could never imagine with Grichuk. He's just getting good matchups, and he's letting it rip on them, and he's popped a few homers in some crucial situations. As he's continued to have success, it's kind of like this burning question, like this guy looks like results-wise when you're better hitters, are you going to expand his role a little bit, make him face an occasional righty? And he's had some, good outcomes against righties as well. So Monday night, this is kind of an interesting test of whether they expand his role a little bit and see if this is sustainable and not just kind of like, a hot streak from a guy who has some power.
James, explain to us why the White Sox are so good at home and so bad on the road.
Well, they certainly can't. Don't have any answers. The question's been asked, certainly. I think some of it, usually they put it in a positive stamp, like, oh, we love our fans, and certainly their attendance is up big time this year because, they're seeing viable baseball for the first time in like 4 years. But they're a home run hitting team, so like I think right field's pretty like power friendly still, especially in the summer, and especially with how loaded their left-handed lineup is. It probably plays better to power left-handers more than the White Sox have ever explored because their lineup has been so righty heavy and just bad for the last few years. So I think there's a little bit of that. They're also just a young team. I think their energy, their kind of upbeat vibe, I think it is more durable at home than it is in a hostile environment. So that's something they got to improve upon. But the cold stat like heavy reason is just that it's noise, and it's they played some tough series on the road. They had some struggles against the Yankees on the road. The first 3 big road trips of the season was all their West Coast trips were like stacked at the beginning of the year, and those are always difficult for a team that's more Midwest or East Coast to go through, and they struggle on those. So it's probably noise. At the same time, like they've been so good at home in a way that's just like not replicated at all in the road series. That like, is it just kind of like this is a 520 winning percentage team that's going to go through kind of ups and downs? I don't know. I guess would be the shorter way to have answered that question.
What's led to this breakout season from Miguel Vargas?
I think it's a little everything. He's been, even when he first came over in the trade in 2024, he was like way underweight. Like he had lost a lot of like his ball striking ability. His swing decisions were pretty good. He didn't chase out the zone. He swung at good pitches. Just like when he connected, it just didn't go anywhere. So he got a lot stronger in the offseason that year. He put on like 20 pounds. I think he kind of continued to lean into that this offseason. But one of the big things that we saw him add, straight out of camp was that his bat speed was way up. He said it was like mostly just his physical training, but the White Sox also have like Ryan Fuller used to be the hitting coach of the Orioles, instituted like a bat speed training program kind of for the first time they didn't have. So they saw a bunch of guys kind of jump up in a way that this was just untapped resources. They had not nurtured these guys properly, and he was someone who saw a big spike from that. But also like they've encouraged him, like, hey, you got power now. You don't like. He doesn't like to think of himself as a power hitter, but he's on pace for like 37, 38 home runs. They've been telling him like, hey, you don't have to be like work every at bat, get deep count, like let it rip early in the count if you have opportunities. So it's a combination of like the physical buildup of his ability and also just kind of nurture him, say like, this is something you have, this is something in your bag, embrace it, like pull the ball in the air. You don't have to work all field and just focus on low line drives, like, take advantage of your opportunities. So I think it's like a multi-pillar approach for how he's kind of built up to this guy, but at the same time, it's insane. It's as much like single season improvement as you can imagine a guy having.
James, before we let you go, we mentioned the White Sox really good at home. They only have 14 losses, 3 of those to the Orioles earlier this season. The Orioles went to Chicago and swept the White Sox. The Orioles are bad on the road, but got that sweep. It was freezing in Chicago. We were talking earlier. I think one of the games was moved to the daytime because it was so cold. Are you surprised that the Orioles are coming into this game 7 games under 500? And from your view from 30,000 feet, what do you think is wrong with the Orioles?
Probably like the same reason where the White Sox are, a little iffy going forward, which is like the pitching just doesn't seem like the depth or certainly not like the top of the rotation starters are really there that can carry them through low periods. The White Sox have kind of struck gold with Davis Martin, who's like kind of central casting, like yeoman back of the rotation inning leader who's taking this big jump. And, obviously the Orioles haven't been quite as fortunate to happen upon something like that. But yeah, I think like, certainly, I think the Orioles caught them last at the beginning of the season before the White Sox looked any good at all. And, further irony to those games, a lot of them were one-run games, and the White Sox have been excellent with one-run games this year, really since then. I feel like those are probably like 3 of their, 8 or 9 one-run losses entirely. So it is interesting from my standpoint to see the Orioles bad because, like, so much of when the White Sox were, in 2024 and trying to figure out how they're going to get out of this, especially with Tyrone Fuller, it was like, well, let's model those guys. Let's be like those guys. Let's get a bunch of guys who can hit for power and teach them good approaches and develop our offensive talent internally and draft nothing but shortstops and really prioritize bats in our development. So for one of their teams that they're aping in a big way for how to crawl out a hole to kind of go sideways like the way the Baltimore has it the last couple of years. I wonder what lessons that they can have to take from that, if any, because I think they viewed him as a real example to follow in some respect, along with Brewers and Rays and other kind of teams that don't spend super aggressively that built themselves up.
Hey, James, I got one more for you. I lied because you were talking about comparing to the Orioles. I've referenced the White Sox a lot when talking about the Orioles and this thing going south because it reminds me a little of those White Sox teams. They went to the playoffs under Tony La Russa. They were the envy of baseball with all that young talent. And then a couple years later, as Tim said, they lost. They only won 41 games. What went wrong with that team? What lessons do you think they learned with how that thing fell apart?
I just think that organization was no coherence. You have when just La Russa being hired, irrespective of the quality La Russa had of himself, because obviously he led the clubhouse to the one division title that they've had in the last 15 years or so. Just that hire was the ownership forcing a manager on top of the front office, and you're just not going to have the same alignment about what you're supposed to do and what your plans are. Having that sort of disconnect. And I think those were kind of repeated all throughout the organization. It was just a constant, so many cooks in the kitchen, so many parts of the organization didn't talk to each other, so much dysfunction, so much injuries with the core players that they locked up to extensions. It was nothing was really lined up all as one in a way that I don't eventually trading a bunch of stars and getting a huge crop of prospects in a rebuild just couldn't patch over anymore. So I would imagine the Orioles are not quite that level of organizational dysfunction, for that's why it's going wrong for them. I think the White Sox kind of death by 1,000 cuts, but not paper cuts, but more grade 3 lacerations were how they went down. So I think they're a little bit of a unique beast, and why it curdled there.
Wow. James Fagan, you can find his study, covers the White Sox for Sox Machine. This was great. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks for having me. Anytime.
Coming up next, by the way, Cordell Woodland's going to join us at 5 o'clock. We'll get his thoughts on this Oriole disastrous weekend against the Nats. But Ravens, who do they need a bounce-back season from more? Mark Andrews or Rashad Bateman will answer next here on The Fan.
On the Big Bad Morning Show.
We'll check in on Game 1 of the O's White Sox, and Kim McCusick joins us in studio.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an automatic
Fantasy Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Kyle Schwarber became the first player to reach 30 home runs in Major League Baseball this season. Schwarber has put together one of my favorite careers to watch in Major League Baseball. Schwarber continues to get better as he ages. To me, he's on his way to Cooperstown. I am Chris Black.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Traffic is brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Just ask Jerry's. Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture.
Shop now and celebrate Ashley's 250 hours of savings event. Save up to 20% on all furniture or take advantage of 60 months no interest financing. Plus, score incredible $250 doorbusters. You'll find unbeatable value on the styles you love during Ashley's 250 hours of savings event. Happening now.
Popeye's $20 family meal is so good to your people and your budget. This Bowl Louisiana feast has, count them, 11 hand-breaded tenders or 9 pieces of our Shatter Crunch signature chicken. Then we're looking at a large side and 4 biscuits. And did I mention it's all for $20? It's time to gather your crew and make them all happy. Order for your whole fam today.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
At participating U.S. restaurants, price may vary, tax extra.
Meet Sophia, a huge soccer fan. With her Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's streaming 3 games, video calling her cousin in Mexico,
and running the quiniela all on my new Samsung Galaxy.
She's practically running the whole tournament from her phone.
Good thing I have Total Wireless.
Switch to Total Wireless Total Max 5G or All Access plans to get on a network that won't put you second. Plus, a Samsung Galaxy on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation. And neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a social media manager.
Did you just post our Q4 earnings to your personal social media?
Oh, yeah. Used the trending audio and everything.
That's confidential financial data.
Relax. It only went a little viral.
The SEC just commented with the eyeball watching emoji.
This is a job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 southbound at the Fort McHenry Tunnel, there's a disabled vehicle on the right side. Northbound on 95 heavy between Caton Avenue and the Fort McHenry Tunnel. And then past Key Highway, there's an accident on the right side. 295 northbound heavy approaching 95 and Russell Street. 895 northbound heavy between I-97 and the Harbor Tunnel. And on the outer loop of the Beltway, there's delays between the Jones Falls Expressway and Reisterstown Road. Inner loop of the Beltway is heavy between Charles Street and York Road through Towson. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Here's Jackson. Gets past Queen. Dumps it up. Oh, Bateman drops the football. He had the first down, and all he had to do was kiss past Porter for a touchdown.
Huntley, Tyler Huntley. At it. To Mark Andrews, middle of the field. He just trying to pitch it back, and that should be a fumble recovered by the Patriots. What is he doing?
Mike Tirico speaking for all of Baltimore. What is he doing is right, Bone. That lateral at the end of the first half against New England, fortunately didn't cost the Ravens, though they did lose the game anyway. And then Rashad Bateman dropping a possible first down, possible touchdown as well if he catches that ball. Struggle bus for both guys a year ago. They combined for a little over 600 yards, just over half of what Zay Flowers got by himself. Who is the guy that the Ravens need a bounce-back season more from, Bateman or Andrews? And full disclosure for the people, we asked this question of Jonas Schaefer, and he said Bateman.
Yeah, like I said the first time, you can seriously make a case for either of these guys. I lean Andrews just because at least there's Zay. Like, the tight end room, it's unknowns, and this organization has done a great job of drafting and developing tight ends for a long, long time now. But I'd feel better if Mark Andrews could get back to that 2024 form, or at least close to it.
Yeah.
55 catches, 673 yards, 11 touchdowns. He led all tight ends in touchdowns that season, and he was a monster in the red zone. We assume that Declan Doyle is going to want to use a lot of 2 tight end sets, much like the Bears used last year. So if Andrews is ineffective again, and he's coming off a year in which he had career lows in receiving yards, yards per reception, and first downs, that's really going to hinder Doyle's ability to do that, especially with unproven rookie tight ends. But the impact that Bateman had in 24 was great. In terms of being a downfield threat, stretching the defense, being a weapon in the red zone. And if Bateman was back to that 2024 form, I think it takes a ton of pressure off those rookie wide receivers. I think it takes a ton of pressure off of Devontae Walker. But the fact that Zay's there, I lean Andrews.
I 2 parts to this. I am much more confident that Andrews bounces back than Bateman. This is more, even with even with Andrews and the age factor, because he's older, but he's got a track record. Bateman's got 1 year. But I also think that there's that connection that Andrews and Lamar have had. And if he can get back to being the security blanket, I just think it makes Lamar more comfortable and it makes everybody better. So that's why I lean Andrews on this.
And that's been a knock on Bateman for a lot of his career, right? Lamar and him not being on the same page. And 2024 was sort of that outlier where the passer rating was fantastic, a 125.9 when targeting Bateman. But you look at the rest of Bateman's career, it's below 75 for much of those seasons. Andrews, it's been reliable. He knows, hey, if I throw him the ball, he's going to come down with it more often than not.
We are exactly a month away from the start of training camp, Bone. Is it you feel with the Orioles sort of?
It's funny, Ken. Like I wish I wasn't as excited as I was for training camp, but I feel like in large part it's because the Orioles have been frustrating me and making me upset watching them a lot recently.
You're making me upset.
And they're being 7 games under 500 where it's like, oh my gosh, I'm kind of ready for training camp. Yeah. I'm ready for football, and it's a shame. But maybe the Orioles turn it around.
Orioles can get it started tonight. First of 3 against the White Sox, 6:30. BBT at 5:30 live from Pickles. That's Bob Haynie, Steve Molesky. And joining us next live from Pickles, he's our guy. He's covering the Orioles and the Ravens. He'll be down at Pickles there as he was there for Craig Abernaz's pregame. Cordell Woodland joins us next here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Jones Junction's 2 million likes and reviews reflect the commitment of everyone at Jones to make the customer experience the best. Jones has been voted the best car dealership in Baltimore. For new or used, visit them online at jonesjunction.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code SNAP to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SNAP for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SNAP for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Better sleep is worth celebrating. The 4th of July mattress sale is on now at Raymore & Flanigan. Save up to $600 on Beauty Rest Black and $500 on Tempur-Pedic Breeze. With select purchases, choose a free $300 gift card or $200 MasterCard reward card. Plus, combine select mattress sale pricing with special financing for 72 months and enjoy free next day mattress delivery on purchases of $500 or more. Don't miss 4th of July mattress deals at Raymore & Flanigan. Now open in White Marsh.
No! USA is up 2-0. That is the most dangerous lead in soccer.
Relax, Mike.
See that, Dan? My left eye is twitching. That's my warning eye. It'll be 2-2 by stoppage time. It's never wrong.
With early payout from Bet365, I got paid the second they went up 2 goals. So to me, it's now the safest lead.
Early payout from Bet365, huh? Now my right eye is twitching, Dan.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
Rolled your ankle playing pickleball? Pulled a muscle on the golf course? Feeling that shoulder after a weekend workout? Skip the long wait at the ER or urgent care and go straight to the orthopedic experts. Ortho Maryland has walk-in care in 5 locations throughout Baltimore and Harford counties. The newest location in Reisterstown now offers convenient day and evening walk-in care, on-site x-rays, DME, and physical therapy. Visit orthomaryland.net for hours and locations.
As parents, we have a million things running through our minds. Playdates, checkups, laundry, diapers, work, groceries. So it's easy to make a mistake. Oh, I forgot birthday candles. We say we'd never put our kids in danger by leaving them in the car alone.
Sit tight, hon. I'll be right back.
But temperatures as low as 60 degrees can be deadly for children left behind. So always bring them with you. And every time you park the car, stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Hey Bel Air, big news this year. Plaza Ford is now Bob Bell Ford Bel Air. Same location, now with bigger selection, great deals, and trusted Bob Bell service. Get ready, call 410-838-3100 or learn more at BobBellFordBelAir.com.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Inside Access this Wednesday from 2 to 6 as they broadcast live from Watershed, a classic Maryland seafood house in historic Cross Street Market. Come down, watch the game, and meet Ken and Tim.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Gunnar Henderson's frustrating season continued over the weekend. Henderson was 1 for 14 versus the Nats, and his batting average, on-base percentage, and slugging percentage are all career lows on the year.
I mean, it's just been, I don't even know how to describe it. One of the most frustrating things I've ever been through. I mean, it's like come in, work my butt off every day, and like you said, I mean, I know it's not you don't want to think about results, but it's hard not to when crab doesn't show up for so long.
The O's homestand continues as they welcome the White Sox to town in the start of a 3-game series tonight. The starting pitching matchup features Shane Paz opposite Sean Burke. Baltimore baseball tonight presented by Jerry's Home Services with Bob Haynie and Steve Molesky gets underway at 5:30 live from Pickles Pub. According to reports, the Clippers and Raptors are seriously engaged in trade talks for Kawhi Leonard. A possible deal would mark a return to Canada for Leonard, who led the Raptors to an NBA title in 2019 when he won Finals MVP after beating the Warriors. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-80s with an overnight low of 68. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 89. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Orioles lose 2 of 3 to the Nationals. Start a 3-game series tonight with the Chicago White Sox. Game starts 6:30. Pregame 5:30 live at Pickles with Bob Haney and Steve Molesky. And let's head to Pickles now, where our own Cordell Woodland is there. He covers the O's for us. And Cordell, thank you as always for your time, buddy. We appreciate it. Let's start. We heard Gunnar Henderson the update. June was supposed to be his hot month. We're almost done, and he has not gotten hot. How do you explain what's going on this year with Gunnar? Is he pressing? And what do you think of them moving him up to the leadoff spot?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of tough to try to explain what's happening with Gunnar. I mean, he couldn't. Craig Albanese hasn't been able to really give much insight because he's still, I think, in some element of shock about it. Talked to Mike Elias on Saturday. I mean, he doesn't have the answers. I think everybody is kind of surprised that it has carried on this long with Gunnar, and his play hasn't gotten any more consistent. And it hasn't been good enough, point blank, period. It just hasn't been. And in terms of them moving him up, I think there is without a doubt, there's enough reasoning to move him down. But I think for them, we always talk about Gunnar and, his emotions and everything. I think they're trying to be careful with how they go about trying to get him out of this slump. And maybe moving him down in the lineup could, and at least from their vantage point, could do more harm than good for him individually. So, I don't know. There are no right answers with this. Obviously, they just need him to play better. Yeah. They need him to come through with runners on base. They need him to stop chasing so many pitches outside the zone. They need him to be a more consistent glove over at shortstop. They just need a lot more from Gunnar Henderson.
Cordell, you referenced Mike Elias, and he went with the media for the first time since late April. You were there. What were some of your big takeaways from that?
Well, I think, he is hoping that this team is in a position to where they can buy. And I think everybody, including Elias and the Orioles, to be quite frankly, are probably using the poor play in the American League as a crutch. Mm-hmm. That'll always be the wall that they lean on when you start talking about how this team has been playing and how they have to get more consistent. Every one of those, things that said will be followed up with, but they're still in the wild card picture because the rest of the American League is struggling. And so I think for him, he is thankful that the American League stinks as bad as it is, because if it didn't, this would be a totally different conversation. Because really, and we've been saying it all year, but really they just need like a couple of really solid weeks, and even that just feels like you're asking for a couple of solid years because you just can't get consistent play from these guys. But I think that's what he is. He still wants to be buyers. He didn't really give much into, the talk about Adley getting traded. I did ask him about all the injuries. He did say that that's something that they're looking at. They're having to kind of go over how they're handling some of these guys and the work the guys are doing or not doing that is contributing to a lot of the injuries that they've had this year. He just talked about it being a disappointing year. There's nothing else he really can say. I mean, this team was constructed to, if nothing else, be able to hit the baseball, and they're doing anything but that these days.
Cordell, they've lost a game and a half in the standings since Mike last spoke. They've only won one series in their last 7. I've been saying today, man, obviously Mike has to view it from a different lens because his seat is very, very warm, but I'm viewing it from the organization's standpoint. Does it make any sense to buy? Does it make any sense to give up assets when this team has proven to you what they are?
It's tough because I don't see this team just all of a sudden having a light switch go off and they're contenders. I don't know what it is that they're missing. Like, if you ask me right now, what can the Orioles go get at the deadline that would make me feel better about this team? I mean, I guess Aaron Judge. I don't know. Nice. Go get a bat that isn't going to be, poisoned by whatever is poisoning all these other guys that come in here offensively. Taylor Ward, God bless him, he gets on base, but he's not giving them the power numbers that they thought that he would give them this year. Nope. Pete Alonso's numbers are definitely starting to even out, and when the year ends, I think his stat line will look Pete Alonso-ish. But the impact doesn't feel that way, especially when he's up there with runners in scoring position. It is not there. I think they just need more consistent players in the lineup, but at the same time, if you tell somebody that you have Gunnar Henderson, Adley Rutschman, Pete Alonso, and Taylor Ward and Samuel Basayo as 5 guys in your lineup, that person would think that you're having a really good offensive year. I think the rotation has kind of stabilized, and it looks like they're going to get somewhat healthier with Kramer here soon. The bullpen is obviously a major issue for them, and their defense is arguably the worst defense in the league. I don't think they're one glove away from fixing this defense. So to your point, maybe selling makes more sense, but on the flip side, all the names that I just mentioned, the guys, the guys that they went out and got this offseason, it would be a monumental failure, and it already is headed that way. But to become sellers this trade deadline, that was not the plan. Obviously, that is so far away from the plan, and this kind of goes along with me with the feeling that I have about them potentially trading Adley. I just feel like it would signal failure. It would signal that all of this that went on, all the losing that they went through to get the draft picks that they got and acquire the players that they got, it didn't work. And I just think that's a tough pill for them to swallow right now, especially considering, and I just said it, the wild card. They're still in the picture. So mathematically, I don't know if they will feel comfortable selling at the deadline, because mathematically they will technically have a chance to get in there, and they believe if they get in there, they can make some noise. I don't believe that, but that's what they believe.
Cordell, you mentioned their bad defense. If you were the Orioles, can you afford to play Kobe Mayo at third base ever again?
I mean, I just can't even believe it's gone on this long, especially once Holiday came back and Blaze has been having the last 2 months. I felt like the opportunity fixed itself. The situation fixed itself. They had the opportunity to let it happen organically. Kobe Mayo started just crushing left-handed pitching. He can't hit righties. You know that. He can't play third base. You know that. Blaze can. Blaze is hitting. You got Jackson Holiday back. Like, I thought if there was an opportunity for them to make Blaze more of an everyday player and use Kobe Mayo exclusively as a DH against lefties, they have punted at that opportunity. I mean, I don't think I'm going over the top to say defense has cost them 7 to 10 games this year, potentially.
Yeah.
Honestly, like, this is a team that's already struggling offensively. You have so many inconsistencies. Defense is something that you can somewhat control. You know, as a player at the plate, you could get a good swing off. The ball may not bounce your way. Defense, though, you should be able to control that more than anything in the game of baseball. They look awful. They just look awful defensively. And Mayo's the guy we're talking about, but the problem is they could sit Mayo and it'll be 2 other people that'll come out. Gunnar will give him 2 errors in a game. Like, that's Taylor the problem. Is Taylor Ward. He's a big issue out there. So we could talk about Kobe Mayo, but there are at least 3 other players that are a liability defensively as well.
Cordell, let's end with a Ravens question that we've been asking today. Who would you take if I could give you one bounce back to their 2024 form? Who would you choose, Mark Andrews or Rashad Bateman for this upcoming season?
Who do they need more?
I don't feel great about either of those options. I'm going to be honest with you.
Well, who would you choose, though, if you're guaranteed it?
If I'm guaranteeing a bounce back on either side of the ball, or are we just talking offense?
Well, I'm saying Andrews or Bateman.
Oh, okay.
Those 2.
I guess Bateman. I mean, Bateman's younger. He still has explosiveness. I think Bateman is still is a really, really good route runner. Like, I don't have doubts that Bateman can't play. That isn't a part of my thinking. I just don't know what Bateman is going to show up on each and every week. I just can't trust that he's going to stay in sync with his quarterback and the play caller and be available. He was available, but then all of a sudden he's not reliable. And it's like, it seems like it's always something with him. His talent is undeniable. But I guess he has the kind of the alleyway to be able to get back to that form. We've seen this scheme be friendly to wide receivers. Bateman is a really good route runner. I think he would benefit from a more on-time passing game, but that's also going to involve him being on time and not giving up on routes and not letting his, emotions get the best of him when he's not as involved as he wants to be. I just think the problem with Mark, I think it's definitely a possibility that Mark has a better season than Bateman. I think Mark still is a reliable option. Short yardage, third downs, red zone. I think his hands are still there. He could still win in tight spaces. But Mark's explosiveness has left him. That's the big thing with him. So I don't see Mark putting up these big-time numbers. I see Bateman having more of an opportunity to replicate those types of numbers because of what he can do vertically down the field and after the catch.
Cordell, thanks, buddy. You and Ben back on Thursday?
Yeah, we'll be back Thursday. So we'll see what the Orioles do in this series. If they're able to do anything against this White Sox team. We'll talk a lot about we'll see if any Ravens news has gone on between now and then. And a lot of movement in the NBA.
Yes.
John Morant traded. Looks like Kawhi might be going back to Toronto. Jaylen Brown could be joining John Morant in Portland. Who knows? So, the NBA, I'm sure, will keep us busy.
Yeah. Thanks, buddy. We'll talk next week.
Thanks, guys.
We'll come back at the text of the day, preview tomorrow's show, and get you ready for BBT. Bob Haynie, Steve Molesky, they're at Pickles, and they start at 5:30 here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We'll check in on game one of the O's White Sox, and Kim McCusick joins us in studio.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Shop now and celebrate Ashley's 250 hours of savings event. Save up to 20% on all furniture or take advantage of 60 months no interest financing. Plus, score incredible $250 doorbusters. You'll find unbeatable value on the styles you love during Ashley's 250 hours of savings event. Happening now.
Selling your home is a big decision. Vinny Steele makes it simple with the Your Home Sold guarantee. Your home sold or he'll buy it. That's peace of mind you can count on. Call Vinny today. 410-793-1801. 410-793-1801.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Hello. Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, proudly announces the addition of Dr. Hayden L. Hoffler to our team. He is a board-qualified, fellowship-trained foot and ankle surgeon specializing in foot and ankle disorders. Dr. Hoffler's goal is to combine a comprehensive and multidisciplinary approach to treating foot and ankle issues, and he looks forward to helping you with care and compassion. You can schedule an appointment with him at mdbonedocs.com. Again, that's mdbonedocs.com.
We're at a 2-2 stalemate into stoppage time. Next goal surely wins it. He sets up for the corner kick. Curls it in. He's up for the header. And score! Brilliant goal!
Soccer's biggest games are here. Get ready by heading over to Giant for all your matchday essentials. And let Upside set up the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Whether it's food for your watch party, dining out during match days, or the gas you need to get where you're going in time to catch kickoff, Upside has you covered to earn cash back on your everyday purchases.
Right now, get a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CHARM06. That's promo code CHARM06 for a $10 bonus. Remember, use promo code CHARM06.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 southbound past 295, the Baltimore-Washington Parkway, there's an accident. Northbound 95 before Caton Avenue, there's a crash, and then it remains heavy to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound heavy approaching 95 and Russell Street. Incident approaching Waterview Avenue. And 895 northbound, that's heavy between I-97 and the Harbor Tunnel. Outer loop of the Beltway, there's delays between 83, the Jones Falls Expressway to Reisterstown Road. And the inner loop of the Beltway is heavy between Charles Street and York Road. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Well, before we get to the text today, you do anything special this past weekend? Anything exciting? You getting ready for 250 hot dogs on Saturday?
I am getting ready for that. We'll get into that on Thursday.
Yes.
Over the weekend, I saw Colin Dunn.
Oh, how was that?
We went to a climbing gym together. Yeah, he's doing well.
Yeah.
He's doing really well. It was fun. Did the podcast, Birdland Territory,
Yes.
of course.
Yes.
Nothing
Boneyard.
really groundbreaking, to be honest. What about you? You saw Supergirl.
So I saw it. Well, it was a very busy because I was getting over that whatever I had on Thursday, Friday. So I did take Colin, Margie, my stepson, to see Supergirl, which I enjoyed. I also watched Voicemails to Isabel with Margie,
Which I didn't even know was a thing until you mentioned on Friday.
It's a major thing. If you like movies which will make you feel all of your emotions, I highly recommend it.
Okay.
It's a very good movie, but I guarantee you, if you have a pulse, you're probably going to laugh and cry during it.
Is it like The Notebook?
No, it's not. No, it's
I
different.
haven't seen The Notebook
The
either.
Notebook,
It's a rom-com.
But do you know what The Notebook's about?
No idea.
So if I said it was like The Notebook, you wouldn't know the frame of reference.
I was just throwing out like I don't know. That's
It's
like
kinda
a huge rom-com.
I think they want it to be like Sleepless in Seattle-ish or You've Got Mail-ish. It's like, but there is some grieving going on as well. Yeah. So, but watch the Orioles. That's, and yesterday was my first anniversary.
Yeah, mazel.
So, yeah, thank you. You were there a year ago yesterday.
Hearing jealousy.
Yeah, yes. Jealousy, Ken. Margie and I went out to dinner for our first anniversary, so that was nice. So, and I'm starting to feel normal again. So
it's good. Yeah, your voice sounds so much better.
Yeah, it's weird, like just couple day things. Yeah. So we are on remote tomorrow at Pickles and Wednesday at the Cross Street Market. So we're not back in studio till Thursday.
Yeah, come on out. We'll be Pickles right at 2 and stay until BBT with Bobster and Bordy.
Yeah.
And then Cross Street Market.
So let's
and Wednesday's a day game. So if you're done Cross Street Market, come back by.
And so we're going to try this again, and we'll see if Brian can get this right. We'll do the text of the day.
Time for the Inside Access text of the day.
Played a lot of sound from Mike Elias meeting with the media on Friday, and texter saying this. Guys, obviously he's saying I'm not going to dump all of our resources into 2026 to save my job, and that's what I want to hear. I want him to do what's best for the long-term health of the org and not be biased by saving his job.
Yeah, see, yes. But he's also trying to, there's the human factor.
Threading the needle.
Yes.
He is going to be threading the needle.
At the end of the day, I believe he's too risk-averse to push his chips in. but I think he's going to be more aggressive than usual because his job's on the line.
But the other thing,
sense?
no, I get what you're saying, but the other thing is they don't have the prospects that they did 2 years ago, the last time that they bought at the deadline. It's not like he's trading a Kobe Mayo or a Samuel Bassire or these guys that are top 20 prospects in all of baseball to go land Tarek Skubal.
You can trade Kobe Mayo now. What are we on with tomorrow's show, Bud?
Or a Hall of Famer.
Mike
Bordick. He'll be joining us. Jonathan Mayo. We will talk MLB draft, Orioles farm system with him. But the Bobster, Bob Haney, said he'd meet us at Pickles tomorrow. And Kevin Brown as well.
Kevin Brown made my night in Anaheim when he tried to do Palmer pitching and he fell into that.
Yeah, he used the wrong leg.
Yeah, that was great. That is it for us, but don't change that dial because we're heading down to Pickles. Bob Haney, Steve Molesky. It's Orioles baseball tonight, and it's next here on The Fan.
Teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
Are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Scions and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Scions and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
The Red Cross has an urgent need for blood donors. Make an appointment at redcrossblood.org and help save lives. There are 2,520 hours between Memorial Day and Labor Day. Use one of them to donate blood and help save lives. Be a hero to a patient in need. Make an appointment to donate at redcrossblood.org or by calling 1-800-RED-CROSS.
Spring has a way of getting us moving again. Walks after dinner, weekends outside, time with the people we love. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. If your feet are slowing you down, visit a Good Feet store near you and see how personally fit arch supports can get you back to living the life you love.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2-up early payout so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pregame straight match result bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2-up early payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly.